Chapter 1. The hero begins. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an urgent alert echoed within the confines of the virtual mech cockpit. A series of red lights flashing in rapid succession. It was an emergency call. Inside the cockpit sat a young boy, unresponsive, his head tilted to one side, and his hands limply hanging down, lost in slumber. The persistent beeping continued unabated, resounding for 2 minutes before the boy's drooping hand abruptly stirred. He slowly lifted his head, eyes opening to reveal a profound confusion. Shouldn't I be dead? He turned his head in bewilderment, discovering that he was enveloped by a 360-degree ultra-high-definition 3D screen. Looking down, he saw a complete array of sensors, a pressure-sensitive platform, motion capture gloves, and motion-following sensors. Indeed, he was in a standard mech cockpit. Why am I still in the mech? Didn't I perish alongside the Black Demon? His name was Zhang Yuan, a newly appointed Major General of the Earth Guardian Army, and the pilot of the ferocious mech, Azure Blade. Just moments prior, he had been 800 light-years away from his home planet, Earth, in the Colossus star domain, leading the 9th Legion of the Empire in a desperate battle against a demonic mech division. The conflict had been exceptionally brutal, with the 9th Legion clearly outmatched by the demon forces. The entire army faced annihilation. Zhang Yuan ignited all his potential using the body ignition secret technique, breaking through numerous obstacles. He sustained 23 severe injuries, and the Azure Blade was nearly shattered, his body exposed to the vacuum of space. Ultimately, he managed to ensnare the enemy commander, the Black Demon, and without hesitation, detonated the small antimatter explosive he carried, perishing in the process. Zhang Yuan vividly recalled the searing heat he felt at the moment of the explosion, standing at the epicenter, certain his body would be reduced to ashes, with no hope of survival. But what was happening now? He glanced at his hands, noticing the delicate and slender skin, the palms bearing only a slight callus in extreme contrast to his once rough and strong hands. Yet they appeared strikingly familiar. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent alert finally yanked Zhang Yuan back to reality. He looked up at the surrounding screens and spotted a trembling red icon on the right, inscribed with the word Father. Father? But wasn't he killed at the Hanggu Pass? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He vividly remembered that 7 years ago, the demons launched a massive attack with 5 main abyss fleets on the Hanggu Pass, 1,000 light-years away. At that time, his father was the defending general, the last stalwart of the Zhang family. Despite knowing the defending forces were vastly outmatched, his father chose to fight to the death to uphold the family's dwindling honor. Ultimately, he successfully delayed the demon army, allowing reinforcements to arrive, saving the Hanggu Pass. That battle was extraordinarily fierce. The defending forces numbered 30,000, yet only 37 survived, all permanently disabled, and his father perished on the battlefield. His father's sacrifice afforded the declining Zhang family a brief respite. A year later, Zhang Yuan won the championship at the virtual mech combat tournament held on Earth, heralded as the family's new hope. But now, his father was inexplicably alive, reaching out to him. Zhang Yuan suspected a prank had altered his contact list. He selected the icon and connected the call. Yuaner, why did it take you so long to answer? A deep, slightly reproachful voice resonated through the communication. Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Yuan froze in place. This is undeniably my father's voice. How can this be? How could he still be alive? What's wrong? Speak up. Did something happen at school? The voice on the other end now bore a hint of concern. Yes, this was his father, Zhang Yuan, the one who had always doted on him. Although the reasons for this situation eluded him, Zhang Yuan felt his eyes welling with tears, struggling to speak, but his throat tightened, rendering him speechless. Yuana, what's the matter? Why are you crying? Did someone at school bully you? Tell your father, and he'll speak to your teacher. His father's anxious voice came through.
Zhang Yuan fought to suppress his overwhelming emotions and quickly replied, Dad, it's nothing. I've just had a little cold these past few days. Zhang Yuan's mother had died during a previous demon invasion when he was just 2 years old. His father had raised him single-handedly.
From a young age, he had been frail and often ill. Each time he fell sick, his father would vigilantly stay by his side through the night. To ensure the meals suited his taste, his father practiced cooking diligently, preparing his favorite dishes until Zhang Yuan turned 15 and his health improved. Although their family was not financially well off, his father always gifted him the best and most cherished presents for his birthday. To outsiders, his father might seem the least accomplished among the Zhang family descendants, but to Zhang Yuan, his father was a steadfast mountain shielding him from lives. Storms. 7 years ago, when the news of his father's death reached him, Zhang Yuan felt as if his entire world had collapsed, plunging his life into darkness. Yet now, his father had returned. He did not wish to delve into the reasons, he only longed for his father to be alive. On the line, his father continued to remind Zhang Yuan to take care of himself, filling him with warmth. Even if this were merely a dream, he wished it would never end. Finally, his father broached a serious topic. Yuaner, your uncle has passed away. Uncle, wasn't he already? Zhang Yuan distinctly remembered that his uncle, Zhang Yushan, had died a decade ago due to excessive use of gamma-3 strength-enhancing rays, which had led to the collapse of his physical potential. What nonsense are you speaking? His father chided softly, then continued, come home this Saturday, and return to the Zhang family estate on Sunday. After all, we are Zhang family descendants and must attend your uncle's funeral. At this revelation, Zhang Yuan was further astounded. His gaze shifted within the mech cockpit, ultimately landing on the time displayed in the upper right corner, which read, July 23, 2174, 1327. His heart raced. July 2174? Isn't that precisely when my uncle passed away? Have I returned to the past? Could this truly be a dream? Zhang Yuan struggled to accept the reality of such an occurrence. He quickly pinched his arm, feeling the sharp pain. While everything around him remained unchanged, this was not a dream, it was reality. He scrutinized his surroundings and realized that he was not in a genuine mech cockpit, but rather a virtual mech chamber designed for combat simulations. As for his own body, it was unmistakably that of his high school self from a decade ago. If he recalled correctly, he should have been at the game center near his school, engrossed in the hottest mech game, Hero. Disabling the noise cancellation of the virtual cockpit, the cacophony of the game center flooded in, confirming his suspicions. Oh my heavens, I truly have returned to the past. And my father is still alive. A surge of joy coursed through Zhang Yuan, quickly followed by a wave of anxiety. With my uncle deceased, my father, as the second son of the Zhang family, will inevitably shoulder the family responsibilities. However, he has never undergone intense mech combat training starting so late. Even with rigorous training, his achievements will be limited. If history remains unchanged, in 2 years, my father will perish at the Hanggu Pass. No, I cannot allow history to repeat itself. The death of his uncle elicited little grief from either his father, Zhang Yunan, or Zhang Yuan, as it was intertwined with their past. Years ago, the family had opposed the union of his father and mother, particularly his uncle, who even harbored murderous intent towards her. This discord led to a rift between his father and his uncle's family, nearly expelling them from the clan. Although they ultimately did not sever ties, over the years, neither his father nor he had relied on the Zhang family for any favors. Their connection to the Zhang family had grown increasingly tenuous, even less intimate than that of his mother's brother-in-law, who was a son-in-law to the Zhang family. It can be said that had uncle not encountered misfortune, Zhang Yuan would have gradually drifted away from the Zhang family, eventually becoming a stranger after several generations. However, with the unfortunate incident concerning his uncle, and with his father, Zhang Yunan, now the sole son of the second generation of the Zhang family, Zhang Yuan has become the only legitimate grandson of the third generation, making his return to the Zhang family inevitable. Though this return is a certainty, the thought of his grandparents' disdainful gazes fills Zhang Yuan with unease. Due to his mother's humble origins and his own frail health, compounded by a slight childhood autism, he never garnered his grandmother's affection. Even after the incident with his uncle, little has changed. He truly dreads the prospect of returning. Enough. I shall not dwell on such thoughts. The mere opportunity to return to the past is a tremendous blessing. What more could I possibly desire? Zhang Yuan shook his head, casting aside those unpleasant memories. Dad, I remember. I will come back, he replied. Good. You are in fragile health, so do not overexert yourself in your studies. You still have your old man here for everything, his father reminded him before ending the call. A warmth enveloped Zhang Yuan's heart. His father has always regarded him as a child, shielding him from life's storms with his own strength. In his previous life, Zhang Yuan had naively believed this protection would last forever. Suddenly, he recalled the last message his father sent him from the Hanggu Stargate. That moment, the battle at Hanggu Stargate had reached its final hour, and his father, resigned to his fate, spoke with the same gentle tone as always. Yuaner, take good care of yourself. This was his father's final utterance. At the time, Zhang Yuan had not perceived the underlying gravity of his words. It was only after the tragic news arrived that he comprehended the situation. Years later, reflecting on this phrase, he began to understand the deep concern woven into his father's voice, an acknowledgement of imminent loss mingled with profound helplessness. As the memories of his father's words washed over him, tears slipped from the corners of Zhang Yuan's eyes. He wiped them away and took a deep breath. Father, I have grown. In this life, he would not squander a single moment. He would strive to enhance his strength, His opportunity lay within the virtual mecha game, Heroes, more specifically, in the game's dark exploration mode. The essence of Heroes is that it serves as a recruitment game for the Earth's military. The so-called dark exploration mode is a premium gameplay option where players, situated on Earth, remotely control mechas thousands of light years away via the Ether network. Completing various military tasks assigned by the military, this mode allows Zhang Yuan, despite his current frail physique, to directly participate in the frontline battles. However, the entry requirement is high. The foremost criterion is to possess one's own combat mecha. This is a considerable financial burden, costing at least 1 million, and Zhang Yuan, merely a 15-year-old high school student, despite his prestigious lineage, is not held in high regard. Zhang Yuan mused, "It is improbable to rely on the Zhang family for a mecha. I must depend on myself." At this moment, Zhang Yuan sat within the virtual mecha cockpit of Heroes. Faced with such brutal warfare, his father could no longer protect him as he did in his childhood. He must grow stronger swiftly, strong enough to safeguard his father and influence the course of the conflict. I possess 10 years of memories from the wars I have endured, over 200 life and death battles. These are my current assets. In my previous life, I squandered the crucial training years from 15 to 18. Otherwise, my achievements would not have been limited to piloting a Rampage-class mecha. The mechas of the Earth Alliance are categorized into various levels. The better the pilot's physique and skill, the stronger the mecha they can operate. The mecha levels range from weak to strong, ordinary, elite, Rampage, Apocalypse, and mythical. Originally, he could only pilot a Rampage-class mecha, making it virtually impossible for him to attain the rank of Major General. However, due to a dearth of military talent in the future and his remarkable performance, which earned him numerous accolades, he was promoted to Major General despite the irregularity. Now, with the experiences of his past life aiding his growth, he is certain to break through limitations, qualifying to pilot Apocalypse-class or even Mythical-class mechas. Becoming a strategic force for humanity on Earth. Lost in thought, a gentle female voice suddenly resonated within the virtual cockpit. All teammates are in position. Shall we commence the battle? Zhang Yuan glanced at the screen and realized he had previously selected the raid mode in Heroes, and teammates had now been located. Now I can assess my current physical condition, he thought, and he selected yes. The adventure in Heroes had begun. Chapter 2, Strategic Planet. Pandora. A century ago, games relied on rudimentary keyboard and mouse controls, whereas today's Heroes employs nearly authentic virtual cockpit technology. Within the virtual cockpit, a fully immersive 3D screen encircles the player, vividly displaying the environment surrounding the mech. Inside the virtual chamber, sensory gloves, control pedals, and operational buttons are all present. Additionally, a 48-directional vector inertial simulator perfectly emulates the authentic driving experience of a mech. Upon entering the game, players experience a sensation akin to piloting a real combat mech. This technological foundation is what enables the game Heroes to develop the gameplay mechanic known as dark exploration. After selecting to enter the game, a gentle, guiding voice resonates. Mission brief: destroy the small demon base. Loading mission map. While the game loads, Zhang Yuan begins to peruse his current information. ID: Demon Slayer. Current rank: normal, lower tier. Game ranks: ordinary, elite, frenzied, apocalypse, mythical. Record: 0 wins, 49 losses. Current mech: wolf, demon type 1, werewolf form. 5 meters tall, 8 tons. Maximum output 737 horsepower. Close combat assassin mech. Equipped with War God level motion capture system. Current body modifications: none. Current mech modifications: none. Comprehensive evaluation: ancient pitfall. After reviewing this information, Zhang Yuan cannot help but smile wryly. At just 15 years old, he has been indulged by his father since childhood, becoming willful and exceedingly self-centered. Coupled with his frail physique and being a complete novice, his skills are appallingly poor, leading to a month of losing streaks. In fact, for the next 3 years, he consistently faced more defeats than victories, squandering his golden years from 15 to 18. Only after his father's death did he awaken to this reality. Yet he had already squandered his prime. Reflecting on his past self, Zhang Yuan perceives himself as a thoroughly unlikable brat. The loading of teammate information begins. 3 player boxes appear on the front screen of the mech cockpit, one representing himself, while the other 2 are his teammates. They have chosen the most basic game mode, Assault Mission. In this mode, players are informed of the precise location of the demon base, and to achieve victory, they merely need to destroy the base within the mission scenario. For novices, even with the detailed address provided, destroying it remains a challenge. However, for Zhang Yuan at this moment, such a low-level scenario presents no difficulty at all. Glancing quickly at his teammates' information, Zhang Yuan's eyes brighten. Quite impressive. They have a defender from Earth with a normal rank and a 65 win rate. If my assassin-type wolf demon mech can coordinate well with him, victory is assured. Defender, normal, humanoid defense mech, equipped with steel barrier system. Height, 8 meters weight, 20 tons maximum power output, 1300 horsepower special skill, high-strength alloy armor. He was about to communicate with the defender's pilot when the latter spoke first. Wolf demon, just play support this round and avoid engaging the enemy too early. We can't afford to lose one of us. With only 3 of them, the difficulty of the mission would increase sharply with a single loss. Indeed. What a ridiculous name, Demon Slayer. Just look at your record. You must be a burden. This voice belongs to a girl piloting a fox demon mech. Tinged with a hint of frustration. This reaction is quite natural. Anyone would feel displeased encountering such a pitiful teammate. Fox Demon Type 1, normal, ranged attack mech, equipped with archer system. Height, 4 meters weight, 4 tons maximum output, 439 horsepower special ability, rapid targeting. Alright, yeah. Enough of that. Everyone has their novice days, the defender interjects, indicating a familiarity with the Fox Demon pilot. Zhang Yuan, now at 15, carries the burden of his past failures, a mere ancient pitfall. He can only accept it as it is. Facing his teammates' skepticism, he can only assure them, don't worry. I'll do my best. In Heroes, individual skill is critical, yet teamwork holds equal importance. Players who recklessly seek to shine alone, even with extraordinary piloting skills, will not achieve high ratings for their missions. Upon hearing his words, the defender grew anxious. Please don't, Wolf Demon. Focus on supporting, and I guarantee you'll coast to victory. Zhang Yuan fell silent. With such a dismal record, explanations would be futile. The game commenced. Destroy the enemy base. As the system voice faded, a map appeared on the 3 mechs, marking the target demon base with a flashing red dot. After a couple of seconds, the map minimized to a corner of the screen, and Zhang Yuan's gaze brightened. The immersive screens of the mech cockpit displayed a remarkably realistic environmental scene. He was currently situated in the Earth military's garrison, representing their base in the game. This place is the planet Pandora, located in the Star Sea Corridor. The planet's surface boasts a rich abundance of natural palladium isotopes, a strategic resource essential for crafting mechs of elite status and above. To control Pandora, humans and demons have engaged in relentless warfare, with fierce confrontations. Upon seeing the map, Zhang Yuan's heart raced. Pandora hasn't fallen yet. Oh wait. It's still July 2174. Pandora is still intact. Since joining the military, in his spare time, besides diligently honing his mech piloting skills, he has been studying the historical battle reports between Earth and the demons, analyzing details and summarizing successes and failures. This dedication is one reason he achieved the rank of Brigadier General at such a young age. He vividly remembers that Pandora fell in January 2175, leaving only half a year until that event. After that, Earth lost its natural source of palladium isotopes, forced to rely on energy-intensive synthetic methods, severely impacting the production of advanced mechs. In 2175, the tide of war shifted dramatically in favor of the demons, accelerating the loss of Earth's occupied star domains, ultimately leading to a retreat from the Star Sea Corridor to the first star chain, with the Hanga Gate serving as the gateway fortress. Thus, Pandora's fall became a pivotal turning point in the war between the two races. Had Pandora not fallen, Earth would not have been at such a disadvantage, and his father's defense of the Hanga Gate would not have faced the demons directly, preventing his death. How can I avert the fall of this strategic planet? Faintly, a crucial clue flickers in his mind, yet he cannot grasp it, still disoriented from his recent return. Memories linger, yet he struggles to recall them. He ponders deeply, nearly entranced, neglecting the impending assault mission. Through the garrison's defensive field, he glimpses a lush sea of blue trees ahead, shrouded in white mist, with dense foliage casting deep shadows throughout the forest. The simulated weather in the game is calm and windless, rendering the sea eerily silent. Suddenly, peculiar bird calls echo from the forest, sharp sounds piercing through the stillness. Startling all, Zhang Yuan snaps back to attention, an increasing urgency to acquire an authentic combat mech swelling within him. The memories remain too hazy. He must swiftly activate the dark exploration mode to personally investigate Pandora. However, a genuine combat mech costs at least $1 million, which is no trifling sum. An ordinary high school student, without parental support, could hardly muster such a fortune, and Zhang Yuan in his previous life was no exception. Yet now, Zhang Yuan harbors his own ambitions. In the realm of heroes, Players have the opportunity to initiate live broadcasts, as long as one possesses sufficient skill. They can attract a substantial audience. With an increasing viewership, popularity surges, and generous donations, streaming fees, and even advertising revenues will come pouring in, making it entirely feasible to accumulate 1 million. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed. It is time to showcase his talent. Chapter 3, The White Phantom, Part 1, Pandora, Earth Guardian Military Base. The environment was so realistic that it was quite frightening. Yaya's voice trembled slightly as she instinctively maneuvered the fox demon mech behind the Earth Guardian. Do not fear, Yaya. It is all an illusion, merely a game. The Earth Guardian reassured her gently. Observing the situation, it was evident that these two were likely a couple. Had this been 15-year-old Zhang Yuan, he would have certainly scoffed. Show some affection and meet your demise quickly. However, now he remained silent, his heart as calm as a still pond. Having danced on the precipice of life and death countless times, Zhang Yuan had cultivated an inner tranquility. He assessed the movements of the young girl and the fox demon mech. They were relatively smooth, indicating a basic proficiency in mech operation. As for the Earth Guardian, Zhang Yuan noted his defensive posture instinctively. With the nearly 5-meter-long tungsten steel sword of his right hand poised for action and his left hand shielding vital areas with a force field shield, Zhang Yuan silently acknowledged. This fellow was quite competent. Within the Earth Alliance barracks, ample supplies were available, and the trio began equipping themselves with their desired weaponry. The Earth Guardian did not rush to select his gear. Instead, he first advised Zhang Yuan, Wolf Demon, the mech's weight capacity and attachment space are limited. The Wolf Demon mech is equipped with 4 sets of premium steel claws. You should carry a scanning radar and use the remaining 3 slots for energy plates. Energy plates serve as the power source for standard mechs, ensuring endurance. As they ventured into the Pandora forest, sustaining energy would be a concern. Someone had to sacrifice weaponry space to guarantee endurance. Otherwise, their mechs would stall midway in the forest, resulting in mission failure. Among the trio, Zhang Yuan had the least impressive record, the lowest level, and the most inferior mech. He had little to say, dutifully equipping a high-power scanning radar while filling the remaining space with energy plates. Standard mechs possess 4 additional attachment slots aside from their built-in equipment. He allocated 1 for the scanner and filled the other 3 with energy plates. Once equipped, he smiled at the Earth Guardian and said, Big brother, I will handle radar scanning. For combat, I will rely on you and the Fox Demon. Pleased with Zhang Yuan's cooperation, the Earth Guardian clapped his enormous metallic hand against the mech's front panel, producing a resounding clang. Rest assured, victory will be yours. After this, he turned to instruct the Fox Demon. Yaya, we have sufficient energy plates this time. Equip a short-range rapid-fire laser gun, a long-range sniper laser gun, and a small long-range magnetic railgun. Just stay behind me and shoot with all your might. Understood. Fox Demon Yaya replied joyfully, skipping off to collect her equipment. Only then did the Earth Guardian begin selecting his own gear. In addition to the initial tungsten steel sword and force field shield, he attached a Gatling gun to his shoulder, utilizing the remaining space for ammunition. Zhang Yuan nodded in approval as he observed. The team was well equipped with both physical and energy attacks, capable of engaging at various ranges, possessing solid defense, good endurance, and assured visibility. As long as nothing went awry, he believed he could achieve effortless victory. He was not in a hurry to showcase his combat prowess. In Heroes, technical skill was of utmost importance, yet the synergy with teammates formed the bedrock for utilizing that skill. A true warrior, unable to align with their comrades, would find not only success elusive but survival itself a question. Once all preparations were complete, the Earth Guardian gestured and strode forward. Yaya, follow closely behind me, Wolf Demon. You take the rear. I will lead the way. Let us depart. All right, Zhang Yuan nodded. The trio moved ahead, soon entering the woods where the surrounding mist thickened, coupled with dim lighting, casting their surroundings into shadow. The demonic race thrived in such dim environments. This forest map was undoubtedly their domain. Zhang Yuan, wary of overconfidence, promptly activated the high-power scanner. The Earth Guardian cast an appreciative glance at him, recognizing that their thoughts aligned. This wolf demon was not as inept as his record suggested. Cautiously advancing, they covered about 1 kilometer, where the trees grew towering and robust, with even the thinnest trunks being wide enough for 3 people to embrace. The underbrush and weeds on the forest floor became increasingly dense, creating considerable resistance even for their powerful mechs. The sole silver lining was that the mist within the forest had lessened considerably, favoring energy-based laser attacks. Suddenly, The scanner emitted a series of urgent beeps, resonating through the squad channel in the mecha operator's ears. "We have a situation. Wolf Demon, what do you see?" The Earth Guardian inquired instinctively, having developed a degree of trust in Zhang Yuan's capabilities. 30 degrees to the left, coordinates, 230, 1232, 32, there is a concealed target. Judging by the electromagnetic reflection waveform, it appears to be a ghoul from the demonic race. Ghoul, standard demonic mech, height 5 meters, weight 5 tons, maximum power output, 769, special ability, corrosive claws. Yaya. Deploy the long-range magnetic railgun for a targeted attack. The Earth Guardian commanded decisively. Got it. Fox Demon squatted down, setting up the electromagnetic railgun and waiting for it to charge. After 0.8 seconds, the charge completed, and she input the target coordinates. Half a second later, with the assistance of the Fox Demon mech system, Arrow God, the railgun locked onto the target. With a click, Fox Demon pulled the trigger, and a sharp cry echoed as a deep red beam erupted from the barrel. Moments later, a resounding explosion reverberated from the distance. Fortunate indeed. We directly detonated their energy core. The Earth Guardian exclaimed with delight. Humph, it was I who aimed accurately. Fox Demon Yaya pouted playfully, her petite frame of the mech twisting adorably. All right, Yaya is the best. They resumed their affectionate banter, while Zhang Yuan chose to ignore them, keeping his gaze fixed on the scanner. Battlefield experience instructed him that in warfare, no oversight was permissible. After a few exchanges of flirtation, the Earth Guardian signaled for them to proceed. This time, the trio had scarcely traveled 1,000 meters when Zhang Yuan's scanner suddenly blared an urgent series of beeps. Strangely, after 2 seconds, the sound abruptly ceased. What happened? The Earth Guardian asked in alarm. A hidden white phantom has appeared. Zhang Yuan's expression hardened slightly. Electromagnetic waves proved ineffective against the stealth capabilities of phantom-type mechs, rendering the scanner blind. White Phantom, demonic mech, height 4 meters, weight 4 tons, maximum power output, 947 horsepower. Special ability, electromagnetic invisibility. The White Phantom was renowned for its speed and adeptness in assassination, one of the sharpest warriors among the standard ranks of the demonic race. Damn it, what terrible luck. To encounter such a foe, the Earth Guardian was suddenly on high alert. Yet at that moment, a flash of insight struck Zhang Yuan. Pandora, White Phantom. No, it's not just a phantom, it's an insider. I remember now. The Pandora planet did not fall due to a typical defeat. It was compromised by an insider from Earth who leaked crucial defensive information about the Alliance base. Chapter 4. The White Phantom, Part 2. After Zhang Yuan was promoted to the rank of Major General, he unlocked many permissions, allowing him to access several confidential military documents, including a brief account of the fall of the Pandora planet. Just as he was about to reminisce further, he heard the Earth Guardian shout, "Defense tactics." The loud voice jolted Zhang Yuan back to reality. I'll think about it later. For now, let us focus on completing this ambush. Once the battle had commenced, he was determined to exert every effort toward victory, a habit he had cultivated since joining the military. The White Phantom mech was a low-ranking demon assassin, its surface coated with a highly specialized wave-absorbing material. Coupled with the mech's unique cloaking technology, it could evade electromagnetic waves across all frequencies and angles. Consequently, the high-power scanning radar Zhang Yuan carried was rendered utterly ineffective. After the Earth Guardian's shout, he promptly began to issue specific orders. Yaya. Take cover behind me on the left, and look for an opportunity to shoot. Always stay within 20 meters of the force field shield, so I can protect you at any moment. Wolf Demon, guard Yaya's rear. If you can't hold them off, use your body to shield her from the attacks. In the Earth Guardian's view, Zhang Yuan's Wolf Demon mech was purely supportive. In the face of this dire situation, its sole purpose was to serve as a human shield. Although this request clearly favored the Fox Demon, it was indeed the best strategy under the circumstances. Zhang Yuan nodded and assumed a defensive stance behind the Fox Demon. Seeing his decisiveness, the Earth Guardian felt a sense of relief. He had reviewed the basic profile of this Wolf Demon pilot, merely a 15-year-old high school student. Frankly, at such a critical moment, he was genuinely concerned that the Wolf Demon might act out, allowing the White Phantom to launch a surprise attack, leading to chaos. All right, let us move forward. Yaya. Wolf Demon, stay vigilant. We cannot afford to relax for an instant, the Earth Guardian instructed. Understood, Brother Mumu. The Fox Demon Yaya responded obediently. The trio pressed deeper into the forest. Their mission was not to confront the White Phantom, but to dismantle the demon's stronghold in Pandora Forest. rendering engagement with the Phantom unnecessary. After about 3 minutes and an additional 2,000 meters, Zhang Yuan suddenly commented, "Guardian, the White Phantom has yet to show itself. It's likely observing our movements. If nothing goes awry, the path ahead will be laden with traps prepared by the enemy. The best course of action now is to take random detours and advance swiftly, denying them time to set traps." "Is that really the case?" The Earth Guardian paused, skeptical. The Fox Demon Yaya, however, was unconvinced. "Humph, what traps could there possibly be? We are merely dealing with a computer program. How could it be so clever?" "Wolf Demon, you are just being fanciful," the Earth Guardian whispered. "Yaya, don't say that." The Fox Demon Yaya immediately flared up. "Am I wrong? Just look at its track record. It's a mess. Can we trust what it says? If we do, we are bound to meet a tragic end." The Earth Guardian fell silent, casting a glance at the Fox Demon, who was fixated on him with her scanning optics, awaiting his decision. He felt a wave of hesitation. "Do you trust me or him? If you trust me, let us continue forward." The Fox Demon Yaya raised her voice, her mech's iridescent paint transforming into a vibrant crimson, reflecting her anger. In an instant, the Earth Guardian lost his resolve. "Well then, let us move ahead." He turned to Zhang Yuan, concern etched on his features. "Wolf Demon, you have no objections, right?" "Let us proceed," Zhang Yuan replied succinctly. In the military, there was only one voice of command, and he was not the commander at that moment. Since the other two team members opted to advance, he had no choice but to defer to the majority. Though he agreed to the order, it did not mean Zhang Yuan would remain passive. He pondered briefly and remarked, "Fox Demon, the White Phantom is a close-range assassin. You carry 3 firearms and a spare power cell, which is quite heavy. If we come under close attack, your mobility will be severely hindered. How about I take the heaviest long-range magnetic railgun for you?" This suggestion held merit. The Fox Demon considered it and nodded. "All right, you can hold on to it for now." She detached the long-range magnetic railgun and tossed it to Zhang Yuan, then took a new high-energy power cell from him in exchange. Zhang Yuan's Wolf Demon mech also had a mounting position for the long-range magnetic railgun, so he equipped it on his arm, and after ensuring everything was in place, the team continued forward. After taking just a few steps, a ding sounded, and Zhang Yuan received a private message from the Earth Guardian, who was ahead of them. "Sorry, Wolf Demon, my girlfriend is a bit headstrong. Please bear with it." "It's fine," Zhang Yuan replied, saying little more. His goal in the game Heroes was to explore the dark mode, and if all went as planned, they would unlikely meet again after this battle. Since they would not cross paths again, why should he quibble with a mere passerby? As the team ventured deeper, the light ahead grew increasingly dim, yet the foliage remained unchanged. The Earth Guardian called out, "Be cautious. There's an artificial light barrier here. We must be nearing the demon stronghold." Zhang Yuan promptly increased the power of his radar scanner. "Wolf Demon, what are you doing? Are you trying to make us more conspicuous?" The Fox Demon Yaya exclaimed, startled. Zhang Yuan ignored her, but did not reduce the radar power. This was a critical moment, and he sensed danger approaching, necessitating an increase in radar output. Even if he couldn't detect the White Phantom, it would at least help prevent ambushes from other demon mechs. "Brother Mumu, look at this fool. He is trying to get us killed." The Fox Demon, seeing Zhang Yuan's indifference, turned to the Earth Guardian for support. However, this time, the Earth Guardian did not respond. He activated the powerful spotlight on his mech, illuminating the dark forest ahead. "Yaya, prepare for battle. We are close to the demon stronghold, and there are likely numerous demon mechs in the vicinity." Upon hearing this, the Fox Demon Yaya ceased her complaints against Zhang Yuan, quickly positioning herself between the Earth Guardian and Zhang Yuan, clutching her short-range rapid-fire laser gun, carefully aiming. Time passed slowly in the eerie silence of the forest, not even a whisper of wind. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed from the treetops to their left, as something akin to a pine cone fell from the branches. Zhang Yuan glanced in the direction of the sound and immediately shouted, "Sonic Bomb! Activate the force field!" As he spoke, Zhang Yuan swiftly began operating the control interface. In an instant, he activated the force field and adjusted his stance into a shooting position. His gaze fixed on the radar scanning interface, waiting for the enemy to reveal itself. Just as he completed these actions, the sonic bomb exploded. A strange shriek pierced the air, and high-intensity infrasound and ultrasound waves surged forth, shaking the atmosphere violently. A visible ripple radiated outward, causing leaves to fall and small creatures hidden in the treetops to plummet like dumplings. In the blink of an eye, the sonic wave swept across 3 mechs. At the last moment, the Earth Guardian activated the force field, narrowly avoiding calamity, but the Fox Demon Yaya failed to react in time. As the sonic wave passed, her mech jolted violently, causing her to stagger. The balance system's compromised. Yaya, are you alright? The Earth Guardian shouted. I'm okay, just a bit dizzy. But the balance gyroscope is broken. I can't stand steady. Yaya's voice trembled, her composure shattered by the sudden assault. Her condition was dire. As a long-range combat mech, if its balance was compromised, even software compensation would reduce shooting accuracy by over 10%. The demon's onslaught left no respite. Following the sonic bomb, the second wave of attacks surged forth. The high-energy reaction reverberated as Zhang Yuan bellowed. The Earth Guardian reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly raising the rotating force field shield to intercept the direction indicated by Zhang Yuan. Almost the instant he completed the blocking maneuver, a deafening crash echoed through the air. The shield was struck with tremendous force, causing the Earth Guardian, weighing 20 tons, to slide back nearly 30 meters. This unintended movement inadvertently exposed the vulnerable Fox Demon mech. In a standard rank, the Earth Guardian was no weakling. He quickly grasped the situation. It was the rotary proton cannon from the demon base, retaliating against them. The target coordinates were relayed as 231, 2324, 23. Zhang Yuan promptly reported the specific coordinates of the proton cannon. Yaya raised her long-range laser cannon, preparing to aim. But due to the mech's imbalance, the targeting software lagged slightly. Impatient, she prematurely fired. A blue-white high-energy laser streaked through the jungle. The moment the laser appeared, Zhang Yuan realized it had missed the target. Grateful for his foresight, he immediately raised the long-range magnetic railgun on his arm to compensate for the shot. The Wolf Demon Type 1 mech was not specialized in shooting. Its onboard targeting algorithm was rudimentary, lacking precision and speed, and its long-range attack power paled in comparison to the Fox Demon mech. However, Zhang Yuan's shooting experience far surpassed that of Yaya. After the software aimed, he made subtle adjustments based on his extensive experience. With a sharp hiss, a high-velocity shell followed closely behind the laser. A second later, a violent explosion echoed from afar. The demon's high-energy proton cannon was successfully destroyed. Well done. The Earth Guardian could not discern who had destroyed the proton cannon, but eliminating such a significant threat was undoubtedly a boon. Yaya, momentarily stunned, quickly turned to Zhang Yuan, scolding, "What are you doing? The Wolf Demon has no targeting system. You're wasting energy. Give me back my magnetic railgun." Zhang Yuan ignored her, focusing intently on the high-power radar scanning screen, loudly reporting the enemy's presence. Attention. 5 ghouls have appeared nearby. The coordinates are synchronized with the team display. The White Spectre has yet to emerge. Wolf Demon, respond to me. Yaya persisted, extending her hand to retrieve the long-range magnetic railgun from Zhang Yuan's arm. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow. In the military, a soldier who prioritized personal emotions over combat missions could be shot on sight, yet encountering such teammates in a standard game rank was merely his misfortune. As the situation threatened to collapse, the Earth Guardian suddenly erupted, shouting, "Yaya, be quiet. The ghouls are coming." The Fox Demon was taken aback, incredulously looking at the Earth Guardian. "Moo, you actually yelled at me? Didn't you see what this useless fool has done?" After his outburst, Moo softened his tone. "Yaya, now is not the time. Let's deal with the ghouls first, shall we?" Yaya, not entirely obstinate, nodded in agreement. "All right. But the Wolf Demon cannot use my magnetic railgun." The Earth Guardian then looked at Zhang Yuan, privately requesting, "Wolf Demon brother, could you lend a hand?" Zhang Yuan did not respond verbally but answered with action. He positioned himself beside Yaya, shielding her side, and refrained from using the magnetic railgun once more. Seeing that the situation was under control, the Earth Guardian bellowed, "Follow me and let's take down these ghouls." Holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, he charged forward, his shoulder-mounted Gatling gun roaring as it unleashed a torrent of bullets towards the approaching ghouls. Ahead, 2 ghoul mechs emerged, low-tier demon mechs characterized by slender bodies, long legs, and extended arms, adept at leaping, equipped with corrosive claws. Their heads bore large jaws capable of easily severing a 2-centimeter iron rod, presenting a fearsome visage. The ghoul mechs jumped out from the forest, flanking the Earth Guardian from both sides. With skillful coordination of sword and shield, the Earth Guardian easily blocked the ghouls' attacks, clearly gaining the upper hand. More ghouls charged from behind, prompting Yaya to retaliate with her short-range rapid-fire laser cannon. Although her accuracy and attack power were somewhat lacking, she successfully suppressed 3 ghouls attempting to advance. In a matter of seconds, a resounding boom echoed as the Earth Guardian obliterated one of the ghouls on the right with a single stroke. The tide of battle appeared overwhelmingly favorable. "Haha, did you see that, Yaya?" These ghouls are no match for me. Mumu, you're incredible. Amidst the chaos of battle, they even found time to express their affection for one another. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the demons. Just as one of the ghoul mechs exploded in chaos, a blurred white shadow darted out from behind a ghoul, shooting from the woods straight towards the fox demon Yaya. It was the White Spectre. Chapter 5. The White Spectre, Part 2. The demon race's mecha exhibits extraordinary speed, with movement trajectories that defy the conventional habits of Earthlings. The ghoul advances with a series of agile hops, its pace rapid and direction unpredictable, while the White Spectre amplifies these characteristics to an astonishing degree. Upon its emergence, it surpasses the ghoul's speed by at least 30%, launching itself diagonally from behind a massive tree that could be encircled by 5 people. Beware of the White Spectre, Zhang Yuan exclaimed, recognizing the imminent danger. He swiftly raised the alloy claws of his wolf demon mecha, positioning his body to intercept the White Spectre's path. The White Spectre, a close combat assassin mecha standing at 4.5 meters tall and weighing 5 tons, possesses a slender frame even more delicate than that of the ghoul. However, it boasts an astounding maximum output of 947 horsepower, exhibiting an explosive power that is utterly formidable. Its cloaking ability is equally impressive, even when attacking. It remains in a semi-transparent state, and its erratic movement patterns render it akin to a wraith gliding through the forest. Armed with 2 vibrating daggers exceeding 1 meter in length, the White Spectre's attributes and weapon strength far exceed those of Zhang Yuan's Wolf Demon Type 1. Among players, there exists a combat power evaluation ranking for various mecha models. The White Spectre boasts a combat power rating of 9, placing it at the pinnacle of ordinary tiers, while the Wolf Demon Mecha's rating stands at a mere 4, categorized as a basic model. Even with the finest weaponry equipped, its combat power cannot exceed 5. In a confrontation, the Wolf Demon would inevitably be overwhelmed. To the average player, the Wolf Demon stands no chance against the White Spectre, capable only of delaying its advance. Wolf Demon, hold it off for me. Fox Demon Yaya cried out, finally setting aside thoughts of the ancient pit. Focusing solely on Zhang Yuan's ability to momentarily obstruct the White Spectre and buy her precious time to attack. Yaya, be careful, the Earth Guardian shouted, turning to prepare a rescue. The remaining 4 ghouls howled in unison, crazed, as they lunged at the Earth Guardian, entangling his movements. With a resounding crack, one ghoul charged forward, clawing at the barrel of the Guardian's Gatling gun, bending it with a single stroke. Although the ghoul was subsequently obliterated by the Guardian's shield, the Gatling gun fell silent. Deprived of the gun's suppressive fire, the Earth Guardian found himself forced into a defensive stance against the onslaught of 3 ghouls, unable to extricate himself to provide aid. Meanwhile, the Fox Demon, her mecha's balance compromised, resorted to sitting on the ground, raising her rapid-fire laser gun to aim at the White Spectre. With a sizzling sound, the gun's firing frequency reached its zenith, exceeding 18 shots per second. The air crackled with the searing energy of the high-energy laser, exuding a pungent, ionized aura as waves of heat radiated outward. With each shot, nearby trees were reduced to splinters, igniting in the intense heat, scattering fiery embers in all directions. After 2 seconds, Yaya shouted in despair, I can't hit him. He's too fast. The White Spectre dodged left and right with an elusive speed that resembled that of a genuine spectre, its formidable power evident. Not only did it avoid being struck, but it also began to close the distance between them. Soon, a new crisis emerged. No, Brother Mumu. My rapid-fire gun's energy is depleting. I have no time to swap energy cells. Due to her relentless barrage, within merely 10 seconds, the mecha's energy gauge turned red, forcibly severing the power supply to the rapid-fire gun. The Earth Guardian was ensnared by the frenzied ghouls, left with no options. Yaya, hold on. He could only shout. With no support, a surge of resentment surged toward Zhang Yuan from Yaya. It's all the Wolf Demon's fault. If he had any combat power, we wouldn't be. Before she could finish her thought, an energy cell flew into her line of sight. Zhang Yuan had thrown it to her. Change it. At this critical juncture, Yaya set aside her frustrations, ready to replace the energy cell. However, she soon realized the dilemma. If I change the energy cell, who will stop the White Spectre? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard 2 rapid metallic clinks. Looking up, she was met with an astonishing sight. Merely 10 meters ahead, the Wolf Demon had raised its 2 golden claws, catching the White Spectre's daggers mid-strike. This clumsy creature had managed to block the White Spectre, given its incredible speed. How had he achieved this? Moreover, he was not being overpowered. It appeared as though they were evenly matched. One had a Wolf Demon, devoid of any auxiliary equipment. Become capable of contending with the White Spectre? Had she not witnessed this scene with her own eyes, Yaya would have scoffed at anyone claiming it. Must be a coincidence, she thought, nearly forgetting about changing the energy cell. With the daggers firmly ensnared by the golden claws, the White Spectre activated their high-energy vibration mode. The blades vibrated violently. And within half a second, a loud crack echoed as the high-strength claws began to tremble dangerously. If this continued for just 2 seconds, the claws would undoubtedly snap under the strain. Withdraw your hands. You cannot withstand him, Yaya exclaimed, unable to contain her alarm. Yet Zhang Yuan exhibited no inclination to retreat. In that moment, his focus narrowed solely on the adversary before him, filtering out all irrelevant thoughts from his mind. Sensing the intense vibration of the alloy claws, he did not withdraw his hands. Within the confines of the virtual mecha cockpit, he utilized his hands, feet, and eyes in a synchronized manner, executing 14 textbook-perfect maneuvers in half a second. Each action appeared simple, yet in heroes. Finding a player capable of executing similar control was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Controlling a mecha to move is relatively straightforward. A mere motion of the hands and feet allows the mecha's motion sensing system to replicate human movement. However, once it involves delicate operations, such as threading a needle, the complexity escalates dramatically, necessitating rigorous training. True combat demands that players maneuver their mechas to perform threading tasks in an exceedingly short time frame, requiring both precision and speed, increasing the difficulty manifold. Zhang Yuan's previous set of operations was tantamount to executing 14 intricate maneuvers in just 0.5 seconds, an unfathomable challenge. Externally, the towering wolf demon mecha's claws tightened their grip on the White Spectre's daggers as he pushed the power output to its zenith, wasting not a single ounce of the 737 horsepower. Suddenly, the mecha surged backward by half a step, an unexpected movement as swift as lightning. The White Spectre stumbled forward, momentarily losing its balance. Seizing this exquisite opportunity, Zhang Yuan's limbs moved in unison once more, executing 9 additional mecha operations in an instant. With a powerful motion, the wolf demon mecha's arms spread wide, its power surging to the limit, directing all 737 horsepower into its steel arms. With a violent tremor, he shook the body of the slender White Spectre, which, already off balance and light in weight, was unable to resist. A resounding crack echoed as the White Spectre's frame lifted from the ground, entering a brief state of disarray. Now was the moment. Zhang Yuan's excitement peaked as he executed yet another 13 standard maneuvers in the blink of an eye. The right leg of the wolf demon mecha rose, anchored by the left, while the right leg launched forward, using the left as a pivot. With a whoosh, a gust of wind erupted as he kicked towards the White Spectre's slender waist. As the right leg advanced, the metallic sound of clank echoed, and the finely crafted steel claws of the wolf demon mech emerged, their tips glimmering with a sharp, cold light. This maneuver, renowned as Tiger's Claw, is a sophisticated close combat technique that excels in both offense and defense, typically suited for tiger-shaped mechs. Yet, Zhang Yuan adapted it slightly for the wolf demon mech. The name itself suggests an explosive intensity. It involves seizing the opponent's attack with both hands, destabilizing the opponent's mech through pulling and shaking, and then delivering a sudden, explosive kick. This is the true lethal strike. If executed by a robust Tiger-class mech, this kick could easily shatter the defenseless White Phantom mech. Although the wolf demon mech lacked some power and strength, it was still sufficient to make the White Phantom suffer significantly. In an instant, a piercing sound erupted as the White Phantom was kicked squarely in the waist, the pivotal waist joint cracking audibly. The entire mech was sent flying. To maintain speed and stealth, the armor of this demon mech was almost as fragile as paper. Zhang Yuan's movements were swift, fierce, and discreet, allowing the White Phantom's frail waist to absorb the full force of the blow. The White Phantom soared 20 meters before crashing into a large tree with a resounding boom, its body severely deformed, and its arms torn off by the wolf demon mech, causing purple-black blood to spurt from the cockpit. Such injuries would leave the pilot either dead or gravely incapacitated, rendering the White Phantom utterly useless. How could this be possible? Yaya witnessed the entire ordeal, her eyes wide with disbelief, even forgetting to replace her energy panel. The most basic wolf demon mech had so ruthlessly decimated the strongest ordinary assassin, the White Phantom, in an instant. Surely, she must have imagined it. Yaya, watch out for the ghoul. Suddenly, a cry from the Earth Defender alerted her. Turning around, she saw a ghoul abandon its attack on the Earth Defender and lunge toward her. This was utterly unexpected. especially since she had been focused on the wolf demon mech's movements and had not yet replaced her energy panel to maintain her balance against the white phantom. She had even knelt on the ground. Now, she was left defenseless, unable to attack or evade. It's over. This thought flashed through Yayao's mind. But in the next moment, she heard a faint noise behind her. Turning to look, she saw the wolf demon mech's leg, which had just delivered the kick, land firmly on the ground. With a soft thud, the finely crafted claw plunged into the soil, anchoring the body. With a powerful whir of its motor, the wolf demon mech suddenly pivoted, its arms swinging up, charging the long-range railgun mounted upon it. As the arm reached a particular angle, the railgun completed its charging sequence. With a muffled bang, the wolf demon fired. A searing line of fire shot from the cannon, extending outward and precisely striking the energy core of the ghoul, which was mid-leap. The ghoul's mech was immediately shut down, its trajectory altered by the impact, sending it flying sideways. Only then did the wolf demon's swinging arm come to a halt. The entire firing process exhibited a visually pleasing fluidity. The confidence and momentum displayed in that shot caused Yaya's heart to race uncontrollably, nearly taking her breath away. To execute a close-range attack with the long-range railgun. To not even aim. To hit the high-speed moving ghoul. And to strike the energy core directly. How could this be? There were no answers. That astonishing shot had profoundly shaken her soul. Due to Yaya's distraction, the Earth Defender had also been observing the battlefield. Although he missed Zhang Yuan's maneuver against the White Phantom, he clearly witnessed the entire shooting sequence. Amidst the fading echoes of the gunfire, he momentarily forgot about the ghoul beside him, his voice rising in the team channel. What the hell? Mech God. Having played Heroes for over a year, he had encountered numerous skilled players and witnessed many impressive maneuvers, yet he had never seen anyone fire such a perfect, soul-stirring shot with a basic wolf demon mech. In that moment, it seemed as if the wolf demon mech possessed a soul. He seemed to see a battle-hardened veteran navigating the smoke of war. Unlike the fox spirit, he understood the difficulty of achieving such a feat. That rapid shot allowed nearly no time for aiming, and the wolf demon's targeting system was notoriously unreliable, indicating that the shot relied solely on instinct and was executed with remarkable precision. A true master. The Earth Defender found no words to adequately describe it. After firing that shot, Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. The outcome exceeded his expectations. However, he quickly realized, in my final battle against the Black Rakshasa, my skills have once again reached new heights. In the past, he would not have had complete confidence in hitting the ghoul, but after that shot, he discovered he could achieve near-perfect control. Of course, there were consequences. His body felt weakened after 2 successive high-intensity maneuvers, with a slight strain in the ligaments of his arms and thighs. Yet, this minor injury did not affect Zhang Yuan's overall state. Watch out for the ghoul. His calm voice resonated in the team channel, as serene as still water. Initially, his tone seemed merely a touch cold, but now, it carried the restraint of a master, causing the Earth Defender to snap to attention and swiftly turn to confront the remaining 3 ghouls. Yaya also regained her composure and began assisting from the side. With the formidable White Phantom defeated, the 3 ghouls posed little threat and were swiftly dispatched. Let us go. The base is just ahead. We must destroy it. The Earth Defender exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Yuan responded. Logically, given their progress, the raid should have been complete, yet he remained vigilant. It had become second nature. Uncharacteristically, Yaya remained silent, following the team toward the demon base. 10 minutes later, with a resounding blast, a small demon base nestled within the forest was engulfed in a blue flame. Victory! The system's triumphant tone echoed the words. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Yuan heard a peculiar voice in his mind. Task completed, brutality points, 10. Brutality points? What is going on? Zhang Yuan pondered, perplexed. Chapter 6, Alienation. The raid mission has been completed, taking a total of 2 hours and 28 minutes. However, the game does not conclude immediately. The system is currently evaluating the performance of the 3 temporary squad members and calculating the mission rewards. This typically requires a waiting period of 2 minutes. Hey, Master. Let us be friends? It is the Earth Guardian pilot, Momo. Demon Slayer, I shouldn't have mocked you. Can you forgive me? It is the Fox Demon, Yaya. Hello. Are you there? Please respond. Due to the unusual noises echoing in his mind, Zhang Yuan disregarded the frenzied messages of his 2 temporary teammates and activated interference shielding mode, plunging the world into silence. He calmed his mind and attempted to inquire within. Who are you? Approximately a second later, a response emerged in his consciousness. I am the onboard intelligence of the rampant-level Azure Blade mecha that you pilot. Together with you, my master, we have traversed time and space, during which I have merged with you and undergone a form of incomprehensible evolution. This revelation was somewhat mystical, and as Zhang Yuan was no physicist, he felt it was peculiar, yet soon accepted it. He then asked, what exactly is rampant point? Rampant points are a peculiar form of temporal energy. They can be utilized in two ways. First, to permanently enhance the physical strength of the pilot. Second, to use them directly, granting the pilot complete immunity to high-load damage. During the consumption of rampant points, the pilot can operate any model of mecha. Zhang Yuan's heart raced. In his previous life, he had technically reached the apocalyptic level and was somewhat renowned among apocalyptic pilots. However, he was still limited to piloting rampant-level mechas, unable to operate the higher-tier apocalyptic and mythic levels, primarily due to his frail physique. The stronger the mecha, the more terrifying the load during various tactical maneuvers. Although mecha engineers employed advanced technology to buffer these loads, the limitations of technology meant that such burdens remained unbearable for ordinary individuals. Why did Zhang Yuan's uncle succumb to an overdose of Gamma-3 strengthening agent? It was because he sought to transcend his physical limits and pilot an apocalyptic-level mecha. Why was Zhang Yuan's father unable to achieve success when he returned to mecha training in middle age? Because his body had nearly reached its potential for enhancement. In the mecha fighting leagues on Earth, numerous prodigies with extraordinary skills emerged each year. Yet, once these prodigies hit the battlefield, only 1 in 1,000 could endure the brutal training of the military and subsequently pilot apocalyptic-level mechas, which was already considered fortunate. In his previous life, Zhang Yuan had never managed to surpass this hurdle. Now, having returned 10 years into the past, he initially believed it to be a tremendous blessing from fate, only to discover the existence of rampant points as an extraordinary benefit. With this, combined with his diligent training, he was bound to become the 4th operator of a mythic-level mecha on Earth in a few years. Excited, he hastily inquired, how do I acquire rampant points? The only way to obtain them is to achieve ultimate victory in combat missions. The greater the victory, the more significant the temporal shift, resulting in more rampant points. Is there a limit to the acquisition of rampant points? Yes. The current limit for the host's rampant points is 100 points. By achieving combat evaluation accomplishments, new limits can be unlocked. Zhang Yuan eagerly pressed on. What kind of combat evaluation is needed to unlock? Each unlocking requires a different level of difficulty. The first unlocking requires achieving an A-level evaluation, which can raise the limit by 20 points. Understanding dawned upon Zhang Yuan. Victories could yield rampant points, while the quality of each victory would allow him to store even more. He hurriedly asked, what about the consumption of rampant points? For instance, how many are needed to enhance to elite physique? After about a second, he received a reply. To enhance physique, from frail to ordinary consumes 100 points, and thereafter, each level increase requires 5 times more rampant points. Note, enhancements can be done in multiple stages. If the host strengthens their body through other means during this process, the consumption will decrease accordingly, exceeding the limits while piloting a mecha for each physical level exceeded. Rampant points will be consumed at a rate fluctuating between 0 to 10 points per second based on the overload experienced by the host. Each additional level exceeded increases the upper fluctuation limit by 5 times. It seemed manageable. Zhang Yuan pondered and tried to inquire again, what is my current physical state? Frail. Set to initial state, enhancement progress at 0. This result was expected. At 15 years old, Zhang Yuan had little muscle, resembling a mere stick. At this moment, the hero system completed the performance evaluation. Zhang Yuan saw a large goldens abruptly appear in front of the virtual mecha cockpit, and the system's female voice exuberantly declared, MVP. Following this, the screen displayed the MVP moments from the raid mission, all 3 of which featured Zhang Yuan. The first was Zhang Yuan using a railgun to remotely destroy the Demon Base's rotating proton cannon. The second was the defeat of the White Spectre. The third was the remarkable shot that thwarted the ambush of the ghouls. Shortly thereafter, another message appeared. The Demon Slayer, due to outstanding performance, has leveled up to ordinary upper tier, entering the promotion phase. Upon the emergence of this information, Zhang Yuan heard a crisp ding sound in his mind from the system. The host received an S-level evaluation, fulfilling the first unlocking requirement, increasing the rampant points limit by 20 points. The current limit is now 120 points. With the current rampant points at 10, the next unlocking achievement will elevate the hero rank to elite lower tier, which will subsequently increase the limit by 50 points. After the announcement, the virtual mecha cockpit emitted a hissing sound as the hatch automatically opened. The female voice of the hero system prompted. The player has been engaged in the game for 2 consecutive hours. Signs of fatigue have been detected in the player's body. Please cease gameplay and take a rest. Given his frail physique, Zhang Yuan felt indeed fatigued after completing 2 high-difficulty maneuvers during the battle, with his joints and ligaments showing signs of strain, making it impossible to continue playing. He removed his tight-fitting protective suit and exited the virtual cockpit. Stepping out of the cockpit, he found himself in a spacious circular hall of the gaming center, covering over 400 square meters. The hall was surrounded by 2 circles of 40 virtual mecha cockpits. And above the center of the hall hovered a 3-dimensional holographic screen, showcasing various spectacular maneuver highlights. Surrounding the screen were nearly 100 spectators, most of whom were hero players. Some were waiting to take their turn, while the majority were simply there to watch. After taking just a few steps, Zhang Yuan heard a collective gasp of astonishment from the crowd, followed by a flurry of incredulous exclamations. Wow, is that a Wolf Demon Type 1 mecha? Zhang Yuan looked up to see a battle video playing on the screen, featuring a standard Wolf Demon Type 1 mecha against an elite White Spectre. In the video, the Wolf Demon mecha tore off the White Spectre's arms and sent it flying with a kick. It was indeed Zhang Yuan's gameplay footage. What swift moves! Zhang Yuan chuckled. To ignite public enthusiasm for mecha combat, the military had been collecting various remarkable maneuver videos for extensive promotion. Although Zhang Yuan's video may not have been noteworthy among experts, it was a rare gem in this gaming center and was naturally selected for display. Of course, to respect privacy rights, the IDs of the individuals in the video had been blurred. What the audience witnessed was purely a display of mecha maneuvers. The admiration of the crowd did not stir any emotions within Zhang Yuan. These maneuvers were far too simplistic, achievable by any moderately skilled individual on the interstellar battlefield. He sought not the praise of the masses, but rather the strategic combat prowess capable of altering the tides of battle. After walking a few steps, he noticed a heaviness in his stride, accompanied by a subtle soreness throughout his body. Glancing down at his emaciated frame, akin to a mere stick, he sighed softly, acknowledging, "At 15, I am truly too frail." As he approached the entrance, the audience in the hall erupted once more in synchronized gasps of astonishment. It was the Wolf Demon mech. Goodness, the Wolf Demon can exude such an aura. I must give it a try. Don't be foolish. It is not the mech, but the pilot within that is formidable. You'll be utterly defeated. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever challenges me is the dog. Let us see you, hero, take me on one-on-one. The blissful ignorance of the ordinary citizens, oblivious to the dire realities of the front line, elicited a shake of Zhang Yuan's head and a sigh. At that moment, he reached the doorway and looked up at the sky. It was a little past 4 in the afternoon. The weather was clear and bright, an invigorating scene that lifted the spirits. Just as he was about to proceed, a ding sounded from the personal computer on his wrist. Upon inspection, he discovered an unexpected deposit of 2,000 yuan, marked as a game promotion fee from the gaming center behind him. Quite satisfactory, he thought. To the average citizen, this sum was merely a small compensation for the use of his personal combat footage. Yet Zhang Yuan was acutely aware that this reward mechanism was backed by the Earth military. The better his performance, the greater the future earnings. Had he opted for a live broadcast of his recent display, the income would likely have exceeded 10,000, though this was mitigated by his relative obscurity. Indeed, I shall initiate a live stream during the next raid mission. Although his father indulged him, their family's financial situation was not particularly generous. Supporting his education was nearly their limit. In his previous life, joining the Zhang family had afforded him considerable financial comfort. Yet in this life, Zhang Yuan was determined not to rely on their wealth, primarily to avoid disdain and to prove to the Zhang family that Zhang Yunan's son was no inept fool. With this resolve, Zhang Yuan quickened his pace toward the nearby school, seeking a quiet place to experience the enhancement of his physical capabilities from the violent point increase. The school, Morning Light High School in City C, was a mere 300 meters from the gaming center. At 15, he was currently a first-year high school student. With a manageable academic load, it was Friday, and classes had concluded by 2 in the afternoon, allowing him to venture out to play games. Soon, he arrived at the school gate, swiped his face for entry, and without pausing, dashed toward the dormitory. As it was Friday afternoon, many students had gone home for the weekend, resulting in a sparsely populated campus. While jogging ahead, a voice called out from his side, "Hey Zhang Yuan, wait for me." Turning around, he spotted a chubby figure puffing towards him. Instantly, he recognized the individual. "Fatty, Didn't you say you were going home for the weekend? Fatty, named Wang Qing, was Zhang Yuan's classmate and deskmate, an avid enthusiast of the game Hero. However, his considerable weight rendered his piloting skills subpar. With game ratings akin to Zhang Yuan's former state, both languishing in the ancient pit of mediocrity. Going home? My parents are embroiled in a divorce. Returning home is far too bothersome. I'd rather stay at school. Wang Qing finally reached Zhang Yuan, leaning against his knees, panting heavily. Standing at 1.7 meters and weighing 170 pounds, he was undeniably overweight, struggling for breath after a short run. Observing his classmate, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh deeply. This was Fatty, currently his peer, yet in the future interstellar battlefield, they would become inseparable companions. The most vivid memory lingered of their joint defense of the Lyra fortress in the northern wilderness 5 years hence. Zhang Yuan, do you think we will die? At that time, Wang Qing was no longer the overweight boy. His body had transformed as he diligently trained, muscles replacing the fat. As he spoke, one arm was grotesquely twisted, a testament to the toll of extreme mech maneuvers. We will all die. The question is whether our deaths hold significance. Zhang Yuan was also steeped in bloodshed. A week later, Wang Qing fell in battle, sacrificing his mech to shield Zhang Yuan from a high-energy cutting axe from a bull demon mech. In his final moments, he had shouted, "Brother, live on and avenge me." Now, as he reunited with his old comrade, Zhang Yuan felt his eyes well up with emotion. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and patted Wang Qing on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, it's time to shed some weight. It's in my genes. I can't help it." Wang Qing waved dismissively, before his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "I've arranged for Xia Yin to take us on a raid mission, and it's an elite-level raid." "Are you in?" "Xia Yin? How did you manage to convince her?" Zhang Yuan was taken aback, for Xia Yin was renowned as the mech goddess at Morning Light High School. Admired for her beauty and ranked in the elite tier of hero, with countless admirers vying for her attention. Yet today, she had agreed to accompany Wang Qing. "Oh, you don't understand. My cousin is a top-tier mech pilot with a violent lower-tier ranking. I persuaded him to take her out, and in exchange, she'll take us along for a mission." "All right then, what time do we leave?" "I've already reserved our spots at the gaming center. We're gathering at 6 in front of the center." Without further ado, Wang Qing declared, "I need to prepare thoroughly. I can't afford to embarrass myself in front of the goddess." "Go ahead," Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, as Wang Qing turned and sprinted away. After a few steps, he suddenly looked back. "Zhang Yuan, you seem different today." "Oh, really?" Zhang Yuan, unperturbed, casually responded, "That's because my piloting skills have greatly improved." "Huh, ancient pit." Wang Qing shot him a playful finger gesture before dashing off. Chapter 7. A perfect beginning. As it was a weekend afternoon, the dormitory was unusually quiet, with all the classmates having gone out to enjoy themselves. Zhang Yuan first made a phone call to his father, arranging to return home at 10 a.m. on Saturday, and then closed the dorm room door, lying quietly on his bed. His frail physique became increasingly evident, and soon he felt a pervasive soreness in various muscles, to the point where even the slightest movement was uncomfortable. Zhang Yuan did not rush to experience the violent points. Instead, he took advantage of this tranquil moment to attempt to recall the military confidential documents he had once seen. After pondering for a while, he furrowed his brow. Too much time had passed, and his memories were hazy. Aside from the clue of an internal traitor, he could not recall any more precise information at the moment. After more than half an hour of reflection, Zhang Yuan had to give up. "I must activate the dark exploration mode as soon as possible to embark on a journey to Pandora." With a plan in mind, he calmed himself and began to delve into the peculiar information swirling in his mind. He was uncertain whether the violent points would prove useful. He silently intoned, "Use 10 points of violent energy to enhance my body. Confirm usage?" A gentle voice responded within his mind. "Confirm." With a resounding bang, Zhang Yuan felt as if a bomb had detonated in his lower abdomen, the scorching aftershock surging through his body in all directions. Wherever it passed, all sensations, save for the heat, vanished. In his previous life, Zhang Yuan had often experienced the military's strength-enhancing agents, so this feeling was not unfamiliar to him. He carefully assessed the effect. It resembled the Gamma-3 strength agent, but the warmth felt considerably milder, devoid of any searing pain. It seemed that the side effects of violent points on the body were significantly less than those of the strength agents. On Earth, any strength agent came with side effects. While they could temporarily boost physical strength, they also left numerous hidden injuries within the body. These injuries had minimal impact on combat, but greatly affected a warrior's longevity and the duration of their peak physical condition. Generally, Mech warriors experienced a dramatic decline in physical function after the age of 35, and by 50, nearly half required prosthetics to walk. Their lifespan was about 10 years shorter than that of ordinary people, excluding those who died in battle. These were the costs of forcibly enhancing physical strength, a necessary sacrifice. Otherwise, humanity would stand no chance against the formidable demon army. The internal heat lasted about 5 seconds, and as it gradually dissipated, Zhang Yuan moved his body and carefully sensed the changes. All joint soreness has vanished. The slight muscle strains in my hands and legs have completely healed. This effect is truly remarkable. Zhang Yuan felt a surge of joy, but to truly assess the outcome, he needed to delve deeper. To this end, Zhang Yuan had a simple and effective testing method. He stood up and began practicing a set of exercises released by the military in the center of the dormitory. These exercises were as popular as modern radio calisthenics, yet their strength-enhancing effects surpassed the latter by 100-fold. In fact, it had another grand name, known as innate skill. Its purpose was to stimulate the potential of deep-seated cells in the human body, repairing the most concealed injuries, allowing human functions to maintain peak combat readiness for as long as possible. If the Gamma-3 strength agent was a sharp double-edged sword, harming the warrior's body while slaying enemies, then this set of innate skill was the scabbard, with persistent and sincere practice. It would repair the damage inflicted by the Gamma agent as much as possible. The innate skill comprised only 9 forms, integrating contemporary Chinese martial arts, Qigong, Indian yoga, and other bodily cultivation techniques, its depth unfathomable. The first form was Chaos Unveiled, the second Innate Fetus Movement, the third Spring Awakening, the fourth Vitality Surge, the fifth Wild Vitality, the sixth Fiery New Star, the seventh Spring Blossoms and Autumn Fruits, the eighth Hiding the Edge, and the ninth Returning to Innate. Zhang Yuan was well-versed in these 9 forms. After practicing them in one go, he felt a continuous flow of energy within him, every pore relaxing. A level of comfort he had never experienced before, 10 times more enjoyable than soaking in a hot bath on a chilly winter day. A strong sense of delight flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. After using the Gamma strength agent, if he immediately practiced the innate skill, he would experience a piercing pain throughout his internal organs, requiring a month of practice and daily bleeding to expel the stagnant blood before any semblance of comfort emerged. However, after enhancing with violent points, he felt no pain at all. Instead, an indescribable comfort enveloped him. Did this not imply that this mysterious enhancement bore no side effects? With an enhancement free of side effects, there would be no hidden injuries within, allowing his peak physical condition to span his golden years, maintaining considerable combat capabilities even in old age. To possess such a body was akin to being a perfect warrior. Zhang Yuan's heart raced with excitement, and he squeezed his muscles, finding the results equally satisfying. His physique remained unchanged, still slender, yet his muscles felt much more supple, and his strength seemed to have significantly increased. This was truly fantastic. Before long, he noticed numerous changes. His vision had improved considerably, his thoughts were remarkably clear, and his internal organs felt unprecedentedly comfortable. Even while doing nothing, simply standing, a buoyant spirit arose within him, as if all the positive energy in the world had converged upon him. His senses were keen, and his vitality naturally surged. The enhancement brought about by 10 violent points had such an effect. He could only imagine what it would be like to spend 100 points to enhance his body to the military's ordinary level, or even to a mythical constitution. Zhang Yuan's heart brimmed with anticipation. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, a notification pinged on his computer. Glancing down, he saw a message from his friend Wang Cheng. Zhang Yuan, hurry to the Duck Pot restaurant. I'm treating today, and Xia Yin will be there too. After eating, we'll head to the gaming center. Reading this message, Zhang Yuan shook his head and chuckled softly. Chubby, your intentions are too obvious, but unfortunately, Xia Yin doesn't harbor feelings for you. This destined to be a one-sided crush. In his previous life, Chubby had indeed liked Xia Yin, putting in considerable effort to pursue her. Unfortunately, Xia Yin, known as the Ice Mountain Goddess, maintained a cool demeanor towards everyone and was particularly indifferent to Chubby's advances. After encountering several setbacks, Chubby eventually gave up. Chubby, however, took it in stride. When recounting the tale later, he would proudly say, "At least I pursued someone," which is better than those who only dare to look from a distance. Knowing that Chubby was easygoing, Zhang Yuan chose not to meddle. Who isn't he been young? It was best to let nature take its course. After replying to Chubby, Zhang Yuan quickly moved to the dormitory restroom, adjusting the creases in his clothes in front of the mirror. Wow, my eyes look so bright. What a wonderful sign of good health. Zhang Yuan gazed into the mirror at his sparkling, warm eyes, filled with joy. Soon after, he left the dormitory and jogged towards the duck pot restaurant outside the campus. The distance was approximately 1,000 meters, and Zhang Yuan found that he was only slightly out of breath upon arrival. Previously, he would have been gasping for air, even losing his appetite. It seems my endurance has significantly improved. While there is still quite a distance to the military's ordinary level, piloting an elite mech in Heroes is no longer a problem. Although the grading was the same, the gaming standards were merely about 10 of the military criteria. Zhang Yuan, over here. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he spotted Chubby waving at him from afar. Opposite Chubby sat a girl with a fresh ponytail. From behind, Zhang Yuan could see her long, graceful neck and slender waist, as white and delicate as jade. Upon noticing the chubby fellow greeting him, the girl turned her gaze, revealing a visage as exquisite as jade, with a pair of ice-clear eyes resembling dark jade, known as the mecha goddess, Xia Yan. During high school, there is invariably a girl who embodies the ideal goddess in the hearts of boys, with countless youthful admirers secretly infatuated. Xia Yan was precisely that girl. In his previous life, Zhang Yuan was one of those bashful boys, lacking even the confidence of the chubby fellow, who at least dared to make his intentions known. While Zhang could only linger in the shadows, stealing furtive glances. However, that was the child of his former existence. The present Zhang Yuan harbored no interest in romantic entanglements. His sole ambition was to grow stronger. With a serene smile gracing his face, Zhang Yuan approached the pair, greeting them with, "Hello, you both are early." He settled beside the chubby fellow and addressed Xia Yan. "I heard from the chubby one that you will lead us in an elite raid. I appreciate it in advance." Xia Yan shook her head, replying, "This is a transaction. There is no need for thanks. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee our success in the raid. I can only assure you that I will do my utmost." The chubby fellow chuckled, "Xia Yan, you are so capable. You will surely succeed." Xia Yan cast a sidelong glance at him and calmly corrected, "First, I do not go by Xia Yan. Please call me Xia Yan. Secondly, I speak the truth when I say my skills have yet to reach the level required to clear an elite raid on my own. I cannot even assure success in the lower tier of elite raids. Failure is entirely plausible. But it's not just one person, right? There are still the two of us." The chubby fellow chuckled awkwardly. "In an elite raid, your combat power is negligible," Xia Yan stated earnestly. The chubby fellow smiled sheepishly. He was accustomed to derision and felt unfazed, yet he glanced at Zhang Yuan with concern, fearing he might take offense, knowing Zhang Yuan was rather sensitive to criticism. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan exhibited no signs of discontent. It's all right. Friendship comes first, competition second. Losing isn't a big deal," the chubby fellow reassured. To his surprise, Xia Yan's expression immediately turned frosty. "Wang Cheng, are you aiming to win, or are you merely playing around? If it's just for fun, you needn't seek me out." Cold sweat broke out on the chubby fellow's forehead. He felt utterly bewildered by Xia Yan's demeanor, realizing he had misspoken without understanding where he had gone wrong. Witnessing the chubby fellow's embarrassment, Zhang Yuan interjected, "Of course, we aim to win, and we intend to do so flawlessly." Ultimately, Xia Yan was merely a young girl. She was earnest and somewhat fixated on victory in the game, which was entirely understandable. Yet, Zhang Yuan did not anticipate that Xia Yan would immediately overturn his perception of her. She shook her head and said, "No, the battle is unpredictable. We can only strive for victory. However, if we become overly fixated on achieving perfection and winning, we may miss the true opportunity for success. I understand you two are novices, just do your best." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt a stir within. Her words, though simple, were a wisdom not typically articulated by a high school girl. This Xia Yan was indeed remarkable. Reflecting on his past life, he realized that his knowledge of Xia Yan was rather vague. He only recalled her from high school, and after graduation, he knew nothing of her whereabouts or endeavors. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. What an enigmatic girl. Zhang Yuan smiled, but did not feel compelled to delve deeper. Everyone harbors secrets, and if fate allows, he would learn in due course. When the duck rice was served, Xia Yan began her meal in silence. The chubby fellow sought to initiate a conversation, but upon receiving a fleeting glance from her, he promptly fell silent. After several attempts, the three settled into a comfortable silence while dining. Zhang Yuan found this quite familiar. During his previous life on the battlefield, he had developed the habit of eating in silence and sleeping in quietude, not out of adherence to any rule, but because the battlefield was ever-changing and time was precious. Conversing would distract and slow down eating. 2 minutes later, with a clatter, Zhang Yuan and Xia Yin simultaneously set down their chopsticks, their bowls polished clean as if washed. Food was a precious commodity on the battlefield. Waste was an affront to honor. Curiosity finally flickered in Xia Yan's eyes as she glanced at Zhang Yuan, who smiled gently, surmising that she too must hail from a military family, for she exuded a palpable aura of military discipline. The chubby fellow, however, had only consumed half of his meal. Hastily, he scribbled a few strokes with his chopsticks, rushed to settle the bill, and exclaimed, "Let's go, let's go." Off to the game center. The trio rose and made their way to the game center, which, as usual, was teeming with people. The holographic screen in the hall displayed thrilling video highlights. After a few steps, Xia Yin suddenly exclaimed, looking up at the holographic display. Chapter 8. Elite Assault, Gaming Center. What happened? The rotund fellow kept a vigilant eye on Xia Yan's reaction. Xia Yin remained silent, her gaze fixated on the holographic screen, prompting both the rotund man and Zhang Yuan to look up. Upon noticing the display, the rotund man exclaimed, "What the hell? That domineering kick and the intensity of that draw. It seems we have a true master among us." Zhang Yuan, glancing at the screen, realized it was nearly 6 in the evening, and over 2 hours had passed since he completed his assault mission. To his astonishment, the video looping on the holographic display featured the 2 tactical maneuvers he had executed earlier. Initially, these maneuvers had alternated with other impressive displays, but now, all other footage had vanished, leaving only his maneuvers to replay endlessly, many of them showcased in slow-motion close-ups. In the realm of heroes, most spectacular maneuvers serve merely as flashy displays, seldom standing up to the scrutiny of real combat. However, Zhang Yuan's moves were fundamentally different. They prioritized practicality while naturally radiating a breathtaking brilliance. At first glance, there seemed to be no distinction between the two, but upon deeper analysis, Zhang Yuan's combat footage distinguished itself from the multitude, reminiscent of a classic, with boundless charm. Xia Yin observed intently for nearly 10 minutes before exhaling softly. The wolf demon pilot is a genuine combat expert. He is exceptionally formidable. The rotund man, astonished, retorted, "Combat? What combat? Are you referring to the mecha fighting tournament?" To the average person, the term mecha combat typically conjured images of the tournament, where each player achieving success was hailed as a legendary figure. Xia Yin cast him a sidelong glance. Combat is simply combat. Feeling belittled, the rotund man shrank back, silenced, sensing that this striking female classmate resided in an entirely different realm. Zhang Yuan interjected, all right. His prowess doesn't concern us. Let's go. Our scheduled time is approaching. We need to warm up. Operating a mecha demands considerable physical stamina, as many complex maneuvers require significant explosive power. Thus, warming up is essential. Heeding his words, the two made their way to the warm-up area. During their warm-up, the rotund man frequently cast sidelong glances, appearing distracted. Following his gaze, Zhang Yuan noticed a curvaceous figure, complemented by long legs, a captivating sight indeed. Xia Yin possessed an enviable physique, truly deserving of the title mecha goddess. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly, redirecting his focus to his own warm-up routine. He employed a set of exercises released by the military, known as 5-animal play, originally devised by the ancient physician Hua Ta. In modern times, the military utilized big data analytics to refine its efficacy, yielding exceptional results. Tiger leaps, bear hugs, crane stances. Zhang Yuan swiftly immersed himself in the regimen. As he began to perspire lightly, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Have you been practicing 5-animal play for long?" Turning to see Xia Yin, who regarded him with an earnest expression, her obsidian-like eyes radiating an icy clarity. "Oh, I've practiced for a few years. What's the matter?" he replied, adjusting his stance. "You've done remarkably well. Few can achieve the harmony of form and spirit that you have," Xia Yin remarked, her tone still notably subdued despite the praise. Thanks to the military's relentless promotion, many practiced 5-animal play, yet those who truly grasped its essence and persevered were exceedingly rare. "Thank you for the compliment," Zhang Yuan said with a squint and a smile. "Quickly now, our appointment time is upon us." The rotund man's voice suddenly rang out. The trio, having completed their warm-up, entered their respective mecha virtual pods, simultaneously connecting to the team channel. Upon entering Heroes, Xia Yan's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. "My rank is Elite Upper Tier. If we queue together, we should be able to undertake an Elite Lower Tier assault mission. At that time, follow my lead, and I will do my utmost to help you complete the Elite Assault task." "Understood," Zhang Yuan replied, though he felt compelled to interject. "I'm not sure how." "Wait a moment, Zhang Yuan. When did you ascend to ordinary upper tier? The rotund man interjected, astonished. I can't believe it. You won just one match and became the MVP. Tell me, did you hire a booster? Xia Yan's attention was piqued as well. Zhang Yuan's record was indeed peculiar, 49 losses and 1 victory, having moved from ordinary lower tier to ordinary upper tier with a single win, which could only imply an outstanding performance in that final battle. However, the intricate nature of mecha operations meant that improvement stemmed from years of diligent practice. Such a record typically suggested that a boost had been engaged. Xia Yan's tone turned frigid. Zhang Yuan, what you've done is utterly meaningless. Zhang Yuan chuckled wryly. The concept of rebirth was not something easily explained. It was better to fabricate an untraceable excuse and maintain that narrative. Thus, he responded, I didn't hire a booster. I merely had a sudden epiphany. Rest assured, I won't hold you back in the upcoming battle. Epiphany? Who believes that? The rotund man scoffed, yet he chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, advertisements for boosting services were ubiquitous on the streets, costing merely $30 per session. He had even employed such services himself, deeming it no great sin. Xia Yan pondered this. It was the other party's choice and expenditure beyond her purview, and she felt no desire to meddle further, so she remained silent. Regardless, let's give it our all. Approximately 2 minutes later, the system chimed. Please prepare. The game is about to commence. 10 seconds later, the game transitioned into the scene guide, revealing a close-up of the assault mission setting. A colossal black spider with crimson eyes against a backdrop of expansive red earth plains, where flashes of lightning, whirlwinds, and swarms of spider mechas were visible. The entire scene exuded an aura of desolation, toxicity, barrenness, and chaos, invoking an inexplicable sense of oppression in those who beheld it. Upon recognizing the backdrop, Xia Yan's brow furrowed. This is bad. We've matched with the elite upper tier of the deep crimson plains. This will be difficult. The rotund man immediately wilted. No way. This is inhumane. If I enter as an ordinary lower tier, will I be obliterated? Enough complaining. Since we've queued, let us give it our best shot. Xia Yan's voice remained as cold as ever, seemingly unaltered. Yet Zhang Yuan sensed a hint of unease in her words. She lacked confidence in their chances for this assault mission. The Deep Crimson Plains, a region on Pandora, boasted harsh climatic conditions and significant electromagnetic interference, housing a medium-sized demon base protected by exceptionally formidable elite spider mechas, numbering over 40. The most alarming aspect was the presence of a demon commander piloting a top-tier elite mecha known as New Floro, capable of transformation. In elite assault missions, players are informed of the demon base location, yet the demon mechas are immensely more powerful, exponentially raising the difficulty. Players of ordinary lower-tier strength would merely be fodder. If the team consisted of 2 elite upper-tier players, the situation would be manageable, but with an ordinary lower-tier player in the mix, Zhang Yuan needed to prepare diligently. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuan gazed at his control panel. Following his previous stellar performance, he had ascended to ordinary upper tier and had fully unlocked the ordinary mechas, including his cherished swordsman-type mecha, Azure Blade Swordsman I. Azure Blade Swordsman I Ordinary, Assault Warrior Class Mecha Equipped System, Sword God. Height, 6 meters. Weight, 8 tons. Maximum power output, 897 horsepower. Equipped weapon, Tungsten Steel Longsword. Special ability, Overload Burst. Gazing at the azure-hued mecha, standing silently like a knight of yore, Zhang Yuan felt a profound resonance within his heart. In his previous life, Zhang Yuan dedicated himself to mastering all types of mechas in pursuit of the championship title in the Mecha Combat League. His proficiency was commendable across the board. Yet the mecha he wielded with the most finesse and flair was undoubtedly the swordsman type. He shared a profound connection with the sword, once it was in hand. An indomitable spirit surged within him, fueling his desire to vanquish all adversaries. He truly embodied this prowess. In the Mecha League, he earned the moniker Solitary Sword Deity. When it came to solo assaults, Zhang Yuan would unhesitatingly choose the Azure Swordsman. However, now that he needed to collaborate with others, he had to consider his partner's preferences. Xia Yan, I excel with the Azure Swordsman. May I select it? Xia Yan consented. Go ahead. Wang Cheng, you two should choose the mecha you are most skilled at. The stout companion expressed confusion. Shouldn't we opt for mechas with attribute advantages? Zhang Yuan replied, don't overthink it. Both of you are novices with limited expertise in mechas. Familiarity is paramount. Very well then. Ultimately, the stout one chose the Earth Defender, a robust mecha with commendable offensive capabilities. Having engaged with heroes for half a year, the Earth Defender was his only means to avoid being utterly defeated by the computer. Observing the choices of her two Divine Pit teammates, Xia Yin contemplated her own selection and opted for an elite class ranged attack mecha, Ho-E. Ho-E, elite, ranged attack mecha, equipped with system, Arrow God, height, for meters weight, 4. 3 tons maximum power output, 1790 horsepower special ability 1. High energy ion microthrust, mobility skill, special ability 2. Rapid target acquisition. With this, they had a solid composition of tank, melee, and ranged capabilities. Alright, do not feel pressured. Once the battle commences, focus on protecting me from enemy assaults while I handle our opponents, she instructed. Understood. The stout one replied, eager to safeguard his goddess. Zhang Yuan succinctly affirmed, agreed. Moments later, the system announced, map scenery loading complete. Players may now enter the Alliance base. The base's defensive shield will deactivate in 1 minute. Please select your equipment promptly. The stout one panicked. What? Only 1 minute to prepare. Chapter 9. Is there no God? Only pitfalls? Alliance base station. With little preparation time, Xia Yin began to command with remarkable composure. I was relatively familiar with the map of the deep red plain and knew how to engage in combat. So, you will follow my instructions regarding equipment selection. Is that acceptable? Of course, it is. Zhang Yuan and Wang Cd nodded in agreement. Very well, Wang Qing, you will carry a force field shield, a tungsten steel great sword with anti-corrosion coating, a close-range shotgun, 2 energy plates, and a box of ammunition. Certainly, Wang Qing readily complied. Willing to serve as the team's primary support, Zhang Yuan, the spider mech will emit highly corrosive venom. So you should also replace your tungsten steel sword with a high-energy ion sword resistant to corrosion, in addition to 2 energy plates, a barrel of toxin neutralizer, and a rock sonar. This equipment selection is quite reliable. Zhang Yuan realized he had nothing to add, nodded, and turned to gather his gear. Meanwhile, Xia Yin wasted no time, swiftly outfitting herself with a rapid-fire electromagnetic cannon, a large magnetic railgun, a Gauss sniper rifle, and a pair of plasma paralysis guns. Zhang Yuan observed with approval. The elite-grade mech, Hagui, was already classified as an advanced mech, utilizing a cutting-edge gyroscopic field engine that far surpassed the power output of ordinary mechs, with energy endurance 3 times that of standard mechs, making pure offensive equipment the optimal choice. Up to this point, Xia Yan's preparations were impeccable. With her experience and insight, he found little to critique. This young lady truly possesses remarkable skill. Just 5 seconds after the trio completed their equipment, the preparation time concluded, and the base's defensive force field dissipated. A gust of wind laden with dark red sand surged forward, instantly diminishing visibility. Damn it, the sand is infused with iron dust, rendering my electromagnetic scanner utterly useless. I might as well be blind, Wang Qing exclaimed. Zhang Yuan was not surprised. The deep red plain was indeed a terrifying place that could only be navigated through optical sight. Otherwise, the difficulty would not reach the elite upper tier. Xia Yin began to issue commands. All right, Wang Qing, raise your shield and move forward. Zhang Yuan, stay behind me and deploy the rock sonar to continuously monitor any unusual sounds from the earth. Understood. With a series of heavy footsteps, the Earth Guardian, towering at 8 meters and weighing nearly 20 tons, advanced first, followed by Xia Yin in the center, while the medium-sized, 6-meter-tall, Azure Blade swordsman brought up the rear. As the three traversed through the sandy winds, they remained oblivious to the fact that their ambush mission had already garnered the attention of the official hero network. Team leader. The Demon Slayer swordsman has gone online again, a bespectacled young man remarked to a middle-aged man in the control hall of Hero. Oh, what mech is he piloting? The middle-aged man, namely Rumin, the 4th son of the Leaf family's stalwart generation, approached with interest. Not only did he work for Hero, but he was also a major. In his eyes, Zhang Yuan was an exceptionally rare practical player, and even more remarkably, merely 15 years old, with boundless growth potential. His background wasn't too shabby either, and he had marked Zhang Yuan as a key focus. What puzzled him was Zhang Yuan's previous 49 defeats. This kid is from the Zhang family. After all, it's a prominent family with some depth. Perhaps he was merely practicing before? With too little information, that was all he could conclude. The Azure Blade swordsman. His teammate is surprisingly the little princess of the Xia family. Hiss, they are matched against elite upper-tier difficulty. This is going to be interesting. The young man's eyes sparkled behind his glasses. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, I foresee a spectacular performance. Let's stream this battle on the Mecha God channel, but remember to keep it anonymous. Understood. The Mecha God streaming channel, Also, the official streaming channel for Hero consistently boasts over 230 million online viewers. Once the official identifies an exceptional hero player, they will broadcast the player's battle live. Before obtaining the player's consent, the stream remains anonymous, and players receive a monetary reward. The more viewers, the higher the earnings. If 10,000 viewers watch a stream from start to finish, the player might earn around 5,000 yuan. Currently, at least 700,000 people on Earth rely on the income from Mech God streaming to support themselves, and these individuals can transform into excellent mech warriors at critical moments. Zhang Yuan had initially intended to rely on streaming income to fund his mech, and as the anonymous broadcast commenced, he simultaneously received a notification from the hero officials. After some contemplation, he selected the notification and opted to display his public ID while concealing his real name. Anonymity holds no future since viewers cannot remember him. Allowing only for quick earnings. Only by revealing his ID can he build connections and ensure a continuous income stream. Concealing his real identity was to prevent real-world harassment. Team leader, he has made his ID public. The hero officials immediately receive the news. Excellent. In that case, link his previous battle video as well. Also with the public ID. Understood. While all these arrangements unfolded behind the scenes, Zhang Yuan and his two teammates had traversed over 30 kilometers across the deep red plain. Ahead, the terrain began to change, revealing a weathered stone forest. The stones here were rich in iron content, each highly weathered with numerous small holes. As the wind swept through the stone forest, it produced a haunting wailing sound, akin to crying, sending chills down one's spine. For this reason, the area was also referred to as the Land of Weeping. Be cautious. The terrain here is complex, and the spider mech may be lying in ambush. Xia Yan softly warned. Wang Cheng raised his shield even higher. The massive Earth Guardian hunched over as if trying to conceal himself. Xia Xiuyan gripped her electric arc gun tightly, her nerves heightened. Only Zhang Yuan remained unfazed, maintaining his pace in the rear with the rock sonar. Even keeping his sole weapon, the high-energy ion sword, stowed on his back without moving. He strolled forward as if taking a leisurely walk in his backyard. At this moment, the Mech God live stream had already attracted a dozen viewers. The early part of the stream was relatively mundane, prompting viewers to revisit Zhang Yuan's previous ambush battle in the forest. Upon witnessing the two mechs in action, they were astounded and hastily returned to watch the deep red plain battle, eager not to miss any thrilling moments. Now, seeing Zhang Yuan casually walking into a dangerous area, naturally, some began to murmur. What's going on? I find the streamer quite unprofessional. His teammates are preparing for battle while he seems to be walking a dog. I checked the streamer's previous record, 49 defeats and 1 victory. He must have had a lucky break. Perhaps he hired a substitute? Could the streamer be one of those who only brings misfortune? What if he ends up failing spectacularly this time? Zhang Yuan was blissfully unaware of the audience's comments. He ignored Xia Yan's occasional disapproving glances and continued his leisurely stroll. After a while, the stone forest ahead grew denser, with numerous blind spots emerging. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would recognize the perilous nature of this place. Xia Yan glanced at Zhang Yuan again and could no longer restrain herself. Zhang Yuan, you should draw your sword. Don't worry, it will be fine, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, yet the high-energy ion sword remained sheathed on his back. Team communications would also be displayed in the stream, leaving viewers exchanging puzzled glances. Why do I feel like I'm watching a primary school student? Is this really an elite upper-tier stream? It seems the streamer truly intends to sabotage the mission. At that moment, a fierce wind suddenly whipped through, unleashing a chilling wail, and a torrent of sand surged toward the trio like a tidal wave. Ah, so much sand. I can't see anything. Wang Cheng shouted in alarm. Xia Yan vaguely perceived a fleeting shadow amidst the swirling sands and immediately shouted, Zhang Yuan, be cautious. There's a spider machine lurking in the dust storm. Chapter 10. The unparalleled elegance of that sword. Zhang Yuan stood 30 meters away from Xia Yan. Prior to the sound of her voice reaching him, he had already detected the arachnid mech. He was acutely aware that this mechanical creature had singled him out as its target, for among the trio, his defenses were the most vulnerable, and he appeared to be the least prepared. This, in fact, was Zhang Yuan's intent. Within their group of 3, Wang Cheng was nothing but a liability, while Xia Yan operated a long-range mech. Both would find themselves in dire straits if ambushed. Therefore, should an attack occur, he deemed it most prudent for him to absorb the onslaught. The hissing of the spider mech's engines was cloaked by the howling winds. From Zhang Yuan's perspective, a nearly 3-meter-tall, 8-legged insectoid mech charged towards him. This was the spider mech, equipped with hydraulic pincers capable of easily severing non-defensive mechs, and a corrosive venom spray nozzle on its head, complemented by a spiral laser cannon mounted on its back. Upon realizing it had been detected, the spider mech immediately initiated its assault. A spiral laser burst forth from its back, effortlessly slicing through the sand and wind to strike directly at Zhang Yuan's mech's energy core. As expected of an elite-grade mech, its opening move was lethal, far surpassing that of a standard demon mech. However, Zhang Yuan was well prepared, piloting his most adept mech, the Azure Blade. With sword in hand, he felt invincible. His body surged with exhilaration. Just before the spider mech unleashed its attack, he had already begun to maneuver his mech to evade the impending strike. Within a third of a second, he executed 6 swift and precise maneuvers. The Azure Blade, cloaked in a deep blue hue, surged forward rather than retreating, suddenly bending low and launching itself towards the right front. As he leapt, the spider mech's subsequent attack followed closely behind. Its head emitted a spray of corrosive venom, the dark green liquid slicing through the tempest, hissing ominously while releasing noxious yellow-green smoke that effectively sealed Zhang Yuan's path midair. At this critical moment, if Zhang Yuan did not alter his trajectory, he would inevitably be engulfed by the venom. Should this toxic substance infiltrate his mech's crucial bearings, it would spell disaster. In that instant, viewers of the live broadcast felt their hearts leap into their throats. None had anticipated such a swift onset of battle, nor the peril it entailed. Gasps echoed as spectators instinctively opened their mouths in astonishment, their eyes glued to the holographic display. Yet, within the confines of his mech, Zhang Yuan remained utterly composed. The spider mech had calculated his landing point, but he had already foreseen its response. He was the hunter. The spider mech was merely his prey. With a resounding clang, Zhang Yuan swiftly unlatched the high-energy ion sword from his back while suspended in midair. The blade hummed to life, its edge igniting with a dazzling cerulean and white brilliance. In the blink of an eye, he thrust the sword forward, transforming it into a blinding barrier of blue and white light. The intense heat emanating from the high-energy ion sword generated a wave of scorching air, with temperatures soaring beyond 2,000 degrees. In that fleeting moment, the venom struck, only to be intercepted by the inferno of the light barrier. The corrosive substance evaporated entirely, not a single droplet escaping. This technique, renowned among mech swordsmanship, was known as Nova Eruption. Upon unleashing it, the sword spun rapidly over 300 times, employing the high-energy ion sword's heat to form a formidable light barrier that countered the venomous assault. This was a sophisticated maneuver that encompassed both offense and defense. Of course, limited by the mech's capabilities and Zhang Yuan's current physical condition, he could not execute the full version of Nova Eruption. In that instantaneous moment, the sword only rotated 79 times. However, within the elite tier, such a display of mech swordsmanship was simply breathtaking. Before the audience could voice their admiration, the Azure Blade had already landed. At that moment, this heavy metallic mech exhibited an unexpected grace akin to flesh and blood. It curled its body, rolling on the ground just in time to narrowly evade another spiral laser blast, drawing closer to the spider mech. The spider mech's metallic pincers swung menacingly, one aimed at the mech's arm and the other targeting the core of its power system. The Azure Blade, classified as an ordinary-grade mech, stood at a significant disadvantage against the elite-grade spider mech. Should it be grasped by the pincers, it would undoubtedly be severed in two. A collective gasp resonated through the live broadcast as the danger of the battle escalated, teetering on the precipice of life and death. In that critical moment, as the pincers closed in, the Azure Blade's engine erupted with a thunderous roar. The Azure Blade executed its special technique, Overload Boost. This maneuver increased the engine's energy supply, significantly enhancing its power output. Typically, an ordinary-grade Azure Blade could sustain an additional 30 power for up to 3 minutes. On this occasion, Zhang Yuan unleashed a remarkable 20 extra power, not because he could not push further, but because he deemed it unnecessary. In an instant, the Azure Blade surged forward with newfound velocity, the pincers merely grazing the air as they missed their target, while the Azure Blade darted into the spider mech's defensive blind spot. The spider mech's chitinous armor was notoriously tough. Would the Azure Blade be able to? Before the thought was complete, the Azure Blade's frame swayed slightly, adopting a distinctly poised sword stance. The high-energy ion sword was swiftly raised from below, and with a resonant clang, a blue-white sword light ascended like a radiant moon, silently slicing towards the spider mech's body. Advanced sword technique, Crescent Moon. Within a mere 0.6 seconds, Zhang Yuan executed an astonishing 27 maneuvers, restoring the mech's balance, activating the overload boost, charging the legs, distributing power to the arms, overcharging the high-energy ion sword, pausing for 0.3 seconds to allow the onboard Sword God system to optimize his posture, and then an explosive release of power. The Azure Blade typically boasted a power output of 897 horsepower. Under standard overload boost conditions, an additional 30 could be achieved, but this time, to breach the elite-grade spider mech's defenses, Zhang Yuan maximized the overload boost, elevating the mech's output by an astounding 50, reaching 1345 horsepower. This represented the physical limits of the Azure Blade. Should the duration exceed 3 seconds, the engine would succumb to overheating. Zhang Yuan possessed an intimate understanding of the Azure Blade. His overload boost was precisely timed, lasting exactly 0.6 seconds, not a moment longer, ensuring the mech's integrity remained intact. The extra burst of power permeated the entirety of his mech's swordsmanship, with no energy wasted, all converted into sheer attacking force. What a flawless strike it was. Viewers in the Mech God channel witnessed the sword light manifest as a crescent moon, soaring and slicing cleanly through the spider mech's midsection. Thus, the demon fell. With a resounding crack, the spider mech, along with its pilot, was cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Yuan swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the debris. And upon regaining his stance, he flicked the high-energy ion sword, shaking off the remnants of lubricant and dark purple demon blood, before stowing it back into the mech's compartment with a soft click. Only at that moment did the audience's astonishment finally escape their throats. What in the world was that? Am I witnessing a mech version of the sword god, Shimen Shui Shui? Is this truly a mech? Are you certain this isn't a steel swordsman? I'm in awe. Can the streamer take on disciples? I am the ancient pit. Send a user, bestowing 10,000 star coins to the demon-slaying swordsman. I am the ancient pit, repeated the user, showering the demon-slaying swordsman with another 10,000 star coins. I am the ancient pit. Stunning swordsmanship. I am humbled. Here is my offering. Astonishing. In a mere few minutes, the viewership of the live broadcast surged from a few hundred to an astounding 2,000, and it continues to escalate rapidly, with donations pouring in unabated. Indeed, this is merely a surprise assault mission at the elite level, significantly distinct from the so-called Berserk or Doomsday tiers. However, each viewer of this broadcast feels something extraordinary emanating from the streamer known as Demon Slayer. His maneuvers are undeniably spectacular, a feat that any proficient streamer can achieve. Yet the mech tactics employed by Demon Slayer transcend mere brilliance, concealing within them a profound sense of awe. Have you noticed? Each of the streamer's remarkable maneuvers is executed without superfluous movements. He either refrains from striking or delivers instantaneous, lethal blows. Moreover, while he may appear rather unremarkable in his demeanor, once the battle commences, his aura becomes utterly terrifying. Indeed, I just adjusted my perspective, immersing myself in the spider mech. And to my shock, I nearly soiled myself amidst the fervent discussions on the God of Mech's live channel as the dust settled on the Crimson Plains battlefield. Xia Yin and Wang Cd beheld the shattered spider mech. Zhang Yuan, you can't possibly have had an epiphany, can you? Wang Qing stammered, astonished by the swift annihilation of a mech in the blink of an eye. Was this truly the ancient abyss? Xia Yin remained silent as she inspected the wreckage of the spider mech. After a few minutes, she looked up at Zhang Yuan and said, I apologize for doubting that you hired a substitute player. It's quite all right, Zhang Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Let us proceed. This map harbors 50 of these creatures. And there's also a new Nephilim mech. Reaching the demon base won't be an easy feat. Our mission has only just begun. Having been granted a second chance at life amidst the chaos of a tumultuous era, he would hold nothing back. He was determined to ascend to greatness and become the Mech Sword God. Chapter 11. Never give up. The Crimson Plains were still swept by the winds of sand, and the formation of Zhang Yuan and his companions remained unchanged, with Wang Qing leading the way and Zhang Yuan following closely behind. However, the number of viewers in the Mecha God live broadcast channel had surged to 10,000 and continued to rise rapidly. The assault mission had only just begun, and the formidable demon mech, Sinfora, had yet to make its appearance. The audience exhibited remarkable engagement. Once they tuned in, they seldom left. With one elite-level mech, Hades, and two ordinary mechs, the question arose, how could this lineup possibly contend against the top-tier elite mech, Sinfora? Concern began to brew among the viewers for Zhang Yuan. There was no longer any doubt about Zhang Yuan's piloting skills, yet technical prowess alone was insufficient. the performance of the mech itself bore equal significance. No matter how much one modified a basic wolf demon mech, it could never surpass the capabilities of a mythical-level mech. The trio discussed their predicament. As long as we do not fall into the encirclement of the small spider mechs, we should be safe. The primary threat comes from Sinfolra, said Xia Yan, meticulously analyzing the characteristics of the enemy mech. Wang Qing, devoid of any strategy, simply stood at the forefront with his shield raised. Xia Yan did not expect much from him. She awaited Zhang Yuan's response. After a brief pause, Zhang Yuan spoke. The rock sonar can neutralize Sinfolra's underground burrowing. I will handle the sonar. The threat from underground ambushes is minimal. The main challenge is how to breach Sinfolra's defenses. If I simultaneously fire my Gauss sniper rifle and the large magnetic rail gun at the vulnerable waist of Sinfolra, we might penetrate its defenses. However, Sinfolra is incredibly swift and difficult to target. I need her to remain stationary for 3 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Cheng exclaimed, "Only 3 seconds? Let me distract her." Xia Yan disregarded Wang Cheng's enthusiasm, for he was oblivious to the opponent's formidable strength and the task's inherent difficulties. She turned to Zhang Yuan. "Can you manage it? It should be feasible. However, Sinfolra's spider minions will not allow you to aim freely. You will need protection. This is where you come in, fatty." She directed at Wang Cheng. Previously ignored, Wang Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment but was now elated at the chance to protect the goddess. He declared, "No problem. I will do everything to ensure those damn spiders do not touch Yin Yan. Please call me Xia Yan." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile as the group continued toward the demon base. Along the way, Zhang Yuan kept a vigilant eye on the monitoring waves displayed on the rock sonar. After traversing several kilometers, they encountered a series of undulating sand dunes, prompting Zhang Yuan to halt. "We have a situation. There are spider mechs ambushed 300 meters ahead." No sooner had he spoken than a series of explosive sounds erupted from the dunes, sending dust swirling as 13 black spider mechs emerged. The moment the enemy detected their presence, they wasted no time in launching an attack. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan shouted, "Retreat. Shoot while running." The overwhelming number of adversaries meant that a frontal assault would be disastrous. If they were encircled, they would be inundated by a deluge of venom. Even the Mecha God would be overwhelmed. Without further discussion, the trio took flight, pursued relentlessly by the 13 spider mechs, their engines emitting a menacing hiss as they sped forward. Initially, the distance between them was approximately 300 meters. After 20 seconds of frantic flight, Xia Yan managed to destroy one spider mech, but Wang Cheng lagged significantly behind. The gap between him and the spider mechs dwindled rapidly, and soon the distance was under 150 meters. In an elite-level assault mission, the defensive capabilities of the ordinary Earth Guardian mech became its greatest liability. Xia Yan cast a glance back at the burdened Earth Guardian and, gritting her teeth, called out, "Wang Cheng, do your utmost to hold them back. I will initiate the attack. I will destroy as many as I can." Her implication was clear. She had given up on Wang Cheng as a teammate. At that moment, the live channel fell silent, for everyone understood that, given the current circumstances, the cumbersome Earth Guardian was beyond saving. Hades' actions were not misguided. Such a decision was necessary to prevent a futile sacrifice and maximize their combat effectiveness. In Hero, such sacrifices were not uncommon. Yet, inexplicably, many viewers harbored a glimmer of hope. What would the broadcaster do next? A viewer typed a message, and many pairs of eyes turned toward Zhang Yuan's Azure Swordsman mech. "Look, the broadcaster is running back. He aims to save someone, but there are 12 elite spider mechs. He is no god. The broadcaster can do it. He is a god. He is the sword god." Doubt lingered among many, yet each heart secretly yearned for Zhang Yuan to perform a miracle and rescue his comrade. The attention of the live audience converged like a spotlight upon the galloping Azure Swordsman mech. Xia Yan was the first to notice Zhang Yuan's actions and shouted, "Zhang Yuan, come back. You are not saving anyone. You are heading to your doom." Indeed, while Zhang Yuan had previously dispatched a spider mech in a one-on-one encounter, facing 12 simultaneously was an entirely different matter. Even a rampaging assault mech would have to resort to guerrilla tactics to prevail against such overwhelming odds. To confront 12 elite spider mechs head-on with an assault mech, it would have to be of apocalyptic caliber. At least in Hero, this was the case. Yet, Zhang Yuan's speed only increased as he declared, "I will never abandon my comrades. Coordinate with me." His voice in the squad channel had lost its warmth, becoming as frigid as the winds of the far north. He recalled the desperate stand at the Tianqin fortress, where he and Wang Cheng had held out against overwhelming odds. With only 6 warriors remaining as reinforcements approached, In a moment of impending doom, a powerful cutting axe had been thrown his way while he was ensnared by a spider mech. Just as he believed his fate was sealed, Wang Qing had rushed in without hesitation, using his damaged mech to shield him from the lethal blow. Zhang Yuan vividly remembered that moment, the high-energy cutting axe whirling through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it sliced through Wang Qing's mech cockpit, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood and flesh. "Brother, avenge me." Wang Qing's final words echoed in the squad channel, accompanied by the sickening sounds of blood gushing forth. At that time, Wang Qing had also piloted an Earth Guardian mech, facing a swarm of demon mechs just as they did now. The sky over Tianjin Fortress had mirrored the present, dark red and foreboding. In that instant, Zhang Yuan felt transported back to the ruins of the Tianjin Fortress. Surrounded by wrecked mechs, blood, and flames, the air thick with the acrid scent of ionized particles, he entered a state of intense focus. His mind singularly fixed on one goal, to rescue his brother. "Brother, I will never abandon you, whether on the battlefield or in the game." Chapter 12. Advanced Maneuvering, Snow Treading Without a Trace in a Past Life. The Tianjin Fortress was a significant location. Aren't you Zhang Yuan? I am Zhang Yuan, now holding the rank of captain, and I am your commanding officer. Please address me as commander. Yes, commander. The young Wang Qing immediately saluted Zhang Yuan. At that time, Wang Qing was 21 years old, robust in stature, yet still bearing traces of youthful innocence on his face. Suddenly, a deafening explosion interrupted Zhang Yuan's reminiscence. Ahead, a spider mech's spiral laser cannon struck the Earth Guardian. Although the force field shield mitigated the attack, the elite-grade artillery still forced the Earth Guardian to stagger back several steps, nearly causing it to lose balance. A jolt of urgency surged through Zhang Yuan. His comrade could not hold out much longer, and he had to hurry. Currently, he was 150 meters away from Wang Qing, with the spider mech also positioned 150 meters from him. Yet the spider mech's speed surpassed that of an ordinary blue sword master by a considerable margin. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the Earth Guardian piloted by Wang Qing would soon be overwhelmed by the swarm of spider mechs before Zhang Yuan could reach him. He needed to be swifter than his adversaries. Zhang Yuan's limbs moved in a flurry, executing a series of maneuvers with astonishing velocity and precision. The engine of the blue sword master mech roared like a ferocious beast as its speed surged dramatically, nearly matching that of the spider mech. He had activated the advanced maneuver known as snow treading without a trace. In this state, for every step the blue mech took, the pilot was required to perform 6 standard operations. The more accurately these operations were executed, the lesser the wind resistance encountered during the mech's forward charge, thereby maximizing the engine's efficiency. Moreover, the quicker these tasks were completed, the higher the frequency of each step taken, naturally resulting in increased velocity. In his previous life, when Zhang Yuan clinched the championship in mech combat and earned the title of solitary sword deity, he could perform 6 standard maneuvers in 0.2 seconds. This meant he could propel the blue sword master forward in a single step using the snow treading without a trace technique, effectively enhancing its sprinting speed by 25. Now, having achieved a breakthrough in his piloting skills, Zhang Yuan completed a standard maneuver in just 0.18 seconds, flawlessly executing each movement. This was still without the advantage of his former physical prowess. Had he possessed the physique from his previous life as Mech League, he would likely have accomplished it in a mere 0.15 seconds, though the hefty metal mech thundered across the dark red sands. It appeared to glide gracefully over the surface like a skimmer on water, an astonishing and surreal sight. The Mech God channel erupted with excitement. What is happening? Is the streamer cheating? Unbelievable. This is the advanced maneuver, snow treading without a trace. Wait, snow treading without a trace can only increase speed by at most 20. Yet the streamer's speed has surged by at least 20. Incredible. This is a masterful display. Disciple of the Sword Sect rewarded Demon Slayer with 10,000 star coins. I am the Ancient Pit rewarded Demon Slayer with 1,000,000 star coins. A torrent of donations nearly inundated the live stream channel. In the deep red plains, Xia Yin was momentarily stunned. By the time she regained her composure, the Blue Sword Master had already surged 50 meters forward, leaving less than 100 meters between it and the Earth Guardian. She was deeply astonished, yet the situation was dire. Immediately, she crouched down, executing a few precise commands. One of the mech's arms raised to steady a Gauss sniper rifle, while the other arm naturally hung down, wielding a plasma gun for self-defense. Through the scope, she observed the Blue Sword Master charging toward the swarm of spider mechs like a tempest. Though it was merely one pilot, the dust and chaos it stirred up gave the impression of 1,000 galloping horses. In less than 2 seconds, Zhang Yuan had closed the gap to the Earth Guardian, with 9 out of 12 spider mechs now converging toward him, while the remaining 3 continued to target Wang Cheng's Earth Guardian. The foremost spider mech hesitated slightly, its spiral laser cannon glowing ominously as it prepared to fire at Zhang Yuan. Anticipating the adversary's intent, Zhang Yuan tightened his grip. The mech's central AI instantly understood his command. With a thunderous roar, the engine surged into overdrive, propelling the Blue Swordmaster's output to a stable maximum of 130. Zhang Yuan possessed profound knowledge of both the Blue Swordmaster and the spider mechs. He was aware that the blue mech could operate at 130 output for a maximum of 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, although the Blue Swordmaster's explosive power was somewhat inferior to the spider mech, the gap was no longer insurmountable, allowing technology to bridge the difference. However, a true warrior would never squander the potential of their mech in battle. Zhang Yuan, having emerged from the crucible of war, was indeed a genuine powerhouse. The roar of the mech's engine intensified, and the Blue Swordmaster surged forward, narrowly avoiding a spiral laser that shot past just 30 centimeters from its rear shoulder. This shot nearly created the illusion that the mech had been pierced by the laser cannon. After evading the attack, Zhang Yuan swiftly executed a complex series of maneuvers composed of 9 smaller operations. The coolant surged through the engine as the overdrive was disengaged. The cooling system activated at high power, causing the mech's temperature to plummet back to normal levels. In an instant, the entire mech returned to a stable state. The pace of the battle was exhilarating and frantic. The viewers in the live stream could hardly keep up with the action, collectively gasping in astonishment. Buzzing sounds heralded the arrival of 7 spiral laser beams. The engine of the Blue Swordmaster once again roared, the previously diminished power output soaring back to 130, unleashing another burst of speed. With an explosive surge, the left foot advanced, restoring balance while the power output moderated to protect the engine. The right foot followed suit, maintaining stability. The 7 spiral lasers narrowly missed the Blue Swordmaster, appearing perilous yet inflicting no damage on the mech. During this interval, Zhang Yuan did not retreat. He pressed on, with just 10 meters separating him from the nearest spider mech. With a clang, the Blue Swordmaster unsheathed its high-energy ion sword, channeling energy into the blade, which immediately radiated a dazzling blue-white glow, an indication of the sword's high-energy ions, reaching temperatures of 2,500 degrees. In that moment, the Blue Swordmaster, under Zhang Yuan's command, radiated a ferocious energy akin to a beast poised to strike. Advancement was his sole objective. Every dodge and every maneuver served to bring him closer to his adversary. All in preparation for the impending attack. Is the streamer piloting an ordinary mech? Why does it appear to be a mythical grade machine? Fool. The streamer has activated the Blue Swordmaster's super push, which is its explosive technique. Explosive technique. I recall the Blue Swordmaster can only sustain it for 3 minutes, right? After 3 minutes, the mech will overheat and be rendered inoperative. It's been half a minute already. This is madness. The streamer is risking everything. The live stream channel buzzed with discussions, many spectators anxiously anticipating the moment when the Blue Swordmaster would succumb to overheating. Meanwhile, over 20,000 viewers tuned in to watch Zhang Yuan, and the numbers continued to climb rapidly. During this time, only Xia Yin, providing distant support, truly grasped the intricacies of Zhang Yuan's maneuvers. Zhang Yuan positioned herself at the forefront, skillfully drawing the fire of the spider machines. With unwavering composure, she aimed from a distance, and in mere moments, for spider machines had succumbed to the might of her Gauss sniper rifle. Occasionally, she glanced at the silhouette of the Azure Swordsman. Moving like a phantom, he covered 150 meters in just 2 seconds with 11 swift steps. Following that, within 21 seconds, he unleashed 16 consecutive bursts of power, each accompanied by a protective recoil, achieving an impressive operational rate of 28 actions per second without a single misstep. Such prowess could rival that of a military lieutenant colonel. Who exactly was Zhang Yuan? Her mind was filled with questions. Yet the intensity of the battle left no room for contemplation. She could only fight with all her might. 2 seconds later, Zhang Yuan seized an opportunity and struck with her sword, cleaving a spider machine that had attempted to encircle and sever the hind leg of the Earth Guardian in twain. "Brothers, fight alongside me," Zhang Yuan shouted. "All right, brother," Wang Cheng, filled with excitement, responded loudly. Though merely a game, he was deeply moved when Zhang Yuan risked herself to save him. He vowed to grow stronger. He could not allow himself to become a burden again. He must never let his comrades endanger their lives to rescue him once more. Xia Yin continued to fire, her high-energy lasers flashing. each shot precisely obliterating a spider machine. Whenever a spider machine approached, Wang Cheng raised his force field shield and charged forward recklessly, not seeking to harm the enemy but to disrupt their rhythm of attack. This tactic proved remarkably effective. Each time, Zhang Yuan effortlessly capitalized on the opportunities Wang Cheng created, dispatching their foes with a single strike. The trio's initial coordination surpassed all expectations. The spider machines were relentlessly destroyed, and they remained unscathed. Thus far, everything was proceeding smoothly. Phew, it seems the reinforcements have arrived. A spectator exhaled in relief. The streamer's evasion skills are truly commendable. That last dodge was nothing short of miraculous. I am Ancient Abyss, tipped 10,000 star coins to Demon Slayer. I love the Azure Swordsman, tipped another 10,000 star coins to Demon Slayer. The Mecha God livestream room flooded with a wave of donations. Don't relax just yet. The new Furo is still out there. A fan suddenly exclaimed. Those words proved ominously prophetic. Before the statement could fully resonate, Zhang Yuan abruptly called out in the squad channel, Xia Yan. The new Furo is here. No sooner had she spoken than a thunderous roar erupted as a bizarre mech, cloaked in a purple-black glow, with a beautiful visage and a spider-like form, surged forth from the sandy ground beside Xia Yan. Xia Yan gasped. The mech's power surged as it leapt high, narrowly avoiding the brutal onslaught. With a swift whoosh, the new Furo, wielding a long purple-black blade, sliced through the air, targeting Xia Yan mid-leap. The new Furo was an elite-grade mech, a renowned boss. Should its blade graze the Hades mech piloted by Xia Yan, it would surely be severed in two. Chapter 13. Who is the Sword God? Xian Fulua, the commander of the demon tribe base on the Crimson Plains, commands a transforming mech equipped with an advanced defense field. Were it not for the mech's relatively low power output, it could easily be classified as a berserker-grade machine. As the commander, upon detecting the incursion of human mechs from Earth, he swiftly assembles 13 mechs to counterattack, seizing the opportunity presented by the enemy's remote attack mech being isolated. He suddenly emerges from the ground, aiming to eliminate the opponent's most formidable strike. He bursts forth from beneath the earth, forcing Xia Yan's Ho-E mech into the air, and with a single, swift stroke, he prepares to cleave his adversary in two. The audience watching the Mech God livestream gasps in astonishment as the impending doom of the Ho-E seems inevitable. At this moment, the Earth Guardians and the Azure Swordsman are still 130 meters away, while the fragile Ho-E mech faces imminent destruction under the powerful close-range assault of Xian Fulua. In that critical instant, Xia Yan showcases her elite prowess. Confronted with the deathly blade, her left hand, which had firmly gripped the plasma paralysis gun, suddenly ignites with a brilliant glow, firing a fist-sized blue-white plasma sphere that hurtles towards the pursuing Xian Fulua like a ball of lightning. Simultaneously, the vector thrusters beneath the Ho-E mech's feet flare to life, unleashing two jets of deep blue flames, each a meter long and 15 centimeters wide. With a technique known as high-energy ion microthrust, the Ho-E mech lunges 30 meters towards Zhang Yuan, while Xian Fulua is struck by the plasma paralysis gun. The plasma sphere explodes, enveloping Xian Fulua in a web of electrical currents, causing the field on his mech to flicker and flash. The field, a uniquely powerful energy barrier, is generated by a core utilizing palladium isotopes from Pandora. This field not only boasts remarkable strength, but also provides comprehensive defense against both energy and physical projectiles. And its form can be easily manipulated to adhere closely to the mech's surface. Though Xian Fulua is equipped with only a lightweight field generator, its strength is sufficient to withstand the assault of smaller weapons like the paralysis plasma gun. Yet, Xia Yan's offensive does not end with the plasma gun. She also wields a rapid-fire electromagnetic cannon. After firing the plasma gun, she swiftly rotates the electromagnetic cannon into position. In an instant, 7 bright beams burst forth, striking fiercely towards the approaching Xian Fulua. Amidst the flashes of light, Xian Fulua's momentum falters, the field dims slightly, and he ultimately fails to keep pace with the Ho-E mech. As Xian Fulua swings his blade through empty air, the Ho-E narrowly escapes. However, this is merely the prelude to Xian Fulua's onslaught. As he descends, the 2 spiral laser cannons mounted on his back whirl into action, quickly locking onto the Ho-E mech's position. The cannons charge, preparing to unleash their deadly firepower. In the air, Xia Yan's nerves are taut. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, she instinctively pivots the electromagnetic cannon, unleashing a barrage towards the laser cannons on Xian Fulua's back. She harbors no concerns regarding the effectiveness of her laser cannon, for Xian Fulua's spiral lasers must breach the protective field to launch an attack. If her shots find their mark, they can easily obliterate the spiral lasers. Time is of the essence, and success hinges on a fleeting moment. She cannot afford to take aim, relying solely on her instincts. As she fires, her peripheral vision catches a dark speck racing towards her at an unimaginable speed, leaving her puzzled, yet with no time to ponder further. The rapid-fire laser cannon strikes one of the spiral lasers mounted on Xian Fulua's back, causing it to explode. However, simultaneously, another laser cannon opens fire. A blue-white spiral beam shoots forth, slicing through the left arm of the Ho-E mech, severing it along with the plasma paralysis gun. An urgent alarm blares as Xia Yin reads a blood-red warning on her screen. Left arm missing, balance system lightly damaged. At this moment, the Ho-E mech remains suspended 20 meters in the air, its ion thrusters cooling down, and it can only descend freely. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yin forces herself to remain calm. She redirects the electromagnetic cannon on her right arm, continuing her assault on Xian Fulua's spiral laser cannons. With a resounding bang, she successfully destroys another spiral cannon, rendering him incapable of long-range attacks. Reacting swiftly, Xian Fulua, now grounded, turns to face the Ho-E mech. His 8 spider-like legs slightly bent, the engine ports on his abdomen glowing ominously. The charge is imminent. Faced with this scene, Xia Yin can only unleash a relentless barrage from her rapid-fire laser cannon, yet its power remains insufficient to breach the field's defenses. Against the prepared Xian Fulua, she cannot even achieve her intended disruption. Defeated, Xia Yin feels an immense reluctance, yet she must concede to the harsh reality. The Ho-E mech, with its fragile defenses, stands no chance if Xian Fulua closes the distance. In such an imbalanced confrontation, to have evaded 3 of Xian Fulua's lethal strikes and destroyed 2 of his spiral laser cannons is already a testament to her prowess. When Xian Fulua's mech appeared, Zhang Yuan and Wang Cd were still over 100 meters away, and her entanglement with Xian Fulua lasted barely a second. Neither the Azure Swordsman nor the Earth Guardians could traverse that distance in such a brief span. If the Ho-E were to be destroyed, their team would lose any chance of breaching Xian Fulua's field, rendering Zhang Yuan's exceptional skills futile against a fortified opponent. However, Xia Yin could never have anticipated that as she resigned herself to inevitable defeat, the Mech God livestream platform erupted with excitement. Look at the streamer. How can the Azure Swordsman's speed be so extraordinary? It's faster than before. This is impossible. I feel like I was piloting a fake Azure mech all along. Is this lightning? In the game, Zhang Yuan's Azure Swordsman surged to an astonishing speed, incomprehensible even among elite ranks, rendering its form a mere blur as it carved a brilliant azure line through the crimson dunes. My heavens, the overload has reached 18G. Is the streamer even human? Oh my god, the streamer has gone mad. The mech's overload has pushed it beyond its limits, achieving 150 power output. This kind of operation could destroy the mech. Within the game, upon detecting Xian Fulua, Zhang Yuan unhesitatingly breached the Azure Swordsman's safe output limit. During the overload, the stable burst limit is 130 power output. Yet the physical limit of the mech's output reaches 150, translating to an explosive force of 1345 horsepower. Previously, Zhang Yuan had unleashed a 0.6-second burst of physical limits to enhance his attack power. This time, however, his aim is to achieve unparalleled speed. Under this power output, the mech's engine can sustain for a maximum of 3 seconds. After that, if the engine does not shut down immediately for protection, it will be rendered inoperable. For Zhang Yuan, 3 seconds is more than sufficient. Now, there remains a pressing issue. At the moment, Zhang Yuan's velocity towards Xia Yin was virtually 0. Even with an overwhelming power boost of 150, initiating movement from a standstill and traversing a distance of 100 in just 1 second presents an extraordinary challenge. Even with Zhang Yuan's advanced maneuverability skill, Silent Snow, achieving this feat would be exceedingly difficult. To accomplish this seemingly impossible task, a more sophisticated solution is essential. And Zhang Yuan possesses such a plan. Currently, the capabilities of the Azure Blade mech have been pushed to their limits, leaving little room for enhancement. However, Zhang Yuan's physical prowess has not yet reached its zenith. There remains considerable potential for improvement in his operational speed. His solution lies in the explosive technique of his corporeal form. Chapter 14. I am the Sword God. Objectively speaking, the physical body is akin to a machine. Much like a mecha, each possessing a defined safe operational range. However, when one seeks to transcend these limitations, certain explosive secret techniques are required. Zhang Yuan possesses such techniques. And not just one. He now intends to employ a relatively safe low-level explosive technique, known in military terms as the acupoint shock method, commonly referred to as golden toad swallowing the moon. Acupoints refer to the body's pressure points, while meridians connect these acupoints. This technique utilizes a special breathing method to resonate with the body's sensitive points, thereby unlocking its latent potential. In fact, even before the moment when Zenfuro burst forth from the ground, Zhang Yuan had already perceived Zenfuro through rock sonar, and his power had begun to surge. With a deep intake of breath, Zhang Yuan's throat bulged as if swallowing a sphere, which rapidly descended into his abdomen, settling at his lower dantian. His lower abdomen vibrated incessantly, blood surged within him like boiling water. In an instant, both his strength and cognitive speed surged by at least 10%. Under the dual explosion of mecha and pilot, Zhang Yuan once again commanded the Azure Blue Swordsman to execute the maneuver snow treading without a trace. Every 0.12 seconds, he completed 6 movements, propelling the Azure Blue Swordsman forward nearly 16 meters. After 0.7 seconds, the mecha had taken 6 steps, transforming into a streak of azure lightning. During this explosive 0.7 seconds, Zhang Yuan felt a tearing pain in his limbs, yet he remained unfazed. He possessed a ferocity point that could mend any injury. For a true warrior, such pain was inconsequential. The Azure Blue Swordsman had fully come to life, with every ounce of power from its engine translating into forward momentum. The mecha's aerodynamic profile was minimized, even harnessing the fierce winds over the sand dunes as an additional force propelling it onward. The deep red plains lacked snow, yet were dotted with sand dunes. The red sands resembled snow, while the Azure Blue Swordsman mecha moved gracefully across the dunes like an ancient, unparalleled swordsman, gliding effortlessly. At the 0.8-second mark, Zhang Yuan's Azure Blue Swordsman forcefully entered Xia Yan's line of sight. "Zhang Yuan, how are you here?" Xia Yan's eyes widened, her previous composure completely replaced by shock. She could not fathom the reason behind this occurrence. Was there a glitch in the game, or had Zhang Yuan activated some cheat? Zhang Yuan provided no answer. He had already dashed to the side of Zenfuro's mecha, which was about to charge forward. He needed to intervene. Harnessing the wild energy output of the mecha, Zhang Yuan drew his sword, charging it with power. A soft hum resonated as a ring of blue-white high-energy plasma appeared along the blade, and he struck at Zenfuro's spider leg. While the spider legs of Zenfuro were relatively fragile, they were still shielded by an force field. A direct high-energy ion sword attack, even with the momentum of the mecha, could not breach the force field's defenses. However, this strike was extraordinary. It employed a powerful mecha sword technique, one of Zhang Yuan's signature moves from his past life, named Howling Gale and Surging Waves. In 0.1 seconds, Zhang Yuan executed 9 actions. The first 8 allocated power to the mecha and adjusted the strike position of the high-energy ion sword. The final command was a repeated attack order. He commanded the mecha to unleash 19 strikes within 0.2 seconds. Why 19 strikes? This was the maximum capacity of the ordinary Azure Blue Swordsman. Exceeding this limit would result in catastrophic failure, while falling short would waste the mecha's energy. Such a risky maneuver could only be attempted by Zhang Yuan, who had mastered the performance of the Azure Blue Swordsman to its pinnacle. After 0.1 seconds, the Azure Blue Swordsman swung its sword. Though it appeared as a singular strike, a myriad of overlapping sword shadows emerged. How could there be so many afterimages? It seemed enhanced by special effects. How peculiar. This was the thought shared by all who witnessed this strike. As the sword struck, it connected with the critical spider leg of Zenfuro, producing an indescribable, piercing sound as the purple-black force field flared. In an instant, the high-energy ion sword in the Azure Blue Swordsman's grasp broke through the formidable defenses of the force field, making contact with the iridium alloy of the spider leg. At this moment, Zhang Yuan had executed only 4 strikes, with 15 more poised to follow. With a sharp, ear-piercing sound, sparks flew, and after 0.1 seconds, the blue-white high-energy ion sword sliced cleanly through the spider leg. This strike was exhilarating, invigorating Zhang Yuan's spirit to clarity. It was swift and decisive, evoking an irresistible sensation of invincibility. In reflection, he realized that the high-strength iridium alloy, coupled with the force field protection, had been severed by an ordinary high-energy ion sword wielded by a standard mecha. The world had indeed gone mad. As Zenfuro prepared to charge, its crucial spider leg snapped, causing the mecha to lose balance. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, propelling the mecha not towards Ho-E, but instead into a dark red dune. Tumbling as it went, Ho-E was saved. The live broadcast channel erupted in chaos. "The true sword god," exclaimed the commentator. I saw it clearly. I slowed it down tenfold. The commentator's final output was not 1 strike, but 19. "Sword god above, I bow to my master. I am the ancient pit. Donated 1,000,000 star coins to demon-slaying swordsman." Wow, 1,000,000 star coins from a big spender. Someone gasped. "Ancient pit. Swordsman, please bestow me your technique. I can offer more if needed." This commotion had no impact on Zhang Yuan. He swiftly turned, not pursuing the off-balance Zinfuro, but instead rushing to Hou Yi's side, protecting her with his sword. Upon landing, Zinfuro made no attempt to retaliate. The remaining 7 spider legs quickly burrowed into the sand, vanishing in an instant. Why not pursue? Xia Yan's astonished voice echoed in the team channel. Although she did not understand, she acknowledged that Zhang Yuan had the capacity to recreate Zinfuro, and thus, it was prudent to strike while the iron was hot, rather than allowing the adversary to escape and regroup. The mecha's high-temperature protection was activated. Zhang Yuan glanced at the screen, noting that the engine core temperature had exceeded 1,900 degrees Celsius. Had he not shut it down immediately, the azure blue swordsman would have faced destruction in 0.3 seconds. Xia Xian understood instantly, sighing, "What a pity. Do not worry. The rock sonar has already collected data on Zinfuro. It can no longer launch a surprise attack," Zhang Yuan replied confidently, retrieving Xia Yan's fallen Gauss sniper rifle and handing it to her. "There are still 4 spider mechas remaining. The fat guy won't hold out much longer." Xia Yan looked over to see the overweight teammate, operating the Earth Defender, cowering beneath a force field shield, akin to a turtle. Were it not for the high defenses of the Earth Defender, he would have perished by now. With the fat guy diverting the spider mecha's attention, Zhang Yuan stood guard nearby, allowing Xia Yan to operate without concern. She took the Gauss sniper rifle and, with a series of few, fired 4 shots, each striking the power cores of the spider mechas, resulting in either shutdowns or explosions, all falling to ruin. The fat guy sighed in relief. "You scared me. I thought I was going to be eliminated." He maneuvered the Earth Defender over, stopping beside Xia Yan, a look of embarrassment on his face. "Zhang Yuan, Xia Yan, I held you back." Xia Yan remained silent, while Zhang Yuan chuckled, "Then let us find a way to improve." "Sure." Wang Qing responded earnestly, then inquired, "What is our next move?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the rock sonar, which clearly indicated Zinfuro's escape route. "Zinfuro is heading for the base. We must follow." He led the way ahead, with Xia Yan following closely behind, while the stout Earth Guardian brought up the rear. Unbeknownst to them, the focal point of the team had transformed into Zhang Yuan, the enigmatic swordsman shrouded in deep blue, a transition that both Xia Yan and Wang Cd accepted with ease. This was largely due to Zhang Yuan's previous performance, which had been nothing short of astonishing. After walking for a while, the private channel suddenly buzzed with Xia Yan's voice. "Zhang Yuan, would you be interested in attempting the dark exploration mode of Heroes?" Chapter 15. What is so difficult? The Crimson Plain. Xia Yan's words stirred a flicker of intrigue within Zhang Yuan. Could it be that Xia Yan has already activated the dark exploration mode? To unlock the dark exploration mode in Hero, players must not only meet stringent hardware requirements but also undergo a formidable psychological pressure test, ensuring they do not succumb to mental collapse in the throes of a genuine battlefield. This prerequisite means that the players who successfully activate the dark exploration mode in Hero are predominantly mature adults over the age of 25, rendering the likes of a 15-year-old high school student a rarity. If Xia Yan has indeed activated this mode, then this young lady is undoubtedly extraordinary. Noticing Zhang Yuan's silence, Xia Yan assumed he was unaware of the dark exploration mode and proceeded to elucidate. In the dark exploration mode, players remotely control combat mechas on the battlefield of Star Sea Corridor, situated 1,000 light-years away, through a microband ether network in real time. While it may appear as a game on the surface, in essence, we become mercenaries for the Earth's military, assisting in high-risk operations. Zhang Yuan was well aware of the essence of the dark exploration mode. It was his primary ambition since his rebirth. "I've heard of it before. It seems quite intriguing," he chuckled. "Are you interested in participating?" Xia Yan's voice remained calm, yet Zhang Yuan could discern a hint of anticipation within it. She hoped he would agree. His senses, sharpened by his rebirth, caught this nuance. He mused, "Xia Yan's background is rather remarkable. It seems she intends to invite me to partake in something significant. Perhaps she could even provide me with a mecha. This could resolve my mecha dilemma. But it would also place me in her debt. I should first probe her intentions." With this thought, Zhang Yuan smiled and remarked, "I've heard that while the risks of the dark exploration mode are elevated, any achievements not only contribute to military merit, but also yield substantial rewards. Frankly, I am quite interested in trying it out, though I currently lack a mecha of my own. Players, being akin to mercenaries, must provide their own mechas. Xia Yan's response was immediate. The mecha is not a problem. I can lend you one. If fortune favors you and you earn some money, you can return it to me. If luck is not on your side and the mecha is destroyed in battle, consider it a favor owed, to be repaid when the opportunity arises. What do you think? Zhang Yuan was astonished. The price of a genuine mecha was no trifling matter. Even a standard model cost over $1 million, with superior models starting at $20 million, and the ferocious grade mechas exceeding $100 million. Custom grade mechas, such as the Doomsday and Mythic levels, were beyond mere financial acquisition. The fact that Xia Yan proposed to lend him a mecha so casually indicated her substantial background. Could she be related to the Xia family? In his past life, Zhang Yuan indeed knew a female mecha pilot named Xia Shiyan, the Xia family's little princess, whose exceptional talent allowed her to pilot the mythic-grade mech and Yuan Great Sage, a strategic asset for Earth. He speculated that Xia Yan might be her sister. Nevertheless, such matters were beyond his concern. What mattered now was the level of mecha Xia Yan could lend him and the conditions attached. To be honest, the ordinary game mode of Hero involved fighting against NPCs controlled by intelligent computers, akin to children playing house in Zhang Yuan's eyes, lacking any excitement. After 2 matches, he had already grown weary of it. What level of mecha are we discussing? My allowance is rather limited. If you don't mind, I could lend you an enhanced version of the Azure Swordsman, which is a top-tier ordinary mecha, boasting over a 50 performance improvement compared to the one you currently pilot. What do you think? Such audacity! Zhang Yuan exclaimed, taken aback. They were merely in high school, and an enhanced Azure Swordsman would cost at least $4 million. It was astonishing that it was even coming from Xia Yan's pocket money. Considering his monthly allowance of $2,000, the disparity was monumental. However, he knew that nothing came without a price. With a faint smile, he remarked, a mecha is a splendid asset. Yet the cost of an enhanced Azure Swordsman would require an ordinary person decades of frugality to accumulate. You cannot expect to lend it to me without reason. Speak plainly, what do you desire in return? Xia Yan was forthright. I wish to form a dark exploration team, and am currently seeking members. I believe you possess great strength. I hope you can join me as a teammate. I see. I will give it some thought, and provide you with a response tomorrow. Zhang Yuan refrained from giving an immediate answer. While Xia Yan could resolve his mecha issue, joining her team would restrict his freedom. He would no longer be able to explore Pandora for traders. However, if he could not gather enough funds in the near future, he might have to agree to Xia Yan's proposition to secure a mecha first. Very well, I shall await your reply. Xia Yan felt a tinge of disappointment. In truth, her team was already comprised of at least 13 reserve members, each equipped with their own mechas, who had sought her out. Encountering Zhang Yuan, she had sought to leverage both the mecha and her personal appeal, only to find him hesitant, which struck her as somewhat arrogant. Yet upon reflection, she reassured herself. Only those with skill have the right to be proud. This Zhang Yuan is exactly the charge pilot I need. Then it is settled. Their private conversation concluded, and they resumed their elite-level mission. The trio raced along the map's guidance, covering 30 kilometers in 20 minutes, arriving at a desolate and barren expanse. This area offered a remarkably open view. The ground, though dry, had not eroded into sand, with only a few low shrubs dotting the landscape. When the wind stirred, it merely kicked up a small cloud of dust. From this vantage point, they could see a low, dark red mound on the horizon, faintly revealing small openings within it. At first glance, it resembled a colossal termite mound. That mound housed the medium-sized demon base of the Crimson Plain. The base was equipped with 5 defensive proton cannons, boasting an effective range of 5 kilometers. In contrast, the farthest reach of the large magnetic railgun I could carry extended to 3 kilometers. To breach their defenses, we needed to advance another 700 meters, Xia Yan analyzed meticulously. Zhang Yuan surveyed the horizon, noting that the plain ahead was strikingly flat, devoid of any visual blind spots. To advance within 3 kilometers, they would need to withstand the fire of the returning proton cannons, alongside the triple ambushes from the new Flora and Spider mechas. Such a scenario would rigorously test the combat prowess of the team's long-range attack mechas and the synergy among its members. Among the team, only the Earth Defender could withstand the proton cannon's assault. Wang Chunli stood forth, declaring, I will take the lead. You all follow closely behind me. As he spoke, he bent slightly, his force field shield positioned before him, exuding an attitude of readiness to charge ahead. No, That's still insufficient. Zhang Yuan shook his head at the sight of the stout fellow. Don't worry, I can hold my ground. The Earth Defender thumped his metal palm against his chest, producing a resounding clang. See this? 18 millimeters of reinforced high-strength alloy. You won't be able to withstand it. Xia Yan also shook her head. Wang Qingli's confidence faltered, and he weakly inquired, then what should we do? This is all I'm good for. Zhang Yuan, what are your thoughts? Xia Yan turned to him. Recognizing that his previous performance demonstrated capabilities surpassing her own, his opinion was crucial and would directly influence the outcome of the battle. The Mecha God live stream channel erupted with comments. The host has gained command. Impressive. Of course, the host is formidable. Have you ever seen anyone sever a leg of a new flora with an ordinary mecha? Do you think this girl will fall for the host? Without mentioning the cheerful conversations on the channel, Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Xia Yan, you will advance behind the Earth Guardian. Wang Cheng, once we reach the assault distance, crouch down to serve as a temporary bastion, protecting Xia Yan during her attack. Understood, Wang Cheng replied, regaining a sense of purpose. During this time, I will lead the charge, drawing the majority of the proton cannon's firepower. Can you guarantee that every shot will be completely evaded? Xia Yan inquired, gazing at him. The swirling proton cannon was the most common artillery used by the demon race, possessing formidable penetration capabilities. Upon striking a target, it would unleash a terrifying proton scatter, rendering mere physical defenses ineffective. Reliance on an electromagnetic force field was imperative. Ordinary-grade mechs generally lacked protective fields, and the Azure Blade Swordsman was no exception. Given the power of the swirling proton cannon, a single hit, regardless of where it landed, would trigger an immediate scatter of condensed proton streams, transforming the entire mech into a sieve, leaving the pilot inside doomed. In the Mecha God live broadcast channel, the viewer count had quietly surged to 200,000, and discussions regarding Zhang Yuan and his companions' tactics were underway. In my opinion, this task is utterly unfeasible. That Earth Guardian is a liability. Indeed, if they had deployed an elite-grade Titan or a Golden Warrior, this ambush would have been considerably simpler. I believe the host can definitely succeed. He is the Sword God in my heart. Go host. Sword God Shimin Shui Shui donated 10,000 star coins to Demon Slayer Swordsman. The host is a pit donated 1,000 star coins to Demon Slayer Swordsman. Everyone on the platform awaited the commencement of the final battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan equipped himself with a brand new energy board and smiled slightly. What difficulty lies ahead? Majestic host. Sword God above, I bow to you, my little disciple. Be careful not to overreach. Zhang Yuan had long since muted the messages from the live broadcast platform. At this moment, he perceived no information. He unsheathed the long sword from his back and, with a swift motion, pointed forward. Let us engage in battle. Chapter 16. The surface like water, dust, and smoke like waves. Deep Crimson Plain. Once Xia Yan and Wang CD entered a state of readiness, Zhang Yuan piloted the Azure Steel Swordsman, leading the charge with fervor. The roar of the engine erupted like thunder, as the Azure Swordsman Type 1 showcased an explosive power surpassing the ordinary level, covering 200 meters in a mere 4 seconds. Entering the firing range of the Demon Clan's swirling proton cannon. At that moment, a faint glimmer flickered from the distant demon base. A brief sign of the proton cannon preparing to fire, lasting scarcely 0.1 seconds. For an average player, anticipating evasion from such a fleeting light would be exceedingly challenging. Yet for Zhang Yuan, who had dealt with the Demon Clan for years, the warning was unmistakable. The firing speed was hardly faster than a snail. After 0.1 seconds, a pale purple beam of light materialized, targeting Zhang Yuan's Azure Swordsman. The live stream of Mecha God erupted in gasps of astonishment, many viewers watching in panoramic mode, instantly recognizing the movements of the demon base. In the next instant, a concentrated stream of high-speed protons surged towards Zhang Yuan, but at the last moment, the Azure Swordsman executed a sudden left sidestep, moving as gracefully as if treading on water, the upper body of the machine remaining still. At that moment, Zhang Yuan unleashed an ordinary overload thrust, employing the mecha sprint maneuver footprints in the snow. His execution was flawless and fluid, with no pause in the mecha's power transition. From a distance, it appeared as though the Azure Swordsman had instantaneously teleported to the left. A hissing sound echoed as the proton stream grazed half a meter from the right side of the mecha. A perfect evasion. The audience on Mecha God erupted in another wave of ecstatic screams. The pace of battle was astoundingly rapid, with life and death hinging on the slightest moment. The indescribable thrill ignited their blood. But one successful evasion was far from sufficient, as the demon base boasted 5 proton cannons. Following the first shot, the initial cannon entered cooldown, while simultaneously, the other 4 cannons fired in unison. Hissing sounds resounded as 4 pale purple beams of light emerged, striking towards Zhang Yuan from 4 different angles. Viewed from above, it resembled 4 swords abruptly thrusting towards him. Yet, Zhang Yuan appeared as if foreseeing the impending attack. The enormous steel mecha contracted, its size shrinking by at least half, and, with an agile roll to the left, it deftly slipped through the gaps between the 4 swords. The live stream platform erupted in an even louder roar of astonishment, akin to a primal scream. Viewers felt the intense thrill of being on the brink of life and death, many instinctively clutching their chests, their hearts racing violently. Behind Zhang Yuan, Xia Yan's pupils constricted. She pondered if she could evade even 1 or 2 attacks from 5 proton cannons, but she knew she would be destroyed within 3 seconds. Yet, the team channel displayed Zhang Yuan's information, revealing his breathing steady and heartbeat only slightly accelerated, merely in a state of mild excitement. Can one remain so composed in such perilous circumstances? Xia Yan could scarcely believe that an individual's skills could experience such a monumental leap. Ahead, the Azure Swordsman had just regained its footing, seemingly having anticipated the positions of subsequent attacks, once again predicting and evading. With a roar of the engine, the mecha overloaded its propulsion, its legs trembling slightly, executing another perfect footprints in the snow. The surface was as smooth as water, and the 6-ton steel swordsman glided gracefully like a leaf on the water's surface. In the next instant, the 4 pale purple proton streams surged toward the Azure Swordsman once more, the closest beam merely 30 centimeters away. 30 centimeters, seemingly close, yet an insurmountable distance. Hissing, the proton cannon fired again, and Zhang Yuan predicted the evasion once more, treating the demon base's defensive artillery as inconsequential. Wang Qing, the portly comrade, was nearly dumbfounded. He had never imagined anyone could manipulate an ordinary-level mecha to such an extent. It was no longer a mere mecha, but akin to a master of martial arts from a novel. Keep up. Zhang Yuan's voice resonated through the team channel. Calm as water, yet to Wang Qing's ears, it struck like thunder, jolting him awake. Here they come. Wang Qing raised his force field shield and charged forward, with Xia Yan trailing him at a distance of 30 meters. In 10 seconds, spanning 700 meters, the demon base's defensive proton cannons fired 40 shots, each aimed at Zhang Yuan, yet none found their mark. On the Mecha God livestream platform, I Am the Ancient Pit rewarded demon-slaying swordsman with 1,000,000 star coins. I am the Ancient Pit, Sword God. Please take me as your disciple. Teach me your footwork, and I shall offer more. Wealthy patron. Host. I want to have your children. Let's form a mecha team. TCH. The host evasion techniques are unparalleled. 1,000,000 star coins for that? Dream on. The previous scene reminded me of a song called Butterfly in the Storm. The host is truly a demon-slaying swordsman. The livestream platform was ablaze with excitement. Donations pouring in, and the audience surged to an astounding 400,000 viewers. Yet, all this commotion was irrelevant to Zhang Yuan, who was embroiled in battle. As Xia Yan entered the firing range of the large magnetic railgun, her task of drawing fire was far from over. In fact, the situation had become even more perilous. Not only did she have to contend with the demon base's swirling proton cannons, but she also had to remain vigilant against ambushes from the new Volo and Spider mechas. Zhang Yuan maneuvered the Azure Swordsman to evade the proton cannon fire while meticulously monitoring the readings from the rock sonar, ever wary of the new Volo. Bang, bang, bang. Xia Yan's large magnetic railgun fired, each shot a brilliant blue-white line, employing rapid-fire mode, nearly launching a shot every 2 seconds. With each blast, an explosion erupted from the distant hills, silencing a proton cannon of the demon clan. Her accuracy was flawless, yet it drew little admiration. Although her marksmanship was remarkable enough to earn an MVP moment in a separate ambush, in this battle, all attention was drawn to the Azure Swordsman's mesmerizing dance. Bang! Xia Yan fired her 4th shot, disabling the 4th proton cannon, leaving the demon base with only 1 remaining. Just then, Zhang Yuan heard a series of urgent beeping alarms in his ear. His eyes narrowed for a moment before recognizing the familiar waveforms transmitted by the rock sonar. These waveforms signaled that the new Volo had arrived beneath them, while approximately 20 spider mechas charged toward them from over 2,000 meters away. Due to the rapid advance of Zhang Yuan and his team, the demon clan was caught off guard. resulting in a gap between their commander and soldiers due to the performance discrepancies of their mechas. 2,000 meters. The spider mechas required approximately 8 seconds to traverse this distance, which was far too slow. During this time, if the new Volo did not appear, the last proton cannon of the demon base would be destroyed, granting Zhang Yuan and his team the upper hand, allowing them to retreat and regroup. A defenseless demon base would become an easy target. Thus, if the demon clan wished to avoid destruction, the new Volo would undoubtedly act to thwart Xia Yan within those 8 seconds. This meant that an assault from the new Volo was imminent. Zhang Yuan contemplated briefly. His mind clear, he fixed his gaze on the rock sonar, and approximately 0.5 seconds later, a flurry of urgent waveforms appeared. Just as he suspected, the new Volo did not hesitate, launching an attack without delay. The new Volo is too fast. Xia Yan won't have time to attack. She must evade. A fleeting thought crossed Zhang Yuan's mind, and he promptly communicated in the team channel. Xia Yan, advance on the left side and evade. The new adversary has arrived. Chapter 17. The iron cavalry strikes with clanging blades. Zhang Yuan spoke with remarkable speed, yet his enunciation was crystal clear, and his tone remained remarkably calm, employing the standard terminology of tactical commands. At this, Xia Yan felt a jolt of urgency, without a moment's hesitation. She relinquished her large electromagnetic cannon and activated her high-energy ion microthrusters. With a resounding rush of wind, she surged to the left. Almost instantaneously, a deafening explosion erupted from the ground to her right, sending earth and debris flying as a purplish-black silhouette burst forth from beneath the surface. It was none other than the Demon Clan's base commander, Invincible, who had previously fled from Zhang Yuan but was now hastening back to provide aid. Perhaps due to the injuries sustained by her spider legs, Invincible's mech began to morph rapidly while suspended in midair. With a series of metallic clinks and clangs, the spider legs retracted, the body contracted, and arms emerged, revealing a humanoid form. She initiated her transformation capabilities. Simultaneously, she did not neglect her offensive. 2 spiral laser cannons mounted on her back unleashed a barrage of fire, the blast crackling ominously as spirals of high-energy lasers, distorted by the force field, shot forth relentlessly, all aimed squarely at Xia Yan. In this elite ambush, the demon commander Invincible exhibited a commendable level of combat intelligence. Intelligently locking onto the most threatening long-range attacker in the battle, Xia Yan, and pursuing her without relent. Given that Xia Yan's Hui mech had already lost an arm in the previous skirmish and was severely off balance, she found herself unable to evade the ensuing spiral lasers. And disaster loomed. At that moment, a massive shadow erupted beside her, accompanied by a thunderous roar of an engine. "I'm coming, fatty," Wang Cheng bellowed, charging forward in the Earth Defender mech, heedless of the danger as he collided with Invincible's mech suspended midair. Standing at 8 meters tall and weighing 20 tons, the Earth Defender was akin to a rampaging bull when it surged forth with a maximum output of 300 horsepower. Although Invincible's mech appeared formidable, most of its bulk was merely an illusion created by the extended spider legs. In reality, its lightweight design kept its total weight under 10 tons, less than half that of the Earth Defender. Were it on solid ground, Invincible might have challenged the Earth Defender head-on, utilizing her mech's high power output and robust frame. However, suspended in the air, she had no means of leverage. Wang Cheng had been patiently awaiting this ambush. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's alert about Invincible's imminent appearance, he became invigorated, fully focused on entangling Invincible to protect Xia Yan and create an opportunity for his comrades to attack. Zhang Yuan has broken through. I cannot remain a relic of the ancient pits forever. At that moment, Wang Cheng's sole focus was on Invincible. With his shield raised defensively, he bent slightly forward, and his engine roared with ferocity, radiating an imposing aura. With a resounding crash, the Earth Defender collided with Invincible, sending her sprawling. The force field flared brightly as Invincible was thrust backward, causing her spiral laser cannons to misfire. Even so, one of the errant shots grazed the left leg of the Hui mech, severing it completely. The remote attacker mech was not designed for close-quarters combat. Thus, its defensive capabilities were lacking. To maintain mobility, it had been constructed with a lightweight design, which meant that against a boss mech like Invincible, evasion was the only viable option. To endure a direct hit would spell certain doom. This delay provided Zhang Yuan with ample time to react. His gaze fixed intently on the now unbalanced Invincible suspended in the air, a spark ignited in his mind. An opportunity. On the battlefield, most chances for victory arise spontaneously, fleetingly, often lasting but a moment. Seizing such a moment can lead to triumph. At this instant, Xian Fula's loss of balance and her aerial position presented the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan pivoted, unleashing an additional 30 power output from his mech, employing the snow tread maneuver to surge toward the airborne Xian Fula. As the Azure Swordmaster mech reached the site where Xia Yan's large electromagnetic cannon had fallen, Zhang Yuan executed a subtle leg trimmer maneuver. The mech's central computer registered his movement, and the steel leg responded accordingly, colliding gently with the cannon and sending it soaring towards Xia Yan, landing precisely beside her arm. Disable the proton cannon. Zhang Yuan's voice remained steady as he suddenly sidestepped to the left. With a soft whoosh, a proton beam grazed past him, barely a foot away from the mech. Upon receiving the cannon, Xia Yan extended her arm, turning swiftly to lock onto her target and squeeze the trigger, unleashing a blue-white beam that streaked toward the distant Demon Clan base, rendering the last proton cannon there inoperative. Zhang Yuan did not concern himself with the outcome at the demon base. He had complete faith in Xia Yan's combat prowess. As the blue-white beam from the electromagnetic cannon illuminated the battlefield, his undivided focus remained on Xian Fula, now just 30 meters ahead and 5 meters tall. Once more, he activated the Azure Swordmaster's 50 extreme thrust, and with a deep breath, he unleashed his full potential, channeling the energy of the golden toad swallowing the moon to amplify his physical capabilities. The engine of the Azure Swordmaster roared to life, echoing like the cries of a primordial beast. In that fleeting moment, the Azure Swordmaster transformed into a relentless harbinger of death. The high-energy ion sword trailed behind him, while the snow tread maneuver allowed for flawless movement, maximizing every ounce of power for a charge. In an instant, the mech's speed reached its zenith, its metallic form blurring as it shot forth like an arrow through the wind, aiming directly at the airborne Xian Fula. The iron cavalry surged forth, blades clanging in the air crackling with energy. Half a second later, Xian Fula landed, her body having completed its transformation from a spider-like form to a humanoid mech. Brandishing a blade and equipped with spiral laser cannons, her long mechanical legs poised for action. The force from the prior collision had yet to dissipate, causing Xian Fula to slide backward upon landing, temporarily unable to mount a counterattack. At that moment, Zhang Yuan closed in on Xian Fula. The freshly affixed energy plates radiated intense heat, their output peaking as powerful energy coursed into the high-energy ion sword in his arm, which shone with a blinding blue-white brilliance. Dynamic sword technique, whirlwind waves. Dynamic sword technique, new moon. In an instant, Zhang Yuan seamlessly fused the two sword techniques, generating a crescent-like sword light that cascaded in waves, each surge building upon the last. As the old moon waned, the new moon ascended, with all the tempest, all the brilliance, and all the power converging upon Xian Fula's mech at its most vulnerable waist. This strike was dazzling, akin to a dream, radiant as a supernova. Hidden within its breathtaking beauty was an undercurrent of deadly ferocity. With a soft whoosh, the high-energy ion sword sliced through Xian Fula's waist as if parting a sheet of paper, passing cleanly through. Zhang Yuan immediately engaged the engine's safety mode. Yet the mech's momentum persisted, propelling him past Xian Fula. The mech's velocity was staggering. It skidded across the sandy surface for a full 40 meters before coming to a halt. As dust and debris settled, the steel swordsman casually sheathed the high-energy ion sword on his back with a soft click. The sounds of various mechanisms echoed behind him as the surrounding purple-black force field enveloping Xian Fula's mech flickered out, and the mechs too have slowly began to separate. The severed edge of the mech gleamed with a vivid red hue, radiating intense heat. Within the mech, the body of the demon pilot had also been cleaved in two, the cut appearing remarkably smooth under the scorching blaze of the ion sword. The new Führer, a boss-level mech engaged in a precision assault mission, was annihilated in an instant by the ordinary-level Azure Swordsman Type 1. The mech god's streaming platform erupted with an explosive sound. A single strike, devoid of murderous intent, forged the most resplendent of victories. Anchor, I am utterly infatuated with you. The anchor piloting the Azure Swordsman was unparalleled in the realm. The ordinary-level mech's one-hit obliteration of the new Führer feels like a dream. Donations flowed in like snowflakes, nearly overwhelming the streaming channel. Chapter 18, The Harvest. Thus, the formidable mech, Zenfuro, met its demise. As a top-tier mech with a combat power rating of 19, it stood among the elite. Yet, its conqueror was merely a standard-level Yuan Swordsman Type 1 mech, rated at a mere 6. even with the addition of a corrosion-resistant high-energy ion sword. Its power barely reached 8. The disparity between these two mechs in terms of power, strength, and technological integration was stark, akin to relics from two distinct eras. Logically, the Yuan swordsman should have been incapable of breaching Zenfuro's defenses, yet the reality was that Zenfuro was cleaved in two by the Yuan swordsman's blade. On the Mech God streaming platform, 5 to 6 minutes had elapsed, yet the audience remained entranced, still grappling with the shock of the event. Could technique truly bridge the chasm of disparity between mechs? It was over. I could never face piloting the Yuan swordsman again. Feeling as if I had been nothing more than a pretender, I am the ancient pit rewarded demon slayer with 100,000 star coins. I am the ancient pit, a perfect moment of strike. An impeccable blow, words fail, only rewards to offer. What a super rich patron. Meanwhile, with Zenfuro's death, the greatest threat to the team had been eliminated. After annihilating the last proton cannon at the demon base, Xiaoyan swiftly turned around, only to witness Zhang Yuan's entire process of vanquishing Zenfuro. Unlike most viewers who merely reveled in the spectacle, she perceived far beyond the superficial glamour. She saw Zhang Yuan's flawless mastery of the battle mech and his impeccable maneuvering. The ordinary-level Yuan swordsman slaying Zenfuro, showcasing precise calculations of strength and mech performance. This is the comrade I so desperately need. Xiaoyan's desire to recruit Zhang Yuan intensified. Fatty Wangcheng was more straightforward. He stared, dumbfounded, at Zhang Yuan's Yuan swordsman. And after several moments, he exclaimed, "Zhang Yuan, you are incredible." Zhang Yuan flicked away the mech lubricant from his blade, turning to face the demon base. His voice calm and steady in the team channel. Zenfuro is dead. The demon base has lost its commander and will enter a period of chaos. This is the perfect opportunity for an assault. Xiaoyan, cover with your rapid-fire laser cannon and magnetic railgun. Wang Cheng, protect Xiaoyan. I will go destroy the demon base. Understood. Xiaoyan and Wang Cheng responded almost in unison. Zhang Yuan charged towards the demon base, his movements as graceful as snow falling without a trace, employing overload propulsion to maintain balance and protect his power output. Each action flowed seamlessly, and the mech surged forward at a speed far exceeding that of the ordinary Yuan swordsman. Mech God livestream commentary erupted. I've discovered it. The streamer's overload propulsion can be employed continuously without damaging the mech because he activates it only when power output is necessary. Look at the Yuan swordsman's overload. It isn't linear, but cyclical. The power output follows the same cycle. These two cycles overlap perfectly. Incredible. Such complex maneuvers executed flawlessly by the streamer. There is no supreme mech, only the supreme player. The Yuan swordsman's overload could only persist for 3 minutes. Yet Zhang Yuan had surpassed that limit, and at last, some began to comprehend the secret behind his operations. This only amplified the astonishment. Following every illogical occurrence, a miracle exists. The Demon Slayer is that miracle. He is the Mech God. No, he is the unparalleled Sword God. The streaming platform buzzed with excitement as the elite-level raid in the Crimson Plains drew to a close. With the commanders in Furo lost and the proton cannon destroyed, only a disorganized assembly of spider mechs remained, utterly incapable of thwarting the formidable offensive forged by Zhang Yuan and Xiaoyan. 10 minutes later, a resounding explosion erupted as the demon base ignited into a blaze of glory. Victory! The triumphant system announcement heralded the flawless conclusion of this raid mission. Zhang Yuan, you were phenomenal today. It was truly an epiphany. Wang Qing shouted. You must teach me. Zhang Yuan smiled in response. Sure, but you need to lose weight first. Otherwise, all the technique in the world will be futile. I'll lose weight. Just give me a month. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth. This raid had genuinely motivated him. Zhang Yuan, once on par with him, had now transcended to become the Mech God, earning Xiaoyan's respect in their conversations, while he felt utterly overshadowed. He could not continue like this. He needed to earn Xiaoyan's esteem as well. Fine, you have 1 month. If you truly slim down, I will share everything I know. Zhang Yuan chuckled. During this time, Xiaoyan had remained silent publicly, yet her private channel buzzed with a message. If you agree to join my team, I can prepare a perfectly modified ordinary-level Yuan swordsman mech for you. What do you think? A perfectly modified mech? Even an ordinary level 1 would cost millions. Xiaoyan was truly investing heavily. This was an exceedingly generous offer, the only drawback being that joining the team might hinder personal autonomy. Zhang Yuan, though not averse to collaboration, preferred the freedom of a lone wolf, particularly with the impending investigation of the traitor in Pandora. If given the choice, he would rather not join the team, as that would entail a significant debt of gratitude. Zhang Yuan replied as before, "No rush, I need to think it over. I will get back to you tomorrow." Upon receiving such a lukewarm reply, Xiaoyan furrowed her brow, her eagerness waning slightly. Have I appeared too eager, making him think I value him highly? Never mind. I'll wait for his response tomorrow. If he declines, there's little point in pressing him. She fell silent. At that moment, the game completed the battle evaluation. Suddenly, a golden's leapt onto Zhang Yuan's screen, and the system's voice exclaimed with fervor, "MVP." The player Demon Slayer achieved MVP status in the Elite Raid, elevating to the lower echelon of Elite rank. As the system announcement echoed, Zhang Yuan heard a voice resonate in his mind. Master has achieved victory in the Hero Elite level combat mission, an overlevel challenge, earning 40 Fury points. The host successfully ascends to the lower Elite rank in Hero, increasing the Fury points cap by 20, bringing the new limit to 140 points. Following these announcements, the immersive screens inside the mech displayed the MVP maneuvers from the battle, all three belonging to Zhang Yuan. The first, Zhang Yuan lured the enemy in the weathered stone forest, swiftly annihilating a spider mech scout. The second, Zhang Yuan unleashed 150 power output from the mech, employing snow without traces to sever Zenfuro's leg with the Tempest Wave Sword technique, rescuing Xiaoyan. The third, Zhang Yuan seized a fleeting opportunity, dashing forth like lightning, cleaving Zenfuro in twain. While this evaluation was expected, it nonetheless ignited a fervor on the Mech God platform, especially among those new to the stream, who found the situation perplexing. What is happening? An ordinary level mech attaining MVP in an elite raid? Are you blind? Look at the MVP moments to witness what true swordsmanship looks like. Did you notice? That Hoi mech previously held MVP in nearly every match, yet in this one, it only rated AB, not even qualifying as excellent. Curious onlookers promptly checked Hoi's battle records, gasping in astonishment. Wow, Hoi is actually a major player, but her performance seemed average. It is not that she is lacking, rather, it is the undeniable prowess of the streamer that has overshadowed her performance entirely. In a combat mission, the moments that can enhance the system's evaluation are indeed limited. Based on Xiaoyan's performance, she can be considered a skilled player at the elite rank, yet, when juxtaposed with Zhang Yuan's resplendent brilliance, she appears utterly dim. On the Mecha God live streaming platform, the audience remained captivated, engaged in animated discussions, reluctant to disperse, only departing once Zhang Yuan concluded his broadcast. Nonetheless, each viewer ensured to follow Zhang Yuan's ID. When he next initiated a live stream, at least 500,000 viewers would receive immediate notifications. Even if only half could make it, Zhang Yuan's foundational popularity would be quite commendable. Unperturbed by these developments, Zhang Yuan's ultimate goal was not to profit from live streaming, but rather to utilize this avenue to acquire his initial capital. Following the conclusion of his broadcast, his communication device buzzed incessantly with messages from viewers in the chat room, a side effect of his streaming endeavor. Observing the barrage of notifications, Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort in his head. Fortunately, in his previous life, before securing the championship in the Mecha Fighting League, he had also spent some time as a streamer on Mecha God, accumulating a fair number of fans and experience in managing such situations. He first lifted the communication block from his fans, and instantly, a deluge of messages flooded in from the streaming platform. As he perused the influx of notifications, he was taken aback. Lo and behold, the tips amount to over 5 million star coins. This IAM the Ancient Pit has tipped 3 million alone. What a generous benefactor. With a conversion rate of 10:1 to real currency and a 70-30 revenue split with the Mecha God platform, this meant he would receive a staggering 350,000 from the tips alone. Coupled with the 500,000 viewers, he would also earn an additional 250,000, bringing his total to 600,000. A mere stone's throw from the million mark. With a few more live streams, acquiring a standard-grade Azure Swordsman mecha would not pose a challenge. Perfect. With this sum, I will possess my own mecha, thus eliminating the need to owe Xiaoyan a favor, whether in this life or the last. Zhang Yuan has always been one to shun being beholden to others. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly felt a sharp, tearing pain coursing through his limbs. Glancing down at his wrists, ankles, and knees, he noticed slight swelling in his joints. His body was still recovering. He had exerted himself too much today and sustained minor injuries. It seemed continuing the live stream was not feasible. He dismissed the idea of working through the night. The urgent beeping of his communication device interrupted his thoughts as someone requested to connect to his private call channel. Zhang Yuan glanced at the ID and recognized it as the generous benefactor who had just tipped him 3 million star coins. I am the ancient pit. Naturally, such a prominent supporter could not be ignored, so he opted to accept the call. I am the ancient pit wasted no time, stating, Master, do you accept disciples? No, Zhang Yuan replied succinctly, lacking the time for such commitments. The other party quickly adjusted their approach. How about I purchase the 3 maneuvers you just demonstrated for 10? No, 20 million each? What do you think? Zhang Yuan fell silent, taken aback. To be honest, the 3 maneuvers he utilized were military techniques, while advanced. They were not secret arts. They could easily be researched and purchased on the Star Union network for a mere 10,000 each, clearly not worth such exorbitant sums. Realizing Zhang Yuan's hesitance, I am the ancient pit promptly increased the offer. What if I offer 30 million for each maneuver? As long as you can provide me with a few personal tips, I will transfer the funds immediately. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan heard a ding sound, and his account displayed an immediate increase of 900,000. The efficiency of the transfer was remarkable. Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned, glancing at his account balance, which now stood at 153 million, only 700,000 shy of acquiring a standard-grade Azure Swordsman mecha. A basic model would not suffice. It required modifications. No, it demanded perfect modifications, which would necessitate over 7 million. Initially, Zhang Yuan had thought this goal somewhat challenging, yet it now seemed attainable with just a few more live streams. Indeed, he had encountered a benefactor of remarkable generosity. Should he teach? Naturally, he would. Chapter 19. Xia Yin and Xia Xiyin. The elite raid had concluded, and Zhang Yuan could no longer occupy the virtual pod. As the hour grew late, he departed after scheduling his next meeting with I.A.M., the ancient giant pit. Upon exiting the pod, Wang Cheng rushed over, his eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yuan, scrutinizing him for a full half-minute before exclaiming, Brother, you were phenomenal today. Quickly, tell me your secret to training. Weight loss. Once I achieve that, I will share the details with you. Zhang Yuan replied, eyeing the excess flesh on Wang Cheng's abdomen. Fine, I'll start running on the school track right now. Just wait and see, Wang Cheng declared, sprinting off without acknowledging Xia Yin, who approached afterward. Clearly, he had been profoundly stimulated today. Xia Yin glanced at Wang Cheng's retreating figure, then turned her gaze to the holographic screen above the gaming hall, where dazzling maneuvers were being refreshed, all showcasing Zhang Yuan's Azure Swordsman. You've initiated a live stream? She inquired, quickly realizing that the Azure Swordsman had not concealed his ID. Zhang Yuan nodded, his smile brightening, just trying to earn a little pocket money. Xia Yin was no fool. She fully understood Zhang Yuan's prowess within the game and knew that such performance could yield far more than mere pocket change if he activated the Mecha God live stream. With sustained effort and growing fame, a single broadcast could amass hundreds of thousands, even millions. She scrutinized her classmate, noting the warmth and brightness in his eyes, the subtle sheen of jade-like skin, and a faint, enigmatic smile that radiated quiet confidence. Sighing inwardly, she anticipated his response for the following day. Someone like him would be impossible to recruit unless absolutely necessary. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Xia Xiyin. The third daughter of the Xia family in Moonlight City. She extended her hand. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing he was in the presence of Xia Xiyin. No wonder this enchanting classmate had vanished after high school. Xia Xiyin was remarkable, possessing a perfect talent for mecha combat since childhood. At 18, she piloted a Rampage-class mecha, and by 21, she achieved a breakthrough, commanding an Apocalypse-class mecha and becoming a formidable general. 3 years later, she accomplished another significant technological breakthrough, becoming the pilot of the mythic Mecha Yuan the Great Saint, thus earning the title of Earth's third mythic pilot. She was also the only female pilot of a mythic-class mecha on the planet. In his past life, Zhang Yuan had seen her in 2184, commanding the Yuan the Great Saint equipped with the highest technology Earth had to offer, her status revered and unmatched. He could only gaze from afar. To encounter the youthful version of such a legendary pilot so soon after his rebirth felt serendipitous. Such a figure deserved to be acquainted with. Zhang Yuan grasped her hand, noting her delicate hand's surface, yet the palm bore a thin callus, indicating the rigor of her training. After a brief handshake, he introduced himself. I am Zhang Yuan, the third-generation heir of the Zhang family from Donghai Penglai Island. Xia Xiyin paused, a flicker of realization crossing her face. Ah, that explains it. The Zhang family sword techniques are quite renowned. After a moment, she inquired, I noticed you began a live stream. Were you planning to purchase a mecha to activate the dark exploration mode from the outset? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, how did you know? Xia Shiyin smiled coyly. Just a guess. I've heard that the third-generation heir of the Penglai Zhang family was frail and sickly as a child, so you likely weren't favored at home. And your pocket money must be limited, correct? This was the first time Zhang Yuan had witnessed her smile, a breathtaking sight that left him momentarily entranced. He quickly regained his composure, reflecting with a wry smile. How fortunate the heavens are to bestow upon her not only exceptional mecha talent, but also unparalleled beauty. Thankfully, in this era, beauty was abundant, and each youth had been tested by time. Zhang Yuan soon resumed his indifference. You are correct. My status in the Zhang family is not particularly esteemed, but that is inconsequential. They will eventually recognize their error, since you are in need of funds. And I happen to have some pocket money, why not let me lend you? Do not misconstrue this. There are no strings attached. Simply repay me when you are able, Zhang Yuan added. He was not naive. Those raised in prestigious families instinctively sought to recruit talents, whether through investment or friendship. And Xia Shiyin likely recognized this. However, since she was willing to assist without stringent repayment conditions, he would not refuse such a favor. Time was of the essence. And entering Pandora a day sooner would be beneficial. Very well, how much can you lend? 8 million. I have saved quite a bit over the years, Xia Yin stated. Then lend it all to me, Zhang Yuan replied without hesitation. 8 million might seem an insurmountable sum to an ordinary person, but to him, it merely represented a stepping stone towards realizing his ambitions. How bold of you, Xia Yin chuckled, narrowing her eyes as she retrieved her portable computer. With a swift swipe, a notification chimed on Zhang Yuan's device, confirming that 8 million had been transferred. Thank you kindly. I assure you, I will repay you in due time. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily, realizing his account now held 53 million, more than sufficient to acquire a perfectly modified standard-class mecha. Having secured enough funds and exchanged a few more words with Xia Yin, Zhang Yuan waved goodbye and departed. Xia Yin watched him until his figure faded from view before dialing a contact. Brother, I've exhausted my allowance this year. Please send me 500,000 as an emergency fund. Yin, I recall you just advanced a year's worth of allowance to mother, totaling 7 million. Surely, you haven't started dating? Brother, will you lend me the money or not? Xia Shiyin's tone turned icy. All right, I will lend it to you. Zhang Yuan was blissfully unaware of this exchange. Upon entering the campus, he murmured in his mind, use 40 points of fury. A surge of tremendous heat erupted within him, swiftly coursing through his limbs for 8 seconds before gradually subsiding. At this moment, the slight swelling in his joints vanished completely, and a wave of vitality enveloped him. He touched his arms and chest, noting the distinct muscle definition, resilient and elastic, with beautifully sculpted lines. Reaching the standard level required 100 fury points, and having already spent 50, he was close to meeting the military standard for ordinary class. Feeling invigorated, Zhang Yuan had no desire to rest. Glancing at the time, which read 7:53 p.m., he promptly turned around and headed once more towards the gaming center outside the school. This time, he intended to engage in the more challenging player versus player mode rather than the simple computer raids. As he walked, a voice suddenly called out, Zhang Yuan, are you not planning to sleep? Looking up, he found it was none other than Xia Shiyin, who had just returned to the school. Can't sleep. I plan to stream another session, Zhang Yuan admitted. Although he was no longer in dire need of money, he was certainly in want of fury points. Regrettably, the gaming center closed after midnight. Otherwise, with his fury points, he would have streamed all night. Are you not tired? Xia Shiyin asked, astonished. Earlier, during the Crimson Plains, Zhang Yuan had exerted himself multiple times, with overloads exceeding 18G, far beyond the limits of an ordinary 15-year-old high school student. That was merely a warm-up, Zhang Yuan replied, stretching his limbs, exuding an air of boundless energy. Then let us go together, Xia Shiyin proposed, turning to accompany Zhang Yuan as they walked toward the school exit. In the recent skirmish, she exhibited little remarkable performance, merely firing a few shots throughout the encounter, which felt rather lacking in excitement. However, Zhang Yuan, eager for a capable ally, recognized that in the elite tier, Xia Shiyin's skills were unquestionable. You are currently at the lower end of the elite rank and are already capable of piloting elite-level mechs. Can your physique keep pace? Xia Yin scrutinized Zhang Yuan, harboring some skepticism. In a swift motion, Zhang Yuan leaped an impressive 4 meters, turning to face Xia Yin. What do you think? Xia Yin, well-versed in such matters, conceded. All right, based on your explosive power, your physique is more than adequate for piloting an elite mech. The two then walked side by side to the gaming center, only to find that all the machines were fully occupied. It appeared they would have to wait, which disappointed Xiaoxian somewhat. No need to wait, just watch me. Zhang Yuan smiled, then began operating his personal computer, connecting to the gaming center's owner. I am the Demon Slayer, and I wish to reserve 2 virtual pods for a live broadcast. A prompt response came from the other side. Demon Slayer? The pilot of the Wolf Demon Mech and the Azure Sword Mech? Zhang Yuan's initial thoughts were confirmed. His remarkable performance today had indeed drawn attention. Indeed. Are you physically prepared? You've already participated in 2 raids today. No issues whatsoever. I possess a family legacy of physical training techniques and potions that ensure rapid recovery. Moreover, if I were unfit, the virtual pod's mainframe would not permit my entry, would it? That is true. Please remain stationary. Shortly, a staff member will guide you to the VIP virtual pods on the 2nd floor. Zhang Yuan ended the communication and turned to Xia Yin. It's all set. This serves as their compensation for utilizing my maneuvering footage. You certainly know how to adapt. Xia Yin smiled sweetly, akin to a white lotus blooming in a crystal-clear pond, leaving Zhang Yuan momentarily stunned, prompting him to avert his gaze to regain composure. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In my past life, I succumbed to the charm of a young beauty, and now, in this second chance, I find myself equally captivated. What a shame. Before a minute had passed, a staff member approached, leading the two up to the 2nd floor. Throughout the ascent, the staff member curiously observed Zhang Yuan and Xiaoxian. Upon reaching the VIP virtual pods, he announced, "Our boss has instructed that, starting today, we will reserve 2 virtual pods exclusively for you at our gaming center. Available for your use at any time, free of charge." That sounds splendid. Please extend my gratitude to your boss. The staff member nodded and ceased further conversation. Zhang Yuan and Xiaoxian then entered their respective virtual pods. This VIP virtual pod featured the latest generation of equipment, providing superior operational feel and more immediate feedback, far surpassing the ordinary devices. What mode shall we play? Zhang Yuan inquired. Let's do duo queue, everyone against everyone. Xiaoxian responded with delight. Just as they commenced their duo queue, the audience who had recently followed Zhang Yuan on the Mech God live streaming platform received a notification. Your followed account Demon Slayer has gone live. Chapter 20, A Clash of Titans. The matchmaking has been successfully completed, and the combat map is currently being randomized. The map has been confirmed as Crystal Canyon. All team members have been verified, and the holographic map is being loaded. After a series of information flashes across the screen, a high-definition 3D representation of the Crystal Canyon appears before Zhang Yuan. It reveals that both humans and the demon race each possess 4 mech warriors. And once the battle commences, they will enter the canyon from opposite ends, vying to seize the precious golden silk frozen stone mines nestled within. Unfortunately for Zhang Yuan, he has been assigned to the demon faction. Within the canyon, there are 3 open mining sites for the golden silk frozen stones, and the objective for both players is to occupy these sites to extract the valuable minerals. The first faction to gather a sufficient quantity of the golden silk frozen stones will emerge victorious. It is noteworthy that the Crystal Canyon is also located on the Pandora planet, where the quality of the mined golden silk frozen stones is exceptionally high. With minimal processing, these ores can exhibit nearly perfect room temperature superconducting properties, marking them as a strategic resource and a specialty of Pandora. Recently, the game Heroes has introduced new maps concerning Pandora, indicating that the frontline battles may be intensifying. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow, a sense of urgency stirring within him. This match was already set at an elite level, where players have honed their skills significantly. As the game prepares to load the map, they begin to assess each other's past performances. After a moment, a teammate with the ID Peerless Enchantress suddenly sighed. It's over. There's no point in playing this match. The Demon Swordsman has a win rate of merely 4. He's practically a burden. I'm tempted to go AFK. Let me take a look. Wow, it's true. The last 2 matches, he was MVP. You're not hiring a ringer, are you? The speaker, known as Overlord Mecha, expressed disbelief. Another teammate, Xiaoxian, whose ID is our Yan Yan, frowned upon hearing this. I'm duo queuing with the Demon Swordsman, I assure you. He won't be a liability. Overlord Mecha's tone immediately softened upon realizing Xiaoxian's identity. Oh, so it's a little sister. All right, I'll take your word for it. Just don't flaunt your affection in-game. I might lose my temper. Peerless Enchantress added, I'll assess the situation first. With Xiaoxian vouching for Zhang Yuan, things were looking less bleak. The opposing players, controlling Earth mechs, could also review their statistics. One player with the ID Great Dao Golden Immortal was streaming live in the Mech God channel. Unlike Zhang Yuan, who preferred to focus on combat, Great Dao Golden Immortal enjoyed maneuvering his mech while engaging with his fans. Upon reviewing Zhang Yuan's stats, he burst into laughter. There's a liability on the opposing side. That's our breakthrough. When we encounter him, I estimated LL take just 10 seconds to eliminate him. Great Dao, do you really need 10 seconds to deal with such a fool? How shameless. Others chimed in, echoing their amusement. In the elite ranks, Great Dao Golden Immortal's skills were top-notch. Coupled with his humorous personality, he attracted a steady viewership of 3.2 million. His teammates instantly felt more relaxed with him in the match. With Great Dao here, this game is practically a free win. Haha, we've got him against a fool. Our luck is fantastic. Whether in Great Dao Golden Immortal's livestream or the team channel, the atmosphere was rather buoyant. The competitive and raid modes differ slightly. In competitive mode, players select their mechs only after entering the game. About 2 minutes later, the system announced, Crystal Canyon map loading complete. Preparation time, 5 minutes. Countdown begins now. Zhang Yuan and Xia Xian found themselves in the demon base. The base was dimly lit, the mech designs eerie, dominated by hues of black, purple, and blood red. The mechs within favored sinister, stealthy combat techniques. Upon entering, Zhang Yuan received a private message from Xia Xian. The demon faction lacks the Azure Swordsman. Do you have any other mechs you excel with? Not really, but I prefer a swordsman type, Zhang Yuan replied. All right, Xia Xian reassured him. At that moment, a sultry voice chimed in nearby. Oh, you're so young. Little brother, please don't be a burden to your sister. Turning to the source of the voice, Zhang Yuan saw a woman clad in a tight black combat suit approaching. With an alluring figure and long legs, she walked with a natural sway, exuding an indescribable allure. She was none other than the player known as Peerless Enchantress. In Heroes, the virtual bodies are scanned by a cockpit, closely resembling reality. Although her face was obscured, her nearly perfect physique suggested that her claim of being a peerless enchantress was not mere boasting. Her face hidden behind a black combat mask. Her age seemed to be between 25 and 30, based on her voice and exposed skin. In his past life, encountering such a striking woman would have left Zhang Yuan blushing and speechless, but now, he was no longer the naive youth. He offered a polite smile. Hello, sister. Oh, you're quite amusing, Peerless Enchantress giggled, covering her mouth. Before she could finish her laughter, Overlord Mecha impatiently interjected. All right, enough flirting. Hurry up and pick your mech. With that, Overlord Mecha climbed aboard a powerful Bull Demon mech without hesitation. Bull Demon Heavy Defense Mech Height, 8.7 meters weight, 25 tons maximum power output, 2487 horsepower Special Ability 1, Barbaric Charge Special Ability 2, Frenzy feeling slighted by the interruption. Peerless Enchantress coldly huffed and sashayed towards a Succubus mech. Succubus Mech Demon Assassin Mech Height, 5 meters weight, 6.3 tons maximum power output, 1762 horsepower Special Ability 1, Membrane Wing Shield Special Ability 2, Mental Hypnosis System. After surveying the options, Zhang Yuan made his way to the corner where the Demon Assault Warrior Mech Sword Demon was stationed. Just as he approached, Overlord Mecha shouted again. Hey, swordsman, why are you choosing that mech? The Sword Demon's controls are notoriously difficult. It's not something you can handle. Hurry and switch. Peerless Enchantress chimed in. Little brother, the Sword Demon mech is too weak. Why not choose a Bull Demon instead? It has better defense and is less likely to perish. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's Mech God livestream had attracted over 300,000 viewers, and as they witnessed the doubts from his teammates, the chat went wild. These two clowns clearly don't know the host is a reincarnated sword god. Forgive them, they're just clueless. Especially Overlord Mecha. I think he is more of a chicken emperor, waiting to see the host prove them wrong. Zhang Yuan remained unfazed. His teammates' skepticism wasn't entirely unfounded, as the Sword Demon mech was indeed notorious for its challenging controls. The demon race generally possessed superior motor skills and physical attributes compared to humans, with their body structure differing significantly. The operational limits of their mechs exceeded those of human counterparts. To facilitate player control over demon mechs, Heroes had modified most of them to ease human operation. However, there were always a couple of demon mechs that, despite adjustments, remained notoriously difficult to handle. The Sword Demon mech was well known for its notoriously user-unfriendly controls, particularly in elite ranks. Xia Xian hesitated, sending a private message. Are you sure about this? No problem. I've practiced in secret, Zhang Yuan replied. In his previous life, he had secured the championship in the Mecha League, relying solely on his formidable prowess. He possessed nearly flawless skills and an unfathomable pool of mechs, among which the Sword Demon mech was included. Initially, when he first encountered the Sword Demon mech, he was indeed overwhelmed and thoroughly defeated. However, through relentless training, he adapted entirely to the Sword Demon mech, and its true power finally manifested. In reality, on the surface of the planet's battleground, the elite-level Sword Demon mech served as the absolute mainstay for the demon race, boasting terrifying combat capabilities. One Sword Demon mech could typically vanquish two similarly ranked Azure swordsmen. Gazing ahead at the silently standing Sword Demon, humanoid in form, adorned with two curled horns atop its head, its black exterior interspersed with blood-red accents, Zhang Yuan noted its formidable presence. In its grasp was a blood-red greatsword exceeding 3 meters in length, while on its back rested a sword rack holding 9 jet-black soft swords, resembling a metallic cloak woven from long blades at first glance. Hey, are you even listening to me? The overbearing mecha roared in frustration, but Zhang Yuan paid him no heed, stepping directly into the cockpit of the Sword Demon. With a soft hum, the weakness scanner at the mech's eye emitted a blood-red glow. Crack, crack. Zhang Yuan maneuvered the mech forward with fluid movements. Idiot. Do you think just walking is enough? The overbearing mecha's tone grew increasingly irritable. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Yuan abruptly drew his sword, pivoted, pushed off the ground, and executed a thrust in a single, seamless motion. Swish, 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 swish. A chilling whistle of wind echoed as the right arm of the Sword Demon mech suddenly became ethereal, and dozens of blood-red sword shadows materialized in the air. This was the Sword Demon mech's signature maneuver, Endless Blade Edge. Endless Blade Edge, a burst of power unleashed in an instant, delivering 49 strikes within less than half a second. Possessing the terrifying ability to turn an opponent into a sieve, Zhang Yuan's thrust was sudden, fluid, and imposing, akin to a glacier shattering, clearly signaling to any observer that the Sword Demon pilot was an absolute master. Damn it, you should have said so earlier, the overbearing mecha instinctively exclaimed. Chapter 21. The comical machine king. The legendary mech, the Sword Demon, with its iconic maneuver Endless Blade Edge, is renowned for its immense power and dazzling appearance when unleashed. In the game Heroes, during player versus computer battles, the AI-controlled Sword Demon frequently employs this move against players, boasting a staggering fatality rate of 39. Such a death rate is indeed terrifying in player versus computer scenarios, which is why the AI-controlled Sword Demon is often treated with caution, akin to a mini-boss. However, when wielded by players, the formidable Sword Demon meets its downfall. Although players can execute Endless Blade Edge, the move's efficacy diminishes due to the overly complex controls. Most players require preparation time to launch Endless Blade Edge, making it easy for opponents to evade. Furthermore, the intricacies involved often lead to awkward moments of stiffness in the player-controlled Sword Demon, when mobility is circumvented and the mech is left in a rigid state. It essentially seals its own fate. Consequently, in elite ranks, few dare to utilize the Sword Demon. Even those who attempt it often find themselves ensnared in an insurmountable pit of failure. In stark contrast, Zhang Yuan's recent execution of Endless Blade Edge was entirely different, swift, decisive, and completed in under 0.3 seconds, devoid of any stiffness. Quite frankly, the move was spectacularly impressive. Not only was the domineering machine king taken aback, but the nearby unparalleled enchantress also gasped in surprise. Meanwhile, Xia Xian remained unfazed, having witnessed Zhang Yuan's swordsmanship multiple times while piloting the Azure Swordsman mech. The Mech God live stream channel erupted with excitement. Viewers relished the Sword God's fiery temperament, as he never explains his actions but showcases his prowess directly. Look over there. It's the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Who is the Great Luo Golden Immortal? A fool, unaware even of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, a top-tier streamer in the elite ranks. Astonishingly, the Great Luo Golden Immortal has even piloted the elite-level Azure Swordsman Type 2 mech. A swordsman versus a Sword Demon. This promises to be an entertaining showdown. In the Crystal Canyon, Xia Xian selected a long-range attacking mech, specifically the Spider mech from the previous battle in the Crimson Plains. Subsequently, her 4 teammates began discussing their respective gear. The domineering Machine King stated, "We are the strong attackers, thriving on the charge. I'll take 2 high-energy cutting axes and a lightweight energy field generator. Then that's it." Initially, aside from the weapons, there were 4 additional equipment slots available. But the energy field generator is a substantial piece of gear that occupies 4 slots due to its significant capabilities. Xia Xian kindly suggested. The generator takes up too much space. Why not replace it with a heavy reflective force field shield? Perhaps bring along a shock cannon for long-range firepower? The domineering Machine King waved dismissively, scoffing, "We'll fight however we like. I assure you, I want to drag us down. Don't meddle, you little girl." He proceeded to equip 2 cutting axes and began loading the lightweight energy field generator. The unparalleled enchantress, already displeased with him, chuckled sarcastically, "You big oaf, without ranged attacks. It would be a miracle if you don't get kite to death. You flirtatious little harlot, get lost." The domineering Machine King, oblivious to the situation, displayed extreme disdain for the enchantress, raising his 2 cutting axes threateningly. "What's this? Want to fight? With just a little cricket, I could send you to your demise." The enchantress, controlling the unparalleled enchantress, coolly aimed her diminutive laser gun, affectionately dubbed Little Cricket, at the head of the bull demon mech. The domineering Machine King grew ever more irate. "You better not show up in front of me again, or else I'll take you down every time we meet," Zhang Yuan observed with a slight frown. The domineering Machine King was a brutish individual, exceedingly rude. If they were in the military, Zhang Yuan would have taken the time to educate him properly. Such personalities, if subdued by force, could become obedient, but in the game Heroes, a lack of teamwork could prove challenging. After some contemplation, Zhang Yuan spoke up, "Domineering Machine King. Once the battle commences, you lead the assault, and we'll all support you. I'll take charge of defending Mining Point 1. At the same time, he privately messaged Xia Shiyan, the domineering Machine King's aggressive tactics should be relatively proficient, and though his temperament is volatile. Rather than clashing with him and resorting to chaotic tactics, it would be wiser to devise a strategy that accommodates him. What do you think?" Xia Shiyan quickly responded. "Let us proceed as you suggest." Like Zhang Yuan, her aim was victory, not petty disputes. She also communicated in the team channel, "That works for me. I'll guard Mining Point 2. Upon seeing 2 allies aligning with him, the domineering Machine King cheered, "Hey, you 2 little ones are quite perceptive. Rest assured, I can take on 2 opponents and decimate the enemy." The enchantress, still fuming from the domineering Machine King's earlier insults, was ready to retort when Zhang Yuan's voice reached her through the private channel. "Dear sister, the domineering Machine King is clearly looking for trouble. Why stop him? Let us seize Mining Point 1 together." At just 15 years old, with a late voice change, Zhang Yuan's voice was clear and pleasant, and his logical reasoning, coupled with gentle persuasion, instantly quelled the enchantress's anger. In the private channel, she replied, "You're right. Let us allow the brute to meet his end." In the team channel, she firmly declared, "I'll guard Mining Point 1. If you're looking to perish, go ahead." The domineering Machine King, unfazed, burst into laughter. "Stupid woman. I'll show you what a true domineering Machine King is." The Mech God livestream continued. Viewers mourned the inevitable downfall of the streamer's team. With a deity on the opposing side, if the domineering Machine King dared to confront him directly, I'd wager he wouldn't last 3 minutes. The streamer's coordination skills were commendable. This situation was far better than a confrontation between the enchantress and the brutish domineering Machine King, as at least there were no internal disputes. In the Crystal Canyon, Zhang Yuan began selecting his own equipment, replacing the basic blood-red longsword with the ultra-high-strength Iridium Source Magic Sword. This sword, adorned in dark gold and speckled with crimson glimmers, left a faint bloody trail with every graceful swing, a truly dazzling sight. In the elite ranks, this blade is indestructible, capable of shattering any armor, but its weight is considerable, occupying 3 equipment slots. With 2 slots remaining, 1 base and 4 additional, Zhang Yuan equipped a secondary energy board to ensure sustained power and added a thermal scanner. The choice of the infrared scanner stemmed from the perfect conductivity of the golden silk frozen stone found in the Crystal Canyon, rendering traditional radar ineffective. Thus, the infrared scanner, adept at detecting high temperatures, proved most effective. Xia Shiyan and the unparalleled enchantress also equipped themselves suitably, balancing offense and defense. The 5-minute preparation period swiftly elapsed, and the system announced, "Battle begins. Destroy the opponent." Chapter 22, The Tragic 9-Lived Cat Demon. The battle commences. As a gentle hum resonated, the defensive force field surrounding the base slowly disengaged. Just as a small aperture emerged in the barrier, the dominant Mecha Emperor, piloting the bull demon mech, swiftly darted outside. "Time is of the essence. I'll seize the 3rd mining point. You all hurry and occupy the 1st and 2nd points." As he spoke, the bull demon mech was already a distant blur. The remaining trio from the base quickly followed suit. According to their prior agreement, Zhang Yuan and the peerless Demonis hastened towards the 1st mining point, while Xia Shiyan maneuvered the spider mech alone towards the 3rd point. After only a few strides, Zhang Yuan suddenly messaged the peerless demoness. Dear sister, do you think the spider can capture the second mining point alone? The peerless demoness paused, chuckling. You little rascal. Are you suggesting I should take the second point? If she can't manage it alone, how do you think you can? It should be manageable. Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. The peerless demoness was far more agreeable than the dominant mecha emperor. He had discerned early on that a gentle approach would elicit her cooperation. Indeed, upon hearing this, the peerless demoness smiled slightly. What? Are you worried about your little lover? Sister. He laughed heartily. Then I shall head to the second mining site. I truly can't trust her alone. With a swift turn, the peerless demoness piloted her succubus mech, closely following Xia Xian. Beep. Zhang Yuan activated the high-power infrared scanner, revealing all thermal centers within a 2-kilometer radius on the screen. As he advanced towards the first mining site, he monitored the opponent's information. Approximately 5 minutes later, he reached the vicinity of the first mining point. Suddenly, the thermal scanner emitted a beep, indicating a thermal center appeared 5 kilometers away, only to vanish moments later. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, an assassin-type mech. He promptly relayed to the team, an assassin mech has arrived at the first mining point. Xia Xian reported, a golden warrior has approached the second point. Zhang Yuan swiftly remarked, dominant mecha emperor, an earth mech has appeared at both the first and second mining points, which implies the enemy is likely stationed with 2 mechs at the third point. They are determined to secure the third mining site. Exercise caution. Not to worry. With 2 mechs, we can obliterate them in no time. Came the wild laughter of the dominant mecha emperor over the team channel. Zhang Yuan did not take this lightly. He had to prepare for the worst-case scenario, which was that the dominant mecha emperor could be annihilated in an instant without inflicting any damage on the opponent. Should this occur, their demonic faction must seize the first and second mining points to gain a resource advantage. He quickened his pace. And soon the first mining point came into view. It was a low-lying valley, irregularly circular with a diameter of approximately 300 meters, adorned with natural crystal columns, each about 8 meters tall and as thick as 4 men could embrace, providing excellent cover. Upon reaching the perimeter of the first mining point, the thermal scanner detected the enemy mech once more. The infrared scanner revealed very faint thermal leaks, sporadic and elusive, making it difficult to pinpoint their exact location. After observing for a moment, Zhang Yuan deduced it was the 9-lived cat demon. 9-lived cat demon, elite level, assassin-type mech height, 4, 8 meters weight, 5, 2 tons maximum power output, 1700 special skill 1. Optical illusion special skill 2. Black Cat Nightwalker. The 9-lived cat demon is currently the quintessential elite-level assassin mech on Earth. Possessing moderate cloaking abilities yet exceptional agility, coupled with an optical illusion device that enhances its evasion capabilities. Its burst attack potential is formidable against the 9-lived cat demon. The armor of the sword demon mech is utterly inadequate. The 9-lived cat demon had also detected Zhang Yuan's sword demon. Haha, what luck. A sword demon has arrived at the first mining point, he announced over the team channel. The golden warrior chuckled. You chose a sword demon? The opponent must have given up hope. Over here, the bull demon mech is charging towards us alone, the cat demon replied. Let us see who can obliterate their opponent first. The cat demon did not respond further. He had already infiltrated the first mining point. He observed the sword demon stumbling towards the center of the mining site, signaling for miners to gather. How bold! Stumbling about yet still calling for miners. The cat demon smirked. After a brief pause, a gust of wind swept through the canyon, producing a piercing howl as the air traversed the complex terrain. Now was the moment. The 9-lived cat demon hesitated no more. The mech's power surged, instantaneously reaching its peak output. With a dash, he brandished a pair of 2-meter-long iridium alloy short swords, charging toward the sword demon, situated over 80 meters away. Strangely, despite the cat demon's rapid speed, it was remarkably silent, entirely masked by the howling winds of the canyon. The nearly 5-meter-tall metal mech glided forth like a specter. Mecha God live stream room. This cat demon pilot operates fluidly. They are indeed a master. Nonetheless, it's of no consequence. The sword god has already spotted him. The streamer is devious, pretending to be a novice, just waiting for the cat demon's tragedy to unfold. The 9-lived cat demon remained oblivious to the impending doom, his strategy meticulously crafted. He would burst forth, and by the time the opponent noticed him, he would already be within 40 meters of them, prompting an instinctive reaction to turn and face him. However, the opponent piloted a notoriously difficult sword demon, unsteady on its feet, and upon turning, who could predict the outcome? The sword demon's controls were exceedingly counterintuitive. Even a novice could easily misstep during a simple turn, often stumbling or falling outright. As the nine-lived cat demon closed the distance to 50 meters behind the sword demon, he noticed signs of the sword demon preparing to turn. It seemed to have detected his presence and displayed some alertness, but it was utterly meaningless. With a swish, he activated the cat demon's optical illusion, causing 8 identical nine-lived cat demon mechs to randomly materialize within a 20-meter radius around him. While these illusions could be discerned upon closer inspection, in a life-and-death moment, they could easily lead to misjudgment. At this point, the nine-lived cat demon's speed had reached its zenith, exceeding 100 meters per second. He traversed 50 meters in a mere half-second. Die. The nine-lived cat demon thrust his short sword towards the rear cockpit of the sword demon, while the other aimed for the central back area, both critical operational points of the mech. Should either be pierced, the opponent's mech would be rendered significantly impaired, if not entirely incapacitated, potentially even resulting in the demise of the pilot inside. As the short sword of the nine-lived cat demon was about to strike the sword demon, in the final moment, the sword demon suddenly stepped forward half a pace, widening the gap by 2 meters. In that brief distance, the cat demon's sword merely pierced the air. More alarmingly, having committed fully to the attack, he had not anticipated such a turn of events and found his balance slightly compromised, causing the mech's power output to recede from its peak. What? Was this mere coincidence? The nine-lived cat demon felt a jolt of anxiety. At that moment, the sword demon's feet subtly shifted, effortlessly spinning around, shedding the clumsiness it had previously exhibited. Such speed. Could it be preparing to unleash the endless blade? The nine-lived cat demon's heart sank. Yet he clung to a sliver of hope, for typically, a player using the sword demon required a moment of preparation before executing the endless blade. If he could just survive that brief interlude, he would have ample time to initiate an evasive maneuver. Yet, reality proved to be unforgiving. In a mere 0.2 seconds, the sword demon pivoted, simultaneously raising his sword-bearing arm as the mech's power surged explosively. The long sword thrust forth in an instant, unleashing an endless barrage of blade illusions, the blood-red sword transforming into countless phantoms. The swift swish, swish, swish of the crimson sword shadows enveloped the nine-lives cat demon mech, accompanied by the sharp sound of metallic friction. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The nine-lives cat demon mech quivered incessantly, utterly impervious to the so-called optical illusions. After 1 second, the blood-red sword shadows vanished, and the sword demon swiftly rolled to the side. With a resounding crash, the nine-lives cat demon mech sustained 49 strikes, none escaping the onslaught. Confronted by the high-intensity iridium source sword wielded by the sword demon, the frail structure of the nine-lives cat demon offered no resistance. The mech was riddled with transparent holes, and many crucial components, including the pilot within, were brutally reduced to shattered remnants. The mech's energy spiraled out of control, flailing wildly. Another second passed before a thunderous explosion erupted, scattering debris in all directions. However, the sword demon had already rolled away and sought refuge behind a crystalline pillar, emerging unscathed. The pilot of the nine-lives cat demon gazed at the dimming field of vision, stunned for a prolonged moment before finally speaking in the squad channel. Everyone be cautious. The sword demon is a master. I was eliminated in an instant. Goodness, I just encountered the bull demon mech and hadn't even engaged yet, and you're already down? The great Luo Golden Immortal remarked, bewildered. In the Mech God channel, someone calculated that from the appearance of the nine-lives cat demon to its explosion, merely 3 seconds had elapsed, an astonishingly swift demise. The flawless execution of the endless blade and the perfectly timed strategy rendered the nine-lives cat demon's fate entirely justified. My anticipation for the showdown between the great Luo Golden Immortal and the streamer has only intensified. Chapter 23. Elite players are merely lambs in Crystal Canyon. I have successfully vanquished the Earth faction's assassin, the nine-lives cat demon, and secured the first mining point. How goes the situation at the second mining point? During the squad communication, Zhang Yuan, piloting the sword demon mecha, leaned against a crystalline pillar, ensuring that the opposing long-range attack mechs had no angle to strike him. His demeanor was remarkably relaxed. After effortlessly defeating the nine-lives cat demon, he realized he had greatly overestimated the elite players of Heroes. While they possessed some skill, they had never faced the battlefield's true brutality. In the interstellar battlefield, such individuals were referred to as lambs, psychologically fragile, often collapsing at the sight of blood. If his sword demon mecha had sufficient energy reserves, even alone he could easily defeat his opponents using guerrilla tactics. However, With teammates still present, there was no need for exertion. A leisurely approach would suffice. A few seconds later, someone responded in the squad channel. It was the peerless enchantress, her voice still sweet. Little brother, you are truly impressive. Our situation at the second point is also favorable. The opposing side has sent a golden samurai, but your little sweetheart fired a shot, severing his right arm's armor, forcing him to retreat. How about your situation, Mecha King? Zhang Yuan inquired. The overbearing Mecha King chuckled. Not bad. There are only two opponents. One is the Azure Swordmaster Mecha, and the other is the Ho-E Mecha. I should be able to take them down. Xia Xian interjected. Mecha King, we have already secured 2 mining points, destroyed one of their mechs, and hold a significant advantage. Do not rush into battle. Stalling the enemy and consuming time is the optimal strategy. The strategic objective in Crystal Canyon was not to annihilate the adversary, but to gather sufficient golden silk frost stones. Engaging in a 1-on-2 confrontation against the golden samurai, who was likely returning, placed him in a precarious situation. A direct assault was ill-advised. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan sensed trouble as soon as Xia Xian spoke. Indeed, her tactical reasoning was flawless, yet her youth rendered her oblivious to human nature. As anticipated, upon hearing Xia Xian's words, the overbearing Mecha King exploded. Little girl, you are such a coward. Our little brother has already destroyed 1 mech. How can we fall behind? Watch closely as I effortlessly take on 2 opponents. Before he could finish, a wild roar of engines erupted in the squad channel as the overbearing Mecha King charged toward the enemy. What a fool! Xia Xian gritted her teeth, detesting such impulsive brutes. The peerless enchantress chuckled. Let that fool meet his demise. We are still 3 against 3, so we are not at a disadvantage. You little wench. Who do you think will die? Watch me charge like a raging bull. The squad channel echoed with the overbearing Mecha King's fervent battle cry. However, unexpectedly, his tone shifted mid-yell. Damn it, the Swordmaster dodged. A cacophony of electrical crackling and explosions reverberated through the squad channel. I was hit by Ho-E. Damn it. It's a large magnetic railgun. Luckily, I haven't force field. What the hell? This Swordmaster is as slippery as an eel. Come and face me head on. You moron. The squad channel quickly filled with roars of anger, the sounds of engines, electrical noise, frantic operations, and heavy breathing, transforming it into a personal showcase of the overbearing Mecha King's antics. I have never encountered such a boorish individual, sighed the peerless enchantress. Then switched to private chat. Little brother, I sense the situation is dire. I shall proceed to the 3rd mining point to offer support. Be careful, sister. And watch out for the vanishing golden samurai mech, Zhang Yuan cautioned. Understood. No sooner had she spoken than the squad channel erupted with the overbearing Mecha King's shout. Not good. The opposing Ho-E mech shoots with deadly accuracy. My force field energy is nearly depleted. Damn it, that was close. This Swordmaster is too slippery. I need to retreat. The channel soon resounded with the roar of engines, indicating that the overbearing Mecha King had activated the Bull Demon mech's engine power to prepare for withdrawal. What a clown. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle wryly, relieved that this fool wasn't entirely brainless. His skills were decent, and he carried an grade turtle shell, so he should manage to escape. The sound of mining vehicles striking or resonated around him, and Zhang Yuan glanced at the progress of the golden silk frost stone resources, which had reached 8. Though he couldn't see the opposing team's progress bar, they only occupied 1 mining point, and in Heroes, both sides mined at the same rate, suggesting the opposing progress was roughly around 4. Currently enjoying a 4 advantage, the longer they held the mining points, the greater their lead would become. Suddenly, the overbearing Mecha King's furious voice broke through the squad channel. Damn it, we might not make it. We are entangled by this damn Swordmaster. Curse you, we shall fight. The squad channel was once again filled with the roar of engines, but the sound was marred by a hint of distortion. Zhang Yuan, well-versed in mech performance, recognized that the overbearing Mecha's Bull Demon mech's power transmission line had sustained damage. Once a mech suffered such an injury, it was akin to a master martial artist being rendered powerless. Even with immense power, it became futile. The output would significantly diminish, and as energy continued to be expended, the wound on the conduit would rapidly widen, ultimately leading to the mech's destruction. In the Mecha God livestream, viewers commented on the overbearing Mecha King's arrogance, daring to take on 2 opponents against Luo Shun. He mistakenly believed he was performing brilliantly, yet it was evident he was merely being toyed with by Luo Shun. Look, he just took another hit. He is finished. Watch closely, the Golden Samurai is heading toward the streamer. Damn it, the Golden Samurai is a defensive mech, encased in 1 centimeter of ceramic armor, It's practically a turtle. We can't even hurt it. In the squad channel, the overbearing Mecha King's tone had turned desperate. This guy keeps me tethered. Damn it. I just took another shot. The Azure Swordmaster is certainly no ordinary opponent. Otherwise, we wouldn't be struggling. Let's check his ID. Damn it, it's actually Luotian. A loud explosion echoed through the squad. And the squad interface displayed the overbearing Mecha King's avatar grayed out. His bull demon mech had been destroyed. 2 seconds later, the overbearing Mecha King's voice returned. This isn't our fault. The opponent is simply too strong. Against average players, we could take on 2, but we never anticipated facing Luotian. He ranks within the top 100 of the Elite Fighting League. He is formidable, and none of US can compete with him. I suggest we concede this battle. It's a waste of time. The peerless enchantress responded with a mocking laugh. Oh, so now you're ready to concede? Weren't you quite confident at the start? The overbearing Mecha King exploded with anger. You little wench. All you do is spout nonsense. If you have the guts, go test your mettle at the 3rd mining point. I tell you, without me, victory is impossible. The demon tribe has already lost this battle. In his fury, he even forgot to use his usual self-reference. Anyone berated as a wench would surely retaliate, and the peerless enchantress had reached her boiling point. You have no brains, you. Very well. The battle had barely begun, yet the two were already at odds, and now they had devolved into a heated exchange in the squad channel. Xia Xian and Zhang Yuan attempted to mediate, but their efforts were met with silence as the two continued their verbal sparring. Moments later, the unparalleled enchantress suddenly exclaimed in anger, I will go to site number 3 and challenge the god of Luo. If I cannot defeat him, how can I handle that Hui? Zhang Yuan, eager to dissuade her, opened his mouth to speak, only to discover that she had activated communication silence mode. Clearly resolute in her decision to venture to the 3rd mining site, he held his forehead in despair, lamenting his ill fate of encountering such eccentric teammates. Having already engaged in 2 assaults today, the hour was getting late, and fatigue was beginning to set in. He had initially hoped for a leisurely endeavor, but now it seemed he would need to summon a burst of energy. At that moment, Zhang Yuan noticed a moving red dot on the infrared scanner. Judging by the infrared radiation waveform, it was a classic defensive model known as the Golden Warrior, classified as an elite unit of the Earth faction. Oh, how audacious to come alone, thinking my model is easy prey, seeking to take advantage of me. How delightful. With his own defensive mech destroyed, Zhang Yuan had been concerned about how to handle the later stages of the confrontation. Yet, the opposing player dared to approach his guarded mining point alone. Such folly was truly a case of self-inflicted doom. In the Earth faction squad channel, however, the tone was quite different. Warrior, that sword demon must be a formidable opponent. Do not underestimate him, cautioned the great Luo Jingxian. The Golden Warrior, unfazed, replied, No worries, Luo God. I am a defensive mech. I shall simply stand my ground. It will take him ages to breach my defenses. Besides, I am not a mere statue. I can easily strike him down with a casual blow. His frail frame would surely shatter. His confidence was not without merit, as a comparison of their respective data revealed the disparity. The Golden Warrior, Elite, stood at 4 meters tall, weighed 23 tons, and boasted an engine output of 2,314 horsepower. Its special abilities included a high-energy ion shield and a berserker charge. In contrast, the Sword Demon, Elite, was a 2-meter tall, 9-ton charging warrior mech, with a maximum engine output of 1825 horsepower. Its special abilities were Bloodlust and a 360-degree joint maneuver. Before the Golden Warrior, the Sword Demon appeared as a child before an adult, and in terms of special skills, the Golden Warrior held a crushing advantage. Both of the Golden Warrior's abilities were immensely practical, combining offense and defense. Whereas the Sword Demon's Bloodlust enhanced engine power, but the 360-degree maneuver was a severe limitation. This operation was entirely counterintuitive for humans, as the Earth mechs utilized motion-sensing outputs. Human operators could not perform reverse joint maneuvers, let alone execute a full 360-degree joint turn, even though the Sword Demon mech had undergone modifications to accommodate the human form. The execution remained awkward, rendering this special skill largely ineffective. In the realm of heroes, encounters between equally ranked defensive mechs and charging warriors typically resulted in the former dominating the latter, with 9 out of 10 instances resembling a parent-child relationship, while the remaining 1 might result in a draw. The prospect of a charging warrior emerging victorious was negligible and could be dismissed. Faced with such a scenario, the great Luo Jingxian had little to add. Be cautious. Retreat at the first sign of danger. Wait, It seems an enemy assassin has arrived on my end. How amusing. Hui also spotted the assassin and laughed heartily. This assassin is simply courting death. It seems I shall secure an effortless victory this time. With Luo God by his side, the arrival of only one assassin from the opposing side was nothing short of a death wish. Chapter 24. The enigmatic sword dance at the first mining point. The ground trembled with a series of resounding thuds as the formidable golden warrior strode purposefully towards the mining site. Zhang Yuan emerged cautiously from his hiding place, his gaze fixed intently on the defensive mech ahead. His attention was particularly drawn to the right arm, which bore a conspicuous burn mark. The thick, high-strength armor had been melted away, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist, revealing the intricate inner workings of the mech. This injury shall serve as my point of entry, he mused, formulating a basic strategy for the impending battle. Casting a glance at the energy gauge of the sword demon mech, he noted with surprise that it displayed a remaining energy level of 75. The realization that a single endless blade maneuver had consumed 18 of his energy struck him as excessive. To shatter the Golden Warrior, he would undoubtedly need to unleash Bloodthirst, a move that would further deplete his already limited energy reserves, and he possessed only a single spare power cell. It was imperative that he conserve energy judiciously. After a moment's contemplation, he discreetly communicated with Xia Xian through the team channel. The Golden Warrior has arrived at the first mining point. He is finished. That leaves them with just 2 mechs. Yin Yin, follow the assassin, the peerless enchantress, and ensure she does not fall. Thus, we will gain the upper hand. He referred to her as Yin Yin because her ID was our Yin Yin, and it was merely a term of endearment. Xia Xian readily agreed. Understood. She recognized that. At this juncture, it was far more advantageous to advance alongside the assassin than to stubbornly defend the second mining point. Should an enemy attempt to flank them at the second point, only one would be left to defend the third, and their 2 against 1 would guarantee victory. Establishing their dominance over the third mining point and ensuring a significant numerical advantage in mechs. After contemplating these calculations, she decisively left her concealed position at the second point and raced towards the third mining point controlled by Earth forces. Suddenly, the team channel crackled to life with the voice of the peerless enchantress. Apologies, everyone. I acted impulsively earlier, but I have now neutralized that domineering mech overlord. There are 2 mechs guarding the third mining point. One is the Azure Swordsman, and the other is Hui. The pilot of the Azure Swordsman is the great Luo Golden Immortal. The return of the peerless enchantress to communication was indeed fortuitous. At this moment, the Golden Warrior was still approximately 1,000 meters away from Zhang Yuan, and given its massive size, it would take at least 30 seconds to reach him. This afforded Zhang Yuan some time to strategize. Before he could speak, the domineering mech overlord interjected. What are you still fighting for? Just surrender already. It's a waste of time. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 system notifications appeared. Ding. You have been blocked by Peerless Enchantress. Ding. You have been blocked by Demon Slayer Swordsman. Ding. You have been blocked by our Yin Yin. Well, you've got some nerve. We won't be leaving. Let us see how you fare against the onslaught. Ignoring him, Zhang Yuan's calm and composed voice resonated in the team channel, his words rapid yet clear. Assassin, Yin Yin, there's no need for haste. Just hold them off. Once I have dealt with the Golden Warrior, we will possess 3 mechs and control 2 mining points, granting us a considerable advantage and making victory inevitable. You are a charge mech. How can you possibly contend with the Golden Warrior? What if you get destroyed? The Peerless Enchantress expressed her doubts. Rest assured, it will be fine. The Peerless Enchantress, slightly displeased, retorted, You sound just like that brutish, domineering mech overlord. Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Xian interjected. Sister, have faith. The sword demon once slayed a new nymph in 3 seconds. New nymph, slain in 3 seconds. All right, sister. I believe you. The audience in the Mech God live stream erupted in laughter. I can't believe our sword goddess abilities are being doubted again. Haha. I wager the sword god will break the Golden Warrior in no more than 3 strikes. The sword demon's base attack power surpasses that of the Azure Swordsman. 3 strikes? I doubt it. Just 1 will suffice. As they engaged in lively banter, the battlefield in Crystal Canyon took an unexpected turn. With a sharp hiss, a brilliant line of blue and white energy, nearly 10 centimeters wide, zipped across the sky above the third mining point, suddenly targeting a crystal spire at the edge of the area. Upon impact with the high-energy laser, the pale blue crystal spike exploded, sending debris flying, and a hazy figure emerged. Oh no, I've been discovered. The Peerless Enchantress exclaimed in a panic. The assassin mech's strength peaked while in stealth, once revealed. it would be left vulnerable, especially against a long-range attacker. After a startled cry, the Azure Swordsman, piloted by the great Luo Golden Immortal, surged forward, employing an overload boost to block the nearest escape route for the peerless enchantress. A barrage of rapid-fire laser shots erupted, striking every 0.3 seconds, with power sufficient to penetrate the defenses of the assassin mech. Zhang Yuan heard a series of puff 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 boom sounds before silence enveloped the channel. Without the peerless enchantress needing to speak, he understood the outcome. Her mech had blocked the initial 3 strikes with its demonic wing shield, but it had been swiftly overwhelmed. And the assassin mech's defenses were as fragile as paper. One shot was enough to obliterate it. The team channel fell silent for several seconds before the peerless enchantress's voice emerged, tinged with disappointment. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had been spotted." The domineering mech overlord laughed heartily. Reveling in the knowledge that his 3 teammates could not hear him, he felt a surge of satisfaction. "I knew you were a little fool. You're so unreliable." It's hilarious. Still unsated, he switched communication frequencies to broadcast to the entire Crystal Canyon. For Earth's side, we now have only 2 mechs remaining. One is the Sword Demon, and the other is the Spider Mech. The Sword Demon is at the first mining point, while the Spider is heading to your 3rd mining point. Luo God, hurry up and destroy them. I want to move on to the next match. The audacity of the domineering mech overlord was astonishing. While Zhang Yuan and his companions may have been unaware of the unfolding situation, the viewers in the Mech God live stream were fully aware of what was transpiring. "Wow, I feel an itch to throw a punch. What should I do?" "Same here." Meow Meow donated 10,000 star coins to Demon Slayer Swordsman. "Heartbroken for our Sword God, encountering such shameless teammates." The live stream was inundated with donations, flooding the chat. Unaware of the domineering mech overlord's antics, Zhang Yuan remained focused. The Golden Warrior was now just 100 meters away, and it was time to engage in battle. His opponent was a mere ordinary player, unseasoned in combat. With the peerless enchantress's mech destroyed, the situation was becoming dire, and Zhang Yuan needed to conserve energy as much as possible. After a moment's reflection, he decided to play a psychological game. He concentrated on the approaching Golden Warrior, preparing for its furious charge technique, and began to perform a sword dance with the Sword Demon mech upon the open ground of the first mining point. With his blood-red longsword in hand, he executed a series of thrusts, slashes, and circular strikes with fluidity and grace, each movement a captivating blend of technique and unpredictability, instilling a sense of unease in all who bore witness. How can one articulate such a sensation? Indeed, it is as though a true demonic swordsman stands before me, with a genuine demon pilot operating within the Sword Demon mech. Although the internal mechanics of the mech, as depicted in Heroes, have undergone numerous modifications to accommodate the human form, the operation remains exceedingly awkward and challenging. Yet, the Sword Demon mech before me seems to have come to life. My goodness, with battle imminent, the Sword God appears to be dancing. A chill creeps down my spine. Could the Sword God be an infiltrating agent of the demon race on Earth? Simultaneously, my back grows damp with sweat. The audience, witnessing the live stream from all angles, cannot shake off the eerie sensation, which becomes even more palpable when directly facing the Golden Warrior player, Zhang Yuan. He finds himself unable to move, despite being less than 30 meters away from Zhang Yuan. Instead, he instinctively adopts a defensive posture, slightly bowing. "Lord Luo, the situation feels dire. This Sword Demon must be an extraordinary master, seemingly capable of 360-degree joint rotation." The Golden Warrior's voice trembles slightly. "What? 360-degree joint rotation?" Even the great Luo Jingxian is momentarily taken aback before decisively instructing, "Do not approach, return at once." Alas, it is too late. Through the sounds transmitted via the squad channel, he hears a roar akin to a ferocious beast, a thunderous engine revving. The Sword Demon has activated Bloodlust. Just hearing that engine's roar sends a jolt of terror through the great Luo Jingxian's scalp. Chapter 25. The utter defeat of the Golden Warrior at mining point number 3. The Daluo Golden Immortal, deserving of its elite status among the top 100 fighters in the league, decisively communicated with its ally. The Mech, the Golden Warrior, is finished. However, we are aware of the enemy's Spider Mech's movements. Let us go and intercept. If they could eliminate the Spider during this interval, the odds would shift to 2 against 1. The Sword Demon is formidable, but in a 1-on-1 duel, the chances of victory are slim. Yet, in a 2-on-1 scenario, victory is assured. "Roshan, I will follow your lead." Without hesitation, the Mech trailed behind the ethereal blue swordsman. At mining point number 1, Zhang Yuan, facing the Golden Warrior from Earth, unleashed his mech's special skill, Bloodlust. Bloodlust. By injecting a special energy explosive into the mech's energy conduits, the output power is momentarily increased by 100, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes between uses. In terms of power increase, the Bloodlust of the Sword Demon and the Overload of the Blue Swordsman yield similar boosts. Yet the underlying principles differ significantly, resulting in considerable variations in usage. In contrast, the Blue Swordsman's maximum boost is only 50, and its control is challenging, although its agility far surpasses that of the Sword Demon. However, the Sword Demon experiences a direct 100 increase in output, rendering it momentarily far more powerful than the Blue Swordsman. As the saying goes, brute strength can overcome finesse, if timed correctly. A single strike from the Sword Demon could end the battle. In the heat of combat, the Sword Demon mech erupted with a thunderous roar, its power output soaring to a terrifying 600 horsepower. The mech's surface glowed with a sinister crimson light, creating a fearsome spectacle. Yet, such explosive power comes with a steep energy cost and demands exceptional physical conditioning from the pilot. As the Bloodlust activated, Zhang Yuan observed the energy gauge of the Sword Demon plummeting visibly. At this rate, after the Bloodlust ends, the remaining energy would dwindle below 20. Time was of the essence. The battle must be concluded swiftly. Upon the surge of power, Zhang Yuan immediately executed the Sword Demon mech's unique maneuver, Shadow Step. Inside the virtual cockpit, his limbs moved with remarkable speed, though his actions exhibited a certain awkwardness, resembling a frenetic robotic dance. With his meticulous high-density operations, the Sword Demon mech sprang into action. The engine emitted a distinctive howl, akin to a serpent poised to strike. Energy surged through the mech's conduits, spilling forth a faint sanguine glow across its exterior. Simultaneously, the arms and legs of the Sword Demon began to move in an eerie manner, initiating the advance. This advance revealed the enigmatic nature of the Shadow Step. The trajectory of the Sword Demon was not a straight line, but rather a vague forward motion interspersed with rapid lateral sways, completely random and defying human instinct, occasionally transcending the limits of imagination. The Golden Warrior beheld the Sword Demon morphing into a crimson apparition, surrounded by numerous ghostly afterimages, making it even more terrifying. Just as one believed it was merely an illusion, the next moment, those afterimages transformed back into the tangible entity. Cold sweat trickled down the Golden Warrior's brow as he involuntarily exclaimed, "I can't see him. Roshan, I am finished. I can't discern where he is." At that moment, the Sword Demon and its surrounding crimson phantoms closed in, launching a flurry of indistinct sword strikes that rendered him utterly defenseless. In a desperate bid, the Golden Warrior activated his mech's defensive special technique, high-energy ion shock. A dazzling burst of golden light erupted around the mech, as countless searing high-energy ions surged forth from multiple nozzles, enveloping the Golden Warrior in a shield of extreme heat. The instant the high-energy ion shock was initiated, the Golden Warrior pivoted and activated another special technique, Frenzied Charge. He charged not towards the Sword Demon's position, since he had no clue where it was, but in the direction from which he had come. In essence, he had opted to flee with his frenzied charge. After a few strides, the anticipated strike did not materialize. The high-energy ions radiating from him failed to collide with anything, as if the Sword Demon had been nothing more than a phantom. What is happening? Where did he go? The Golden Warrior glanced around, suddenly realizing the Sword Demon had vanished. 3 seconds later, as the plasma jets cooled, the protective shield dissipated, and at that moment, the blood-red Sword Demon reappeared. He emerged from behind a crystalline pillar, once again transforming into a whirlwind of crimson, charging towards the Golden Warrior. With Bloodlust still active for less than 4 seconds, he had ample time to strike. Driven by an astounding 600 horsepower, the Sword Demon mech, weighing less than 7 tons, moved with unimaginable speed, outpacing the Golden Warrior even as he activated his frenzied charge. A second later, the blood-red Tempest reached the Golden Warrior, and with a resonant crack, he felt a jolt through his mech, followed by alarms blaring. Warning. Right arm lost. Weapon lost. Balance slightly affected. My right arm has been severed. The Golden Warrior cried out in horror, his mind racing with panic, devoid of any thoughts of retaliation, only a singular instinct to flee. Yet, how could the lumbering defensive warrior hope to outrun the agile Sword Demon? After merely 2 steps, the Golden Warrior felt violent tremors in his right leg, accompanied by a cacophony of clangs that persisted for 2 seconds before he realized he could no longer maintain balance. Warning. Right leg lost. Balance severely affected. Roshan. I am finished. He is too fast. My eyes cannot keep up. All I see is a streak of crimson swirling around me. Despair laced his voice, as both his right arm and leg lay in ruins, and with the high-energy ion shock on cooldown, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Silence engulfed the Earth Team's channel. Whether it was Ho, E, or Daluo Golden Immortal, none uttered a word. They could palpably sense the Golden Warrior's despair. Yet they were too far away, with at least 6 minutes needed to reach him, an eternity for assistance. Beep. Daluo Golden Immortal has muted you. Beep. Little Cutie, Hui Pilot ID, has muted you. Both instinctively silenced the wailing Golden Warrior, powerless to aid a comrade in distress. The weight of their helplessness was suffocating, and muting him felt like the only way to preserve their sanity. In Daluo Golden Immortal's livestream, an unusual silence permeated until someone finally commented, Roshan. That sword demon seems rather formidable. I just watched the previous livestream of the opponent, and I can only say that the Azure swordsman he controlled was truly alive. Whether Lord Luo can emerge victorious remains to be seen. Typically interactive with players, the great Luo Jingxian remained silent this time. Meanwhile, in Zhang Yuan's livestream, the fans erupted once again. The Sword God is indeed the Sword God, effortlessly dominating the Golden Warrior. I retract my previous doubts and humbly apologize to the streamer. I should not have questioned his prowess. I am the ancient Abyss-rewarded Demonic Blade Swordsman with 10,000 star coins. Demonic Blade Swordsman, I wish to bear your offspring rewarded Demonic Blade Swordsman with 10,000 star coins. A wave of rewards flooded the chat, as Zhang Yuan had already disarmed the Golden Warrior, turning this terrestrial defense mech into mere scrap. Ultimately, he maneuvered to the front of the Golden Warrior's cockpit, paused momentarily, and as the blood-red apparition dissipated, a clear image of the sword demon mech emerged. For the first time since the battle began, the Golden Warrior could see the visage of its adversary. In an instant, the sword demon unleashed its blade. The endless sword edge surged forth, and countless crimson sword shadows swept in like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the Golden Warrior's cockpit. The pilot of the Golden Warrior instinctively let out a cry of despair, and by the time he realized it was merely a game, he was drenched in sweat. Yet, Zhang Yuan felt no sense of pride. His opponent was merely an ordinary individual unaccustomed to battle, and this victory felt like bullying a child, devoid of any real sense of achievement. After defeating the Golden Warrior, he glanced at the energy bar, which indicated a mere 4 remaining, nearly depleted. The bloodthirsty activation of the endless sword edge was indeed a staggering drain on energy. It was no wonder that such high offensive power came at a cost. He switched to a backup energy panel and assessed his physical condition. Feeling compelled to lament, the 100 power boost coupled with the Shadow Mirage had brought him close to the overload threshold of a typical ordinary mech, and his body was struggling to keep up. His muscles were somewhat strained. His resolve remained steadfast. The pain from the muscle strain barely affected his performance. But after sustaining injuries, he would need to pause for a while before attempting extreme maneuvers again, lest the precision of his control over his strength be compromised. In mech combat, the pilot's physical condition is always the greatest bottleneck in unleashing the mech's potential. After evaluating his situation, he reached out to Xiaoxian. Yin, how are things on your end? The succubus encountered an unexpected event. I am now returning to the second mining point. I can see the opposing forces approaching me. Zhang Yuan fell silent, quickly contemplating the current situation. He was 18 kilometers away from the second mining point, requiring at least 6 minutes to reach for support, while he was only 8 kilometers from the third mining point, which would take just 160 seconds, less than 3 minutes. After capturing the third mining point, he could then head to the second mining point, taking about 4 minutes in total. By this calculation, it was evidently more advantageous to route through the third mining point. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan immediately set off at a sprint toward the third mining point, communicating as he ran, Yin, I will circle around from the third mining point to provide support. Hold off those two as long as you can. If you sense danger, abandon the second mining point and retreat. Understood. Xiaoxian's voice was calm and focused. Originally, this was a flawless strategy, but it was undermined by a traitor within the team. The overbearing Mecha Emperor, observing Zhang Yuan and Xiaoxian's movements, called out on the public channel, Lord Luo, I'm telling you, that sword demon is heading to the third mining point. The spider will delay you. Great Luo Jingxian's brow furrowed slightly as he addressed his teammate. Ho-E, after we emerge from this, we must report this Mecha Emperor. No problem. What do we do now? For now, let us win first. We'll quickly take down that spider. You provide fire support from behind to disrupt their attack rhythm, while I charge in to finish it. Alright. Chapter 26. I have lost. My apologies to the second mining point. Xia Xian maneuvered the spider mech, quietly taking refuge behind a crystal pillar, her heart heavy with apprehension as two formidable adversaries drew closer. They were indeed powerful, especially that Daluo Golden Immortal, with whom she had crossed paths before. Had she been piloting an Earth mech, her chances of victory would have been considerably higher. However, controlling a demon mech left her at a distinct disadvantage, at best. She could only hope to defend herself. This was, of course, a mere reflection of her odds in a one-on-one confrontation, but now the odds were clearly 2 against 1. Sealing her fate. I have become a burden to Zhang Yuan, she thought, her brow furrowing in discomfort at the realization that she had turned into a liability. Just then, an alarming alert blared from the spider's mainframe. Warning. High-energy reaction detected. I am being targeted. A chill ran down Xia Xian's spine, and she deftly maneuvered the spider mech to evade the incoming threat. Unlike an ordinary person who might have panicked and dashed from behind the crystal cover, she swiftly retreated to another crystal pillar. Almost as soon as she completed her evasive maneuver, a tremendous explosion erupted behind her, obliterating the crystal pillar she had just used as cover into a cloud of dust. It was a large electromagnetic railgun. Xia Xian's pupils constricted. This kinetic weapon could unleash projectiles at speeds reaching up to 8 kilometers per second. The projectiles, resistant to high temperatures and possessing exceptional hardness, would scatter deadly superheated metallic liquid upon impact, delivering devastating destruction. In the elite tier, aside from defensive mechs, any other mech struck would either be severely damaged or destroyed. The enemy's firing vector was calculated as 232, 12, 89, with a correction vector of 2, 8, 5. The spider's mainframe immediately reported retaliatory data. Although Xia Xian was startled, she executed her operations with remarkable composure. Due to her unfamiliarity with the controls, her response speed was not particularly swift, yet she made no mistakes. After 1 second, she retaliated. The spider mech burst forth from its hiding spot, dashing while firing its weapons. The spiraling laser cannons glowed with a deep purple-black light. The spiraling lasers discharged at a rate of 1 shot every 0.5 seconds, targeting the adversary concealed on the cliff. The high-energy lasers struck the rocky surface, sending debris flying in all directions. Xia Xian's precision was commendable, yet her slow response allowed her opponent to evade the initial firing point. A series of bright laser beams descended from the cliff, enveloping a 20-meter radius around the spider mech. It was a rapid-fire laser cannon, characterized by low precision but high frequency. The enemy was suppressing her with relentless firepower. The Yuan swordsman was clearly attempting a flanking maneuver. A surge of anxiety coursed through Xia Xian, yet she steadied her hands and, instead of retreating, charged forward through the hail of fire. Unlike the amateur players such as the overbearing Mech King and the Golden Warrior, Xia Xian fought without uttering superfluous words. She did not shout or scream. Knowing it would affect her teammates' morale, her sole focus was to engage fully in battle. Lord Luo, the spider is charging toward me, reported the Overlord mech, noting the opponent's impressive marksmanship and evasive skills. Understood, I have visual on her. Continue the suppression, replied Luo Shun, his voice icy as his gaze fixated on the advancing spider mech. In his live stream, fans familiar with the Daluo Golden Immortal gasped at his intense demeanor. Luo Shun is giving it his all. Despite the spider mech's unremarkable maneuvers, its lack of mistakes was commendable. The Daluo Golden Immortal rarely spoke, but he noted, this player piloting the spider is quite strong, though her true expertise lies with the Hui mech. Her spider operations are rather average. This time, she has nowhere to escape. The real challenge lies with that sword demon. He is exceptionally skilled. Amidst the murmurs, the Daluo Golden Immortal closed in on Xia Xian, now within 80 meters. At this distance, he unhesitatingly activated the overload boost of the Yuan swordsman. The engine roared as an additional 38 power surged forth, transforming the Yuan swordsman into a bolt of blue lightning, hurtling toward the spider mech. Sensing the enemy at her rear, the spider mech abruptly pivoted, its head-S exhaust vent spraying a corrosive venom toward the Yuan swordsman. This maneuver was executed with remarkable speed, at least twice as fast as her previous actions, indicating prior planning. Luo Shun's heart raced as he swiftly evaded, angling his mech nearly 45 degrees to narrowly escape the onslaught of the green venom, then straightened out and surged forward once more, maintaining his velocity. Here it comes. Luo Shun's leaf dance maneuver. His audience cheered. The so-called leaf dance maneuver allowed a pilot to evade enemy attacks while maintaining high-speed dashes, creating an illusion of lightness, akin to a leaf dancing in the wind. Once back in full sprint, the Yuan swordsman was now less than 30 meters from the spider mech. Hui, unleash a magnetic railgun shot at the spider, commanded the Daluo Golden Immortal. Understood, replied Hui, aware of the strategy they had discussed prior to the battle. If the rapid-fire laser cannons failed to suppress the enemy, they would leverage the explosive shrapnel from the railgun to disrupt the spider mech's mainframe. The massive magnetic railgun discharged, a streak of blue-white light descending from the cliff, akin to a celestial sword of retribution striking the earth. This strike sought not to directly hit but to create confusion. The kinetic projectile struck the ground barely 1 meter from the spider mech, sending debris and dust soaring, enveloping the spider mech in chaos. Beep. The mech's protective shell sustained damage from the high-speed shrapnel. Beep. The left rear leg's bearing was compromised by the hardened fragments, causing the spider's legs to malfunction. Beep. In an instant, the spider's mainframe began to sound alarms frantically. Yet, amidst the cacophony, Xia Xiyan remained unfazed, continuing her operations with methodical precision. Within merely 0.5 seconds after the magnetic railgun shrapnel assault, the spider mech's spiral laser cannon lifted its barrel, releasing a purple-black beam toward the cliff. Hui exclaimed, "Damn, that was brutal. My leg's been wrecked." Following that strike, Xia Xiyan thought regretfully, if only I had been quicker. Had I been piloting the Hui mech? That opponent on the cliff would have been obliterated countless times over, and the Yuan swordsman would have been powerless against me. Yet, the harsh reality of battle allowed for no what-ifs. Her desperate counterattack had failed, leaving the spider mech vulnerable to the Yuan swordsman's assault. A tremendous metallic rending echoed from the back of the spider mech as it endured a series of devastating blows from the Yuan swordsman. Beep. Energy conduits ruptured, resulting in an 80 decline in power output. Beep. The mech's cabin sustained damage. In the next moment, Xia Xiyan felt darkness engulf her vision. The Yuan swordsman had obliterated her spider mech in less than a second. Staring at the gray-white interface, she spoke softly, "Zhang Yuan, I have lost. The opponent's Hui mech has only suffered the loss of one leg. I am sorry." At that moment, Zhang Yuan had already arrived at the third mining point, awaiting the mining machine's deployment. Upon hearing the news, he frowned slightly before responding, "It's all right. You have done exceptionally well. Leave the rest to me." At just 15 years of age, Xia Xiyan was still a fledgling girl, piloting a mech with which she was not entirely familiar. To inflict significant damage on the Hui mech while under duress from two opponents was already a notable achievement. The channel of the overbearing Machine Emperor squad has been blocked, prompting him to watch a live stream instead. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's remarks, he chuckled and thought, "Still leaving it to you? With Luo Shun around, you think you can take on two opponents? What a futile endeavor." The unparalleled enchantress consoled, "Little sister, do not be disheartened. You are far more formidable than I. After all, the one piloting the Azure Swordmaster is none other than Luo Shun." Xia Xiyan remained silent, her brow furrowed. It was her first time experiencing the bitter taste of defeat on a battlefield she deeply cared about. In Zhang Yuan's livestream, the situation had escalated to a point where only the Sword God remained. The anticipation was palpable as they awaited the Sword God to decisively defeat Luo Shun. Defeat? Not a chance. I am a devoted fan of Luo Shun, and I am here to witness the Sword Demon's downfall. The live chat quickly devolved into a battleground for both factions of viewers, though Zhang Yuan remained unaffected by the chaos. Within half a minute, the sound of a notification echoed as the demon mining machine established its foothold at mining point 3, commencing its operations. Zhang Yuan glanced at the mining progress. His side was at 70, while the opponent lagged behind at 32. For Earth to secure victory, they needed to control all 3 mining points. Leaving even one for the demon faction would ensure their defeat. With the demon faction down to just Zhang Yuan, there were no grand strategies left. He simply needed to defend mining point 3, confident that his opponent would seek him out for a decisive battle. A more prudent approach could have been to engage in guerrilla tactics, striking the opponent from the shadows and eliminating them when isolated. However, that would be overly complicated. The opponent was merely 2 inexperienced players, untested in the brutal realities of combat, unworthy of such exertion. It was far more efficient to crush them directly. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yuan stood comfortably at mining point 3, the iridium source magic sword planted before him, hands resting on its hilt, poised to await the enemy's approach. The winds howled through the crystal canyon, swirling crystalline dust around him. The blood-red glow of the sword demon mech stood motionless, an embodiment of stillness and a tempest, reminiscent of an unmatched swordsman on an ancient battlefield. Unbeknownst to them, the fans in both live streams had ceased their quarrels, their gazes fixated on mining point 3, aware that an intense clash was imminent. With another gust of wind, a spectral blue figure emerged at the canyon's mouth. The great Luo Jingxian had arrived. In that instant, nearly 1 million viewers in Zhang Yuan's channel and over 3 million in the great Luo Jingxian's channel focused intently on the Crystal Canyon's third mining point, eager not to miss the thrilling battle. Let the betting commence. I wager 5-star coins that Luo Shun will triumph. Luo Shun has a backup in Hui. Even if the sword demon is formidable, a 2-on-1 advantage is overwhelming. My sword goddess swordsmanship is unparalleled. None in the 3 realms can withstand it. Just wait and see as the sword demon gets obliterated. Initially, both live streams maintained their separate viewership, but soon the audiences began to intertwine, transforming both platforms into battlegrounds of their own, filled with vitriol and clashes. However, Zhang Yuan's viewer count remained at a mere 1 million, overshadowed by Luo Shun's fame. As the exchanges escalated, Luo Shun's fans began to dominate the conversation, drowning out any words from Zhang Yuan's supporters. Of course, the warriors in the Crystal Canyon were oblivious to the live stream antics. To focus on the battle, the great Luo Jingxian had disabled fan interactions and commanded the Azure Swordmaster to halt at a distance of 100 meters from the sword demon. Hui, the old tactic. You suppress their fire, and I will strike decisively. Leave it to me, Hui replied with a grin, undeterred by his damaged leg that hindered his evasion. Unlike the previous encounter with the spider mech, which had ranged capabilities, the sword demon posed no such threat. He merely needed to remain over 600 meters away to fire without fear for his safety. From a cliff towering over 70 meters, Hui readied his massive electromagnetic railgun, activating the scope and locking onto the distant sword demon. After a brief half-second, the mech's central processing unit confirmed, aiming error corrected, ready to fire at any moment. Luo Shun, my railgun is locked on. I await your command. Hui whispered. Excellent, I will advance. When I reach within 30 meters of the enemy, you may open fire. Understood. The engine of the Azure Sword Master roared to life, energy coursing through its conduits, enveloping the mech in a faint blue luminescence. While the Azure Sword Master piloted by the great Luo Jingxian bore a resemblance to Zhang Yuan's mech, it was fundamentally different. This Azure Sword Master Type 2 was an elite class mech, requiring players to reach an elite level to unlock it. Azure Sword Master Type 2, elite level, human form assault assassin mech, height, 5, 2 meters, weight, 6, 3 tons, maximum power output, 1821 horsepower, special skill 1, overload boost, special skill 2, phantom strike. Compared to standard models, the power output was significantly enhanced, and it featured the phantom strike ability, utilizing superior materials for its construction. The design details were sharper, augmented by the powerful special skill, phantom strike. This maneuver allowed the Azure Sword Master to unleash stored high-temperature, high-pressure gas, executing 3 rapid directional bursts in quick succession, showcasing a remarkable agility. This skill was a hallmark of the Azure Sword Master mech, making it one of the most frequently employed mechs in the game. Previously, when facing Xia Xian, the great Luo Jingxian had refrained from using Phantom Strike, but now, the flowing blue aura surrounding the mech indicated that the ability was primed for activation. Within half a second, the Azure Sword Master surged forward, slicing through the air with a sound akin to tearing silk. In a mere second, the mech's speed soared beyond 80 meters per second, closing the distance to the sword demon to just 65 meters. I've never seen Luo Shun so focused in battle, achieving an overload of 15G, unprecedented. Luo Shun's maneuvers are always fluid. This sequence must have involved at least 15 rapid actions, simply terrifying. Look at the sword demon. Utterly still, he's definitely paralyzed with fear. Luo Shun is invincible. The overbearing machine emperor also chimed in. You 3 are all fools. I would have conceded when I fell. Yet here we are, wasting time. The unparalleled enchantress remained silent, her gaze fixed on the sword demon. From the very beginning, the sword demon had eliminated the 9 lives cat demon in a heartbeat, and subsequently dispatched the defensive mech, the golden warrior, unscathed. These victories attested to the sword demon's formidable prowess, and even now, in a 1-on-2 situation against the renowned Luo Shun, she couldn't help but harbor a glimmer of hope for victory. Surely, we can win, right? She mused. Xia Xian watched the battle intently. Recognizing the great Luo Jingxian piloting the Azure Swordmaster, they had once been allies and adversaries in the game. His skills were undeniably impressive. As the Azure Swordmaster charged forward, Xia Xian felt compelled to warn Zhang Yuan, but each time the words formed on her lips, she swallowed them back down. Zhang Yuan's prowess in technology is unparalleled, and his understanding of the Azure Swordmaster seems unfathomable. I am certain he is aware of everything I know. All I need to do is observe how he defeats the god of war, without the need for further discourse that might distract him. After only a few joint battles, Zhang Yuan has already etched an indomitable impression in Xia Xian's mind. Amidst the crowd's fervent gaze, the Azure Swordmaster charged within 30 meters of the Sword Demon. In the team channel, the great Luo Golden Immortal spoke solemnly. Ho-E, fire. A brilliant blue-white line surged down from a nearby cliff, resembling a divine sword of retribution descending from the heavens, aimed at annihilating the demonic swordsman below. A collective gasp erupted from the audience of millions, their eyes glued to the holographic screen, fearful of missing even a single thrilling moment. Almost simultaneously, the sword demon moved slightly, taking a mere step forward to the left, traversing approximately 5 meters. A peculiar muffled sound echoed as the kinetic projectile of the large electromagnetic cannon whizzed past the sword demon, striking precisely where he had just stood. The impact created a crater over 1 meter in diameter and 2 meters deep in the soft, loose earth, with a small, bottomless pit at its center, emitting wisps of steam. The sword demon's mech was only slightly specked with mud. The great Luo Golden Immortal's pupils constricted. A master, far stronger than I. He had begun his full charge, expecting the opponent to feel some pressure. Surely, another shot from the electromagnetic cannon would force his adversary to scramble for cover. Yet, the foe remained unfazed, merely sidestepping with the simplest of maneuvers. Such composure and confidence were traits the great Luo Golden Immortal realized he lacked. Not only in technical skill, but in mindset, his opponent surpassed him greatly. However, with the arrow drawn, he had no choice but to release it, for he was merely 25 meters from the sword demon, with no room to retreat. Ho-E, find the opportunity for a precise shot. With a thunderous shout, the Azure Swordmaster's engine erupted with a ferocious roar, activating the mech's overload propulsion, escalating its power to a previously untested 40%, reaching an astounding 2,520 horsepower, dramatically increasing its speed. But that was not all. The thrusters on the mech's back opened simultaneously, releasing a blue-white mist that propelled forward over 3 meters, further enhancing the mech's velocity. Goodness, a 24G overload. The god of war is reckless. The sword demon is doomed. The god of war is magnificent. At this point, the Azure Swordmaster was merely 20 meters from the sword demon, and with the support of the Phantom Thrust special technique, he could traverse that distance in just 0.1 seconds. At that moment, the great Luo Golden Immortal noticed a faint crimson glow intensifying on the exterior of the sword demon mech. Strangely, after evading the prior electromagnetic cannon shot, the sword demon remained stationary. Is he so dismissive of me? The great Luo Golden Immortal felt deeply insulted. Then prepare to meet your demise. In the Crystal Canyon, at Mine Point 3, the Azure Swordmaster Type 2 mech launched its special technique, Phantom Thrust, boldly charging within 20 meters of Zhang Yuan. With the overload propulsion activated and the Phantom Thrust unleashed, the dual acceleration propelled the Azure Swordmaster to an extraordinary speed. This level of explosion approached the furious lower-tier mech standards, nearly surpassing the reaction limits of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He felt his vision blur, with only the faintly glowing target ahead remaining clear. In such a rapid sprint, the great Luo Golden Immortal could not utilize the 3-stage acceleration of Phantom Thrust, not for lack of desire, but due to the overwhelming speed. The only action he could manage was to raise his super-strong iridium alloy sword, aiming its tip at the cockpit of the sword demon mech. This strike will surely pierce the sword demon. This thought flashed through the great Luo Golden Immortal's mind like lightning. Alas, it was merely an illusion. For a player of elite caliber, the dual propulsion speed of the Azure Swordmaster Type 2 had already reached their reaction limit. However, for Zhang Yuan, a man who had once claimed victory in the Mech Combat League and honed his skills on the interstellar battlefield for nearly 7 years, such velocity was laughably slow. From the outset, this was a wholly unequal contest. In this moment, the Azure Swordmaster's speed was indeed rapid, but it was merely a straight dash, its path easily predictable. When the opponent's mech surged, they were still 20 meters apart, requiring only 0.1 seconds to close the gap. for Zhang Yuan. Maneuvering the mech slightly to evade a foreseeable linear charge within that brief window was a trivial task. In fact, Zhang Yuan could do far more than just dodge. With a subtle movement, he stepped right, his mech gliding 2 meters sideways, simultaneously activating the Sword Demon Mech's special technique, 360-degree omni-joint rotation. The Iridium Source Magic sword pivoted slightly, intersecting perfectly with the Azure Swordmaster's trajectory. Upon completing these maneuvers, the Azure Swordmaster had yet to reach him. Still 5 meters away, Zhang Yuan continued his composed operation, activating the Sword Demon's bloodthirsty ability, unleashing 100 power. The mech slightly bent forward, its legs sinking, shifting its weight in preparation for impact, while the Iridium Source Magic sword swung forcefully towards the charging direction of the Azure Swordmaster. A piercing slicing sound erupted, followed by a burst of sparks as the Azure Swordmaster sped past the Sword Demon Mech, colliding precisely with the Iridium Source Magic sword wielded by Zhang Yuan. Throughout this entire episode, the blood-glowing Sword Demon Mech remained stationary, the only change being the slight sinking of its legs. The metallic claws embedding into the ground beyond 30 centimeters deep. 1 second later, as the Azure Swordmaster's mech began to disintegrate, a crack appeared along its right waist. Cutting through the cockpit and emerging from the mech's right flank, the incision smooth as a mirror. Inside the cockpit, the pilot was severed cleanly, blood gushing forth like a fountain. A simple strike, and the illustrious Great Luo Golden Immortal was slain in an instant, bewildered as to how it had transpired. He should not have wielded powers beyond his control. In truth, had the Great Luo Golden Immortal opted for a conservative defensive counter-strategy, he might have endured longer. What is happening? Is there a bug? The screen before the Great Luo Golden Immortal dimmed, shifting to a third-person view of death, presenting a moment of demise option. Filled with confusion, he selected it immediately. The footage of the clash between the Azure Swordmaster and the Sword Demon replayed, this time at normal speed. Revealing the event took merely 0.1 seconds. From this external perspective, the Azure Swordmaster charged like a supercar at full throttle towards the Sword Demon Mech. In the final moment, the Sword Demon Mech flickered slightly, its form shifting to the side, and then the Azure Swordmaster whooshed past, accompanied by a flash of flames, before suddenly disintegrating, resembling a car crash. The Great Luo Golden Immortal frowned tightly. Normal speed was still too fast to comprehend. He selected the replay once more, this time at 10 times slower speed. The situation became clear, every movement of the mech now displayed with perfect clarity. As the Azure Swordsman surged toward the Sword Demon, the blade in the Sword Demon's grasp sliced through the Azure Swordsman's mech, emitting a crimson glow from the intense friction. Countless fragments of machinery scattered in all directions, and the air shimmered visibly from the Azure Swordsman's rapid charge. Yet, amidst this tumultuous chaos, the Sword Demon remained immovable, akin to an unyielding mountain. Upon scrutinizing every detail, the Celestial Immortal felt an indescribable sense of exhaustion wash over him. How could it be so swift? In merely 0.1 seconds, how could so many actions be executed? Is he even human? In slow motion, his most esteemed explosive technique appeared to be a foolish act of self-destruction in the presence of the Sword Demon. The opponent merely positioned the sword in his path, and he collided with it, leading to his own demise. In the live broadcast channels, an overwhelming silence enveloped both Zhang Yuan's and the Celestial Immortal's streams. For the majority of viewers, much like the Celestial Immortal, were unable to discern what had transpired. Consequently, many opted for a slow replay. Approximately a minute later, a voice broke the silence on the Celestial Immortal's channel. How does it feel like Lord Luo has met his match? This statement ignited a fervor in the previously quiet chat room. Oh no, my Lord Luo has been crushed by the Sword Demon. How sorrowful. The strength of the Demon Slayer was undoubtedly at least 2 tiers above Lord Luo, an entirely different caliber. Perhaps it was a Doomsday-level expert using a different account. Wait, a Doomsday-level expert? One of those arrogant beings, elusive and rarely seen? Could it be? The Demon Slayer was also live-streaming. I must witness the glory of such a powerful expert. Brothers, I shall take my leave. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's live stream presented an entirely different scene. The Sword God strikes, lesser beings retreat. I believe the Sword God could take on 4 opponents single-handedly. Not just 4. If it weren't for the hindrance of incompetent teammates, he could manage 10. I'm ready to take on 10. I am the Ancient Pit donated 100,000 star coins to Demon Slayer. I am the Ancient Pit. Master, you are formidable. Amidst the clamor of the chat room, the battle in the Crystal Canyon raged on, as the Earth-S side still had a Hoe mech to contend with. At this juncture, no one noticed that within the Demon Squad's channel, the previously boisterous tyrannical mech had logged off, likely too embarrassed to face anyone. The unparalleled enchantress fell into silence for a moment before sighing. "Young man, I truly embarrassed you earlier." Xia Xian, however, felt it was only natural. A pang of disappointment struck her heart. "I have always believed I was a leader among the younger generation, yet, never mind. I can no longer squander time on high school life." Zhang Yuan remained silent, casting a glance at the sword demon's energy, which stood at 80. He then assessed his own body. The muscle pain had intensified, and the prior rapid maneuvers had exacerbated his injuries. Should the Hoe mech insist on engaging him in direct combat, he would indeed face a dilemma. With a shift in thought, Zhang Yuan decided to engage in psychological warfare once more. He stood erect, his feet planted firmly, with his sword raised, its tip aimed directly at the Hoe mech. The mech speaker emitted a calm voice. "Now, it is only you left. Lord Luo, shall we engage?" The voice of Hoe trembled slightly. "You may as well throw in the towel. Your artillery cannot reach him." The celestial immortal sighed, having lost all fighting spirit. I concede. This sword demon is a freak." The golden warrior wished to leave the crystal canyon without delay. The mere sight of the sword demon set his heart racing. The nine-lived cat demon remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Thus, 5 seconds after Zhang Yuan's pronouncement, the screen in the crystal canyon froze, and the demon sign's display suddenly illuminated with the golden characters spelling victory. The Earth-S side initiated a vote of surrender, which passed unanimously, leading the Earth-S mech team to withdraw from the crystal canyon. Chapter 29. The Tsundere girl Zhang Yuan emerged victorious, and his livestream studio was filled with jubilant laughter. "Ha ha ha, Hoe must have been scared out of his wits. If it were me, I would concede as well. Facing the sword god would terrify anyone." Scared out of my wits indeed. Scared out of my wits, Part 2. Any tales of sheer fright? A newcomer in the livestream chimed in. "Just put yourself in the shoes of the sword god's opponent, and you'll understand." An elder offered some sage advice. A few minutes later, the newcomer, drenched in sweat, returned exclaiming, "Wow, I nearly lost it." As the game in the Crystal Canyon concluded, they entered the evaluation phase. Zhang Yuan was inundated with countless friend requests, the notifications ringing incessantly. Unable to manage the chaos, he opted to block friend requests and set his communication mode to friends only, restoring a semblance of tranquility. He proceeded to check the earnings from his livestream. To his astonishment, the number of followers had surged to 3 million, continually rising. The donations in star coins had surpassed 14 million, climbing rapidly. By his calculations, he had amassed nearly 3 million yuan from this single broadcast. And combined with his existing 9 million, his fortune approached 13 million. This sum was sufficient to purchase an unmodified elite-level Azure Swordsman. However, the Dark Exploration mode demanded a physical constitution 5 times superior to that of the ordinary game mode, rendering him unfit to pilot an elite mech. The Dark Exploration mode involved remotely controlling real military mechs. Although heroes would weaken physical capabilities, technical limitations prevented significant reductions, no more than 50 of military standards, lest operational distortions occur. Currently, Zhang Yuan's operational awareness was at an apocalyptic pinnacle, yet his physical condition remained inadequate. He could manage only a top-tier modified ordinary mech. The gap in physical prowess was still considerable. "I need more berserk points," Zhang Yuan mused, feeling an urge to battle through the night. At that moment, the hero's combat evaluation appeared. A large goldens flashed on the virtual cabin screen, while the system's feminine voice exuberantly declared MVP. Upon receiving the evaluation, Zhang Yuan's mind echoed with information. The master achieved victory in an elite-level combat mission, earning an S rating, with 15 berserk points. The master completed the total annihilation achievement, defeating all opponents single-handedly, with a maximum of 30 berserk points. The master currently possesses 15 berserk points, with a maximum limit of 170. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow. This reward seems rather meager. He had received 40 points in the previous match, and now it had dwindled to 15. He was puzzled by the criteria for rewards. Not understanding, he directly inquired, "Mainframe, I need to know the reward standards." There are 2 standards, the perfection of victory and the difficulty of the combat mission. For challenges within the same tier, the maximum limit is 15. For cross-tier challenges, each tier surpassed increases the maximum limit by 15. For instance, a leap in tier raises it by 45 points. Rewards are cumulative. In the current battle, your team's average tier was elite mid-tier, matching your opponent's. and your performance was flawless, thus earning the maximum reward of 15 points. In the previous battle, your team averaged elite lower tier, while your opponents were elite upper tier. Although it was a cross-tier challenge, you had teammates assisting in every battle, leading to a slight reduction in rewards, totaling 40 points. Ah, I see. Now that I am elite lower tier, if I single-handedly defeat a berserk upper tier opponent in Heroes, could the maximum reward reach 120 points? Correct, the mainframe replied. I understand now. It appears that, in both past and present lives, to grow stronger, one must continuously push the limits. Feeling the slight ache in his body, he silently intoned, "Enhance." A familiar warmth surged from within, flooding every part of him. After 8 seconds, the warmth diminished, and the fatigue and pain vanished, leaving him revitalized. Having utilized 65 berserk points, my physical strength should now be close to the ordinary level. Wait, something feels amiss. Zhang Yuan carefully assessed his condition. Though his minor injuries were indeed mended, muscle soreness had dissipated, and strength had increased. However, his mind still felt foggy, as if he were on the verge of sleep. Mainframe, what is happening? Shouldn't berserk points restore my bodily injuries? For reasons unknown, berserk points effectively heal physical wounds, but have minimal impact on mental fatigue. Master, you should rest. Zhang Yuan frowned. Why is that? Aren't mind and body interconnected? As a materialist, he believed that if the body was healed, the mind should naturally recover. Why, then, did the mainframe treat them as separate entities? Master, this issue cannot be explained by the mainframe. Well, it seemed even the time-warped mainframe lacked answers. Likely a puzzle to ponder later. Zhang Yuan, feeling increasingly drowsy, decided not to delve into such metaphysical quandaries. The incessant dinging of notifications continued. Upon glancing at the screen, he recognized the ID, "I am the ancient pit." Remembering their acquaintance, Zhang Yuan accepted the call. Master, that sword that instantly killed Lord God was simply magnificent. The voice of the ancient pit, soft and melodious, resonated through the connection. It was Zhang Yuan's first time hearing her voice, a young girl, though her tone was boyish, suggesting she was quite the tomboy in reality. He had anticipated her praise, yet felt no pride in his final strike. The opponent was far beneath him. Akin to teasing a child, nothing worth boasting about. I believe our agreed time for guidance is tomorrow afternoon, correct? Yes, indeed, tomorrow afternoon. Zhang Yuan inquired, "Oh, is there something you need from me now?" Master. Stop right there. I am not your master. I am merely a paid consultant, and the term master is irrelevant. Zhang Yuan had no time to mentor anyone, and had never acknowledged taking on a disciple. The ancient pit seemed bewildered. Master, I just wanted to chat with you. With a click, Zhang Yuan abruptly ended the call, feeling no inclination for idle chatter. The adoration of a child was a burden he wished to avoid, and he had no interest in such trivialities. After hanging up, Zhang Yuan sensed that this girl could become a nuisance in the future. Deciding it best to sever ties, he transferred 900,000 yuan back to her account with a brief message, "Transaction cancelled." While being a generous benefactor had its perks, the potential for countless troubles was not worth the risk. His purpose for live streaming was not merely to earn money but to acquire a mech for dark exploration. To his surprise, merely 3 seconds after transferring the 900,000 yuan, he heard a ding. His account had received 1.8 million yuan, accompanied by the message, "Humph. You think you can just ditch me? Not a chance." Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed in irritation. He despised owing favors, especially to strangers. This sentiment had persisted through both lives. He promptly transferred the 1.8 million yuan back, without any accompanying message, and immediately blocked "I am the ancient pit." The world fell silent once more. However, this tranquility lasted merely 5 seconds. After this brief interlude, a sound echoed, indicating a deposit of 3.6 million, accompanied by a message, "Once a teacher, forever a father." Master, this is a small token of appreciation from your disciple. Please accept it, hee. With a click of his tongue, Zhang Yuan immediately attempted to return the funds, only to discover that the recipient's account had vanished. He then unblocked the user "I am the ancient pit," only to find that they refused to accept any transfers. A brief attempt to contact them yielded no response. This girl certainly posed some trouble, Zhang Yuan mused, feeling somewhat bemused. At that moment, the team channel chimed with the voice of Xia Xiyan. "Zhang Yuan, it's already 10:30. Are you heading back?" All right." Zhang Yuan chose to disregard the barrage of notifications, and after shedding his form-fitting attire, he exited the virtual pod. Xia Xiyan awaited him just outside the door. "Shall we go?" Zhang Yuan nodded, and the two walked side by side toward the entrance of the gaming center. As they reached the first-floor lobby, the holographic screens displayed a continuous loop of Zhang Yuan's impressive maneuvers within the game, eliciting gasps of admiration from onlookers. Once outside the gaming center, they walked a few hundred meters, arriving at the gates of Morning Dawn High School. The hour had grown late, and beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, Xia Shiyin suddenly halted and turned to Zhang Yuan. I must bid you farewell. Chapter 30. The Arrival of the Slayer in the Deep of Night. At the dimly lit entrance of the campus, Xia Shiyin suddenly spoke, leaving Zhang Yuan momentarily perplexed. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he walked on, saying, "Oh, see you tomorrow." After waving goodbye, he strolled toward the school gate, preparing to swipe his card and head to the dormitory for some rest. Xia Shiyin hurried a few steps to catch up, and once inside the school, she ran to Zhang Yuan's side and continued. What I mean is that I am transferring schools. Why the sudden transfer? Zhang Yuan turned to look at her with curiosity. In his previous life, Xia Shiyin had diligently completed her high school education. Had his earlier actions somehow provoked her? Perhaps it was due to the dark exploration mode. Once I turn 18, I might enlist in the military, so I need to start preparing in earnest. I fear there won't be much time left for me to study peacefully at school. It appeared that his earlier demeanor had indeed affected Xia Shiyin. This was the Xia Shiyin who piloted legendary mechas, the girl who would never settle for second best. She would always be the towering giant tree in the forest, never a mere parasitic flower. No setback could cause her to retreat. Failure would only fuel her determination to forge ahead. As the princess of the Xia family from Moonlight City, endowed with extraordinary talent and relentless effort, she was destined to illuminate the world. In the stillness of the night, Zhang Yuan gazed at the enchanting girl illuminated by the faint lights. Feeling a twinge of reluctance in his heart, he quickly sensed his emotional shift and sighed inwardly. Zhang Yuan, you did not return to this life for matters of the heart. The battlefield among the stars is your true destiny. Taking a moment to compose himself, Zhang Yuan regained his calm and offered a faint smile. I see. I will repay the 8 million you lent me as soon as possible. Your contact number 1T change, will it? Seeing Zhang Yuan's tranquility, Xia Shiyin felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. It 1T change. You can reach me anytime through this number. Money is trivial. You can return it whenever you wish. Can you answer me one question? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Ask away. I shall do my best to respond. After you activate the dark exploration mode, which map will you venture to? The Pandora planet in the Star Sea Corridor. There was no need to conceal this. Many players were heading to Pandora for military missions, and his absence would not be missed. Xia Shiyin's face registered surprise. Pandora? The situation there is extremely intense right now, with formidable native inhabitants. You must understand. The real Pandora is 100 times more perilous than the game. Most mercenaries heading there pilot elite-level mechas, and your physique is still quite far from that level. Can you handle it? Zhang Yuan fabricated a small fib. I have the Gamma 3 strengthening agent, so my physique is not an issue. In his previous life, among the players of Heroes, at least 5 million possessed elite-level mecha operation awareness. They simply lacked the physical attributes. In the 2 years leading up to his rebirth, the situation had worsened, prompting the military to recruit soldiers and widely promote the Gamma 3 strengthening agent, rapidly creating a large number of qualified interstellar warriors. Currently, the situation was not yet dire. The distribution of the Gamma 3 was still relatively controlled. However, the Zhang family was a prominent clan, making it not particularly difficult to acquire the agent. Oh, I see. Well, I wish you all the best. Xia Shiyin harbored no doubts. You too. As they approached the dormitory, Zhang Yuan waved goodbye to Xia Shiyin and walked briskly toward his own room. Once he was out of sight, Xia Shiyin turned to head toward the girls' dormitory. Zhang Yuan. Pandora. Is the gap between us growing larger? No, I must go to Pandora too. Once inside her dormitory, Xia Shiyin dialed her father's number. Dad, I don't want to stay at Morning Light High School anymore. Eh? Xia Dad was quite surprised. Didn't you insist on experiencing life as an ordinary person? Have you changed your mind? Yes, I have come to realize. Dad, the frontline battles must be extremely intense. I cannot afford to linger in school and play anymore. Xia Dad felt a wave of relief and laughed heartily. Good, that's my daughter, Xia Tian Kong. Come back tomorrow, starting from the dark exploration mode. Well, given the current chaotic situation on the front line, it's too dangerous. You are still a rookie. You should stay at the second line, the Tianqin Fortress, and gain some experience for a few months first. Dad, I want to go to Pandora. Yin Yin, don't be reckless. The Tianqin Fortress is dangerous enough. You must take one step at a time. Dad, I am determined to go. My body can now withstand the Gamma-3 strengthening agent. There was silence on the line for nearly half a minute before Xiao Kong spoke again. My daughter, the path of a warrior is arduous. You will lose many things, endure pain day and night, and face the constant threat of death. Even if you survive by some stroke of luck, you may find yourself bedridden by the age of 50. Have you truly thought this through? Yes, I have made my decision, Xia Xian replied through gritted teeth. If that youth could achieve it, why could she not? Oh, you child. At least for now, it's only remote control, and you 1T need the Gamma-3 yet. Then go ahead as you wish, to Pandora you shall go. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yuan, upon returning to the dormitory, he exchanged casual remarks with his roommates. After showering, he began practicing his innate skills on the balcony, oblivious to the world around him. Initially, his roommates expressed curiosity and asked a few questions. But Zhang Yuan remained focused on his training, ignoring them, and their interest quickly waned. After practicing 5 rounds, feeling a surge of energy within him, he finally stopped, allowing himself a few moments to recuperate. He then glanced at his personal account on his wrist device, which displayed a total of 16.04 million. To an ordinary person, this was a substantial sum, but for a mecha warrior, it was insufficient to purchase even the most basic elite-level mecha. For instance, the elite-level Dark Blue Swordsman 2 required 24.3 million, and that was merely for the prototype, not including any modifications or weapons. High-energy power sources would incur additional costs. To deploy this machine in combat, he would need to invest at least another 5 million, and even then, it would only come equipped with the most basic alloy steel sword. Clearly, the funds were inadequate. His current physique was also far from capable of wielding a mecha of such caliber. Earnings could be made through streaming, but his physique was somewhat lacking. The Dark Blue Swordsman 2 could reach a maximum overload of 97G, and even with the Dark Exploration mode reducing his physique by 50, he would still need to strengthen himself to at least the lower elite level to operate it. To achieve a lower elite physique solely through the frenzy points would require 1,000 points for enhancement. Today, he had acquired 65 frenzy points, which seemed manageable, estimating it would take less than half a month. Well, I shall rest well tonight and fight again tomorrow. With a plan in mind, Zhang Yuan began his evening routine. Just as he was about to rest, a soft beep sounded from his wrist computer. Looking down, he saw a game notification from Heroes. Upon opening it, a holographic image materialized, showcasing a red and black demon mecha against the backdrop of a dense forest surrounded by the wreckage of Earth mechas. Above the mecha, 3 blood-red characters blazed, Slayer, accompanied by a stirring melody, an urgent voice echoed. The map is launching for battle, July 24th at 9 a.m. The Slayer descends upon Black Wind Valley, and Earth shall stand defenseless. The Dream Forest is on the brink of collapse. Hero, where are you? Zhang Yuan's heart raced. July 24th? That's tomorrow morning. Black Wind Valley. The Slayer. Wait, let me think this through. Chapter 31. The Master of In-Game Purchases in the Dreamlike Forest, the Butcher, and Black Wind Valley. Zhang Yuan sat vacantly on his dormitory bed, his mind inundated with these phrases, each word akin to a key unlocking the doors to his memories. In early July 2174, the legendary demon General Dilly piloted the perfectly modified Butcher mech, leading his Butcher Legion into the Dreamlike Forest, where the demon base was located in Black Wind Valley. It was in the Dreamlike Forest that Pandora first fell. 2 months after Dillifor's entry, an event historically known as the Mist Moon Incident. Clearly, General Dillifor was an indispensable figure in this upheaval. Following the Mist Moon Incident, Earth's situation on Pandora rapidly deteriorated, with bases falling one after another until Pandora was completely conquered 6 months later. Now, it was July 23rd, and only a little more than a month remained until the Dreamlike Forest succumbed to the demons. Time was of the essence. The situation on Pandora was worsening swiftly. What I must do is activate the Dark Exploration mode and enter Pandora. Currently, he had no time to prepare adequately for battle. Not to mention 2 weeks had already passed. With each day, the inertia of history grew stronger, making it increasingly difficult to alter the course of events. The Dark Exploration mode required a mech, and he currently possessed 16.09 million, which included 3.6 million from the troublesome ancient pit. However, since he could not return for the time being, Zhang Yuan decided to borrow it, planning to repay later. This sum was insufficient for purchasing a brand new elite mech. But there was no rule stating he must acquire a new one. He could very well opt for a second-hand model. Indeed, Zhang Yuan resolved to purchase an elite mech. Although his physique could not withstand the full capabilities of an elite mech, He could limit the mech's output power while engaging in combat to grow stronger. Soon, he would possess the strength to master the elite level. With this thought, sleep eluded him. Under the curious gaze of his roommate, Zhang Yuan leapt from his bed and hurried to the dormitory balcony, activating the holographic screen. He input a very familiar phone number from memory, selected it, and upon connection, he began to count down in his mind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Answer. The call indeed connected, and a voice filled with impatience responded. Hello. Ding's repair shop. Who's calling at this hour? Did your mech break down? Ding's repair shop was owned by Ding Shi, known as Old Ding, a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder sufferer who insisted on waiting 5 seconds before answering any call. He resided in the White Emperor City on the 53rd satellite of the Darwin system in the Caluolan Star region. Once a prominent mech engineer at the renowned mech production company Heavenly Machine Pavilion, he left after his wife ran off with a younger man. Feeling disgraced, he quit to start his own repair shop. Despite resigning, his skills and connections remained intact, allowing his shop to not only repair mechs but also handle modifications privately. Old Ding was a technical expert, reliable and straightforward, and his modification fees were significantly lower than those of large companies. In a previous life, Zhang Yuan had fortuitously met Old Ding, and they quickly bonded over shared interests, becoming close friends. Old Ding had poured considerable effort into Zhang Yuan's Azure Blade mech, which enabled it to function despite numerous damages and ultimately led to its confrontation with the Black Rakshasa. However, Old Ding did not recognize Zhang Yuan in this timeline. Zhang Yuan got straight to the point. Old Ding, I need to customize a remote-controlled mech for dark exploration. Do you not understand that privately modifying mechs is illegal? Old Ding shouted. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Just as in his previous life, Old Ding maintained his fiery temper. Without arguing, he maneuvered on his computer, transferring 10 million directly to a private account. Upon receiving the 10 million, I require a modified version of the Azure Blade 2 mech, with real money exchanged. Old Ding's tone immediately shifted. He lowered his voice, seemingly wary of being overheard. Who exactly are you? How did you acquire my account? You just sent money without hesitation. Are you not afraid I might swindle you? A friend recommended you, claiming you are quite reliable, a master in the modification field known as the master of in-game purchases. I hope you are not all talk. If you can't manage it, I'll just go to Old Ma. Old Ma was also a modification expert, and Old Ding viewed him as competition, which added to the tension. Zhang Yuan's conversation was filled with flattery and provocation, subtly conveying that he was well-versed in the modification industry. Old Ding's suspicion diminished significantly, and his temper flared again. Damn it, what's so difficult about modifying mechs? Let me tell you, if Old Ma can do it, I can too. If Old Ma can't do it, neither can I. I've accepted your job. Now, tell me how you wish to modify it. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes with a smile and began listing parameters. The core must be a rotational force field engine. Stop right there. A rotational force field engine is standard for elite mechs. The military strictly prohibits its leakage. Moreover, your funds are insufficient, aren't they? Old Ding interjected. The engine is the core of the mech. An elite rotational force field engine has a manufacturing cost of 14 million, comprising a significant portion of the elite mech's total cost. I'm not asking for a brand new one. I know you must have some military surplus secondhand goods. Those mercenaries would surely sell you a few units. Come on, do you still expect to pay full price for an old model? Old Ding chuckled awkwardly. Haha. Little brother, you really understand the market. All right, I'll provide you with a rotational force field engine. You're in luck. I have one just retired from a mercenary after only 3 months of use. It's in excellent condition. I'll quote you 7 million. Zhang Yuan trusted Old Ding's integrity. The man never spoke falsely or engaged in haggling. He promptly replied, let's go with that engine. My second requirement is that the overload propulsion should boost the maximum power output by 50 and be sustainable for 5 seconds. Old Ding jumped up. What the hell? A 50 boost is the physical limit for the Azure Blade mech. Are you not afraid of blowing it up? Zhang Yuan retorted. Old Ding. Are you rambling because I haven't paid you enough? Damn, I like your temper. Come on, whatever modifications you want, just tell me. Old Ding, the master of in-game purchases, does not bear that title lightly. Zhang Yuan chuckled. I want to install a light field generator on the mech. Don't jump up. I know you have one in stock, and it's demon technology. Just use that. Old Ding jumped up again. Little brother, do you understand modifications? The generator consumes a massive amount of energy. You also want the rotational force field mech to output 50 power. Combining the two will cause the mech's power supply to collapse. Do you really understand modifications? I do. Therefore, My third requirement is that my mech will not be equipped with a power supply. Instead, I want a quark annihilation core. Wait, what is a quark annihilation core? I've never heard of it. Old Ding's voice resonated with astonishment. Zhang Yuan laughed. Old Ding, don't play dumb with me. I know you have that thing. The quark annihilation core was excavated from the ancient ruins of the Annihilation Civilization on Blue Star No. 3 in the Antares system. Others may not recognize its value and sell it to you as an antique, but I know it's a treasure. Old Ding's voice dropped again, trembling slightly. Little brother, how do you know about this? I've never told anyone. I know more than you can imagine. I also know that the quark annihilation core cannot currently operate because there are still some details you haven't figured out, right? Old Ding's voice began to tremble noticeably. Who exactly are you? His fear was understandable, as Zhang Yuan had revealed secrets that belonged solely to him, secrets shared in a past life. Now, with Zhang Yuan bringing them to light, Old Ding was understandably taken aback. Do not concern yourself with my identity. The universe is vast and boundless, and there are countless matters beyond your imagination. We are merely engaged in a transaction. I am the buyer, and you are the seller, nothing more. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan inputted several physical equations into the communicator and sent them to Old Ding. These equations pertain to the intricate details that Old Ding struggled to comprehend. In their previous life, Zhang Yuan had harbored a keen interest in mechanical physics, particularly regarding mecha modifications, but lacked the time for thorough exploration. Old Ding frequently shared his findings, which Zhang Yuan had diligently noted, and now he was returning the favor. Old Ding fell silent. Were it not for the heavy breathing emanating from the communicator, Zhang Yuan might have thought he had disconnected the call. Half an hour later, Old Ding spoke. Regardless of who you are, you have assisted me in resolving a significant dilemma. The quark annihilation core in my possession is yours, along with a gram of quark slurry fuel. Zhang Yuan smiled, pleased, thank you. Although a gram of quark slurry fuel appeared minimal, its energy output was equivalent to that of 125 high-energy power cells, demonstrating remarkable durability. In fact, the energy output rate of the quark annihilation core Old Ding possessed was comparable to that of the anti-neutrino core utilized in Earth's Savage-grade mechas. In essence, Zhang Yuan was equipping his mecha with a formidable energy core. For my final modification request, my current body can withstand a maximum overload of 32G. So you must set an engine logic lock on the mainframe of the mecha. Wait, only 32G of tolerance? Do you dare pilot an elite-grade mecha? Are you not afraid of your brain exploding? That's irrelevant chatter regarding modifications. Old Ding was silenced by Zhang Yuan's retort, prompting him to continue. I need this mecha within 3 days. 3 days? That's impossible. Absolutely unfeasible. Old Ding exclaimed. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan transferred the remaining 6 million, 2 million for expedited service, and the remaining 4 million for that partially broken energy-infused golden sword in your inventory. The energy-infused golden sword was standard equipment for the Savage mid-tier mecha, the Azure Swordsman 2.5 model. A complete energy-infused golden sword cost approximately 27 million. But Old Ding's was a broken blade, reduced from its original 3.2 meters to just 2.3 meters, with the edge marred by numerous chips, essentially awaiting reconstruction. 4 million was a reasonable price. You're ruthless. Considering you've helped me with the quark core, I will gladly assist in sharpening that broken golden sword for free. I'll enlist my daughter's help, and it will be completed within 3 days. Thank you. Zhang Yuan concluded the call. Now, he had secured the mecha, but his body still lacked strength. Before him lay an excellent opportunity to acquire a substantial amount of Fury points. This opportunity was within the game heroes, specifically in the campaign opening on the map The Arrival of the Slayer. Chapter 32, Target, the Slaughterer after resolving the mech issues. It was already past midnight when Zhang Yuan, utterly fatigued, climbed into bed and succumbed to slumber. 4 hours later, at 4 in the morning, his eyes opened precisely, revealing a pair of dark irises that sparkled with fragmented starlight in the faint morning glow. Having cultivated the habit of sleeping only 4 hours each night for 7 years on the battlefield, he had become deeply accustomed to this routine. In his previous life, each awakening from slumber would leave his body in a state of numbness, followed by an unbearable prickling sensation that would take approximately half an hour to dissipate. This was the side effect of the Gamma-3 strengthening agent, a price paid by human warriors in their struggle against the demon race. However, this time, there was no numbness, no prickling. Instead, he experienced an indescribable comfort throughout his body, coupled with an extraordinary clarity of mind. Upon focusing his attention, he was astonished to hear the sound of a falling leaf outside the window, even distinguishing the delicate dance of its descent through the air. This sensation of comfort was almost addictive, and Zhang Yuan indulged in it for 5 minutes before sighing contentedly, "What a perfect enhancement." Having been granted a second chance at life, he resolved never to touch the side effect-laden Gamma 3 agent again. Rising from his bed, Zhang Yuan began to practice his innate skills on the dormitory balcony, a daily ritual from his past life that he adhered to without fail for 3 hours. Only through this discipline could he endure the formidable side effects of the Gamma 3 agent and maintain his combat efficiency. After 3 hours of focused practice, he felt a warm, indescribable comfort enveloping his internal organs. At the moment he concluded his training, a voice resonated in his mind. "Master, your practice of innate skills has yielded results. Your physical strength has increased by 0.5, equivalent to 0.5 fury points." Zhang Yuan's heart leaped with joy as he inquired, "If I practice daily, will this increase by 0.5? Indeed, the enhancement ratio remains constant. Given your current physical condition, practicing for 30 minutes daily will yield optimal results. Extending the duration will only deplete your energy with negligible gains." 30 minutes? Excellent, Zhang Yuan replied, relieved to save over 2 hours of time. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 7 in the morning, with less than 2 hours remaining before the mission slaughterer commenced on the map. He hastily dressed, consumed a quick breakfast, and hurried towards the game center outside the school. As he walked, thoughts of the demon General Dillifer filled his mind. Memories of that fateful day surfaced, and his gaze turned cold. "Dillifer, it was you who led the assault on the Hangustar Gate, where my father met his demise at your hands. I was powerless to stop you then, but this time, you shall not have the same opportunity." Dillifer, a prodigious talent of the demon race, hailed from a prestigious lineage and possessed nearly flawless combat prowess. At the age of 28, he had founded his own Slaughterer Legion upon entering the Dream Forest's Black Wind Valley. Although he piloted a mech of the upper Fury tier, its customized modifications rendered it nearly on par with Doomsday-grade mechs, and the perfect fusion of his talent and the mech transformed the Slaughterer into a nightmare for Pandora's Earth defenders. The initiation of the hero's mission in Black Wind Valley was, in large part, due to the immense pressure exerted by this demon general. Zhang Yuan's desire for vengeance against the Slaughterer Dillifer was profound. He had studied everything about this demon general, retaining not only battlefield reports but also game-related information. When the new map, Black Wind Valley, was launched, the Slaughterer boss was defeated by countless players using sheer numbers within just 2 hours. However, this was the only instance where players succeeded through numerical advantage. Thereafter, elite players developed comprehensive strategies for Black Wind Valley. Zhang Yuan recalled details about Black Wind Valley with increasing clarity. According to one strategy, as long as a player pilots a Fury tier mech, there is a chance to defeat the Slaughterer. He focused on this strategy, his eyes glinting with hope. "If I can secure control of a Fury tier mech, seizing the opportunity should allow me to make a significant contribution to defeating the Slaughterer. Not only will I receive substantial livestream rewards, but it also represents an audacious challenge given my current rank as an elite lower tier. If I can kill the upper Fury Slaughterer, at least 120 Fury points. This endeavor was undoubtedly worthy of pursuit, and he began to plot meticulously. To accomplish this challenge, he first needed to acquire a Fury tier mech. The Black Wind Valley map would open at 9 a.m., with the Slaughterer boss likely to be defeated within 2 hours thereafter, leaving him with a little over 2 hours to act. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan quickened his pace. Halfway there, he suddenly recalled his promise to his father from the day before. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed his father's number. "Dad, I have an urgent matter today and may not be able to return to the Zhang family ancestral home for Uncle's funeral." His uncle had once harbored murderous intent towards his mother and had acted upon it. Had it not been for his father's intervention, she would have surely perished in an accident. After that incident, his father distanced himself from the Zhang family. With such a troublesome uncle, Zhang Yuan had never wished to attend his funeral, especially with a golden opportunity to gain a substantial amount of Fury points at hand. "Yuaner, do not be headstrong. He is still your uncle," his father's voice echoed through the line. "Regardless, my grandparents do not care for me, and my cousins look down on me. I have no desire to return and face their disdain." "This is settled, Dad. Goodbye," Zhang Yuan declared, abruptly disconnecting the call. In his previous life, he had been consumed by vengeance, but he had grown since then. While he piloted the Fury tier Azure Sword Master, Dillifer had risen to command the Demon Assault Legion, piloting a terrifying Doomsday-grade mech. A month before their mutual destruction, Zhang Yuan learned that Dillifer had successfully piloted the mythic 9 Nether Demon mech. The relentless growth and overwhelming power of his father's murderer had once left him in despair. Now, with a second chance at life, he was determined to not only pursue the footsteps of that demon prodigy, but also to personally extinguish his existence. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan stared at his communication device in a daze. To be honest, he was also reluctant to attend his elder brother's funeral. Yet he could not shake off the fact that he was family. Yuan is still but a child. Let it be, he sighed, shaking his head as he made his way back to the Zhang family ancestral home on Palai Island. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan had arrived at the game center, which was already teeming with players due to the Saturday event in Heroes. Although it was not yet 9 a.m., the venue was packed. The central holographic screen repeatedly showcased the CG footage of the Slaughterer*s arrival, while the air buzzed with discussions solely centered on the Slaughterer. Wow, a demon race boss. Let's go. Let us go. Enter the game and take down the boss. This is a Fury tier boss. If you're a mere lower tier, you're just walking to your doom. I'll just go for a feel, maybe snag a reward. True, let us team up. Zhang Yuan swiftly navigated through the crowd, ascending to the second floor of the game center. He approached a staff member and quietly said, "I am the Azure Sword Master." The staff member's eyes lit up instantly. "Oh, please follow me. Your virtual pod is ready." Chapter 33. General Lin Bingqing under the guidance of the staff. Zhang Yuan swiftly donned his tight-fitting suit and stepped into the virtual capsule. Upon logging into Heroes, he glanced at the clock, noting that it was only 8:33, leaving nearly 30 minutes until the Black Wind Valley would open. During this interval, Zhang Yuan remained industrious, promptly commencing the configuration of his mech. The Dream Forest serves as a public map within the game, where players can utilize their customized mechs, provided they possess the requisite configuration skills. Otherwise, their efforts may yield disappointing results, rendering them less formidable than the standard system mechs. Zhang Yuan began by selecting his mech. As a lower-tier elite, his options were limited, and regrettably, his favorite, the Azure Swordsman, required a higher elite tier for activation. Fortunately, other sword-wielding mechs were available, including the feline assassin, the 9 Lives Cat Demon. In the previous match of free-for-all combat, the Earth faction employed the 9 Lives Cat Demon, only to be swiftly dispatched by Zhang Yuan wielding the sword demon with a relentless strike. While the 9 Lives Cat Demon appeared weak, it was not the mech itself that was deficient, but rather the pilot. The 9 Lives Cat Demon boasts commendable base attack power, exceptional maneuverability, and innovative special abilities. In capable hands, it becomes a terrifying master of stealth and deception. The 9 Lives Cat Demon, measuring 4.8 meters and weighing 5.2 tons, is adorned with a camouflage paint that shifts colors. Its humanoid form features a feline head equipped with advanced night vision optics, while its arms are armed with 2-meter-long high-frequency, vibrating short swords. Additionally, its claws can extend 30 centimeters into lethal blades, embodying an archetype of a shadowy assassin. "You're the one," he declared, selecting the mech and beginning to configure its parameters. 8 optical illusion seemed excessive, a mere burden that wasted energy. 2 would suffice. The mech's engine need not operate in complete silence at all times. Sacrificing power for stealth is impractical, as silence is only crucial during pivotal moments. Thermal shielding does not require constant full power operation. Yes, power takes precedence, speed is paramount. In the chaos of battle, life and death hinge on fleeting moments. Speed is the decisive factor in victory or defeat. Imperturbable strength is no match for unparalleled swiftness. This is the immutable truth of combat. Once all adjustments were complete, Zhang Yuan's 9 Lives Cat Demon sacrificed some of its stealth capabilities but enhanced engine output by nearly 20, achieving an impressive 1990 horsepower. Such power would propel a mech weighing just over 5 tons at an unimaginable speed and agility, significantly boosting its attack potential, ensuring that it would dispatch any elite mech it encountered, save for those with defensive capabilities. With the adjustments finalized, the clock struck 8:55. Although Black Wind Valley had yet to open, subtle changes appeared across the Dream Forest map, with numerous minor demon bosses and elite demon warriors emerging. Many human strongholds and mining points had fallen under demon occupation. Entering the mech, his landing point was the Pandora Dream Forest Emerald Stone Base. Deploying mech. Deployment successful. Do you wish to activate the mech? Yes. As Zhang Yuan confirmed, he felt a brief dimness before, in half a second. He found himself inside the 9 Lives Cat Demon. The sound of rushing wind filled the cabin, the transport helicopter carrying the mech suspended 10 meters above the ground. Upon entering, the helicopter released its grip, and Zhang Yuan sensed a slight weightlessness. Moments later, With a resounding thud, the 9 lives cat demon landed. There was no need for extensive maneuvering. The mech's spirit cat system effortlessly stabilized it, utilizing the internal joints to cushion the impact of the descent. Seated within, Zhang Yuan barely felt the jolt. This was the unique driving experience offered by an assassin-type mech, currently situated at the Emerald Stone Base. The only large Earth base in the Dream Forest, it spanned over 3 kilometers. In reality, the Emerald Stone Base could simultaneously supply 20,000 mechs. In the game, however, its supply capabilities were virtually limitless, providing as much as needed. The event was underway, and the Emerald Stone Base buzzed with activity. Major guilds within heroes had gathered, lined up in waves at the base's exit, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Slayer at 9 o'clock to rush towards the Black Wind Valley in the northwest corner of the Dream Forest. Among the mech warriors present, the majority operated standard mechs, comprising a staggering 95, while elite mechs accounted for around 4.9. Occasionally, a few rampaging mechs belonging to prominent guild leaders would pass by, renowned figures within the game. However, there were no Doomsday-level mech warriors in sight. In the game, Doomsday mechs are legendary, elusive figures, appearing like dazzling meteors in the night sky, only to vanish without a trace. Time was of the essence, and Zhang Yuan wasted no moments as he swiftly gathered 4 high-energy power cells for sustenance, then approached General Lin Bingqing, the commander of the Emerald Stone Base. The female general stood resolutely at the center of the base, silent and unyielding, never engaging players like the base's guards. Yet, anyone entering the Emerald Stone Base would immediately notice her presence. The reason was simple. The mech she piloted was extraordinarily resplendent. This was a custom long-range attack mech, named Falling Star, a rampaging upper-tier mech, heavily modified from the Type 2 Hoei mech. It was painted in a dazzling blue and white, designed for high mobility, standing only slightly over 4 meters tall. The weaponry of the Falling Star was particularly unique, a massive semi-transparent energy bow, its arrows possessing the destructive power akin to a colossal laser cannon. No mech, whether from the Demon faction or Earth's rampaging class, could withstand a shot from the Falling Star's bow. Even Doomsday mechs would find it a formidable challenge. Though merely a rampaging upper-tier mech, it was legendary. Much like its pilot, General Lin Bingqing, who had protected the Emerald Stone Base for a decade, ensuring Earth maintained control over the Dream Forest throughout this tumultuous period, a remarkable feat amidst the overall dismal state of the battle. As the Slayer's arrival loomed, the NPC general appeared oblivious to the impending chaos, casually standing at the base, her petite mech humanistically poised, occasionally glancing around. Upon noticing Zhang Yuan approach, she inquired, "Adventurer, state your purpose." Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to pearls cascading upon a jade plate, delightful to the ear. Despite General Lin Bingqing residing within her mech 24 hours a day, her true appearance remained a mystery, yet her voice alone had garnered immense popularity among players, who were ever curious about the visage concealed within the mech. Zhang Yuan gazed at the magnificent mech, his thoughts swirling. The true form? Each person will see it, and it will never disappoint. Alas, this is but our final encounter. In the previous life within Heroes, Lin Bingqing met her demise at the hands of the Slayer, Delefo. During the mission in Black Wind Valley, players indeed swept through the area, ultimately defeating the Slayer boss. However, it was more accurate to say they merely repelled him. The Slayer, Delefo, was temporarily driven back, only to resort to cunning schemes. He secretly abducted General Lin's daughter and laid a trap in the Dream Forest, ultimately leading to Lin Bingqing's tragic end. The last scene players witnessed was a bloodied Lin Bingqing crawling from her damaged mech, slowly making her way towards her daughter's lifeless body, yet tragically, she could not reunite with her child. The merciless Slayer, Delefo, crushed her body beneath his mech. The recent upheaval has profoundly impacted the players, prompting countless individuals to rally together in an attempt to vanquish the slaughterer, Delefo. Yet, each endeavor merely culminated in a temporary retreat. Shaking his head, Zhang Yuan emerged from his reverie. All of that was but a fleeting illusion of the future. Nothing had transpired yet, nor would it ever come to pass. He maneuvered his mech to salute General Lin Bingqing. "General, the slaughterer has descended, and the forest is teeming with demonic mechs. Many warriors are trapped, and I am prepared to rescue them." General Lin Bingqing straightened her posture, returning Zhang Yuan's salute with her mech. She then remarked, "That is an excellent idea, adventurer. I entrust this task to you. Take this beacon. When you encounter any distressed warriors in need of assistance, present it." "Yes, General." Zhang Yuan accepted the communication beacon and promptly turned to depart without hesitation. At that moment, the clock struck 9, and the slaughterer arrived as scheduled. The gates of the Emerald Stone base thunderously swung open, unleashing a tide of players who surged forth from the stronghold. Soon, Zhang Yuan exited the Emerald Stone base, reaching a concealed spot within the dense forest. The 9 lives cat demon mech roared to life, its engine erupting with a thunderous wail as it surged to maximum velocity, crashing into the thicket ahead. His initial plan was now set in motion, to acquire a Berserk-class mech. Simultaneously, the Mech God livestream commenced, and all players following Zhang Yuan received notifications. The Demon Slayer has entered the Dream Forest. Instantly, millions flocked to the livestream, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Is the Sword God also heading into Blackwind Valley? How many companions does the Sword God have? Count me in. Don't overthink it. The Sword God's speed is unparalleled, and mere mortals like us can hardly keep pace with his strides. Chapter 34. Deceptive maneuvers. The arrival of the Demon General and his legion transformed the Dream Forest into a perilous realm. Initially, the forest was populated with mere ordinary mechas, but now, an influx of elite mechas had emerged, with some areas even hosting formidable small bosses of elite and raging tiers. Even elite players would find it akin to courting death to wander alone in the Dream Forest at this juncture. Yet, Zhang Yuan was recklessly dashing through the woods. He piloted a speed-oriented assassin mecha, modified for optimal power output, enabling him to achieve astonishing velocities. Amidst the faint hum of the engine, his camouflaged 9 lives cat demon surged forward at an incredible pace. The speed of the Sword God was so extraordinary that my eyes struggled to keep up. Maintaining a velocity exceeding 150 meters per second in the dense forest, did he not fear colliding with trees? Silly, did you think the Sword God operated like you? The real question is, where was he headed? He was merely 30 kilometers from the Blackwind Valley, leading the charge, with the second player trailing him by a staggering 20 kilometers. Goodness, that individual was piloting a raging tier mecha. The viewers in the livestream were left speechless, and the player behind in the raging tier mecha was equally flabbergasted, given that both were Earth mechas and Zhang Yuan had not concealed his presence. It was easy for the raging tier pilot to spot him. This pilot, known as Divine Guardian, was a towering figure in the raging tier, one that 99 of players aspired to reach. In Heroes, players who attained such a rank were exceedingly rare, with perhaps 1 in 100,000 among billions of players, and only around 500,000 elite tier players. The number of raging tier players plummeted to under 200,000, and those who achieved the upper echelons were fewer than 10,000. The rarity of apocalyptic tier players made the raging upper tier the pinnacle visible to ordinary players, each name carrying immense weight. Oh my, it was Divine Guardian, the president of the Divine Guild, an adept of the raging tier. The Sword God was managing to outpace him by 20 kilometers. It was perhaps sheer coincidence, as Divine Guardian, being the guild leader, had to coordinate with his members before proceeding. The pressing question was, what was the Sword God piloting a lower elite 9 lives cat demon attempting to accomplish with such fervor? This conundrum also plagued Divine Guardian's mind. This madman was charging through, evidently alerting countless demons. Truly a sight to behold. How could he dare to run so swiftly in the dense forest? He piloted a defensive mecha, Xingtian, at the upper raging tier. While speed was not its forte, being a raging tier mecha, it exerted all its might, yet still fell behind Zhang Yuan by such a distance. He simply could not fathom it. No one could decipher Zhang Yuan's intentions. Under the gaze of millions of viewers, he reached a point merely 20 kilometers from the entrance of Blackwind Valley, where he abruptly veered left, racing along a stream. After sprinting for just 5 kilometers, a small demon base came into view. From a distance, 3 demon mechas could be seen within, all elite tier based on their appearance and material luster. There was a bull demon, a sword demon, and a Deadeye, forming a standard demon outpost. The Deadeye, upper elite tier, was a demon long-range attack mecha. Humanoid in shape, 5 meters tall, weighing 4 tons, with a maximum power output of 820 horsepower. Its special skills included Deadeye Shot and perfect optical invisibility. In the elite tier, the operation of the Deadeye mecha was quite counterintuitive. To players, it seemed a subpar mecha, yet for demons, it was a primary ranged attack model, particularly its special skill, Deadeye Shot, which, when activated, guaranteed nearly 100 accuracy within 5 seconds, making it virtually impossible to evade. Without a defensive mecha to draw fire, it could spell disaster for any lightly armored mecha. The Sword God was in grave peril. Damn it, one might exclaim. The sword god can even slice through a new bride. What is this to him? This time, however, the sword god lacked allies. While the crowd debated, the three demons had already spotted Zhang Yuan, who had made no effort to conceal himself. Anyone not blind could see such a rushing metal mecha. The three demon mecha warriors, well-trained, quickly assumed an offensive formation. The bull demon advanced, the sword demon flanked, while the dead eye swiftly retreated, taking position atop a large tree to gain a vantage point for shooting, simultaneously activating its perfect optical invisibility, vanishing from sight. With a whoosh, the two short swords in Zhang Yuan's hands were drawn, and with a thunderous roar, the mecha's engine erupted in power, propelling him forward with renewed speed. He did not flinch or evade, charging straight ahead like a bolt of black lightning. High energy response. The mecha's energy detector reported that the dead eye was about to launch an attack. Almost instantaneously, Zhang Yuan initiated his maneuver, his limbs twitching in a high-frequency tremor as the Nine Lives Cat demon executed its evasive maneuver, Desperate Cat Stride. In an instant, the single mecha appeared to multiply into three, its forward movement becoming erratic, weaving left and right, leaving spectators bewildered as to which was the real one. Which one was genuine? The middle? The right? Goodness, where did the third mecha go? Initially, there were three, but in the blink of an eye, only two remained. And discerning the true from the false became an impossible task. The dead eye fired. A concentrated proton stream surged from the treetop, striking one of the advancing Nine Lives Cat demons with pinpoint accuracy. The mecha shimmered and then vanished, an optical illusion. If that was merely an illusion, then the remaining one must be real, right? With another proton stream, it struck what seemed to be the genuine Nine Lives Cat demon. A collective gasp arose. Everyone believed the mecha had been hit, but just as the exclamations reached their peak, the mecha flickered several times before disappearing once more. Another illusion. What a spectacle. Where had the real cat demon gone? This was not just the viewer's confusion. The bull demon and sword demon on the ground were equally perplexed, their mechas scanning left and right, having lost their target. This was truly bizarre. With so many eyes watching, how could a towering 5-meter mecha simply vanish? Who would believe it? Is the game bugged? Goodness, this is too unreal. Is it magic? Where could the sword god have gone? The audience in the live stream frantically activated their Find the Mecha mode, yet their efforts yielded nothing. Just then, from the treetop where the dead eye had concealed itself, a crack echoed, followed by the head of the dead eye mecha emerging from the foliage. Moments later, its lower half slid down as well. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a small mecha was standing atop the tree. Indeed, it was the previously missing Nine Lives Cat demon. Rewind that at high speed. It was too fast. I couldn't catch it. Some lamented their poor vision while blaming the sword god's swiftness. The streamers skillfully maneuvered the playback. Viewers began to replay, and in slow motion, they finally unraveled the mystery behind the disappearance of the Nine Lives Cat demon. As the cat demon machine initiated its optical illusion, splitting into three, it surged forward, swaying left and right to obscure vision. Suddenly, it unleashed its special technique, Black Cat Night Stroll. The optical camouflage activated, allowing it to swiftly conceal itself behind a large tree, then stealthily ascend the tree where the lifeless mecha lay hidden. This clever ruse was truly remarkable. Although Black Cat Night Stroll also employed optical invisibility, the Earth mecha's cloaking technology paled in comparison to that of the demon race. Even when cloaked, it could not achieve perfect invisibility. A faint shadow remained discernible. Direct activation would likely fail to deceive the demon mecha's sensors. However, Zhang Yuan first drew the opponent's attention with the optical illusion, then bewildered them with his uncanny movements before vanishing altogether. Each maneuver was executed with impeccable timing, not only masking the shortcomings of Earth technology, but also fooling the millions of viewers in the live stream, who possessed a god's eye view. Goodness, I feel my intellect being utterly trampled. I think I need to return to my mother's womb to refine my perceptive abilities. The streamer, with remarkable agility, received a donation of 10,000 star coins from IAM, the ancient Pit to Demon Slayer swordsman. Good morning, master. Thankfully, Zhang Yuan had no habit of monitoring the live stream, thus remained oblivious to it. In the dreamlike forest, as Zhang Yuan defeated the Eye Mecha, a voice resonated in his mind. Master has vanquished the elite-level mecha, I. Fury points 1. Huh, there are fury points? Zhang Yuan felt a surge of joy, glancing at the bull demon and sword demon below, but ultimately decided against it. Energy was limited, and he was not there to hunt minor foes. The bull demon and sword demon could not match his speed. He leaped from the tree, effortlessly outrunning the two cumbersome demon mechas that pursued him. He sprinted forward for 15 kilometers until he reached the end of a small creek, where a colossal cave loomed ahead. From a distance, he could see enormous stalagmites within, surrounded by demon miners and mecha guards. This is it. Zhang Yuan swiftly operated his controls, activating the mecha's special technique once more, Black Cat Night Stroll, while simultaneously engaging the engine's silent mode and thermal masking. The entire mecha transformed into an ethereal shadow amidst the forest. Zhang Yuan gazed intently at the cave ahead. This cavern was a natural palladium isotope mine, once occupied by Earth, but seized by the demon race after the arrival of the butchers. To protect the mine, 16 demon mecha warriors stood guard around it. Led by a blood demon mecha, fury lower tier, demon charge warrior type, sword demon advanced type, weight, 9 tons height, 6.5 meters maximum power output, 3,600 horsepower equipped, with medium force field protection special technique 1, bloodthirst special technique 2, 360-degree joint maneuver motionless. Zhang Yuan crouched in the shadows of the trees, his gaze fixed on the cave, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, on the other side, an immense army of Earth mechas, numbering over 100,000, surged towards the entrance of Blackwind Valley, creating an impenetrable throng. Chapter 35. Venturing alone into the demon cave, what scheme does the Sword God intend to execute? Surely he does not plan to engage in a one-on-one battle? It is perplexing. This mine houses 16 mechs and a formidable boss. The Sword God's intellect surpasses ours by a significant margin, so our confusion is only natural. While Zhang Yuan was at the Emerald Stone base accepting a mission, the live stream had not yet commenced, leaving the audience unaware of his intentions, leading to rampant speculation. Throughout this period, Zhang Yuan remained motionless, crouched 100 meters from the cave's entrance, resembling a statue. This stillness persisted for a full 5 minutes. Just as the viewer's anticipation peaked, an unexpected commotion erupted from within the cave. Boom, bang, clang. A cacophony of sounds resonated from the depths. And any player familiar with Heroes would immediately recognize that a battle was taking place within the cave, and it was evidently fierce. It dawned on me that this cave had recently been seized by the Demon Clan, and the Earth's defenders were still inside. Indeed. This appears to be an additional mission point. Could the Sword God be preparing to rescue them? As speculation swirled, the previously composed Zhang Yuan suddenly sprang into action. Initially, he advanced stealthily, using the trees for cover, moving approximately 50 meters when a defensive turret above the cave pivoted, its barrel aimed directly at him. This was perilous. The Sword God had been detected. An exclamation erupted. A proton cannon has turned towards us. But Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. Dodging 5 proton cannons was hardly daunting. He sighed internally, acknowledging that the optical invisibility of the 9 lives cat demon was insufficient. Fortunately, only 50 meters remained to the cave's entrance. And since he had not been discovered, he decided to charge forward. With a swift movement, he executed 13 operations before the Demon Clan's defensive cannons could fire. The optical illusion activated, engine power surged to its maximum, and he initiated the advanced maneuver, Cat's Descent. In a mere 0. For seconds, the 9 lives cat demon accelerated from a standstill to a staggering 100 meters per second, achieving a maneuver overload of 25 G, slicing through the air with a piercing hiss. Almost instantaneously as the cat demon departed its original position, the base's defensive artillery discharged, and 2 ominous purple proton streams arced downward, striking the ground where Zhang Yuan had just stood. Miraculously, he evaded the blasts. The demon base erupted with a chilling alarm, prompting miners to hastily retreat into bunkers while patrolling mech warriors rushed to their combat stations. 2 sword demon mechs flanked Zhang Yuan, while 2 death eye mechs entered perfect optical invisibility, seeking an opportunity to fire. Alas, their speed was utterly inadequate. Having surged forth from a distance of 50 meters to the cave entrance, Zhang Yuan completed his burst of speed within a mere 0.6 seconds, reaching the mouth of the cave just as the 2 sword demon mechs reacted, and the death eye mechs, still cloaked, were unable to launch an attack. Before him lay the dark maw of the cave, expanded by Earth mining teams to a width of 20 to 30 meters, allowing even the largest mechs to navigate freely. Upon reaching the entrance, he quickly outpaced the 4 mechs behind him, but just as he prepared to advance, he sensed something amiss in the air ahead. Focusing intently, he caught the faint sound of soft footsteps. Ah, an invisible mech. Given the cadence, it must be a succubus, merely 10 meters to my left. This thought flickered through Zhang Yuan's mind. With his acute combat instinct guiding him, he deftly maneuvered, propelling the 9 lives cat demon 4 meters to the right. Almost immediately after completing the motion, he sensed an anomaly in the air to his left. His eyes shifted that way, and the Mech's mainframe detected his gaze. Switching the display to energy detection mode, the irregularity in the air became apparent, revealing a crescent-shaped trajectory glowing red. Zhang Yuan recognized it as a dagger slicing through the air, generating thermal radiation from friction. The succubus's silence blade. A shiver ran down Zhang Yuan's spine. Had he not evaded, his mech would have been cleaved in two. But now, having evaded, it was time for the adversary to face retribution. With unabated momentum, he raised his left-hand short sword, unleashing the maneuver, Willow Leaf Slash. The Willow Leaf Slash, an advanced assassin-class technique, gathers power silently, akin to a delicate willow leaf. To the live audience, it appeared as though the previously charging 9 lives cat demon abruptly turned right, drawing its sword, which sliced through the air without a sound, erupting into a cascade of sparks. In the next instant, a purple-black succubus mech materialized from thin air, staggering forward before losing its balance and spiraling away. A gash of 80 centimeters visible on its cockpit, accompanied by a noxious seep of lubricant, billowing coolant, and chunks of purple blood oozing from the wound. Without pausing, the 9 lives cat demon pivoted and charged into the depths of the cave, vanishing around a corner in an instant. 10 steps to kill a foe, then depart without a trace. The master had successfully slain the succubus. The execution was flawless, earning a frenzy point of 1. The live stream fell silent for a full 5 seconds, the audience stunned by the sudden appearance of the succubus mech. After 5 seconds, the chat erupted. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Viewers could barely contain their astonishment. Lightning-fast reactions. A strike devoid of theatrics. Perfect combat instinct. As fluid as a flowing stream. Killing the succubus was akin to dispatching a mere chick. Quick, follow the sword god's perspective. The best is yet to come. The audience hastily aligned their view with the 9 lives cat demon, their eyes glued to every movement, fearing they might miss an exhilarating maneuver. One individual, one mech, charged into the demon clan's occupied mind like a tempest, and the demon mech warriors proved utterly incapable of halting him. Each viewer felt a surge of fervor swelling within, fully immersed in the role of the 9 lives cat demon, their hearts rising and falling with each battle movement, completely enraptured. Having dispatched the succubus, Zhang Yuan swiftly rounded a corner, only to be met with yet another challenge, concealed just beyond the bin lay a sword demon mech. This sword demon, sly and calculating, seized the perfect moment to spring forth, precisely positioning itself at the 9 lives cat demon's blind spot. Even more alarming, this sword demon unleashed its ultimate attack, Endless Blade Edge. With sword raised, a flurry of blade shadows manifested, coalescing into a cloud of death that enveloped the 9 lives cat demon. It appeared there was no escape. In the mech world, the 9 lives cat demon's armor was as fragile as paper. A single hit would result in catastrophic failure. The audience, their eyes glued to the screen, gasped in unison upon witnessing this dire scenario. Some timid viewers instinctively screamed, shielding their eyes, unable to bear the thought of the 9 lives cat demon's fate. Chapter 36. Whose sword is stronger? In the depths of the forest's cave, what unfolded was a scene of utmost peril, at least from the perspective of the onlookers. Yet for Zhang Yuan, every moment was anticipated with certainty. The audience witnessed him darting into the cave with remarkable speed, seemingly unprepared as he rounded the corner. To them, the sword demon mecha launched a surprise attack, while Zhang Yuan appeared caught off guard. However, this interpretation was a gross misjudgment. Most of these spectators were mere enthusiasts, indulging in their mech fantasies through gaming streams, whereas Zhang Yuan was a genuine warrior, honed through relentless combat experience. His movements were as swift as lightning, and many intricacies of his maneuvers were beyond the comprehension of the average viewer. The sword demon was not an assassin mech. When Zhang Yuan executed the Willow Leaf Slash to eliminate the succubus, the sonar within the 9 lives cat demon mech detected the sword demon's presence. It pinpointed the sword demon's location, a mere 30 meters to the right around the corner. With a subtle motion of his hand, he maintained his forward momentum while simultaneously calibrating his targeting systems. The short-range thermal scanner surged to its maximum output, initiating precise location tracking. The positioning was complete. On the display of Zhang Yuan's mech, the cave stone walls transformed into a translucent state, revealing bright yellow dots and lines beyond. A glance was sufficient for Zhang Yuan to discern that the dots represented the mech's engine exhaust ports. while the lines indicated the high-energy weapon in the sword demon's grasp. Judging by the contours of the line, it was evident that the sword demon wielded a high-energy ion sword. Drawing upon his vast combat experience, Zhang Yuan swiftly assessed the opponent's stance and position, crafting a response strategy in his mind. Almost immediately, to the viewer's astonishment, he appeared to charge out of the cave's corner with no preparation, only to witness the sword demon launch forward, executing the ultimate technique, Endless Blade. In the previous battle, Zhang Yuan had wielded the sword demon mech, employing the Endless Blade to effortlessly dispatch the 9 lives cat demon. Now, as they switched roles, the audience, particularly those who had witnessed the Crystal Canyon battle, instinctively gasped in collective apprehension. Be careful. Many viewers felt their hearts leap into their throats. At that moment, the 9 lives cat demon mech took action. Remarkably, it refrained from dodging, instead charging directly into the fray. The 2 dark silver iridium alloy short swords in the 9 lives cat demon's grasp melded into a swirling mist, crashing into the incandescent sword light emitted by the sword demon's high-energy ion sword. The advanced mech technique, cloud dispersal. The enemy's momentum was chaotic like a storm. Yet the strikes were delivered with the precision of a giant swinging its arms. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, culminating in 81 blows, dispersing the chaos. The essence of cloud dispersal bore similarity to the sword demon's endless blade, both striving to unleash a flurry of rapid attacks. The distinction lay in the methodology. While endless blade was chaotic and focused solely on aggressive thrusts, cloud dispersal maintained an underlying order amidst the apparent disorder. Each strike, though seemingly random, was meticulously balanced, forming a defensive wall impenetrable as a fabric, while the offensive surged forth like mercury spilling unceasingly. In an instant, the cloud dispersal of the 9 lives cat demon collided with the sword demon's endless blade. The spectators beheld 2 clouds of mist, one dark silver, the other incandescent, pushing forward in eerie silence, scarcely even the sound of wind. Yet, upon their collision, sparks erupted, reverberating like thunder. The sharp and dense clashing sounds merging into a singular cacophony that compelled many to cover their ears. Countless sparks flew, illuminating the previously dim cave in a blinding flash, causing the audience to instinctively squint. In a mere 0.3 seconds, the 9 lives cat demon executed 81 strikes, each akin to a hand, either retreating for defense or boldly advancing. Astonishingly, all 49 of the sword demon's strikes were thwarted by this hand, unable to penetrate its defenses. Conversely, the remaining 32 strikes from the 9 lives cat demon were unstoppable. Zhang Yuan could only watch helplessly as the shadowy blade strikes pierced through, entering the mech's interior. From the audience's perspective, they witnessed the 2 swirling clouds of weapons collide. Upon impact, the dark silver mist of the 9 lives cat demon remained intact, while the sword demon's mist was riddled with countless dark silver lines, the disparity clear as day. Within 0.3 seconds, the sword demon mech was struck 32 times, resulting in numerous translucent punctures appearing on its surface. The pilot within slain instantly, the mech's power forcibly severed, rendering it incapacitated. With a resounding crash, the sword demon's weapon was forcefully knocked aside by the 9 lives cat demon. Following this, the 9 lives cat demon's sword drew back, coalescing into 2 short swords, and with a swift motion, it executed the willow leaf slash. The now powerless sword demon mech offered no resistance. Cleaved from left shoulder to right waist, its very essence sent flying. In this clash of mechs, the duel of swordsmanship revealed that the cloud dispersal technique of the 9 lives cat demon perfectly countered the sword demon's endless blade. In truth, the Earth's military had developed the cloud dispersal maneuver specifically to contend with the sword demon's endless blade in combat. Nevertheless, in real battlefield scenarios, mechs typically opted to evade the endless blade rather than engage in the perilous counterattack. Even in the rare instances where cloud dispersal was executed, the outcome often resulted in mutual destruction. Zhang Yuan's flawless execution, emerging unscathed while delivering the perfect kill, was a rarity, a feat that could be immortalized in textbooks as a classic example. Even in his previous life, achieving such a perfect kill relied heavily on luck. Yet in this new existence, he experienced a monumental breakthrough in skill. In that fleeting moment, he knew he had secured victory. Without pausing for breath, the 9 lives cat demon mech roared forth, whirling past the remnants of the sword demon and swiftly disappearing deeper into the cave. The master had successfully vanquished the ambushing sword demon, executing the battle flawlessly, earning a surge of excitement. The live stream, which had barely settled for 2 seconds, erupted once more. What just happened? ISNT, the endless blade supposed to be dodged, not blocked? A voice stammered in disbelief. The streamer seems to perhaps have not dodged at all. The words tumbled out, almost choking on excitement. A direct assault, and then a victory? I must have been playing a fake 9 lives cat demon before. Sword God. Divine sword. I'm kneeling, exclaimed one viewer, eyeing the ancient pit, gifting the streamer 100,000 star coins. Master is formidable. Go, Master. Another chimed in, gifting 10,000 star coins. Countless donations flooded the live stream chat, a necessary outlet for the audience's fervor in response to such exhilarating swordplay. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had reached the midsection of the cave, an expansive circular underground hall, towering 30 meters high and exceeding 150 meters in diameter. Scattered across the hall lay 4 mechs, 3 belonging to Earth and 1 to the demon race, with the ground bearing the scars of fierce battles. At the far end of the hall stood a 20-meter wide, 15-meter high entrance, guarded by 3 mechs. Flanking the entrance were 2 smaller mechs, one a succubus mech, the other a bull demon mech, while the central mech was particularly unique. It was a humanoid mech, with a well-proportioned build, bearing 9 soft swords on its back, connected by a force field membrane that formed a flowing cape. The surface of the mech shimmered with a faint dark red glow, instilling an immediate sense of its extraordinary nature. It was the blood demon mech of the lower tier of ferocity. The sword god clearly aimed to undertake a rescue mission, yet to save the trapped, he must first breach the blockade of the blood demon mech. The blood demon machine boasts an astonishing power output of 600 horsepower, capable of unleashing bloodthirsty fury, complemented by a medium-sized force field for protection. How can one possibly contend with such might? The formidable blood demon machine has captured the attention of millions of viewers in the live stream, all eyes once again fixated on the 9 lives cat demon machine. This extraordinary machine is undeniably powerful, leaving everyone in suspense, eagerly anticipating the miracles that may unfold. In the Black Wind Valley, a vast army of Earth mechas has breached its defenses. The fortifications of Black Wind Valley are formidable, featuring proton cannons, rapid-fire spiral laser cannons, and large-scale annihilation cannons that never cease their barrage. Countless furious-level minor bosses, accompanied by their elite subordinates, emerge in relentless waves. The path leading into Black Wind Valley is exceedingly narrow, measuring merely 50 meters in width, yet it is crammed with dozens of mechas, leaving scarcely any room to maneuver. The Demon Clan's artillery fire is indiscriminate in its onslaught. Every second, nearly 100 mechas are obliterated, yet simultaneously, around 300 mechas surge into the constricted confines of Black Wind Valley. The Earth mechas flow forth like a torrent, steadily and resolutely advancing towards the Slaughterer fortress, despite the obstructive rocks along their path. Chapter 37. The Blood Demon Cannot Hinder, Part 1. As Zhang Yuan fought valiantly in the Dream Forest against the rampaging points, his father, Zhang Yuan, arrived at the Zhang family's privately owned Donghai Penglai Island. Standing on this artificial island, which boasts a diameter of over 50 kilometers, Zhang Yuan was filled with myriad emotions. The Donghai Penglai Zhang family, which rose to prominence during the Earth Unification War 150 years ago, had ancestors who held the rank of army general and were granted the rights to construct the island in the East China Sea. This Penglai Island has been passed down to Zhang Yuan through 6 generations. In the present day, the head of the family, Uncle Zhang Yushan, holds the rank of colonel and serves as the commander of the 3rd Brigade of Earth's Armored Combat Mech Corps. He pilots the rampaging Mech Swordmaster, making him the most formidable warrior of the Zhang family. As the pillar of the Zhang family, Zhang Yushan dreams of breaking through to the Doomsday level to restore the family's past glory. His excessive use of the Gamma-3 strength-enhancing agent stems from this very desire. Unfortunately, fate did not favor him. His impatience led to failure, leaving the once magnificent Zhang family in tatters. Suddenly, a long black luxury hover vehicle came to a halt before Zhang Yuan. The rear window slid down, revealing the weary face of Zhang De, Zhang Yunan's father and Zhang Yuan's grandfather. Zhang De was once a Doomsday-level powerhouse and a retired major general, having commanded the Earth's 9th Mech Division. However, the severe side effects of the Gamma-3 agent had taken their toll, and at 60 years old, he was plagued by ailments, finding it difficult to walk. He gazed at his second son, who had come alone, his brow furrowed. "Where is your son? Why didn't you bring him?" Zhang Yunan quickly explained, "Yuan's health is poor. He fell ill again, So I didn't bring him. Fell ill again. Being sick is a reason to skip his uncle's funeral? Zhang De's voice grew stern. Yunan, your son has become accustomed to your indulgence. Go find him. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Zhang De was seized by a fit of violent coughing. The accompanying doctor quickly produced a nebulizer, administering a few sprays into Zhang De's nostrils, followed by gentle chest massages. After considerable effort, the coughing subsided. He appeared increasingly frail. Forget it. Let us pretend I don't have this grandson. It's good that you've returned. You are still young. And I found a woman for you, a lady from the Nan Wang Lin family. Marry her and give me a grandson. Father. Zhang Yuan frowned deeply. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Zhang De's expression tightened, a hand clutching his chest as he prepared to cough again. The doctor urged, Old sir. Please remain calm. Breathe slowly, breathe slowly. Seeing his father in such a state, Zhang Yuan sighed deeply. I understand. Understanding is good, Zhang De replied, visibly relieved. His expression softening. You are the only son left in the family. Yuan is frail and can only be an ordinary person. However, the Zhang family's legacy must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Do you understand? Zhang Yuan sighed again. Get in the car. Zhang Yuan replied with a sense of desolation. After a while, the luxurious sedan smoothly set off toward the Zhang family's ancestral home in the center of Penglai Island. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan remained oblivious to the happenings on Penglai Island. In truth, even if he were aware, he would not intervene. He understood clearly that in this new life, his greatest advantages were twofold: the combat experience he had acquired from the battlefield and his foresight regarding future circumstances. In many instances, the latter proved far more crucial than the former. However, this advantage would not persist indefinitely. The more he intervened, the quicker the world would change, diminishing this edge. Thus, unless he possessed the true power to influence the battlefield, he would refrain from altering events that had already transpired. Of course, he had no time to ponder these matters now. He had to confront the three blocking mechs ahead of him. The echoes of cannon fire reverberated from the depths of the cave behind the Blood Demon mech, where Earth's defenders were still engaged in combat with the Demon Clan. Zhang Yuan's objective was not to destroy the Blood Demon mech. Such a feat was unrealistic, given its formidable defenses and its rank being 3 levels above his own. His 9 lives cat demon lacked the strength to breach its defenses, even if he employed specialized sword techniques to wear down its defenses. The mech's energy supply would not suffice, nor did he have the luxury of time. What he needed to do was bypass the Blood Demon mech's defenses and rendezvous with the Earth defenders deep within the cave. Standing at the cave's entrance, facing the Blood Demon mech from a distance of 100 meters, Zhang Yuan called out, Omis, the name of the Blood Demon mech pilot. You cannot stop me. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan's gaze was fixed on the operation screen of the 9 lives cat demon mech, where sonar detection revealed that the 4 mechs that had intercepted him at the cave entrance were now pursuing him into the depths of the cave. At their current speed, they would catch up within 30 seconds. The viewers in the live stream also witnessed the imminent chase. The pursuers are closing in. A pincer attack is underway. Isn't the Sword God making a move? Time is running out. Oh no, I'm so nervous. My heart is about to leap out of my throat. Time ticked away, yet the 9 lives cat demon mech remained still as Zhang Yuan engaged in conversation with the opposing Blood Demon pilot. Earthling, your strength is utterly laughable. Omi spoke, his voice stiff and monotonous, bearing the typical tone of a translation. In the game Hero, NPCs possess high intelligence. As long as players are patient enough to converse, they can engage in dialogue until the game servers shut down. The experience is virtually indistinguishable from conversing with a real person, and players can even use dialogue to provoke the emotions of Demon Clan pilots, thereby influencing their performance. Zhang Yuan chuckled, casually twirling 2 short swords in his hands. The nearly 2-meter-long mech sword swords became as nimble as butterflies in his grasp, leaving the live stream viewers in awe. Omis, I bet you will die today. Do you believe me? As he spoke, Zhang Yuan glanced at the sonar detection results and, seemingly nonchalantly, shifted his stance. Pitiful Earthling, you possess nothing but a mouth. Although it was a translated voice, Omi spoke rapidly. And the Blood Demon mech made a provocative gesture, clearly angered and beginning to advance forward, preparing to launch an attack. Zhang Yuan remained unfazed, maneuvering his mech back and forth at the cave entrance. Omis, let me whisper something to you. I spent last night in the bed of your queen Helena. It was a most delightful time, haha. Helena, the demon queen, was shrouded in mystery. No one knew her true appearance. However, according to captured demon warriors, she was regarded as a sacred queen by the Aina people, the Demon Clan's self-designation. and any insult directed at her could easily provoke a demon warrior into a furious rage, a fact that held true even on the real interstellar battlefield. Of course, if one lacked the confidence to defeat their opponent, it was wise to refrain from such provocations. Should one be defeated, they would undoubtedly suffer through the 72 tortures of the demon clan before facing execution, a truly tragic fate. As expected, upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Omis erupted, "Shameless earthling! You have defiled my queen. You shall pay a terrible price for this." No sooner had he finished speaking than the engines of the blood demon mech roared to life, and Omis charged straight toward Zhang Yuan. The designation of a rampaging mech is not given lightly. Once it unleashes its full power, the resultant force can be suffocating. As the blood demon mech initiated its charge, its speed surged to 150 meters per second within just 0.1 seconds. Even with some buffer, the mech experienced an overload of 100 G. In the narrow cave, the air surged violently, producing a deafening roar. In just 0.2 seconds, the charging speed of the blood demon mech broke the sound barrier. With a thunderous explosion, the air crackled, and stones from the cave walls began to tumble down. The distance between the blood demon mech and Zhang Yuan shrank to a mere 40 meters, a gap that could be traversed in just 0.1 seconds. At that very moment, Zhang Yuan cast a glance at the sonar detection, executing a series of rapid maneuvers. The once languid Nine Lives cat demon was suddenly roused. Its movements swift and graceful. Despite being a steel mech, it exhibited the elegance of a nocturnal bird startled by the wind. As the mech ascended, a brilliant purple beam surged just 10 centimeters beneath Zhang Yuan, striking the oncoming blood demon mech with precision. This formidable projectile was none other than the high-energy proton cannon, a powerful long-range weapon of the demon clan, fired by a relentless dead-eye mech in hot pursuit. Chapter 38. The Blood Demon Cannot Stand in the Way. Part 2. Overall, the technology of the demon race surpasses that of Earth, and their long-range attack weapons possess a significantly greater destructive power compared to their terrestrial counterparts. The high-energy proton cannon holds a position among the demons akin to that of a large magnetic railgun in Earth's mechs, exhibiting astonishing might. In terms of single attack power, within the elite tier, no other weapon exceeds that of the high-energy proton cannon. The Nine Lives cat demon was jolted awake, narrowly evading this lethal strike as the high-energy proton stream whooshed past just beneath it. This thrilling moment instinctively caused the viewers in the live stream to clutch their chests, each feeling as though they were on a roller coaster ride. At this juncture, the positioning adjustment made by Zhang Yuan previously came into play. Although he dodged the proton stream, directly ahead of him, merely 10 meters away, was the charging blood demon. In that fleeting instant, the blood demon, filled with rage, charged forward, completely unprepared for this unforeseen turn of events. The proton stream, traveling at sublight speed, could not be evaded without foresight. Thus, he could only endure the hit. The high-energy proton stream struck the blood demon's chest, causing an explosive burst of blinding light as it collided with the medium-sized force field. The proton stream scattered like flowing flames. The impact was palpable. The purple-black radiance on the blood demon's surface dimmed instantaneously, becoming as fragile as a cicada's wing, nearly breached by the high-energy proton cannon. Yet, this was not the end. The high-energy proton stream combined the dual characteristics of energy and kinetic projectile attacks, possessing not only searing heat, but also a force akin to a solid projectile. In one moment, the blood demon charged at supersonic speed. In the next, it encountered the high-energy proton stream moving at near-light speed. The collision abruptly halted the demon's momentum, creating an unimaginable overload, even surpassing the overload experienced during its prior charge. Under such extreme pressure, Omis, the pilot of the blood demon, despite his remarkable physical prowess, experienced a momentary dizziness, with his reaction speed diminished by at least 30%. Now was the moment. As Zhang Yuan executed a roll upon landing, the Nine Lives cat demon's engine emitted a peculiar shriek, reminiscent of both a tiger's roar and a cat's hiss. This was the universal burst technique of feline mechs, steel tiger roar. Typically, any mech operates at about 80% of its maximum output to ensure the stability of the engine. However, this also implies that any mech can unleash additional power in critical moments. The challenge lies in safely executing this burst, how to harness the engine's surging power effectively. To address this, mech engineers collaborated with combat veterans to develop various practical mech burst maneuvers. Steel Tiger Roar is one such technique. Steel Tiger Roar, burst technique description. By adjusting the mech into a special position, Output can be increased by up to 25 within 0.5 seconds. Note, this burst cannot last longer than 2 seconds, or the engine may suffer catastrophic overload. While the 9 Lives Cat Demon was still airborne, evading the proton stream, Zhang Yuan had already commenced his operation, his hands and feet moving with incredible speed as he issued commands in rapid succession. The cooling system ramped up. Energy surged into the engine, and the mech's posture was optimized for power before the burst was unleashed. To the viewers in the live stream, it appeared as if the 9 Lives Cat Demon transformed into a blur upon landing, darting toward the frozen blood demon with breathless speed. Was a fatal strike imminent? In that moment, the audience's hearts raced with anticipation, for they had witnessed Zhang Yuan in battle before and understood his combat style well. In his presence, any hint of vulnerability could herald death in the next heartbeat. At this instant, Zhang Yuan's focus was unwavering. The Steel Tiger Roar was merely the first step. He still needed to convert the engine's explosive energy into genuine lethal force. The standard weapon for feline mechs is their built-in claws. But the 9 Lives Cat Demon's claw attack was insufficient to severely damage the blood demon. For an ordinary pilot, even with the Steel Tiger Roar, the attack might merely tickle the blood demon. Yet, Zhang Yuan was far from ordinary. His mech piloting skills had reached a level of mastery. The claws alone would not suffice. He had an iridium alloy short sword at his disposal, an extension of his arm, enabling a seamless transition from claw to sword attack. Though this transformation seemed simple, executing it without wasting the engine's burst power, without damaging the iridium sword, and ensuring fluid, rapid movements without revealing any weaknesses required invaluable battlefield experience far more precious than gold. Zhang Yuan possessed this experience. With a series of subtle maneuvers, the claw technique morphed into swordplay. The left arm of the 9 Lives Cat Demon trembled slightly as the short sword sliced toward the blood demon's right arm at an unusual angle. Zhang Yuan deliberately targeted the arm rather than the cockpit, fully aware of his own attack limits and the blood demon's mech structure. To protect the pilot, the blood demon's cockpit was shielded by an additional force field. Even if the outer layer was compromised, the pilot would remain safeguarded by this independent force field. This independent force field was beyond the grasp of the elite tier 9 Lives Cat Demon, even with a burst technique. Thus, damaging the arm to reduce the opponent's offensive capability was the optimal choice. In the blink of an eye, the iridium short sword struck the blood demon's arm, which had been weakened by the proton stream. The flickering light of the force field, still in the process of recharging, was forcibly breached, allowing the iridium sword to land solidly upon the arm. Zhang Yuan let out a muffled roar, exerting all his strength to swing his arm. The mech's motion sensing system registered his movements, and the engine emitted another cry, propelling the 9 Lives Cat Demon's arm forward with all its might. Sparks erupted as the short sword breached the blood demon's arm's krypton alloy exterior, leaving a 30-centimeter gash within, damaging at least one energy conduit and 4 signal control lines. However, the short sword did not escape unscathed. The violent collision with the extraordinarily strong krypton alloy left numerous cracks along its edge and deep fissures along the blade. After the strike, Zhang Yuan wasted no time in entanglement, preparing to make his escape. "Don't even think about running," Blood Demon Omis bellowed. His right arm was damaged, impairing his control. Yet he still had the cloak. In a frenzied maneuver, energy surged into the soft sword cloak behind the Blood Demon, and the force field connecting the cloak transformed. With a swift motion, the soft sword cloak unfurled, and the force field propelled the soft sword toward Zhang Yuan's back. This attack, hastily executed by the Blood Demon, bore less than half the usual power, but was nonetheless sufficient to threaten the elite tier 9 Lives Cat Demon. If struck, the entire back of the cat mech would be torn away. Yet, Zhang Yuan had anticipated this assault. His previously vacant right arm abruptly bent backward, raising the iridium short sword. With 2 clanging sounds, sparks flew as the soft sword cloak returned futilely, and Zhang Yuan's 9 Lives Cat Demon capitalized on this momentary advantage to accelerate even further. As the Steel Tiger Roar burst reached its limit, Zhang Yuan immediately reduced the engine output, activating optical illusions. With the illusions in play, he dodged left and right, waiting for the perfect opportunity to unleash the Black Cat Knight stalk. A dazzling array of maneuvers left the intercepting Bull Demon and Sword Demon mechs momentarily bewildered, allowing the 9 Lives Cat Demon to effortlessly breach the blockade formed by these elite mechanized warriors. "Do not attempt to flee," Omis bellowed, pivoting to lock onto Zhang Yuan's trajectory, and charged forth once more. With a thunderous roar, the engine erupted, followed by a chilling sound of friction. The blood demon mech had just initiated its charge, covering a mere 20 meters before being forced to come to a halt. It was not that Omi's lacked the desire to pursue. Rather, he found himself unable. The right arm of the mech was damaged, and this limb served not only as an offensive appendage, but also as a critical component for maintaining balance. The injury to the left arm, while manageable for ordinary movement, severely compromised the mech's stability during a full-throttle charge, causing the chassis to tremble violently and teeter on the brink of losing its equilibrium. This momentary delay allowed Zhang Yuan to dart around the bend of the cave, his figure vanishing from sight. A voice echoed in Zhang Yuan's mind. Master has successfully surpassed the interception of the blood demon mech and its squad, earning 4 rage points. To date, Zhang Yuan has accumulated a total of 7 rage points. It was only then that the audience in the live stream finally exhaled the breath they had been holding. A collective sigh resonated through the streaming channel, as viewers initially remained silent, savoring the thrilling exchange that had just transpired. After a few moments, scattered voices began to emerge within the chat. It's over. After watching Sword God's live stream, all other streamers seemed trivial in comparison. What a nail-biting experience. I'm left feeling a chill in my trousers. Sword God must truly be a master of apocalyptic caliber. I've seen the operations of the rage-level streamer Xiao Duan, and they pale in comparison. I am the Ancient Abyss, generously tipping Demon Slayer 100,000 star coins. Master's swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world. The wealthy patron returns to crush our fragile spirits once more. Chapter 39, The Azure Swordsman 2. 3 model deep within the cavern. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of intense gunfire. The Gatling gun, rapid-fire laser cannons, electromagnetic rail guns, and spiral laser cannons unleashed a relentless barrage. Flashes of fire illuminated the narrow passage, blending with the acrid scent of gunpowder, the metallic tang of blood, and the sharpness of ionized air, all converging upon Zhang Yuan. He did not rush forward. Instead, he activated his special ability, Black Cat Nightwalker, concealing himself behind a massive stalagmite. From his pocket, he retrieved the communication beacon given to him by General Lin Bingqing and activated it, whispering, "Hello, can you hear me? I am the Demon Slayer, sent by Commander Lin Bingqing of the Emerald Valley to offer assistance." After repeating his call 5 times, a faint voice crackled through the device, "Hello. This is Major Fong Mo. How many of you have arrived? Our forces are launching a full-scale assault on Black Wind Valley, which has been thoroughly suppressed. Here in the cavern, I am currently alone, but I am a messenger, and more warriors will follow." The voice suddenly trembled with a hint of joy. "That is wonderful news. Brothers, we are saved. Oh, thank goodness." Faint cheers echoed through the communication line. After a brief pause, Zhang Yuan replied, "Major Fong Mo, I am about to enter your defensive position. I have already activated the friendly marker. Please do not fire upon me." "Understood. I can see you now. Count to 3. After 3 seconds, we will initiate fire suppression. You can charge in then." Zhang Yuan acknowledged, "Roger that." 3, 2, 1. The commotion ahead erupted into a cacophony of violence. In an instant, Zhang Yuan pivoted, unleashing the full power of his nearly 2,000 horsepower cat demon mech, propelling himself forward with ferocious speed. Before him, a maelstrom of artillery fire raged, and his keen eyes spotted 5 demon mechs, pinned down by the relentless onslaught. One of which was a sword demon mech directly in his path. Without hesitation, he executed a series of delicate maneuvers, lowering the mech's center of gravity, maintaining speed while muffling his footsteps to an imperceptible whisper. This was the silent snow-step technique, originally exclusive to the Azure Swordsman mech. Zhang Yuan made slight modifications to the execution, allowing the 9 lives cat demon mech to flawlessly perform this maneuver. In the Azure Swordsman mech, the silent snow step appeared graceful and fluid, akin to an unparalleled swordsman. However, in the 9 lives cat demon mech, it was soft and silent, resembling a light, fluffy ball rolling swiftly across the ground in the breeze. Regardless of style, this maneuver exuded an aesthetic beauty. The sword demon was blissfully unaware of the impending threat behind him, overwhelmed by the intensified barrage from Earth's forces. Within 2 seconds, the 9 lives cat demon, like a wraith, approached the sword demon mech. With a swift motion, Zhang Yuan's arm swept forward, and a barely discernible flicker of ethereal light traversed the chaos of the cavern. With a soft thunk, the short sword effortlessly penetrated the cockpit of the sword demon, only to be withdrawn silently moments later. The 9 lives cat demon mech glided past the now silent sword demon mech, as if merely a passerby. The master had successfully dispatched the sword demon mech, executing the battle flawlessly, earning 1 point of fury. Excellent. His fury points had now reached 8. Ahead lay a faint blue luminescence, the protective field of the Earth's defenders. Within it was a small opening, 2 meters high and wide, beside which a man waved frantically at Zhang Yuan. With a quick flick of his limbs, the 9 lives cat demon mech surged forward, leaping into the air, barely squeezing through the narrow opening. The portal to the protective field sealed behind him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From Zhang Yuan's charge to the demise of the sword demon and his entry into the defensive position, the entire sequence took no more than 3 seconds. As the dust settled, the viewers in the live stream snapped back to reality from this fleeting moment of brilliance. I can't take it anymore. My heart can't handle this. One exclaimed. Mom told me not to stay up late watching action movies, but the thrilling scenes come too fast. I can't keep up without slowing it down tenfold. My eyes hurt, yet I can't bear to close them. With such skill and lethality displayed, I am certain that the Demon Slayer ranks among the elite in this apocalyptic chaos, and undoubtedly has seen the battlefield. Donations flooded into the live stream, overwhelming the chat. Ignoring the commotion in the stream, Zhang Yuan quickly spotted Major Fong Mo after entering the Earth's defensive position. The Major's condition was far from optimistic. He lay on a platform, his face ashen, with a wound the size of a teacup piercing his left side. The injury had received only the most basic treatment. Blood seeping steadily from the gash, pooling beneath him. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell upon Fong Mo's mech, another Azure Swordsman. Yet not the elite version, but rather the lower-tier Azure Swordsman 2. 3 model. The Azure Swordsman 2. 3 model, lower-tier Fury, Assault Warrior Mech, height, 6.3 meters, weight, 9 tons, equipped with medium field generator, equipped with charged kryptonite sword, maximum output power, 3,500 horsepower, special skill 1, overload propulsion, special skill 2, phantom thrust. This 2.3 model was in dire straits, with a gaping hole in the cockpit, showing signs of a brutal attack likely inflicted by the demon commander, Omius. Piloting a blood demon mech, Zhang Yuan quickly surveyed the chamber, an equipment room within the cavern, spanning over 700 square meters, with a height of 15 meters. The walls were constructed of high-strength composite materials, housing 3 active mechs in battle, 2 Hoei mechs, 1 golden warrior, and a dozen exoskeleton-armored soldiers. With a dwindling supply of weapons and ammunition scattered about, the Earth's defenders could not hold out much longer. A faint smile of weakness graced Major Fong Mo's face. Demon Slayer, your arrival is truly fortuitous. To be honest, we were on the brink of despair. Do not worry, we currently hold a significant advantage in the dreamlike forest, Zhang Yuan reassured him, though internally he sighed. The heroes of the game were not mere figments. They were warriors forged in battle. In reality, the dreamlike forest was teetering on the brink of collapse. And this palladium isotope mine had already fallen into the hands of the demons. In other words, Major Fong Mo had already sacrificed himself. Reflecting on the harrowing battlefields of his past life and the comrades who had fallen beside him, Zhang Yuan felt a stinging in his eyes. He needed to reach Pandora swiftly. Demon Slayer, does General Lin have any plans? Fong Mo inquired. Zhang Yuan shook his head. No, at this point. Any plans may be too late. Your supplies are limited, and the demons outside will surely launch a ferocious assault. Reinforcements will not arrive in time. We can only save ourselves. Ah, I see. Major Fong Mo's flickering hope extinguished once more. Zhang Yuan identified himself merely as a messenger. His 9 lives cat demon mech was merely a lower-tier elite model, utterly incapable of confronting Omius the blood demon, let alone altering the course of the battle. The other Earth warriors in the cavern fell silent, many clenching their fists, prepared for a final stand against the demon warriors. Yet, at that moment, the viewers in the live stream gazed intently at Zhang Yuan. Is the Sword God preparing to undertake the rescue mission alone? Can he succeed? Absolutely. Did you not see how the Sword God nearly dispatched that blood demon with just the 9 lives cat demon? Now there are so many allies. What can the blood demon do? Waiting for the blood demon to be obliterated. In the cavernous defense position, Zhang Yuan suddenly raised his gaze towards Major Fong Mo's Azure Blade Mecha 2. 3 model. Major, is your mecha still operational? Major Fong Mo was momentarily taken aback. Huh, what do you mean? He was perplexed, but as Zhang Yuan posed the question, the live stream erupted with excitement. Oh my goodness, I understand the Sword God's intention now. He must be planning to pilot a Berserk-class mecha to annihilate the Slaughterer. The thought was electrifying if the Sword God merged with the Berserk Azure Blade. The resulting force would be nothing short of cataclysmic. At Black Wind Valley, the clock read 9:20 a.m. Over 4 million players had poured into the Dream Forest to engage in the Black Wind Valley mission, transforming the landscape into a sea of mecha warriors. However, the majority of the newcomers piloted merely standard mechas, lacking organization, their singular focus on the Slaughterer and his merciless army. Few ventured to the secluded cavern where Zhang Yuan waited. The number of warriors in Black Wind Valley had surged to over 1 million. Leading the charge was the God Envoy, commanding the Executioner Mecha. The God Envoy and his elite guild of thousands had launched a fierce assault on the Slaughterer's fortress, which loomed ominously ahead, flanked by a foreboding plaza. The fortress exuded an aura of dread, encased in a shimmering force field of purple, black, and red hues. A booming voice echoed from the fortress. The Slaughterer taunted, "Pitiful earthlings, you are merely courting your demise." Suddenly, 30 rapid-fire proton cannons emerged from the fortress, unleashing a relentless barrage of high-energy protons upon the plaza. The God Envoy's guild members were caught off guard, and in an instant, hundreds of mechas were obliterated. The God Envoy activated the Executioner Mecha's defensive posture, shouting hoarsely, "Defend! Defend! Bring the force field generator to establish a defensive perimeter." Quickly, the battle in Black Wind Valley had reached a fever pitch. In the cavern, Major Fong Mo looked at Zhang Yuan, his expression clouded with confusion, awaiting an explanation. The cockpit of the 9 Lives Cat Demon opened with a soft hiss, and Zhang Yuan, clad in a sleek black suit, leapt gracefully to the ground. "Major, I possess experience piloting Berserk-class mechas, and my physical capabilities are sufficient for this task. If your Berserk mecha is operational, I can pilot it in battle." Zhang Yuan spoke the truth. Despite the 10% reduction in physical attributes due to the standard game mode, he could barely pilot the lower tier of the Azure Blade Mecha 2. Free model. Yet, barely was the operative word, should he attempt to execute any explosive maneuvers. The game system would sever his connection if it detected any life-threatening overload. Major Fong Mo looked him up and down, perplexed. "But you appear rather frail." Zhang Yuan did not contest his physical condition. Instead, he approached the slightly damaged Berserk-class mecha, caressing its oceanic blue, cold armor. Azure Blade Mecha 2. Free model. Maximum overload capacity, 476 G. Maximum charge speed, 403 meters per second. Its rotary field engine can withstand temperatures up to 9,450 degrees. Am I correct? Major Fong Mo's eyes sparkled with surprise. "You have piloted the 2.3 model before? My body can endure an overload of 320 G, just enough to operate it." "Major, this is our final chance," Zhang Yuan urged. Presently, he could withstand a limit of 32 G, and with the game's tenfold reduction, that translated to 320 G in reality, indeed allowing him to pilot a Berserk-class mecha. Convinced, Major Fong Mo scrutinized his mecha. The cockpit and exterior are somewhat damaged, but the critical components remain intact. It can still function. However, we must be cautious. Should the protective field be breached during high-speed charges, the drag coefficient could change drastically, presenting a significant risk. "I understand," Zhang Yuan replied, placing a hand on the weapon rack of the mecha's leg before scaling the cockpit. "Major, I require your authorization for the mecha." "Understood." Major Fong Mo adjusted his tone and issued a command to the poised Azure Blade Mecha 2.3. Blue Fatty, activate. With a hum, the mecha's mainframe acknowledged the command, the engine whirring to life as energy coursed through its internal conduits. The scanning apparatus on the mecha's head illuminated, revealing 2 blue-white, ocular-like circles. A flowing, ink-blue luminescence surged across the surface of the mecha, indicative of the integrated medium force field. "Open the cockpit." With a series of mechanical clicks, the cockpit unfolded, revealing a space cushioned with thick padding. Zhang Yuan swiftly entered. "Blue Fatty, I grant the current pilot full control." Command received. Detecting new pilot's physique. Detection complete. Adjusting cushioning material configuration. Adjustment complete. Closing the cockpit. Command acknowledged. The cockpit's scaly exterior sealed shut, enveloped by a layer of force field, offering protection. Once the cockpit was entirely closed, an additional layer of force field enveloped the entire mecha. As Zhang Yuan maneuvered the Berserk Azure Blade, he took a few steps to acclimate to its power. The 2.3 model feels somewhat underwhelming. The engine's output is subpar compared to the upcoming 2.5 and 2.6 models, and my future 3.0 model will be significantly superior. Nevertheless, it suffices for my current needs. After inspecting the mecha's arms and confirming everything was functioning correctly, he activated the energy input for the kryptonite blade. With a series of soft hums, the blade's energy spirals ignited one after another. These energy spirals enhanced the blade's strength and attack power, resembling the mythical runes of folklore, giving the kryptonite blade a resplendent appearance. Indeed, many warriors affectionately referred to this sword as the rune kryptonite blade. With a gentle swing of the rune blade, it sliced through the air, emitting a deep, resonant howl akin to a predator poised to strike. After confirming all systems were operational, Zhang Yuan turned to Major Fong Mo, whose anticipation was palpable. "Sir, I am ready and can engage in battle at any moment." Energized, Major Fong Mo pointed to a warrior. "Big Head, you will pilot the 9 Lives Cat Demon." "Understood." The warrior, dubbed Big Head, saluted Major Fong Mo and deftly boarded the mecha Zhang Yuan had brought. These battlefield warriors had once been fervent players of the hero's game, well-versed in the operation of classic models. Suddenly, a resounding boom erupted, shaking the force field of the defense position violently, causing the light to dim significantly. A warrior shouted, "Sir, the force field generator is running low on energy. Only 17 remains." Major Fong Mo nodded, taking a deep breath. "This can only sustain 10 more high-energy proton blasts. It is time to go all out." He then issued a command. "I fear my condition may falter at any moment. I now officially transfer command to the Demon Slayer Swordmaster." "Indeed, Commander." Zhang Yuan is currently piloting the formidable Azure Swordsman 2-3, unhesitatingly advancing to the forefront. With his charged, premium sword raised high, a calm yet powerful voice emanates from the speaker. "Brothers, as long as humanity endures, Earth shall triumph." In this moment, Zhang Yuan feels as though he has returned to the tumultuous days of war from his previous life. Back then, he traversed countless star realms, leading his comrades to repel the fierce assaults of the demonic forces time and again. The 9th Legion he commanded was among the few who consistently emerged victorious. In the blood-soaked battles, one by one, his brothers fell around him, their youthful faces rapidly dimming before his eyes, while he himself transitioned through various matches. Amidst the ever-changing chaos of war, one thing remained steadfast: the unwavering resolve. Humanity endures, Earth shall triumph. The warriors stationed at the defensive lines raised their weapons, solemnly voicing the mantra that has fueled countless heroes to bravely fight amidst the boundless cosmos. At this moment, the audience in Zhang Yuan's live stream palpably felt the brutality and harshness of the battlefield, deeply resonating with the indomitable spirit of the frontline fighters. Humanity endures, Earth shall triumph. Humanity endures, Earth shall triumph. Humanity endures, Earth shall triumph. The live stream channel was instantly flooded with messages. After a considerable time, someone remarked, "I don't know why, but the sword god makes my body tremble uncontrollably. I can't tell if it's fear or fervor. I sincerely hope the sword god can bring all the warriors back alive. I don't have much, but I'll offer a small token of support. The sword god appears so cool. My future boyfriend must be of this type. I am the ancient pit donated demon slayer, 10,000,000 star coins. I am the ancient pit. Humanity endures. Earth shall triumph. Master shall prevail." Chapter 41. Mobile Sword Technique. Taiji. Catching the sparrow's tail, a violent tremor shook the cavern, as the force field of the defensive position became as fragile as gossamer, on the verge of collapse. Through the thin veil of energy, one could clearly discern the figure of blood demon Omius and his minions stationed outside the stronghold. 8 mechs formed a defensive formation, guarding the exit of the cave. Zhang Yuan stood resolute at the front of the team, his feet firmly planted as he gradually increased the energy input to the mech's engine, initiating a protective warm-up. In the eyes of the livestream audience, the deep blue glow of the Type 2-3 Azure Swordsman pulsed and swirled in tandem with the engine's hum, resembling a colossal dragon awakening from slumber, poised to unleash a breathtaking strike at the first opportunity. Excitement coursed through me. My heart raced, pounding against my chest, and I found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. My palms were slick with sweat. I yearned to immerse myself in the perspective of the sword god and witness his divine maneuvers. As I tried to engage in this immersive experience, a well-meaning observer cautioned, "The perspective of a master is unlike ours. You might feel dizzy and nauseous." While this was sage advice, it was unclear if anyone took heed. The force field endured another fierce assault, now displaying several breaches, their edges radiating a blinding light, consuming the remaining energy like flames. In just 5 seconds, the force field would vanish entirely. Zhang Yuan commanded, "Shut down the force field immediately and unleash full firepower for 3 seconds. Understood. The mech warriors and artillery operators responded in unison. A soldier dashed to the corner, deftly operating controls, and the slowly dissipating force field abruptly vanished. The warriors within the stronghold immediately opened fire. A cacophony erupted as Gatling cannons, large magnetic railguns, and rapid-fire laser cannons unleashed a torrent of firepower. The demon warriors were well prepared, having established a defensive formation with 2 bull demon mechs at the forefront, creating a makeshift bastion while the remaining mechs sheltered behind, poised to retaliate once the Earth's firepower waned. Blood demon Omius, emboldened by his formidable medium force field defense, charged forward, undeterred by the Earth's artillery. He had calculated well. Having previously pierced the Earth Forces commander's mech with a single strike, the opponent had fled, gravely wounded yet alive. This meant the Earth Forces lacked capable mech warriors to confront him, and their elite firepower could not inflict substantial damage. If he could breach the stronghold, he would unleash a massacre, unstoppable. However, as he took a step forward, he sensed something amiss, for directly before him stood a blue mech. Its energy-infused sword charged and poised for attack. Aren't you severely injured? Omius paused, taken aback. But Zhang Yuan was not one to hesitate. He had awaited this very moment. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a flurry of precise and rapid maneuvers, elevating the engine's power output to its zenith. As the Azure Swordsman glided forth within the cavern's passage, the mech's mobility technique, stepping on snow without leaving a trace. The ordinary Azure Swordsman executed this move with an ethereal grace. In contrast, the 9 Lives Cat Demon performed it with an elusive unpredictability. Yet, the frenzied Azure Swordsman unleashed it with overwhelming ferocity. The uneven ground of the cavern, with its protruding stalactites, posed no obstacle for the Azure Swordsman. To him, these obstacles were mere ripples upon the surface of water, easily disregarded. The rocky terrain was as fluid as water, and he surged forth, cutting through the waves. Amidst the flying debris, the Azure Swordsman approached the Blood Demon mech at a breathtaking speed of 200 meters per second. In his line of sight, he observed the mech radiating a deep purple-black glow, advancing rather than retreating, charging directly at him. Bloodthirsty, power surged to 70, a high-speed dash, the sword glimmering. Arm raised. This heralded the activation of the endless sword edge. Zhang Yuan swiftly discerned the opponent's intent. He was preparing for a head-on clash. The Blood Demon mech, an upgraded version of the elite sword demon, likewise possessed the Bloodthirsty ability. However, due to the substantial base engine power, activating Bloodthirsty would not yield the same 100 power increase as in the elite version. 70 was its limit. Nevertheless, even at this level, the power output remained fearsome, and coupled with the forceful endless sword edge, it could easily overwhelm an opponent. It was no wonder that Major Fong Mo fell to Blood Demon Omius. Yet, Fong Mo was Fong Mo, and Zhang Yuan was Zhang Yuan. Their skills were not on the same plane. Just because Fong Mo could not cope did not imply Zhang Yuan would falter. Maintaining his forward momentum, Zhang Yuan executed a series of precise, stable, and rapid maneuvers. The energy-infused golden sword was raised, adopting a rather peculiar starting posture. Mobile sword technique, Taiji, catching the sparrow's tail. This sword technique, inspired by the ancient martial art of Taiji, embodies the principle of overcoming the strong with the weak, of conquering rigidity with flexibility, a high-level mobile swordplay. At this moment, Blood Demon Omius unleashed his bloodthirsty ability. The surge of 70 additional power escalated his output to a staggering 120 horsepower. The endless sword edge, derived from this explosive power, possessed an almost annihilating force. In contrast, the Azure Swordsman Type 2.3's overloaded propulsion could only provide an additional 50 power, leaving a disparity of over 700 horsepower compared to the Blood Demon mech. If they were to collide head-on, the Azure Swordsman would undoubtedly face defeat. Thus, the gap could only be bridged by superior mobility. To the audience, it appeared as though two ferocious mechs raced towards each other like bolts of lightning amid the fiery chaos of the underground passage. At the moment of their collision, both mechs struck simultaneously. All spectators widened their eyes, captivated by this spectacle, for both combatants were formidable, their movements incredibly swift. The livestream's AI began to slow the playback, ensuring every viewer could grasp the intricacies of the battle. Blood Demon Omius unleashed the endless sword edge, his crimson greatsword thrusting violently towards the cockpit of the Azure Swordsman. The engine roaring as the sword transformed into a blur of phantom motion. Gasps erupted from the viewers of Zhang Yuan's livestream. At that moment, the audience count soared beyond 5 million, each individual spellbound by this ferocious clash. Simultaneously, the Azure Swordsman also launched his strike. Yet his approach starkly contrasted with that of the Blood Demon mech. The Blood Demon's style was explosive, domineering, and relentless, akin to a frenzied falcon pecking and stabbing indiscriminately, whereas the Azure Swordsman's strike was delicate, gentle, and ethereal, as if a tender hand reached out to capture the fierce bird of prey. To catch a hawk barehanded demands exceptional vision, nimble yet powerful hands. A single misstep could result in a painful peck. For Zhang Yuan, maneuvering the Azure Swordsman mech, this was the ultimate test of his operational prowess. What appeared to be a light strike belied an extraordinary demand for speed, as his actions reached unprecedented levels since his rebirth. In a mere 0.1 seconds, he executed 25 precise maneuvers, his concentration sharper than ever before. The world around him seemed to slow, and he acutely felt the strain of the overload pushing beyond his limits and the pain that accompanied it. The thought of utilizing frenzy points flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind. As he activated the frenzy points, consuming 2 points per second, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The agony in his joints dissipated, and the pressure of operation vanished, allowing him to accelerate his response time. In the following 0.2 seconds, the energy-infused golden sword met the Blood Demon greatsword with a gentle touch. In an instant, tranquility shattered, giving way to chaos. A high-frequency resonance echoed, accompanied by a flurry of sparks. The air shimmered with waves of heat, rippling outward from the point of collision, reminiscent of tumultuous seas. Within this chaotic encounter, the Blood Demon greatsword was evidently constrained by the charged golden sword, which thwarted its movements. The frenzied hawk darted about in the confined space, yet no matter its frantic efforts, the charged golden sword consistently intercepted and countered, further restricting its range of motion. From a third perspective, a blurred crimson sword shadow was effortlessly restored to a clear blade by the charged golden sword, which then began to spin uncontrollably. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. After 9 revolutions, a resounding clang echoed as the Blood Demon's weapon was unexpectedly flung from its grasp. Grasping the hawk by its tail feathers, it was subdued, stripped of its fury. Without its sword, the Blood Demon machine lost its balance slightly, a moment of opportunity not to be squandered. Zhang Yuan seized the moment, his Azure Swordsman mech's combat style shifting from fluid to forceful, with all power output converging into sheer strength, surging like a tsunami into the charged golden sword. The sword emitted a resonant chime, its energy runes glowing brilliantly. Then it lunged forward, producing a metallic screech as it pierced the cockpit of the Blood Demon machine, which was momentarily halted. A brief, piercing scream echoed from within, and the Blood Demon machine's movements abruptly ceased. The master had vanquished the berserk Blood Demon mech. The battle executed flawlessly, yielding a score of 4 for the frenzy. Zhang Yuan withdrew his sword, observing the blade stained with the dark purple ichor of the demon race, along with mech lubricants and coolant. With a swift shake, he cleansed the blade, restoring its luster, and like a blue whirlwind, he charged towards the remaining elite demon mechs. This entire sequence, though intricate, transpired in less than 1.5 seconds. It was only after Zhang Yuan had dispatched a bull demon mech that the live audience reacted, followed by a resounding explosion of excitement. The infinite blade technique, if executed with perfect evasion, showcased remarkable skill, yet, to counter it face-to-face, especially twice, including a second instance against a berserk mech's infinite blade, was nothing short of astounding, an accomplishment only a god-tier expert could achieve. The elegance of the second counter was beyond words, captivating the viewers to the point of breathlessness until the sensation of suffocation jolted them back to reality. Divine. Unbelievable. A master of unparalleled prowess. Having watched live streams for a decade, I can confidently state this was the most powerful strike I have ever witnessed, unparalleled. Worship the sword god. My knees have shattered. I am the ancient abyss, generously tipped demon slayer with 20,000,000 star coins. I am the ancient abyss, master. I have emptied my wallet for my disciples' allowance. Such a staggering display of generosity. The live stream erupted in chaos, viewership skyrocketing past 6 million and continuing to surge. The commotion was so significant that even the management of the Mech God live stream was stirred. Chapter 42. Waiting for you to grow up, team leader. Please take a look at this video. The live broadcast administrator had located Li Rumin, who was once responsible for Zhang Yuan's live channel. What is it? Li Rumin inquired. a hint of curiosity in his tone. "You'll understand once you watch it," replied the administrator, his expression revealing disbelief. Intrigued, Li Rumin took hold of the video and pressed play. On the screen, a cerulean swordsman mech collided with a blood demon machine in a spectacular clash, followed by an explosion of light. In that fleeting moment, the cerulean swordsman's sword pierced the cockpit of the blood demon machine. The entire video lasted only 2 seconds, barely a breath, appearing to the average viewer as merely a flash of brilliance. However, for Li Rumin, who perused countless astounding maneuvers daily, something was amiss. He furrowed his brow and examined the specifics of both combatants. Blood Demon Omis, NPC, Level 1 Intelligence, a high-level Berserk pilot template, a formidable NPC. The other was the Swordsman of Chaos, real name Zhang Yuan, age 15. 15 and piloting a Berserk-level mech? Li Rumin was taken aback. Returning to the video, he switched to a tenfold slow-motion playback, scrutinizing the entire battle. The 2-second confrontation stretched into 20 seconds, revealing the breathtaking beauty of the Tai Chi technique. Grasp the sparrow's tail. Li Rumin's gaze was riveted to the screen. Once he finished, he once again checked the combatants' information. Blood Demon Omis had reached a maximum overload of 620G without any operational errors. The Swordsman of Chaos achieved a maximum overload of 550G. With a recorded operational count of 190 actions per second, a heart rate of 150 beats per minute, and normal blood pressure. How could a high school student possibly execute such intricate swordplay? Rubbing his eyes, he realized that tenfold slow motion was still too fast. Many subtleties remained hidden. He opted for 30-fold slow motion, extending the video to 60 seconds. This time, he meticulously observed the exchanges of strikes. In the mere 0.3 seconds of direct collision, the Blood Demon machine unleashed 97 strikes, matched by the cerulean swordsman. Each strike initiated by the Blood Demon was swiftly countered by the cerulean swordsman, showcasing a terrifying level of skill. Li Rumin adjusted his glasses, stunned. The Blood Demon machine executed 97 strikes with only 40 actions recorded, an expected performance under Berserk conditions, requiring merely precise control for the first strike, while the subsequent 96 could be executed through a single command with slight adjustments in direction. In contrast, the cerulean swordsman also delivered 97 strikes in 0.3 seconds, each strike perfectly timed and executed with significant corrections in direction and force every 10 strikes. Each of his attacks avoided the peak force of the Blood Demon machine, ensuring that when the Blood Demon's power receded, the cerulean swordsman's strikes met their zenith. The cerulean swordsman, with a significantly lower power output, managed to withstand the onslaught of the Blood Demon machine, which boasted over 700 horsepower. Such extraordinary perception and execution were hallmarks of an apocalyptic-level player. No ordinary player could achieve this level of finesse. This level of precision could only be found in battlefield generals, and even then, not every general possessed the innate talent to perform at such a level. Yet here was a 15-year-old high school student exhibiting godlike prowess. What heights might this young prodigy reach in the future? Li Rumin felt his heart racing. Unable to contain his excitement, he set the video aside and immediately sought information on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, son of Zhang Yuan, the second son of the Zhang family in Donghai Penglai, was born into a family renowned for their mech swordsmen. No wonder this young man's swordsmanship was so formidable. Li Rumin believed he had found the answer. Such a prodigy had limitless potential. A mere apocalyptic-level mech would not suffice for him. Indeed, the military was rumored to be developing mythic-level mechs, with research nearing completion. This young man would undoubtedly possess his own mythic-level mech in the future. He clapped his hands together, instructing his subordinates, monitor closely, track diligently, and document everything about him in Heroes, but do not interfere with him. Understood? Yes, team leader. Li Rumin's emotions were still tumultuous. He stood up, pacing restlessly, before abruptly sitting down to access his communications and input a secret number. "Hello, Uncle Zhao, it's me. Li Rumin. I need to speak with General Li." "Oh, Rumin. Please hold on. I'll connect you right away." The sound of the call transferring echoed in his ears. Each second felt like an eternity, and after 5 seconds, it seemed as if 5 years had passed. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "Father, call me General." "Yes, General. I have discovered a genius. I will send you his battle video for you to review." As he began transmitting the video, he noticed his hands trembling slightly. It was no wonder he was agitated. As a scion of a military family, Li Rumin understood better than anyone the dire state of the battlefield. The emergence of a combat genius heralded a glimmer of hope to alter the tide of war. "No. A talent like Zhang Yuan represented not just one, but perhaps 2 or 3 opportunities to become a strategic game changer. He could not help but feel exhilarated. After 3 seconds, the video was sent, leaving a silence on the line. If not for the sound of his father's breathing, he might have thought the call had ended. After a torturous wait of 20 minutes, his father's voice returned. Protect him in secret. Do not allow anyone to disturb him, including the Zhang family. Let him grow freely until he becomes a towering tree. Li Rumin was taken aback. Father, shouldn't we bring him into military training? No need. His operational skills and combat awareness have already reached the pinnacle of practical application. What he lacks is physical strength, and at just 15 years old, records show he has never used the Gamma Type 3 strength-enhancing agent. His formidable physique is innate, a rarity indeed. This is not only my view but a consensus among the generals at the military conference. A military conference. I understand. Such a prodigy indeed warrants a dedicated military meeting. Proceed with arrangements. You discovered him, and you now have full authorization from the council's generals. Yes, father. General. After ending the call, Li Rumin felt somewhat drained, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He sat in his chair for a while, regaining his composure. His first action was to gather all information on Zhang Yuan, classifying it as top secret, ensuring that no one, not even himself, could access it again. For an ordinary genius, protection would suffice, but for an unparalleled talent like Zhang Yuan, the best protection was to keep his existence hidden from all. Once completed, he began fabricating false documents. Half an hour later, the Heroes Game database boasted over 100 players named Swordsmen of Chaos, each with a complete profile. He then utilized his council privileges to scour the Star Union network for any traces left by Zhang Yuan, erasing each one he found, leaving no remnants behind. As for Zhang Yuan's current live broadcast, Li Rumin did not cancel it. He merely concealed the data stream's exit point, ensuring that no one could trace Zhang Yuan's location through the data flow. After completing all these tasks, an hour had passed, yet Li Rumin remained uneasy. He once again employed the highest authorization to requisition the Galaxy No. 81 supercomputer, the most powerful computational entity on the Starlink network, meticulously scanning the network until he was assured that no traces remained. Only then did he truly feel at ease. Exhaling deeply, Li Rumin leaned back in his chair and opened a battle video of Zhang Yuan, who had already led the Earth's defending forces out of the cave. Li Rumin's gaze fixed upon the azure-hued Swordmaster 2. 3, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Little one, grow swiftly. I await the day you shine in the cosmos. Chapter 43. Is it a duel? Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the slaughter square of Black Wind Valley witnessed the destruction of over 1,000 mechs in an instant. The remnants of these machines piled up to 3 layers high, flames engulfing the area and thick smoke billowing into the air, mingling with pools of blood and shattered flesh, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. Yet, this was merely a game. Such brutality did not deter the players. Instead, it ignited a fervor deep within each of them. Countless mech warriors, from ordinary to elite and berserk classes, rallied with wild shouts, charging recklessly into the fray. When their mechs were destroyed, they returned to base, replenished their star coins, and charged back into battle. When comrades fell, they surged forward, stepping over the wreckage of fallen allies. There was no retreat, only relentless advance. Amidst this fervor, the leader of the Divine Guardian Guild, Xinyu, remained one of the few calm strategists. He sheltered behind a makeshift fortification formed by a dozen defensive mechs, his composed gaze peering through the gaps to assess the defensive arrangements of the Slayer Fortress. Of the 30 massive high-frequency proton cannons, 23 had already been annihilated. The emergence rate of elite demonic mechs outside the fortress had decreased by at least half. The Slayer was poised to appear. Kill. Destroy the fortress. Eliminate the Slayer. The deafening battle cries filled the air, yet they did not perturb Xinyu in the slightest. He calmly communicated with the elite members of his guild, Groups 1 to 10. Report your team's casualties. Group 1, 20 casualties, 800 mech warriors remaining. Group 2, 27 casualties. Group 3, 33 casualties. Group 4. Xinyu swiftly calculated the losses, discovering that approximately 7,000 mech warriors still stood, with fallen members continuously resurrecting and rushing from the Emerald Stone base. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "The proton cannons are nearly depleted. Soon, the gates of the Slayer Fortress will open. According to official intel, the next wave will likely consist of the Slayer Delifer's elite blood mechs. Let us not rush. We shall allow the ordinary players to test their mettle first." Understood. Leader. Yes, President. The group leaders responded in unison. Approximately 5 minutes later, a thunderous explosion resounded as the last of the giant, high-frequency proton cannons succumbed to the bombardment of countless players. The demonic artillery protecting the slaughter square vanished in an instant, and the Earth warriors erupted in joyous cheers, rushing towards the gates of the Slayer fortress. The ranged attack mechs poured their ammunition without restraint, frantically targeting the fortress entrance. Under relentless fire, the protective field surrounding the fortress began to wane, and within 10 minutes, it was reduced to a gossamer veil, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a resounding crash, the fortress gates, towering at 50 meters high, over 60 meters wide, and 3 meters thick, crafted from a special iron alloy, began to creak open. Shen Yu immediately shouted, "The blood mechs are about to emerge. Fall back and prepare for fire suppression when the enemy appears." The members of the Divine Guardian Guild retreated, but the ordinary players lacked such caution. Many merely sought the thrill of the battle, pressing forward with fervor, eager to be the first to breach the gates of the Slayer fortress. Some mech warriors sensed the impending danger, yet the tide of players swept them along, leaving no room for retreat. "Foolish earthlings, taste my wrath." The voice of the Slayer Delifer boomed through the fortress's loudspeakers, and with that thunderous roar, the gates of the fortress burst open. In an instant, 3 waves of spiraling laser fire erupted from within the fortress, each volley comprising thousands of thick, purple-black lasers. The lasers surged forth like a tide, striking down the ordinary players crowded at the entrance. The ordinary mechs could not withstand such intense laser fire. They were obliterated, flames soaring over 30 meters high. Following the triple volley, at least 30,000 mechs were destroyed, clearing the path to the fortress gates, leaving behind only charred remnants. Immediately thereafter, the first wave of blood mechs surged forth. Over 2,000 of these defensive-type giants, towering at 11 meters and clad in thick armor shimmering with field energy, advanced in unison, moving as a singular, unstoppable juggernaut. Shen Yu shouted, "Be cautious. These are elite defensive mechs, all equipped with fields. We cannot withstand their might. Evade their advance." As he issued the command, he himself retreated rapidly. As a berserk-class mech, he could confront 3 or 4 of these foes simultaneously, but facing 2,000 charging at once was a risk he dared not take. Moreover, the Slayer Delifer had yet to appear, and he needed to preserve his strength for that inevitable confrontation. The onslaught of the blood mechs was ferocious beyond imagination, pushing against the ordinary mech warriors like a wild tsunami crashing upon the shore, sweeping them back with overwhelming force. Countless player mechs erupted in explosions, while the blood mechs suffered only a handful of losses. At this moment, over 200,000 players had entered the slaughter square. Yet they found themselves unable to halt the advance of the blood mechs, and the Earth warriors faced the grim prospect of being overwhelmed. Shen Yu, alarmed at the sight, commanded, "Long-range attacks. Spare no energy. Let us eliminate this batch of slayers." Other guild leaders recognized the terror posed by the blood mechs and issued similar commands. Their guilds, armed with elite mechs, organized a counteroffensive. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy Gauss cannons, rapid-fire laser cannons, and sniper laser cannons lit up the battlefield, weaving a deadly net of light. The advance of the blood mechs was finally stymied, and their casualties began to rise. The tide of battle gradually shifted in favor of the Earth forces. However, this was not the only wave of blood mechs. Following the defensive types were assault mechs, assassins, and ranged attackers. Though the defensive mechs had been suppressed, they had cleared sufficient space for other types of blood mechs to flood forth from the fortress, totaling 5,000. These 5,000 mechs, despite their varied designs, shared a singular trait. They were all elite models, equipped with field protection. Even the most fragile ranged attack mechs, under the aegis of the field, boasted defensive capabilities akin to their defensive counterparts. This was a tremendous advantage. Under the assault of these 5,000 blood mechs, the situation in the slaughter square tilted once again in favor of the demon forces, and this shift was irretrievable. 15 minutes later, Shen Yu's Xingtian mech was besieged by 13 blood assault mechs and was obliterated on the spot. By the time he fell, half of the blood mechs had been defeated. Yet the number of players left in the slaughter square dwindled to a mere handful. Drenched in sweat, Shen Yu realized this was beyond his expectations. "This Slayer boss is rather formidable. Brothers, let us regroup. The guild will reimburse for mech losses. We shall overwhelm them with sheer numbers." "Understood. Charge. Let us vanquish the demon scourge." The game remains merely a game. The players, recently vanquished, swiftly regrouped to launch another assault on the slaughter square. the divine envoy urged. Hurry, hurry. If we delay, the minor foes we previously vanquished will respawn in the cleared path, while players can rise again. NPCs can also utilize the tactic of respawning to regain their strength. Should that occur, all prior sacrifices would be rendered futile. In this renewed charge, although the number of players had dwindled significantly to around 50 to 60,000, the count of blood-armored slayers was ultimately finite. After approximately 10 minutes, a resounding explosion echoed as the last blood-armored slayer was obliterated, leaving around 3,000 mechs still operational, all of them elite. Earthlings, you have successfully incited my wrath, boomed the voice of the slayer, Dilithor, from within the Slaughterer Fortress. As this proclamation resonated, 9 distinct mechs emerged from the gates of the fortress, each enveloped in a deep purple-black glow, with the central mech radiating the most brilliance. A chill ran through the divine envoy, who steeled himself. Here they come. The slayer Dilithor and his 8 guardians. At that moment, Zhang Yuan returned Major Fong Mo and the other warriors to a safe zone in the Dreaming Forest. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 11:30. They had half an hour left before the slayer would be defeated. Major Fong Mo. This is where I part ways. The battle at Black Wind Valley is intense, and I must rush to assist, Zhang Yuan declared. Go forth, brave warrior. He saluted Major Fong and turned to race towards Black Wind Valley in his Azure Blade 2.3 model, having traveled less than 100 meters. The voice of the mainframe resonated in his mind. Master, you have successfully rescued the mining garrison. The operation was flawless, earning you 20 Fury points. You currently possess a total of 32 Fury points. Why only 20 points? I defeated a mid-tier blood demon, which should yield at least 80 points. Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Master, combat rewards are assessed based on actual combat power, not game rank. The mech you utilized was also of the mid-tier variety, and you had already attained mid-tier combat capability. Zhang Yuan found it hard to argue. Though somewhat disappointed, he quickly reassessed. The slayer was of the upper tier, and should he manage to defeat him flawlessly, that would grant him 60 points, coupled with the rewards from defeating minor foes along the way. He expected to accumulate around 120 Fury points, which was not far from his goal. With this in mind, he felt a sense of balance restored within him. After careful consideration, Zhang Yuan decisively allocated the 20 points for enhancement, bringing his total enhancement points to over 85. Mainframe, what is the maximum overload I can currently withstand? 39G, if I drive the Azure Blade 2.3 model at full capacity, what is the overload protection consumption? 0, 4 per second, sustainable for 30 seconds. This figure aligned with Zhang Yuan's expectations. 30 seconds would suffice to confront the slayer Dilithor. With this thought, he accelerated once more, racing towards Black Wind Valley. His actions ignited fervor in the live stream. The Sword God against the upper-tier slayer. This is bound to be explosive. Donations incoming, eagerly awaiting the clash. Oh dear, look. The Divine Envoy has been defeated by the slayer. He is running for his life. Indeed, the Divine Envoy is retreating at quite the slow pace. Do you think the Sword God could single-handedly take down the slayer? Dream on. Though the Sword God is formidable, the slayer Dilithor is a super elite template, operating beyond human limitations. How could one person possibly defeat him? Chapter 44. The super elite Zhang Yuan moved with remarkable speed. As he surged forward, he caught sight of a mech, similarly striving onward. This mech was adorned in a vivid crimson hue, towering nearly 10 meters high, encased in formidable armor, and draped with a thick fire-resistant carbon fiber cloak. The armor shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, and the mech's silhouette bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. From a distance, it appeared as a colossal scarlet giant on the run. Ah, the Xingtian mech? The Divine Guardian? Isn't this the guild leader who previously annihilated the butcher? Zhang Yuan paused momentarily, recollecting the past of this individual. Among the grand guilds in the game, the Divine Guardian's Goddess Guild stood out as a paragon, employing a quasi-military management style for its elite members, showcasing formidable combat prowess. In his former life, many maps that opened for battle were spearheaded by this individual and his guild. He later enlisted in the military, where his exceptional organizational skills propelled him to the rank of commander of a mech legion, achieving remarkable feats on the interstellar battlefield. Zhang Yuan had collaborated with him on several occasions. However, his only shortcoming lay in his frail constitution. When Zhang Yuan and the Black Rakshasa met their demise together, he was still piloting an elite upper-tier mech, never having advanced to the berserk tier. This stagnation in his military rank had kept him perpetually at the rank of major. Of course, all of this had yet to unfold. Zhang Yuan could only offer his apologies to this fellow, for he was now intent on claiming the butcher boss that rightfully belonged to him. With a mighty roar, the engine of his Azure Swordsman 2-3 surged, and he zipped past the Xingtian mech, leaving it far behind in an instant. How can he be this fast? The Divine Guardian, witnessing the Azure Swordsman, felt his confidence wane for the second time that day. Yet he quickly reassured himself. The opponent must be a skilled player, piloting a berserk tier charging warrior mech. It's only natural that he would outpace my defensive mech. With this thought, he resumed his journey, feeling no sense of threat. After all, what could an Azure Swordsman 2-3, merely at the berserk lower tier, have to do with the butcher boss he was heading towards? Brothers, I shall soon arrive. Once I do, let us push forward and strive to eliminate the remaining 4 guards surrounding the butcher. Certainly, leader. Besides us, no one else possesses the capability to challenge the boss. This butcher is formidable, leader. While you were away, he has already dispatched 3 guilds that attempted to challenge him. Even the leader of the Lingtian guild has fallen and is now also fleeing. No matter how tough he is, he will eventually be toppled. Don't lose heart. Let us keep pushing forward. The Divine Guardian chuckled, continuing on his way. He maintained a relaxed demeanor, engaging in light-hearted conversation with his guild brothers, either discussing the situation at the slaughter square or strategizing their approach. However, as he journeyed halfway, a member from the front line suddenly exclaimed, "Leader, a new face has appeared at the square, a berserk tier player with the ID dancing demon swordsman. I don't think I've heard of this character before." While a few elite players were not uncommon, berserk tier players were rare and thus drew significant attention. The Divine Guardian was momentarily taken aback, recalling the Azure Swordsman 2-3 that had just zipped past him. He pondered, why is he moving so quickly? I've only covered half the distance. Is it truly the Azure Swordsman 2-3? Indeed, it is the Azure Swordsman 2-3. There's damage on the abdomen, suggesting he has engaged in combat previously. It appears he intends to charge in. This fellow is quite fearless. He is about to take on a boss and 4 guards all by himself. Taking on 5 alone? He is truly deluded. The Divine Guardian shook his head with a bitter smile. Having just been defeated himself, he was acutely aware of the butcher's might. Even with over 3,000 elite members from his guild, he had struggled against the butcher, and now this individual was recklessly charging in alone. Was he seeking death? The reporting member burst into laughter. This guy is out of his depth. He must have just risen from the elite tier. Oh my, he is really charging in. Wow. His speed is astounding. What the hell? Oh my god. Suddenly, the guild members began to falter in their speech. Exclamations filled with disbelief erupted, akin to witnessing a ghost. The Divine Guardian felt a jolt of concern. He could scarcely fathom what was occurring at the slaughter square. What could possibly happen when one dared to face the boss alone, other than defeat? What is happening? What is going on? He inquired urgently. There was no response. It seemed his guild members had collectively lost their wits, either silent, gasping, or incessantly cursing. The Divine Guardian, perplexed, could not contain his frustration. What on earth is happening? Is there anyone alive? Quickly, transmit the frontline video to me. Finally, a member remembered that their leader was still running through the dream forest and hastily activated the recording function, sending the frontline holographic video to the Divine Guardian. As he focused on the screen, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Oh my god. In the holographic feed, the Azure Swordsman 2-3, who had just sped past him, was now locked in fierce combat with the butcher, Dilly Fu. No, to be precise, he was dragging the butcher along, systematically eliminating the guards surrounding him. The Divine Guardian distinctly recalled that his guild brothers had reported 4 guards remaining, yet now, only 2 were visible in the video. No, in mere moments, yet another guard was obliterated, leaving only 1. What in the world is this sorcery? How is such a feat possible? Is he using hacks? The Divine Guardian swallowed hard, as before his eyes, the Azure Swordsman mech glimmered like a pale blue specter, no matter how fiercely the butcher pursued. He could not land a blow, while the Azure Swordsman seized every opportunity to strike, each blow yielding substantial results. In less than 3 strikes, the last guard was eradicated. The live stream had been ablaze, and now it was akin to a nuclear explosion. The Sword God is truly challenging the butcher. Perhaps, just perhaps, he stands a chance. The world had seemingly gone mad. The Sword God's prowess was beyond reproach. However, he had yet to engage the butcher directly, focusing instead on clearing the guards. The outcome of a true confrontation remained uncertain. Uncertain, you say? Why don't you try kiting the butcher and see for yourself? Did you not witness the Divine Guardian being defeated by him? Why are you cursing at me for just speaking? Because I am. At that moment, amidst the frenzied chatter in the live stream, a thunderous explosion resounded as the final guard mech was obliterated, leaving no barrier between the Azure Swordsman and the Butcher, Dilly Fu. The Butcher, who had been relentlessly pursuing Zhang Yuan, suddenly halted, the scanning apparatus on his mech's head fixated on the Azure Swordsman, and his voice, cold as if emanating from the depths of hell, echoed, "Earthling, you have truly enraged me." As he spoke, the blood-red energy field surrounding the Butcher's mech flared brilliantly, resembling a burning inferno. Zhang Yuan's expression sharpened as he steeled himself. The strategy guide had indicated that once all guards were eliminated, the Butcher, Dilly Fu, would upgrade from a first-tier elite template to a super-elite template, dramatically enhancing his combat capabilities. According to the game's terminology, it is referred to as enraged. The boss under the super-elite template exhibits maneuverability and adaptability in combat that are strikingly akin to those of formidable opponents on the battlefield. For instance, if Dilly Fu is a master of the upper tier of Fury, then his prowess displayed in Heroes would surpass that of the real Dilly Fu by more than 90. Such a boss is exceedingly terrifying. Even the most elite players in the game would find themselves utterly outmatched. The combat experience gained from real battles is fundamentally distinct from the operational awareness cultivated through mere gaming training. In the previous life's Black Wind Valley battle, Dilly Fu's combat capability, once he entered the super elite template, became grotesquely powerful. No guild could stand against him. Players of the same upper tier of Fury could barely withstand a single strike from him. Ultimately, it took the combined efforts of over a dozen major guilds to force him back. As a result of this battle, the merciless Dilly Fu was heralded as the most formidable map boss of that year. Faced with such an adversary, Zhang Yuan dared not underestimate him. His mind was taut with focus, yet his body remained completely relaxed. Simultaneously, his hands trembled, rhythmically pressing on the acupoints located between his chest and abdomen. This was a method for physical eruption, known as transforming the python into a dragon, which was of a higher grade than the golden toad swallowing the moon he had previously employed, with greater and more enduring potential for explosion. Against an opponent like Dilly Fu, the ordinary state of his physical prowess was insufficient. He needed to unleash even greater strength. Unexpectedly, at the moment of their standoff, a guild leader suddenly charged towards Dilly Fu. "Brothers, follow me. Don't let him claim the boss." Dilly Fu maintained his gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan, and as a furious mid-tier Goliath II charged forward, the Slaughterer mech emitted a breathy ha from its speakers. The long blade, engulfed in crimson flames, sliced through the Goliath II with a seemingly effortless swipe, as if cutting through tofu, cleaving the robust mech in two. The blade was forged from a unique crystallized kryptonite possessed by the Demon Clan, rendering it nearly indestructible at the Rage tier. However, to cleave through the Goliath II was not merely a matter of wielding a fine blade. Zhang Yuan discerned that at the moment of the strike, Dilly Fu executed a tactical sword technique, the Silent Annihilation Slash. This blade technique, renowned for its stealth, appeared delicate and feeble, yet beneath its surface, it brought about utter stillness. It was a premier tactical sword technique, blending strength and gentleness, reality and illusion, making it virtually impossible to evade or defend against. With a thunderous roar, the guild's ranged attack mechs unleashed a barrage upon Dilly Fu, but it proved utterly ineffective. Dilly Fu countered with aggression, his mech weaving swiftly among the guild's melee fighters. After navigating through, the melee mechs were obliterated, and the few ranged assaults that landed were effortlessly deflected by his formidable force field, rendering them futile. With the guild leader defeated and the melee mechs annihilated, the remaining ranged mechs hesitated to continue the fight, hastily retreating from the slaughter square. Dilly Fu did not pursue. Instead, he halted, maintaining a distant confrontation with Zhang Yuan. The power Dilly Fu exhibited was genuinely terrifying, prompting a trembling voice to call out, "Everyone, hold back. Let us wait for our numbers to gather." There was wisdom in this. No guild was reckless enough to provoke further conflict. Seemingly aware, Dilly Fu turned to Zhang Yuan and remarked, "Now that the insects have been silenced, it is just you and me." Chapter 45, The Bamboo Sword Versus. The Annihilation Blade, Part 1, The Slayer Furious Tier, Demon Race Charge Warrior Mecha Height, 6.5 meters weight, 9 tons maximum power output, 3950 equipped with a high power field generator special technique 1. Bloodlust, 75 additional power boost, special technique 2. Phase shift. The mecha exhibits high maneuverability and explosive directional movement, creating an illusion akin to teleportation. This is the information Zhang Yuan gathered about the Slayer mecha. From the data presented, it is undeniably formidable. However, when compared to the typical Furious tier game bosses, there is no qualitative leap. The true distinction lies in the pilot of the Slayer, the demon general, Dilly Fu. Dilly Fu's mecha piloting skills are nearly flawless. and his most powerful maneuver is known as the Annihilation Blade, a term that encompasses a series of 9 intricate and terrifying killing techniques. The Slayer and the Annihilation Blade have forged Dilifor's unparalleled reputation on the battlefield. In his previous life, before Zhang Yuan met his demise, Dilifor had already earned the moniker Demon of Annihilation Blade and became one of the 7 demonic kings of destruction among the demon race. The saying where the blade demon treads, the starry sky falls silent refers to him. At this moment, even though Zhang Yuan is aware that he is merely facing virtual data within a game, he cannot shake off the profound psychological pressure. It is the first time he has felt such since his rebirth. He slowly inhales, his fingers gently pressing against his abdomen. With each press, he becomes acutely aware of a fiery energy blossoming within, swiftly circulating throughout his body. As the warmth flows, his muscles swell, his thoughts sharpen, and his eyes gleam. His physique is akin to a mecha, with vast potential being unleashed. In his mind, Zhang Yuan inquires, mainframe, how many fury points do I currently possess? Master currently holds 20 fury points, originally at 12 points. The additional 8 points must be the result of his recent defeat of 4 Slayer guards. Given my current potential surge, how many fury points must I expend per second to shield my body from excessive overload damage? 1. 5 fury points are required each second to maintain your body's protection. Thus, with 20 fury points, he can sustain this state for just over 13 seconds. That should suffice. With his physical potential fully activated, Zhang Yuan deftly maneuvers the mechanical fingers of the Azure Swordsman, causing the 3.7-meter-long charged gold sword to become weightless, dancing like a bamboo leaf at his fingertips. In his previous life, he clinched the championship of the Hero Mecha Fighting League, earning the title the Solitary Sword God. Naturally, he possesses his own unique swordsmanship, an art passed down from the Zhang family ancestors, which he has meticulously refined into his own style. This sword technique, named Little Bamboo, lacks the grandiosity typical of renowned sword arts. Instead, it exudes a delicate charm, reminiscent of a cherished gem nurtured within a secluded bamboo grove, dainty, refined, and seemingly crafted for gentle play. Yet, like bamboo, it embodies the virtues of restraint and subtlety, revealing its lethal potential only when necessary. The name was chosen after he ascended to the pinnacle of the Hero Mecha Fighting League, a moment of pride that was tempered by a sobering visit to a true battlefield with his grandfather, where he learned the essence of genuine strength and the vastness of the world beyond. Naming it Little Bamboo was a self-encouragement to temper his brilliance. In his past life, he often practiced this Little Bamboo sword technique, though seldom employed it. One reason was its overwhelming power, which rendered most opponents too weak to warrant its use. The other was the immense physical toll it exacted. It required exceptional physical prowess to support its execution. Consequently, he primarily utilized it within the hero game, and even then, sparingly. In reality, each time he wielded the Little Bamboo technique, it demanded a significant explosive release of his body's potential, which his already damaged physique could scarcely endure without risking everything. However, now that he has returned to life, such concerns no longer hinder him. His physical attributes are continually improving, enabling him to fully unleash this sword technique. Of course, he is currently in a game environment, where his physical attributes are diminished by 10, alleviating some of his worries. After a few spins of the charged gold sword between his fingers, it suddenly came to a halt with a resounding ding, the sword tip pointing directly at the Slayer, Dilifor. I have heard much of your Annihilation Blade, and coincidentally, I have a few sword techniques of my own. Shall we engage in a friendly contest? Dilifor erupted into laughter, raising his crystallized gold blade, its tip directed at Zhang Yuan, his gaze fixed intently upon his adversary's every move. You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. However, since my emergence from seclusion, countless swordsmen have fallen at my hands. Today will not be an exception. Is that so? Zhang Yuan began to slowly advance, inching closer to Dilifor in a spiral trajectory. Dilifor refrained from launching an immediate attack, seemingly sensing the threat posed by his opponent, and began to circle in the opposite direction. Both were meticulously observing each other, seeking the opportune moment to strike. The players in the slaughter square were left bewildered. What are these two doing? Why haven't they made a move? Should we intervene? Perhaps we could snipe the Slayer from a distance? That could work. Wait, no. We can't interfere. The boss has entered duel mode. Duel mode is a unique feature of Hero, where if a player displays combat prowess comparable to a boss, the boss enters duel mode to engage in a one-on-one battle. In this mode, neither party can be targeted for attack until a victor is determined. Players who triumph over a boss in this mode earn immense glory and unique rewards. The military developed this mode to encourage players to enhance their individual skills. Meanwhile, the god of divine protection was rushing towards the slaughter square, asking his fellow members, "I will arrive at the slaughter square in 1 minute. What is the situation now?" The Slayer has entered duel mode, and the opponent is the Azure Swordsman 2. 3. The god of divine protection felt his worldview shatter. No way, is that true? That guy is that strong. Indeed, his prowess is extraordinary. Otherwise, he could not have single-handedly defeated for Slayer guards. However, it remains uncertain whether he can secure victory now, as the Slayer has just activated the Super Elite template. Recently, the president of the Overlord Guild attempted a forced engagement and was annihilated along with 300 mechas in an instant, falling victim to a single strike from the boss. Super Elite. That's concerning. He likely cannot contend with that. The god of divine protection exhaled, then inquired, "What is their current status?" They are still in a standoff. Neither has made a move, merely circling each other while exchanging occasional words. The god of divine protection was taken aback. Could it be? The Slayer Dilly4 actually has reservations? Not sure. It looks unnerving from my vantage point. Dilly4 is a super boss, but the Azure Swordsman is undoubtedly a freak of nature, effortlessly wielding the gold sword like a mere stick, appearing exceptionally graceful. What do you mean by graceful? I forgot. Why did you turn off the video? Quickly turn it back on so I can see. Apologies, guild leader. I also sent you the video of him practicing with the sword. The video was transmitted swiftly, and upon viewing the swordplay described as graceful, the god of divine protection gasped, halting in his tracks. Even Doomsday-level experts would struggle to wield the charged gold sword with such finesse. Where did this individual come from? As the esteemed guild leader of heroes, he possesses an extraordinary vision, capable of discerning the level of the Azure Sword Master with merely a glance. The prowess exhibited by the Azure Sword Master reveals an unparalleled mastery. Whether wielding a mech or a premium energy blade, these instruments have become extensions of his very being, an integral part of his corporeal form. It now appears that the Slayer may indeed face a formidable challenge in a one-on-one duel. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan's live stream is unusually tranquil. No, it is more aptly described as silent. Every viewer holds their breath, fixated on the screen before them, awaiting the inevitable clash of these two titans. A palpable tension fills the air, as none dare to make a sound, fearful that even the slightest noise might disrupt the unfolding battle, leading to an unanticipated eruption of this monumental confrontation. Chapter 46, The Little Bamboo Sword vs. The Annihilation Blade, Part 2. In the slaughterhouse, time passed second by second. After 10 seconds, Zhang Yuan suddenly halted his steps. At the same moment, the Azure Swordsman's mech emitted a steady, subdued roar of its engine, its output power steadily rising. The killer, Dilly4, reacted far more swiftly than Zhang Yuan. Upon sensing Zhang Yuan's shift, the killer's mech unhesitatingly activated its special technique, Bloodlust. With a thunderous roar akin to a ferocious beast, the killer's mech engine bellowed. All things withered. Dilly4 let out an enraged howl, characteristic of his demonic kin, his voice mingling with the sound of clashing metal, piercing the air and compelling onlookers to instinctively cover their ears. In that instant, Dilly4 charged towards Zhang Yuan. In a mere 0.3 seconds, a deafening thunderclap echoed as a white shockwave encircled the killer's mech, which had broken the sound barrier. At such a remarkable speed, the crystallized kryptonite long blade in the killer's hand trailed behind until the mech closed within 30 meters of the Azure Swordsman. Suddenly, the mech's arm swung violently, and the dark red kryptonite long blade accelerated, slicing through the air in an exquisitely smooth arc. The air in front of the blade was violently compressed into a liquid state due to its rapid passage. To the eye, it appeared as though the kryptonite long blade was dragging a piece of white silk behind it. What was most terrifying was that although the crystallized kryptonite long blade harbored unimaginable power, it glided silently through the air, its trajectory distinct, as if its speed were not as formidable as anticipated. The interplay of reality and illusion showcased the most terrifying aspect of the Annihilation Blade technique. Could this truly be the killer's Annihilation Blade technique? Many spectators, captivated by the scene, pondered this thought. The Divine Overseer contemplated further. Before this boss evolved into a super elite template, it could slay me with a single stroke. Now that it has become a super elite, how terrifying could this strike be? He dared not dwell on it. The more he considered, the more his heart trembled. A fleeting thought would swiftly erode the confidence instilled by the leader of the first great guild and hero. He vaguely sensed an inconceivable realm of strength ahead. yet he could not discern its clarity. The obscurity only intensified his fear. A collective gasp erupted from the ordinary audience in the live stream, their astonishment remarkably uniform. In the blink of an eye, the killer and his annihilation blade stood before Zhang Yuan, the crimson glow of the long blade coalescing like blood, appearing both slow and fast, both soft and hard as it slashed diagonally towards him. Should Zhang Yuan's mech be struck by this blade, his fate would undoubtedly mirror that of the preceding guild leaders, cleaved in two, with the force field utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. At that instant, however, Zhang Yuan unleashed his own fury. With limbs moving with the rapidity of thunder, he executed 49 super-precise maneuvers in an instant. These actions required no correction from the Sword God system installed in the Azure Swordsman's mech, for they were inherently flawless. Consequently, the mainframe's response time was as swift as lightning. The Azure Swordsman stepped forward with his left leg while retreating half a step with his right. The engine's power surged downward simultaneously, establishing a remarkably stable side stance. Concurrently, the right arm of the Azure Swordsman's mech began to rotate rapidly, the charged kryptonite sword in hand spinning along with it, reaching the zenith of the Azure Swordsman's capabilities. Although the output power of the Azure Swordsman paled in comparison to that of the killer, the disparity in their maximum power output exceeded 1,000 horsepower after both had fully unleashed their mech's potential. Bridging this gap became Zhang Yuan's key to victory. Faced with the pinnacle of technique embodied in the Annihilation Blade, the Tai Chi's grasping of the Sparrow's tail, an approach of evading the enemy's strength with softness, was rendered futile. The Azure Swordsman required a forceful confrontation. Yet, the power output of the Azure Swordsman was a shortcoming. How could he amplify his maximum attack power? The secret lay in two words: rotation. Rotation is the most ubiquitous and fundamental mode of movement in the universe, from galaxies spanning hundreds of thousands of light years to microscopic particles, all engaged in perpetual spinning. By harnessing rapid rotation, Zhang Yuan could significantly enhance the energy density of the sword upon its release, while simultaneously dissipating the force carried by the opponent's weapon. In this mutual enhancement, even if the Azure Swordsman's mech could not entirely match the killer's, it would not find itself at a disadvantage. Equally astonishing was that although the charged kryptonite sword spun so rapidly it appeared merely as a blur, it remained silent, as if it were a nebulous shadow rather than a tangible weapon. The little bamboo sword technique. Autumn leaves falling. Autumn, in its darkness, sees bamboo leaves gently descend, naturally rotating, light and unarmed. Faced with the killer's annihilation blade, the charged kryptonite sword met the strike without retreat, akin to a fragile bamboo leaf welcoming the attack. In an instant, blade met blade in a silent clash, and then, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked. All restraint, all power, all technique erupted at the moment of collision, reminiscent of witnessing two celestial bodies approach in the vacuum of space, silent and imperceptible, yet when they collided, they unleashed a cataclysmic energy capable of obliterating all. With a resounding crack, the Azure Swordsman's mech twisted violently, the force field dimming instantaneously. Countless fissures appeared on the alloy armor, and the ground beneath the mech erupted into a spiderweb of cracks, extending for hundreds of meters, upheaving earth and stone as it passed. Incredibly, despite appearing somewhat disheveled, the Azure Swordsman's mech stood its ground, unmoving, with not a single step back, while the killer's ferocious charge was forcibly halted. As the blades clashed, a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted, sparks flying like molten lava cast into the cosmic void during a planetary collision. No one could ascertain how many times the blade struck. Yet one constant remained. The killer's blade was perpetually held at bay by the Azure Swordsman's sword, unable to break through. Shifting positions. As it became evident that a breakthrough was unattainable, the killer's mech flared with a blinding blood-red light. The engine roared ferociously once more, and in the next moment, every joint of the killer's mech adjusted direction, unleashing a fresh surge of power. With a sudden whoosh, it changed direction abruptly, the explosive force propelling the killer's mech away, as if it had vanished from its original position. Where did it go? Where did the person go? The audience in the live stream was nearly driven to madness. The killer's speed was too rapid for their eyes to follow. Yet, Zhang Yuan remained unperturbed, executing an unexpected maneuver by suddenly releasing the charged kryptonite sword, allowing it to spin wildly in the air before the Azure Swordsman's mech. Had he lost his mind? The players witnessing this action trembled. Abandoning one's weapon in the heat of battle was tantamount to suicide. But Zhang Yuan did relinquish it, and in truth, this was the essence of the little bamboo sword technique, leaves returning to the root. The sword, like bamboo leaves, drifts with the wind, floating and spinning in midair, ready to strike at any point or slice in any direction. Ultimately, however, the bamboo leaves will land upon the earth, and the sword will inevitably pierce its foe. This strike demanded extraordinary perception, incredible bravery, and a near-miraculous mastery over power. Zhang Yuan, seemingly relinquishing his sword, actually maintained complete control over its state. This transcended mere swordsmanship. It was akin to sorcery. In his previous life, Zhang Yuan wielded the bamboo leaf sword technique in Heroes, while his other skills were nearly flawless. This particular move always revealed flaws, failing to manifest at will. Thus, he only employed it when victory was assured, never daring to place his bets on this ultimate technique. However, upon his rebirth, Zhang Yuan discovered that this swordplay flowed seamlessly from him, as if the sword were an extension of his own body, allowing him to sense its thoughts. As the sword floated aimlessly in the air, a slaughtering mech appeared suddenly at the vulnerable rear of the Azure Swordsman mech, wielding a knife that descended with unhesitating ferocity. Annihilation/Cosmic Silence. Where the blade passed, galaxies reversed, stars became obscured, and the universe fell silent. Similarly silent, yet brimming with immense energy, the knife descended, shrouded in a swirling mist of white vapor. You are doomed. The speaker of the slaughterer roared ominously. Yet, almost simultaneously, the Azure Swordsman mech surged forward, accelerating with such ferocity that it left successive visual afterimages in its wake. Phantom steps. No trace in the snow. Phantom stab. Due to the displacement, the attack of the Annihilation Blade was momentarily delayed, granting the Azure Swordsman mech the opportunity to recharge its field, strong enough to withstand the violent air currents of its high-speed advance. With the Phantom stab initiated, superheated gas erupted from the back of the mech, propelling it forward at breakneck speed. The scorching gas engulfed the slaughterer, creating a significant disturbance to the trajectory of the Annihilation Blade, which was originally a flawless strike. This interference revealed slight vulnerabilities in what was meant to be a definitive blow. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan flawlessly fused Phantom Stab, and no trace in the snow, achieving an incredible speed, surpassing even the Annihilation Blade by a fraction. As the Azure Swordsman mech raced past the swirling, charging golden blade, it deftly grasped the spinning bamboo leaf before unleashing a second Phantom Stab. The Azure Swordsman, having just thrust forward, abruptly reversed course. Its movements so unexpected that the entire mech seemed to transform into a weightless photon, colliding with an invisible barrier, only to be reflected back. The only evidence of the mech's substantial weight was the sudden upheaval and explosion of the ground before it, reminiscent of a massive bomb buried beneath the surface. This astonishing display of agility left the audience in awe, unable to believe their eyes. As the Azure Swordsman reversed, the slaughterer mech struggled to shake off the interference of the scorching gas, momentarily losing track of its opponent and preparing to displace once more. Sensing impending danger, it had already begun to retreat, but it was too late. Zhang Yuan's charged golden blade lunged out at an unusual angle, striking a seemingly empty space. Yet it connected with the slaughterer cockpit, remaining in a state of high-speed rotation. Amidst the agonizing torment of being shredded, the lifer screamed uncontrollably, "How is this possible? How could you hit me?" Displacement was merely not instantaneous teleportation. Zhang Yuan withdrew the blade. Had it been 10 years later, this strike would have undoubtedly missed, merely forcing the opponent back, for by then the lifer would have fully mastered the art of displacement, his movements unpredictable and elusive. But now, the lifer was not yet one of the 7 demon kings of destruction, and his maneuvering skills, though at the pinnacle of this era, were still inferior. Ding. Master has slain the rampaging upper-tier mech slaughterer, earning 60 rampage points. Ding. Master has achieved dominance over all feet, increasing rampage point cap by 20, current cap is 190. The slaughterer mech lost power, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The hero's system announced with fervor throughout the game, player dismantling demon swordsman triumphs over slaughterer Delifer, earning the title Azure Sword Deity. Player dismantling demon swordsman receives a reward of 10,000,000 star coins. Player dismantling demon swordsman unlocks special mech skin, Dragon Knight. This announcement echoed not only audibly, but also in golden text across the screens of all online players, causing an explosive reaction throughout the entire Heroes server. Is this for real? Was the immediate reaction of most players. The second response was, damn, this dismantling demon swordsman is incredible. In the slaughter square, players who witnessed this scene stood in stunned silence, their gazes following the fallen slaughterer mech, questioning, is this how it ends? Li Rumin from the live broadcast management department observed all of this with a bittersweet smile. Ah, the brilliance is too blinding to conceal. Despite his sentiments, he swiftly activated the Star Network, using the Galaxy No. 9 supercomputer to block several malicious data signals attempting to probe Zhang Yuan's identity. Zhang Yuan's live stream resembled a nuclear explosion site, flooded with praise and donations. Sword Deity Moi donated 10,000 star coins to the dismantling demon swordsman. I am the ancient giant Pit donated 20,000 star coins. I am the ancient giant Pit, Master. I admire you so much. I advanced my pocket money for next month to honor you. Wait, someone is knocking at the door. I'll check. Could it be that the wealthy patron was cut off mid-sentence, perhaps punished by their parents for extravagance? This speculation quickly drowned in the torrent of messages flooding the live stream, leaving not a ripple behind. Chapter 47. Initiating the Dark Exploration Mode, Part 1. In a furious turn of events, the newly unveiled boss in the Super Elite template was unexpectedly defeated by a player in the decisive battle mode. This astonishing feat left witnesses in awe, declaring they had witnessed the birth of a legend. Those who missed the live broadcast lamented their misfortune, regretting not being part of this historic moment. As the thrill of the event settled, people began to search for the protagonist behind this legendary tale, the Demon Slayer swordsman. To their astonishment, they found no trace of him on the Star Alliance network. Many tech enthusiasts, unwilling to accept this void, pursued various leads, yet their efforts yielded nothing. The Demon Slayer swordsman remained as elusive as the accounts of cosmic behemoths shared by space adventurers. Plenty of evidence existed, yet the truth was nowhere to be found, giving the impression that he had emerged from the very crevices of stone. Where was Zhang Yuan at this moment? He had not ventured far. It was merely Saturday, a little past noon, and he possessed a staggering 68 fury points, more than sufficient to surpass the ordinary level. It was time for him to activate the Dark Exploration mode. Upon exiting the virtual pod, Zhang Yuan left the gaming center. Oddly, during his previous visits, the bustling first-floor hall was always alive with chatter, showcasing his remarkable moves on the holographic screens. Yet today, the screens redundantly displayed news about the Slayer boss, devoid of any thrilling maneuvers. Puzzled, Zhang Yuan chose to dismiss it, for the Pandora conflict had reached a critical juncture, and he had to hasten his journey. As he walked back to school, he muttered in his mind, "Utilize 20 fury points to enhance to ordinary level. With 85 points already fortified, an additional 20 would suffice for the breakthrough, leaving 45 for unforeseen circumstances. Confirm enhancement? Enhance." In an instant, Zhang Yuan felt something within him erupt. A wave of scorching energy surged through his body, and for the first time, he experienced pain. However, it was not akin to the burning sensation of a Gamma-3 strengthener threatening to extinguish his vitality. Rather, it was a tingling, expansive discomfort as if countless tiny creatures writhed within his veins and muscles. The pain struck so suddenly that he stumbled, collapsing onto the grassy verge. Gripping a handful of earth with his hands, his teeth rattling with each bite, sweat poured from his forehead and back, evaporating in the heat. Well aware of his physical state, he required no inquiry from the central system to know the situation posed no danger. He merely had to endure. Given that it was the weekend, the streets near the school thronged with pedestrians. In this era of advanced technology and abundant resources, kindness abounded. Moments after he sat down, a middle-aged man approached with concern. "Young man, are you all right?" By this time, Zhang Yuan sensed the pain subsiding. He looked up weakly and smiled. "I'm fine. Just need a moment to rest." "Thank you, sir." The man frowned. "You shouldn't tough it out if you're unwell. You don't look fine at all. Shall I take you to the hospital?" Zhang Yuan shook his head, offering no further reply. After 5 or 6 minutes, the discomfort became trivial. Zhang Yuan knew his enhancement was complete. He had achieved an ordinary level physique, coupled with the 50 operational intensity reduction in Dark Exploration mode. He could now pilot mechs of Elite mid-tier and below safely. Though Elite upper tier remained somewhat challenging, his fury points would provide ample support. Gradually rising from the grass, he turned to see the middle-aged man still observing him closely, evidently worried. Upon noticing Zhang Yuan's recovery, he asked in bewilderment, "Are you truly all right?" "Yes, truly. Thanks again, sir," Zhang Yuan replied with a faint smile, waving goodbye as he continued towards the school. At that moment, the Earth Federation seemed a paradise of goodwill, akin to heaven itself. Alas, where in the world is there an eternal paradise? 10 years hence, the Federation would witness the fall of 6 out of 9 star domains. The military unable to conceal the truth any longer. Fear of war would permeate the Earth as refugees from various star domains flooded in. Food would be looted. Thieves would abound, and heinous crimes would follow one after another, shattering the former tranquility. May peace forever reign on earth. Zhang Yuan gazed up at the azure sky, clenching his fists. Upon entering the school, Zhang Yuan contemplated and dialed Wang Ponzi's contact. Hello, fatty, how's the weight loss going? Wang Cheng's voice filled the line with complaints. Oh, don't get me started. I ran 10 kilometers around the playground last night and nearly lost my life. My whole body aches. I can hardly walk. Listening intently, Zhang Yuan heard the sound of a treadmill in the background and chuckled. Aren't you unable to walk? Why are you still running? Heh, I'm serious this time. If I can't walk, I'll crawl. I am determined to lose weight. Well, I believe in you, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. He continued. I might need to take a break from school for a while, but my contact number will remain unchanged. If you have any questions about mech operations, just call me. If I don't answer, leave a message and I'll respond promptly. Take a break? We're only in our first year of high school. How can you take a break? Wang Cheng was taken aback. It's due to family matters, you know. I'm from the Zhang family in Penglai, and with a large family comes many troubles. Zhang Yuan fabricated a benign lie. Oh, I see. In my small family of 3, my parents are always arguing about divorce. Your big family must have it worse. Don't worry, brother. Once I successfully lose weight, my questions will surely pester you. Then pester me away, haha. After finalizing this conversation, Zhang Yuan hung up, pondering whether to contact his father. However, midway through dialing, he hesitated. Activating the dark exploration mode posed no issue for Zhang Yuan, but once initiated, he would have to rely on the sub-ether network to remotely control his mech deployed on the front lines. Theoretically, the sub-ether network's transmission speed was instantaneous, disregarding spatial distance. Yet, due to technical constraints, the sub-ether network had a maximum reliable transmission range of 100 light-years. To reach farther distances, signal relays were necessary. Controlling mechs located 1,000 light-years away on Pandora would require at least 9 relays, each causing a delay of 0.007 seconds, totaling approximately 0.063 seconds, around 6.3 milliseconds of latency. For ordinary level combat, such a delay posed minimal issues. However, Zhang Yuan's adversaries could very well be formidable opponents, making this delay potentially lethal. The only way to eliminate this latency was to operate from within 100 light-years of Pandora. Zhang Yuan had already pinpointed the location, the exit of the Star Sea Corridor at the Earth Federation's end, the interstellar fortress located 920 light-years away, the Hanggu Gate. If he informed his father of his intention to go to the Hanggu Gate, his father would undoubtedly object, leading to a cascade of complications, potentially altering the landscape of his previous life. After much contemplation, Zhang Yuan resolved to keep this matter a secret. After all, with the current sophistication of the Star Alliance network, he could communicate with his father in real time, even if he were at the Hanggu Gate. Zhang Yuan then checked his earnings from the live stream on Mech God, and to his astonishment, he found a staggering sum of 37 million. He meticulously examined the sources and discovered that audience donations accounted for over 40, with an individual known as IAM, the ancient giant pit, contributing more than 3 million alone. Upon calculating, the young girl had already donated over 8 million, surpassing the amount he borrowed from Xia Xian. This gesture was rather significant. Zhang Yuan chuckled bitterly. This young girl seemed quite determined in her affections for him. He selected the communication number of IAM, the ancient giant pit, with the intention of having a thorough conversation. The phone rang incessantly for over 2 minutes, yet no one answered. It was perplexing. Given the prevalence of portable computers, she had merely blocked his bank account. So how could she be unreachable? After waiting another minute without success, Zhang Yuan had no choice but to hang up. Reasoning that the girl was likely still upset with him, he decided to let it be for a while. With a sum of 37 million in hand and pressed for time, Zhang Yuan directly chartered a private interstellar ship bound for the Hanggu Stargate, departing at 1 p.m. for a journey lasting 4 days at a cost of 7 million. Without delay, he rushed to his dormitory to pack his belongings and then left the school, heading towards the interstellar dock. On the way, Zhang Yuan contacted his homeroom teacher, requesting assistance in keeping certain matters confidential. No, that is not permissible. I must be responsible for my students. I am obliged to inform your father of this situation. It is my duty. The teacher firmly rejected Zhang Yuan's plea. Zhang Yuan tapped a few buttons on his electronic wristwatch and transferred 500,000 directly. What do you mean by this? Let me tell you, no amount of money will change my decision. Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan sent another 500,000, and the tone of the conversation shifted. Are you certain you will maintain communication with me and report your safety? I assure you. As long as you help me keep this under wraps, there will be an additional monthly deposit of 200,000. This money is entirely legitimate, earned through my livestream on Machine God, so there will be no extra complications. Then do take care. Understood. Zhang Yuan ended the call, confident that his teacher, who was both kind and astute but slightly greedy, would assist him in concealing his whereabouts. With everything settled, by 1 p.m., Zhang Yuan was already reclined on the luxurious bed of the interstellar ship Dream Voyage. The vessel began to accelerate, and the starry sky outside the viewport blurred into streaks of white lines due to intense redshift, turning the sun behind him a dim crimson, resembling a red giant. While the blue Earth had long vanished from view, during the acceleration phase, the ship's state was unstable, and all entertainment facilities on board were disabled. Zhang Yuan, feeling aimless, activated the holographic video in his room to watch the news. As he idly observed, his attention was suddenly captured by a news video being broadcasted. According to the report, at 9:37 a.m. Standard Earth Time, an incident of home invasion and abduction occurred in the Yunmings of the Lingsing Nebula in the Southern Wilderness star system, with the victim identified as Lin Long, the young daughter of the Lin family. Chapter 48. Initiating Dark Mode, Part 2. The territory of the Earth Federation spans over 1,000 light-years, encompassing 9 habitable star regions and nearly 100 livable planets, alongside tens of thousands of space cities. Its total population exceeds 7 billion, and countless news events unfold every moment. Even the abduction of the young Lin girl from the Yunming family barely lasted 3 seconds on a news video before it vanished into the vast sea of information. Yet, to Zhang Yuan, this news struck like a thunderclap. Zhang Yuan stood frozen, contemplating. Lin Long, the daughter of General Lin Bingqing, has been abducted in a market incident. Has the perpetrator, Dili Fu, already set his nefarious plan in motion? Is my response too slow, causing me to miss a pivotal moment in this conflict? Wait, what time is it now? He hurriedly glanced at the clock, which indicated that the current Earth Standard Time was 1:17 p.m., meaning less than 4 hours had elapsed since the abduction. Clearly, this was a premeditated kidnapping. However, the Yunming family is a prominent clan with significant influence in the Southern Wilderness star region, making the successful extraction of an individual from there a formidable challenge. By now, the forces of both light and darkness in the Southern Wilderness must have already mobilized, and all secure flight routes would undoubtedly be sealed. Yet, Lin Long was ultimately taken away. How did the kidnappers manage it? Zhang Yuan pondered deeply, striving to recall the confidential documents he had once perused regarding Pandora. After pacing his room for a good 15 minutes, a light suddenly flickered in his eyes as he remembered a crucial entry. The record stated that General Lin Bingqing had fallen in battle on August 7, 2174, and now it was only July 24th, leaving 13 days until then. Yet, given Dili Fu's character, once he had secured his prize, he would not delay for even a moment. He would act immediately. This implied that although Lin Long had been abducted, she had not yet been transported to Pandora. The kidnappers must have taken at least 10 days on the journey. During this time, they were either taking a circuitous route or hiding in a specific location. With this thought, Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow once more. The expanse of the starry sky is boundless, making it exceedingly easy to conceal a person. The Southern Wilderness spans a radius of 100 light-years, making it impossible for him to locate someone alone. At this moment, the forces of both the underworld and the legitimate sectors within the Southern Wilderness must have already been activated by the Lin family. His efforts would likely be negligible. However, he possessed a significant advantage. Zhang Yuan rapidly organized his thoughts. Searching for a single individual across 100 light-years would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. His advantage lay in the fact that he knew the ultimate destination of the kidnappers. They intended to transport Lin Long to Pandora. And if he positioned himself strategically in the nearby star regions, he would undoubtedly uncover Lin Long's trail. With this realization, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he was currently aboard an interstellar ship, which would take 4 days to reach the Hanga Star Gate, the advanced star network allowed him to remotely control a mech to preemptively enter the vicinity of Pandora. Of course, relying solely on himself was still precarious. After some contemplation, he reopened the previous news article, scanning for the Lin family's contact information at the bottom. Upon entering the number, he was about to press dial when he hesitated. Lin Long had been abducted from her home in Yunmings, and following the abduction, she had vanished from Shulin Star. There must be an insider involved in this scheme, potentially someone of considerable standing. If he were to inform the Lin family about Pandora, and the word reached the insider's ears, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Not only did the Lin family harbor an insider, but the Emerald Stone base in Pandora also likely had its share of demon spies. During wartime, the proliferation of spies and traitors was commonplace. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yuan set down the communication device. After a moment of reflection, a plan began to take shape in his mind. The only ally he could fully trust, who would undoubtedly stand by his side, was General Lin Biqing. If he could secure her assistance, his chances of rescuing Lin Long would significantly increase. Thus, he needed to reach Pandora without delay. 4 days to reach Hangastar Gate was far too slow. He had to get to Pandora immediately. To achieve this, he would have to activate Dark Exploration mode right away. With that in mind, he quickly contacted Old Ding from the mech repair shop. 5 seconds later, Old Ding's gruff voice came through. "Young man, your mech is still being modified. No need to rush." "That's not it, Old Ding. Do you have any ordinary remote control mechs in your shop?" "Any model will do. I'm buying one." Dark Exploration mode required a mech, and he needed to procure one quickly. A standard mech costs several million. "Do you have that kind of money?" Zhang Yuan promptly transferred 3 million into Old Ding's secret account. "Is 3 million enough?" "Wow, I like straightforward people like you. I don't have such a mech at the moment, but I know the remote control mech administrator at Pandora, Old Wang. He's got plenty of them. Just wait a moment. I'll contact him." It was fortuitous that he knew the mech administrator at Pandora. This would save him the delivery time. Zhang Yuan felt a surge of happiness and patiently awaited Old Ding's update. About 3 minutes later, Old Ding's voice returned. "Old Wang has one available. But it's not a charged soldier model. It's a remote attack mech, the Fox Demon Type 1. It's in excellent condition, modified with a special energy core that supports the use of a large magnetic railgun meant for elite-level operations. However, it's a bit pricey, 450,000. But I'll fill its energy for free." Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan transferred the remaining 150,000 to Old Ding. "I'll take it." "Huh. I love your decisiveness, brother. I'll send you the remote mech control key right away. Keep it safe." 5 seconds later, Zhang Yuan heard a ding from his wrist. He opened it to find the key for the Fox Demon mech. With this key, as long as he logged into the game Heroes and activated Dark Exploration mode, he would be able to deploy the Fox Demon mech. "Got it. Also, where do you want the mech delivered?" "Oh, no need. Just send it to Pandora." "Okay. One last question. Where is my mech stored?" "Your Fox Demon mech is primarily used for defense at the base and is currently stored at the Emerald Stone base in the Dream Forest. The situation there has been tense lately, with a large number of mercenaries gathering." "That's excellent. No need to worry then. I'm headed there anyway." Zhang Yuan felt extraordinarily fortunate. After expressing his gratitude to Old Ding, he made his way to the gaming center aboard the interstellar ship. This luxurious private interstellar vessel spanned 300 meters and was equipped with every imaginable entertainment facility, including a virtual pod for heroes. Upon arriving at the gaming center, Zhang Yuan waited for another half an hour until the ship stabilized in flight mode. He then immediately entered the opulent virtual pod. After logging into Heroes, he selected the Warfare Psychological Assessment from the upper right corner of the login interface, a crucial step to activate Dark Exploration mode. Upon selecting Start, the screen was instantly engulfed in darkness. Approximately 5 seconds later, an overwhelming explosion reverberated through the speakers, causing the entire virtual pod to tremble violently, and the screen erupted in blinding flashes of light. Consequently, the virtual pod's display showcased numerous graphic and brutal scenes from real battlefields: mangled flesh, splattered brain matter, anguished cries, and tormented wails. Each scene was harrowing and would surely haunt anyone with a faint heart, possibly inducing nightmares or even madness in the psychologically fragile. Throughout this ordeal, the virtual pod continuously monitored Zhang Yuan's physiological data. The psychological warfare test persisted for half an hour, growing increasingly brutal as it progressed, culminating in scenes reminiscent of a massacre. Yet, Zhang Yuan exhibited no reaction whatsoever. His heart rate remained steady. For this seasoned veteran, these virtual scenarios were mere child's play. Upon the conclusion of the test, a message flashed on the screen. Player Demon Slayer had flawlessly passed the warfare assessment, rated as a war fanatic. Player Demon Slayer is deemed capable of enduring any cruelty on the battlefield and may now unlock the Dark Exploration mode. Zhang Yuan sighed softly. He did not take pride in this achievement. Given a choice, he would prefer to have never witnessed such darkness and bloodshed. Returning to the game as homepage, he noticed an additional selection within the game modes, a pure black square emblazoned with the words Dark Exploration in blood red letters. Without hesitation, he clicked on it. The login interface revealed an input box accompanied by a voice prompt. Please enter your mech key. Zhang Yuan entered the key given to him by Lao Ding. And the interface transformed dramatically. The solemn system voice echoed once more, verifying key. Verification successful. Establishing super data link to the ether. Connection successful. Current network latency is 0. 5 seconds, 5 milliseconds. The system has successfully linked to player's mech, the Fox Demon Type 1 modified version. It detected that the player had activated the Mech God live stream. From the audience's perspective, the player's experiences would be displayed in advanced battlefield mode, with certain content altered by the quantum superbrain, potentially causing distortions in the livestream. Would the player agree to these modifications? Zhang Yuan contemplated for a moment, but ultimately chose to continue the livestream. It had proven lucrative for him, while not his primary goal. Financial stability was essential within the Earth Federation. I agree. The screen flickered, revealing a title, Military Confidentiality Agreement. Players are required to carefully review the following agreement and strictly adhere to it during the dark exploration mode. Any violations will be treated as treason, with penalties ranging from imprisonment to the death penalty, depending on the severity of the infraction. This mandated that players remain vigilant regarding their conduct, particularly within military bases, where discipline is paramount. Even players must adhere strictly to regulations. Otherwise, their mechs could be destroyed by base guards, and they themselves would face consequences. This was no jest, historically. Players had been apprehended and executed for reckless behavior within battlefield bases. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan signed the agreement. The journey begins. Heroes, may you shine among the stars. A rousing piece of music resonated as Zhang Yuan observed the surrounding screens of the virtual pod glow slightly, revealing ultra-high-definition imagery identical to that of Heroes. Unlike the ordinary mode, where the visuals were generated by the game's quantum superbrain, in dark exploration mode, these were authentic visuals. The game prompt resounded once more. Player is currently within the Emerald Stone base. To prevent information leakage, the live stream has been automatically disabled. It will reactivate once the player exits the Emerald Stone base. Zhang Yuan understood this protocol clearly. He began to maneuver his mech, surveying the expansive space around him. He found himself in a vast warehouse, dimly lit, where night vision scanning revealed thousands of various mechs standing around. Some were powered down, while others were operational. Most of the mechs here were elite level, with peculiar designs, heavily modified. Many bore visible damage, their paint jobs faded and chipped, a testament to their battles as seasoned veterans of the battlefield. 50 meters ahead, a heavy alloy door began to creak open. I must be inside the Emerald Stone Mech Depot, Zhang Yuan realized immediately. Suddenly, mocking voices echoed through the sonar. Oh, I thought the Fox Demon would be receiving dust here indefinitely. I didn't expect someone would actually want it today. Do you think the one taking this mech will be a delicate little girl? Ordinary mechs come to Emerald Stone now? The cost of self-destruction has risen so high? All right, everyone be quiet. Judging by the physique, it might truly be a young lady. Let us not make her cry. The voices, a mix of male and female, dripped with sarcasm and condescension, yet Zhang Yuan felt no anger. He was quite accustomed to this atmosphere. This was the reality of the battlefield. Might makes right. The strong are revered, and the weak are devoured in this brutal arena. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the slowly opening warehouse door and whispered, Pandora. I am here. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed a commotion behind him. The warehouse door had fully opened, and a massive Goliath mech rudely barreled toward him, intent on forcing its way out. Move aside, little one. Don't block my path to the mission. Chapter 49. Objective. Eagle Outpost. The Colossus mech, a formidable defensive model, stands at 9.8 meters tall and weighs 27 tons, with a maximum output power of 2,450. Its special abilities include the Giant Hammer Strike and Electromagnetic Storm. In stark contrast, the Fox Demon Type 1 is merely an ordinary medium-class mech, weighing no more than 5 tons and standing at a mere 4.5 meters. Should this behemoth collide with it, the smaller mech would be sent tumbling like a fly flicked away by a finger, landing in a most undignified manner. As the impending impact loomed, Zhang Yuan executed a swift maneuver. The 4.8-meter Fox Demon mech raised its hand to gently brace against the carbon armor of the Colossus's thigh, leveraging the force to leap backward just moments before the collision, elegantly evading the oncoming threat. As a mech designed for ranged attacks, the Fox Demon appeared remarkably slender, resembling a child amidst a gathering of elite mechs. With Zhang Yuan's agile leap, he moved with the grace of a cat. His performance did not go unnoticed, eliciting a chorus of impressed whistles from nearby mechs. Impressive. Quite intriguing. Haha, not bad at all. No wonder you dare to pilot that fox demon over at Emerald Stone, young brother. I hope you survive the month. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly, replying, you too. The Reaper has descended. The Dream Forest is perilously dangerous now. At this remark, the atmosphere in the warehouse grew tense and silent. With the warehouse doors wide open, Zhang Yuan took a decisive step forward, exiting into the dismal weather outside. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, obscuring the sunlight, while howling winds stirred the protective field above the Emerald Stone base, creating a shimmering effect. Beyond the field lay a white expanse, as torrential rain began to pour down. Outside the warehouse stretched a vast open space, where several large transport ships were docked, surrounded by armed federal mech warriors patrolling diligently. Occasionally, massive mining vehicles emerged from the Dream Forest, their enormous carbon fiber wheels adorned with nearly 2-meter-long feathered arrows, a testament to the ingenuity of the local indigenous people. Perhaps having lingered too long, a mech warrior approached Zhang Yuan, bellowing, "Mercenary, stop gawking and swiftly proceed to the Dream Forest for your assignment." Zhang Yuan's mission was to relay information about Lin Long to General Lin Bingqing. Yet within the confines of a military camp, a strict hierarchy prevailed. The soldier's outburst caused Zhang Yuan to reflect. Zhang Yuan, you have barely spent 2 days in the comfort of Earth, and already you forget the rules of the military? In the base, players engaged in dark exploration were under stringent surveillance, with strictly defined operational boundaries and behavioral protocols. Any transgression would result in the immediate loss of mech control, and if control could not be regained, destruction would ensue, with the player facing consequences as well. This regulation stemmed from historical precedent. A decade prior, a band of interstellar pirates, known as the Redbeards, had exploited loopholes in the dark exploration mode to plunder a military camp on the fringes of a star domain, resulting in the deaths of over 100 soldiers, including a captain and 2 lieutenants. The incident left an indelible stain, leading to the rigorous enforcement of dark exploration protocols. Now, Zhang Yuan, as an unknown rookie, sought to utilize the dark exploration mode to meet General Lin Bingqing, intending to convey vital information, a classic case of disturbing the superior. In the military, interfering with a commanding officer's assessment of the situation was a grave offense, punishable by immediate execution. Should Zhang Yuan dare to voice such intentions, the soldier before him could very well open fire on the spot. Furthermore, he could not openly relay messages. The situation at the Emerald Stone base was far too complex, with potential internal betrayal contributing to the base's precarious state. If Zhang Yuan acted recklessly, it would surely alert the enemy. Thus, if he were to successfully convey his message to Lin Bingqing, he would need to employ cunning strategies. Fortunately, he still had 10 days at his disposal. In a moment of clarity, Zhang Yuan hastily clarified, "Apologies, sir. This is my first time engaging in this, and I was merely curious. I will proceed to undertake my mission at once." A player. The soldier sneered, gesturing with his Gatling gun towards the distance. "Move along, but be cautious. I don't want to see you gawking about again." Federal soldiers often held players in disdain, derisively labeling them as soft shells hiding in their shells. Zhang Yuan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. He had little to say in response, for he had exhibited similar behavior during his previous military service. He swiftly turned and made his way to the mission dispatch area, a distinct circular zone approximately 50 meters in diameter. Upon entering, a soothing female voice resonated in his ears. "Loading military mission list. Loading complete. Please review the available tasks." As Zhang Yuan scanned the screen, numerous missions appeared, totaling at least 100. He perused the options, noting tasks such as eliminate indigenous threats near the base, collect rare minerals, and survey D-231 caverns, each accompanied by military rank point rewards. Military rank points, a unique currency in dark exploration mode, could be converted into currency or exchanged for specialized equipment within the base, should one choose to enlist. Accumulated rank points could directly elevate their military rank. 1,000 rank points could promote a player to second lieutenant, granting them the authority to lead a standard combat squad. Zhang Yuan's primary goal was to meet General Lin Bingqing and convey his message. To achieve this, he needed to attract her attention. How could he capture her interest? As a player in dark exploration mode, the sole avenue was to complete missions. Accomplishing notable tasks might earn him an audience with the highest commander of the base. His gaze flitted over the mission list, searching for tasks that could fulfill this objective. Suddenly, the list refreshed, revealing a new mission. Zhang Yuan's focus sharpened as a long-dormant memory stirred within him. Reconnaissance mission, Eagle Outpost. Repeatable. Mission details. The base has suddenly lost contact with Eagle Outpost. Proceed swiftly to ascertain what has transpired there. Time limit, 3 hours. Mission reward, 200 military rank points. The allure of a 200 rank point reward was substantial, especially given its repeatable nature and the urgent time constraint of only 3 hours. While Zhang Yuan momentarily pondered, the list indicated that 6 individuals had already accepted the mission. His attention remained fixed on the task details, plunging him into memories of the Eagle Outpost. The Eagle Outpost by Moon Lake. On July 24, 2174. At 2 p.m., the most crucial barrier to the north of the Emerald Stone Base, the Eagle Outpost, was besieged by the demonic clan, leading to a complete loss of communication. In response, the Emerald Stone Base dispatched numerous dark exploration players for reconnaissance, yet none returned. 2 hours and 40 minutes later, the Eagle Outpost fell, allowing the demonic clan to establish a foothold at Moon Lake, plunging the Emerald Stone Base into a strategically vulnerable position. This marked the beginning of its downfall. Memories began to surface, detailing events at the Eagle Outpost. Subsequent investigations yielded comprehensive reports, elucidating the reasons behind the player's disappearance, though the complete truth remained elusive. Nevertheless, a logical deduction emerged, presenting the most plausible explanation. Once the Eagle Outpost succumbed, the fate of the Emerald Stone Base was irrevocably altered. Although the base did mount a counteroffensive, it ultimately proved futile. No, I must prevent this from happening. With this determination, Zhang Yuan resolutely accepted the reconnaissance mission for Eagle Outpost. The Emerald Stone Base allocated a reconnaissance window of 3 hours. A brief span indeed, yet the demonic forces managed to seize the Eagle Outpost in merely 2 hours and 40 minutes. 3 hours later, the Emerald Stone Base, having received no intelligence, dispatched troops to support the Eagle Outpost. But alas, it was far too late. My time is exceedingly limited. Although I have resolved to head to the Eagle Outpost, it is paramount that I first assess the hardware specifications of my Fox Demon mecha. Fox Demon Type 1, modified, equipped with the Arrow God system, standard mid-tier humanoid mecha, height, 4.5 meters, weight, 5.3 tons, maximum output power, 1351 horsepower, special ability, mental interference beam modification 1, small antineutrino core, energy capacity, 1000. Capable of supporting a large magnetic railgun. Modification 2. Gold titanium alloy dragon frame. Can withstand overloads with a 50 increase. Current weaponry. 1. Large magnetic railgun 2. Rapid fire laser cannon 3. Crystallized carbon dagger. The condition of the mecha is satisfactory. Although it is of ordinary grade, the numerous modifications are highly effective, rendering it functionally equivalent to a compact elite-tier long-range assault mecha. However, this mecha harbors a critical flaw. Its stealth capabilities are woefully inadequate. While this may be tolerable under normal circumstances, executing reconnaissance missions on a genuine battlefield without any stealth ability renders it akin to a live target. The modifications have not been executed with discernment. The mental interference beam proves largely ineffective against the demons, rendering it a mere trinket. Without stealth, venturing toward the Eagle Outpost equates to courting death. I must urgently modify the mecha, yet I currently lack military points. Zhang Yuan's mind raced as he swiftly devised a combat strategy. First, he needed to obtain a sum of military points, then return to the base to enhance the Fox Demon's stealth capabilities, thereby gaining the means to support the Eagle Outpost. He already had a plan in mind for acquiring these military points. Time was of the essence. Every second counted. He hurriedly dashed from the Emerald Stone Base, leaving behind a chorus of laughter. Look at that Fox Demon, rushing toward death. Lacking any stealth, he dares to enter the forest. He must be a rookie. Well, probably just some wealthy second-generation heir. Such individuals are everywhere. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Zhang Yuan pretended not to hear as he stepped outside the base. When suddenly, the system's upgrade notification chimed. Mecha God live streaming is commencing. Would you like to use your new skin, Dragon Knight? The Dragon Knight skin was reputed to be exceptionally striking. Although Zhang Yuan could not see it himself, the audience in the streaming room would surely delight in the view. The audience is paramount, after all, so he opted to use the skin. The Dragon Knight skin has been activated, and the live stream is now underway. Concurrently, many wandering viewers of the Mecha God live stream received a system notification. The Demon Slayer swordsman is now online. Oh my goodness. Let us go, brothers. The Sword God has arrived. Let us move. Let us move. Watch the Sword God in action. This shabby stream has little to offer. Within less than a minute, the number of viewers in Zhang Yuan's live stream surged to an astonishing 30 million, a testament to the earlier announcement by heroes that echoed throughout the system. Chapter 50. Sudden change of command in Zhang Yuan's live streaming room. Viewers entered the channel to find a petite, dark red mech leaping through a dense forest. Oh, the Sword God has begun to engage in high-level battlegrounds? The so-called high-level battlegrounds are characterized by a veil of war fog obscuring the map, rendering opponents completely unknown, with NPCs exhibiting high intelligence. Even the audience in the live stream could only see a few hundred meters around the mech, which closely mimics the conditions of a real battlefield. Did the Sword God switch to an ordinary level Fox Demon mech? What is going on? Some were puzzled. Is this the Dragon Knight skin? It looks so cool and adorable on the Fox Demon. The tone suggested it was definitely a young girl. Isn't it the Sword God? Why isn't he using the Azure Swordman or a similar charging mech? A Fox Demon is meaningless. This is clearly just a display of skins. Skin enthusiasts, go away. There was no denying that the Dragon Knight skin was exceptionally striking. Once equipped, the mech's outer armor transformed into intricate dark red crystal dragon scales, with the head of the Fox Demon model adorned with a dragon horn helmet, and dragon wings occasionally appearing as shimmering shadows on its back. Absolutely stunning. Most viewers had come to see the excitement, only to find no thrilling battles or the renowned Azure Swordman mech, but merely a Fox Demon mech showcasing its skin. Many players lost patience and began to leave. The previously exaggerated audience count of over 30 million quickly dwindled, stabilizing at 7 million after about 10 minutes, a number that would make most streamers envious. During those 10 minutes, Zhang Yuan did nothing but run through the enchanted forest, leaving everyone wondering where he was headed and what his intentions were. At the Emerald Stone base, in the strategic command room, changes were afoot as Zhang Yuan exited the base. Sir, a newcomer has arrived from the mercenary side. A newcomer? Aren't there new recruits every day? A young man sporting a major's insignia expressed curiosity. His name was Wang Zhongyi, the third in command of the strategic command, overseeing the mercenary department. This newcomer SID is the Demon Slayer. Wow, he has already activated the Dark Exploration mode so quickly? Major Wang suddenly grew intrigued. The player, Demon Slayer, had shot to fame in the past couple of days. Wang had watched his combat videos against Dillifer and was left in awe. What astonished him was that even through a discerning, combat-oriented lens, he could not find a single flaw in Demon Slayer's performance. He suspected that this player was an unparalleled master who had switched accounts to achieve such results. The back-end data indicated he had just passed the war psychological assessment and immediately purchased a Fox Demon mech. Sir, should we conduct routine monitoring? The soldier inquired. Major Wang pondered briefly and nodded. Yes, monitor him. Report any unusual behavior directly to me. Just as they were speaking, a voice suddenly echoed in the command room. Filled with astonishment, what did you say? The voice rang out clearly, like the sound of pearls cascading onto a plate, infused with incredulity. The personnel turned to see their general, Lin Bingqing, staring blankly at her wrist computer, flanked by two soldiers in inspection team uniforms. General, what has happened? Wang Zhongyi inquired loudly, his gaze fixed with hostility on the two inspection soldiers. Nothing, 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 General Lin repeated thrice, revealing her inner turmoil. One of the inspection soldiers murmured, General, your emotional fluctuations are quite significant. This could impair your judgment of the battlefield. Given the current critical phase of the war, the inspection committee believes you are unfit to continue commanding the Emerald Stone base. I understand. Lin Bingqing's tone was disordered, and after a brief pause, she turned to a somber middle-aged man beside her, saying, Colonel Li Ran, during my absence, you are the highest commander of the base. Handle the Eagle Watch situation. Yes, General. The middle-aged man saluted, his expression perpetually grim, as if the world owed him a fortune. Subsequently, Lin Bingqing followed the two inspection soldiers out of the strategic command room. Once she reached a secluded area, she whispered, What is the current situation? Are there any specific leads? I'm sorry, General. Your family and the South Wild Star Domain security team are all involved in the search, but we have yet to uncover any clues. How could this happen? Lin Bingqing was in disarray. Lin Long was her only daughter with her late husband. They often communicated via holographic messages whenever they had free time. Just last night, her daughter had excitedly told her about discovering an exceptionally skilled player in Heroes, describing him as a bit grumpy and old-fashioned. She vividly recalled her daughter playfully asking for more pocket money that morning. How could she have vanished in an instant? How could this happen? Useless. A bunch of useless fools. No, I must return. I need to find my daughter. Lin Biqing finally lost her composure. General, one of the inspection soldiers stepped forward sternly. You are not only the highest commander of the base, but also its ultimate military safeguard. You cannot leave your post. The Emerald Stone base is a crucial component of the Pandora strategy and must not falter. Another soldier added, the entire South Wild Star domain has been sealed off promptly. Your daughter is certainly still within its confines. All we can do now is continue our relentless search and patiently wait for the kidnappers to make contact. Ultimately, Lin Biqing acquiesced, yet her heart was engulfed in torment. She was torn between duty and familial bonds, both forces relentlessly tearing at her, threatening to shatter her petite form. She grasped her head in distress, crouching on the ground and sobbing. The two inspection soldiers exchanged glances, compelled to erect an optical barrier to shield their general's vulnerable state from the soldiers of the base, lest it dampen morale. Lin Biqing cried for merely 2 minutes before rising, wiping the tears from her pale cheeks, her voice icy. I need to be alone in my room for a while. Please escort me there. Yes, General. Upon entering the room and shutting the door, Lin Biqing broke down again, sliding down against the door. Her gaze fixated blankly on the wall, adorned with 16 photographs capturing her daughter's birthdays over the years. In the pictures, her daughter wore bright smiles, sported playful expressions, or pouted in disagreement. Each photograph was a treasure trove of memories, and now her daughter had been abducted by unidentified assailants, her fate uncertain. The thought twisted Lin Biqing's heart in anguish and unbearable torment. She yearned to return to the South Wild Star domain immediately, to hunt down those kidnappers and exact her vengeance. But her duty was to safeguard the Emerald Stone base, especially with the demon general Dilly for looming. The morale of nearly 5,000 soldiers rested upon her shoulders. Why is this happening? Why? Lin Biqing clenched her fists in pain, her heart brimming with rage, yet feeling utterly powerless. Zhang Yuan, meanwhile, remained oblivious to the turmoil. He had been running through the forest for over 30 kilometers, taking him 7 minutes and 35 seconds. This area lay to the west of the Emerald Stone base, relatively safe, and he encountered no mishaps along the way. Just as the audience assumed he would continue running indefinitely, Zhang Yuan suddenly halted, turned, and concealed himself behind a large tree, producing a round object from his hand. It is a diffraction scanner capable of observing targets beyond obstacles. Among the audience, some recognized this device. The results emerged, revealing a native tribe ahead, and astonishingly, a giant lizard warrior among them. This was a medium-sized tribe, comprising at least 600 individuals. One might wonder if the Sword God intends to single-handedly confront this indigenous tribe. For the giant lizard warrior is no easy opponent. The spectators began to speculate, while Zhang Yuan focused intently on analyzing the results transmitted by the scanner regarding the situation of the indigenous camp ahead. The Pandora natives, a humanoid race, are exceptionally tall, generally exceeding 4 meters in height, with skin of a deep green hue. Their saliva possesses a strong corrosive effect on metal, and they excel in archery. Arrows tainted with their saliva can easily penetrate all but defensive mechas, showcasing a terrifying offensive capability. The giant lizard warriors represent the elite combat force among the Pandora natives. They are typically the chieftains of the tribes, possessing formidable strength. For instance, the giant lizard warrior before them stands at 6 meters, with a physique that is impressively muscular. In battle, the giant lizard warriors charge atop massive lizards over 8 meters tall, weighing nearly 30 tons. The arrows shot by these warriors can forcibly pierce elite-level defensive mechas, while their thrown spears can even breach medium field defenses, displaying an extraordinary combat prowess. The Pandora natives exhibit an exceptionally fierce temperament, harboring deep-seated animosity toward the invading earthlings and demons. If provoked, these natives will fight to the bitter end, presenting a considerable challenge. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, neither earthlings nor demons would willingly provoke these savages, not due to an inability to defeat them, but rather to avoid unnecessary losses. However, this situation is somewhat different, as this indigenous tribe is precisely the target of Zhang Yuan's mission. After meticulously observing the conditions within the native camp, Zhang Yuan unexpectedly emerged from his hiding place and boldly approached the indigenous encampment. The camp housed 600 natives, with at least 200 warriors. Was the Sword God truly preparing for a duel? I, the Invincible Sword God. What does it matter if I face them alone? Nonsense. Have you forgotten what mecha the Sword God is piloting today? Merely an ordinary model. Regardless of the audience's bewilderment in the live stream, Zhang Yuan had already reached within 300 meters of the native camp, and at this point, he showed no intention of concealing his presence. Chapter 51. Prophets in the Enchanted Forest. As the audience in the live stream remained perplexed, Zhang Yuan had already maneuvered around a large tree and found himself beneath a vast canopy, where his presence was swiftly detected by two sentinels stationed at the periphery of the indigenous tribe. A primal roar pierced the air, followed by the swift release of two arrows, each measuring 2 meters in length and 20 centimeters in diameter, hurtling towards him with lethal intent. Zhang Yuan raised his mechanical arm to signal that he bore no weapons. In the face of the incoming venomous arrows, he kept his arm steady while executing rapid movements with his body and feet. The fox demon's neural interface sensed his actions, and the mech responded with a slight twist, narrowly evading the left arrow. Then, with a sudden lift of his right leg, he expertly stomped down, shattering the right arrow mid-flight. Generally, dodging arrows is less challenging than evading gunfire. Many seasoned streamers can achieve this with ease. However, controlling a mech to intercept an arrow mid-air with a foot is considerably more complex. The spectators were astonished. Did he just stomp an arrow? Incredible. The indigenous archers were momentarily stunned by Zhang Yuan's display, exchanging glances and momentarily hesitating in their assault. Zhang Yuan continued to hold his hands aloft, weaponless, fully aware that the Pandora natives understood the significance of his gesture. The fact that they could craft and wield bows and arrows indicated their intelligence was not inferior to that of the human race. Having interacted with extraterrestrials for over a decade, they would be foolish not to comprehend this. Noting the cessation of their attack, Zhang Yuan activated his loudspeaker, adjusting the audio to resonate with a grand and powerful timbre, then addressed them in Pandora's language. Fear not, I harbor no malice. I am a merchant here to conduct trade. In the culture of Pandora, a commanding voice is often associated with strength, and strength breeds trust. A primal impression rooted in their instincts, further corroborated by Zhang Yuan's prior conduct. Zhang Yuan had acquired proficiency in the Pandora language to investigate the true causes behind its downfall. The military had long been reticent about the reasons for the rapid collapse of Pandora. Initially, due to his low rank, he lacked access to classified documents, compelling him to seek answers independently. Fragments of descriptions recorded by the natives regarding their conflicts became crucial clues in his quest to unveil the truth behind Pandora's demise, prompting him to master their tongue. Presently, within the Earth Federation, Zhang Yuan stands as a unique anomaly, one who comprehends Pandora's language and can adeptly maneuver a mech through the enchanted forest. Meanwhile, the two natives were taken aback when Zhang Yuan spoke their language, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of how to respond to this unprecedented encounter. In the live stream, viewers expressed their confusion. What is the host saying? Can anyone translate? Is he speaking in the tongue of the Pandora natives? I thought they were merely howling. But they possess language? The indigenous people had long engaged in conflict with humans and other races, initially hindered by language barriers that led to misunderstandings, which eventually devolved into pure animosity. Due to their inferior position, the natives suffered devastating losses in each encounter, fostering a deep-seated hatred towards outsiders while simultaneously fearing their might. Now, confronted with this peculiar figure capable of communication, one of the archers took a step forward, gesturing emphatically at Zhang Yuan. Leave. You are a demon sent by the gods to punish us, and we will not trade with you. While the refusal was disheartening, it also hinted at the possibility of dialogue. Zhang Yuan quickly clarified. No, you misunderstand. I am not a demon, I am a fairy. We are distinct from demons. We abhor bloodshed and favor trade. Look closely, do I not appear different from those demons? He turned in a circle, showcasing his mech's whimsical design, reminiscent of a cartoonish figure, innocuous, devoid of any menacing aura. One of the natives hesitated. You are indeed unlike the demons we encounter, and you speak our language, yet you bear weapons akin to theirs. He pointed at the large magnetic railgun mounted on Zhang Yuan's arm, his expression one of disgust. Years of warfare had ingrained in them a profound understanding of such formidable weaponry. Zhang Yuan earnestly explained, this weapon is indeed malevolent. But do you know how I acquired it? A native instinctively asked how. I seized it from a demon in the Black Wind Valley who sought to end my life. I retaliated, and with the god's favor, I succeeded in slaying him and claiming his weapon. It is quite effective. I have vanquished at least 10 demons with it. Is that true? The two natives voiced their skepticism. I assure you, there is not an ounce of deception in my words. Zhang Yuan softened his tone, altering the speaker's modulation to convey sincerity. After a moment of silence, One of the natives replied, "You are indeed different from the demons we have faced. Yet demons are known for their shape-shifting abilities. They can appear in myriad forms." Zhang Yuan interjected, "Why not take me to your leader? Your leader possesses the eye of the gods, capable of discerning the true form of demons." In fact, as they spoke, a multitude of natives had gathered, their numbers now exceeding 100, each armed with bows and arrows. Should they decide to unleash a volley, Zhang Yuan could very well find himself transformed into a pincushion. The livestream audience collectively held their breath. The Sword God is incredibly bold. Not all of us are cowards. I, the Sword God, traverse the starry seas, undefeated. Unbelievable. Too many brainless fans, it's impossible to converse rationally here. In the depths of the forest, Zhang Yuan's gaze fell upon the imposing figure of the lizard warrior, the chief of the indigenous tribe. He remained vigilant, observing the chief's reactions. Should a command to attack be issued, he would abandon the negotiation, eliminate the threat, and seize the opportunity to escape amidst the ensuing chaos, seeking out another tribe for trade. The standoff persisted for a full 3 minutes, the atmosphere thick with tension. I am breaking out in a cold sweat. Will they strike? Ultimately, the tribal chief parted the crowd and approached Zhang Yuan, scrutinizing him closely. You claim to come for trade. What do you bring, and what do you wish to take from us? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, recognizing his success. He maneuvered the mech to perform a customary indigenous greeting, then bent down to extract a crystalline carbon dagger, measuring over 1 meter in length, from the outer side of his mech's leg. This weapon, left to him by the previous owner of the Fox Demon mech, was exceptionally sharp, able to easily penetrate the defenses of elite mechs and resistant to corrosion, making it particularly effective in the enchanted forest. Behold, this is my gift to you. It will aid you in crafting sharp arrowheads with ease. Zhang Yuan picked up an arrow he had previously crushed underfoot, swiftly demonstrating the dagger's prowess by whittling down the approximately 2-centimeter diameter shaft. In just 5 seconds, he had executed 28 precise cuts, his arm a blur, and wooden shavings flying about. In no time, a beautifully crafted arrowhead appeared in the grasp of the Fox Demon mech, resembling a fine piece produced by a 3D printer. Esteemed chief, please observe, he declared, presenting the meticulously fashioned arrowhead. A native warrior cautiously approached, took the arrow from Zhang Yuan's hand, and swiftly retreated to present it to his chief. The indigenous leader examined the arrowhead intently, occasionally reaching out to touch it, his dark green visage reflecting a palpable admiration. He had never encountered such a beautiful arrowhead in his lifetime. After a moment of appreciation, the chief lifted his gaze to Zhang Yuan and inquired, "So, what is it that you wish to take from me?" A surge of joy filled Zhang Yuan's heart as he respectfully replied, "I have heard that you collect a stone known as Ankahura, which can assist in alleviating headaches. If you would be so kind, I would like to request 3 pieces of Ankahura." The Pandora natives possessed an innate talent for locating rare minerals. Ankahura, translated into Earth language, referred to natural palladium crystals, whose palladium isotope was regarded as a strategic resource by both Earth and the demon realm. The chief fell silent for a moment before gesturing to one of the tribesmen behind him. The native dashed back to the camp and returned shortly, bearing 3 gray stones the size of a human head. With a grunt, the chief seized the 3 gray stones and, with a forceful throw, tossed them to Zhang Yuan. "Leave your dagger, take the stones, and depart from my territory at once." Zhang Yuan gently placed his dagger on the ground, bent down to retrieve the stones, and upon glancing at them, a wave of elation washed over him. Without further inspection, he stood upright and slowly retreated until he reached the edge of the great tree. He then asked, "Honorable chief, I can bring many more valuable items. May we continue our trade in the future?" The chief pondered for a moment before nodding, "Yes. But you must not bring companions. I will only trade with you, as I do not trust others." This successful transaction fostered a budding trust between them. "Thank you very much, esteemed chief." 8 minutes passed, leaving Zhang Yuan with 2 hours and 25 minutes remaining. He swiftly retreated into the thicket and, without hesitation, sprinted back towards the base at full speed. This time, following his original route, Zhang Yuan cast aside all reservations, pushing his speed to the limit. With over 1,300 horsepower, the agile Fox Demon machine exhibited maneuverability comparable to that of a 9-lived cat demon. In just 6 minutes, he traversed 29 kilometers through the dense forest, the emerald stone base coming into view. He took out the gray stones once more and scrutinized them closely. The viewers in the live stream were privy to this as well. Though what they saw was the processed image of the stones, nearly indistinguishable from reality, with the system merely annotating the details. Upon revealing the information, the livestream erupted in excitement. Good heavens, natural high-purity palladium crystals, and such sizable pieces. The sword god had struck a lucrative deal with the natives, exchanging a carbon dagger worth 1 million star coins for 3 pieces of palladium crystals, an outrageous profit. Sword god, please consider offering classes in Pandora native language. I wish to enroll immediately. Chapter 52. The Black Cat Queen Palladium Crystals, natural isotopes of palladium, are exceedingly valuable, priced by the gram. The 3 pieces of palladium that Zhang Yuan possesses exhibit a pure gray hue with a dull luster. However, upon closer inspection in the light, one can discern natural spiral patterns. When scanned with a radiation scanner, there is no response from a distance of 10 centimeters, but as one approaches within that range, the device emits a loud alarm, indicating a strong radiation presence. These characteristics are typical of natural palladium crystals. The purity of the palladium isotopes in these 3 pieces is over 15, and the acquisition price at the Emerald Stone base is set at 100 military rank points per 100 grams, equating to 300 yuan per gram. The total weight of Zhang Yuan's 3 natural palladium crystals is at least 11 kilograms, translating to a potential reward of 110 military rank points, or 3 million yuan. The cost incurred for this was merely a crystallized carbon dagger worth 100,000 yuan. In the game Heroes, natural palladium crystals are also regarded as rare gemstones, and selling them to NPCs can yield star coins. In the eyes of the live streaming audience, the total selling price of Zhang Yuan's 3 palladium crystals amounts to 23 million star coins, translating to a staggering 3 million in currency. Sword God, please teach me Pandoran language. I too wish to trade with the natives. Woe is me. I have roamed the Dream Forest for 3 years and have only collected 3 grams of palladium. Yet, Sword God managed to acquire 11 kilograms in one go. Whoa, I can no longer endure this life. I must hunt natives. In reality, even Major Wang Zhongyi, who had been monitoring Zhang Yuan at the Emerald Stone base, was taken aback. These natives can engage in trade? His astonishment did not stem from the natives possessing palladium, but rather from the method through which Zhang Yuan acquired it. Traditionally, encounters between Earth and the natives resulted in conflict. Only after defeating them could Earth occasionally obtain some natural palladium, albeit at a hefty price. Pursuing the natives solely for palladium was hardly profitable. However, this player known as Demon Slayer had managed to secure a staggering profit through trade. The Major fell into contemplation, suddenly realizing that the military strategy towards the natives had been gravely misguided. If trade was possible, deeper exchanges could also be pursued. These natives possessed an intimate knowledge of the forest. Hiring them as scouts to investigate the movements of the demon race could be advantageous. With this thought, the Major's eyes lit up, as if he had stumbled upon a novel strategic insight. He promptly captured the surveillance footage and proceeded to the base's temporary commander. Colonel Li ran. Commander, I believe you should review this. Colonel Li, recently appointed as the highest commander of the base, was overwhelmed with various matters due to the sudden loss of contact with the Eagle outpost. Initially, he responded absently, set it aside. I will review it when I have time. Major Wang insisted, Commander, I believe it is imperative that you view this immediately, as it pertains to our strategy in Pandora. Li furrowed his brow, setting aside his work to face the Major. Major Wang Zhongyi, I will grant you 5 minutes to articulate your assessment. Wang saluted, activated the video, and the holographic display of Zhang Yuan's trade with the natives materialized in the air. As the video played, he explained, Commander, this mercenary is fluent in Pandoran language. He has just successfully completed a trade with a native tribe, exchanging a 100,000 yuan crystallized carbon dagger for an 11-kilogram, high-purity natural palladium crystal. Observe this. The Major tapped the video, magnifying the gray, irregular stone, which at first glance seemed unremarkable. However, upon a tenfold enlargement, the surface revealed a unique pattern of spiraling halos emitting a faint glow. This phenomenon resulted from the decay of palladium isotopes and the intense magnetic field of Pandora, representing the most significant characteristic of natural palladium crystals. Notice how dense and uniformly arranged the spiral halos are. The palladium isotope purity is at least 15. This could be utilized to manufacture at least 200 high-power rotary field engines, all for a mere 100,000 yuan. By this point, Colonel Li had developed a keen interest, his previously cold demeanor transforming into one of eagerness as he inquired, You assert that this was sourced directly from the native tribe? Indeed. More precisely, This player known as Demon Slayer traded for it without any combat occurring. Colonel Lee pondered for several moments, grasping the Major's implications. He gestured decisively in the air, declaring, "This is indeed fortuitous news. We must immediately hire scholars specializing in Pandora. If we can establish contact with these natives, we may gain a strategic advantage." Major Wang's expression mirrored the colonel's enthusiasm. "Yes, Commander." He promptly turned to execute the order. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan returned to the Emerald Stone base, and the live stream automatically concluded. Upon his arrival, he encountered numerous idle players along the way. "Look, the sissy is back. Oh, his dagger is missing. Did he lose it while fleeing? He wasn't even killed. Seems his luck is holding." Zhang Yuan paid them no mind. Time was of the essence as he strode purposefully towards the player-exclusive military supply depot. This depot was bustling with activity, and upon entering it, the air was thick with derisive comments akin to buzzing flies. "Kid, go back to your mother. Wealthy second generation, prove you can do this without your parents' money. The battlefield is no playground." Zhang Yuan remained silent, approaching the AI supply officer. With a decisive click, he opened the mech storage compartment, laying out the 3 pieces of high-purity natural palladium crystals before the officer, one by one. After weighing and verifying their purity, the AI supply officer began the conversion into military rank points without any emotional bias. 5 minutes later, it carefully stored the palladium crystals and issued an assessment report. Natural high-purity palladium crystals, palladium isotope content 16. 8. Total weight 11, 443 grams. Converted to 123 military rank points. Shall I issue them now? Certainly. The player Demon Slayer has received 123 military rank points. For elite players in the Dark Exploration mode, accumulating such military rank points typically requires at least a week's worth of effort. However, Zhang Yuan achieved this in just 25 minutes. The previously noisy supply depot fell into a sudden silence, lasting for 3 seconds before being shattered by an exclamation from a player. "What the hell? Where did all this palladium come from? How could the sissy be so lucky? Hey, brother, did you discover a mine? Share some tips." The mocking ceased, and those eager to ingratiate themselves swiftly approached. Zhang Yuan ignored them entirely. He had no time to spare. He continued speaking to the supply officer. "I require mech maintenance and some modifications." "Very well, please follow me." As Zhang Yuan followed the AI supply officer to the maintenance bay, an intricately modified 9 lives cat demon mech approached him. Just then, a call request pinged in his private channel. Zhang Yuan scrutinized the mech. An elite model equipped with a perfect light interference system produced by the demon race, a crystallized carbon dagger, also of demon origin, a small field generator, and a Melinda silencer. The modifications were exemplary, rendering this 9 lives cat demon mech a formidable assassin. To accomplish such modifications, this player must possess considerable skill. Zhang Yuan accepted the call request, and a sultry woman's voice resonated through the private channel. "Hello there. It seems you've discovered a little trick for locating rare ores. How about we collaborate? I'm not interested at the moment, but we could add each other as friends," Zhang Yuan replied, making his way to the maintenance station. A nearby robot approached, commencing the diagnostics of the Fox Spirit machine's operational status. Maintaining the flawless functionality of one's mech is imperative in the Dark Exploration mode. The 9-lived cat's spirit sauntered closer, her smile radiant as she introduced herself. "Hello, little one. I am the Black Cat Queen. If we join forces, I assure you that your profits will double." The name Black Cat Queen caught Zhang Yuan by surprise. Chapter 53. Utterly ignorant of one's own limitations in the celestial battlefield. Extraordinary warriors often emerge, their names and deeds echoing throughout the cosmos, becoming well known to every mech warrior. In the annals of the past, there existed a legendary assassin known as the Black Cat Queen, gifted beyond measure and decorated with numerous accolades. She ascended to the rank of a Doomsday-level master 6 years before Zhang Yuan's death, 4 years from now, and became the commander of the Earth Federation's Assassin Legion, Shadow's Hand. She was also commonly referred to as the Queen of Night, ranking 5th among the elite, known as the 9 Emperors of Starshine. However, this glory lay years into the future. In the present time, the great sage Enhua Xiaxian, one of the 3 saints of Earth, was still attending high school, while the Black Cat Queen appeared to be engaged in dark explorations. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuan inquired, "Are you the Black Cat Queen, the prodigy from the Orion Star region?" "Oh, it seems my reputation precedes me," she replied with a chuckle. "Indeed, you have not mistaken me." The Black Cat Queen maneuvered her mech, her mechanical arm lifting gracefully to rest on Zhang Yuan's, exuding an air of familiarity. "So, have you changed your mind?" Zhang Yuan gently brushed aside her arm, shaking his head. "Wait a moment, I need to modify my mech first. Give me 10 minutes. That won't do. My time is quite precious. Speak plainly." Recognizing the Black Cat Queen's formidable power, Zhang Yuan could only multitask. "Are you aware of the situation at Eagle Outpost?" While speaking, he addressed the system. "Open the military supply list. I wish to shop." A lengthy list materialized, filled with an array of goods, both provided by the federal military and seized from the battlefield. Here, one could find all manner of peculiar modification parts. After browsing for 5 seconds, his gaze settled on a mech coating named Forest Standard Camouflage. Forest Standard Camouflage price, 15 military points. Function, applies a protective layer to the mech, enabling it to change color automatically with the surrounding environment and significantly absorb electromagnetic waves, making it the most cost-effective method for stealth. "I'll purchase it and begin the spraying process." His choice of this stealth modification was not merely for its cost-effectiveness, but for the rapid application. It required only 5 minutes. As the spraying commenced, flexible metallic hoses extended from the maintenance area, applying the new coating to the Kitsune mech. Once completed, the Black Cat Queen finally asked, "So, are you planning to head to Eagle Outpost?" "I advise you to reconsider. It's a trap." Within less than half an hour, 5 skilled warriors have already fallen, and sending your ordinary mech there would be futile. Zhang Yuan then spent 20 military points to install a mid-level silencer on the Kitsune mech, which would take 13 minutes to complete. With the forest camouflage and silencer, the Kitsune mech now boasted commendable capabilities for stealth in wooded environments. After finalizing his purchases and allowing the mechanical hands to modify the mech, Zhang Yuan replied, "I sense that the situation at Eagle Outpost is quite serious. The demon faction may be planning a significant operation. I must go. Are you interested in accompanying me?" Despite his awareness of many details regarding the demon's operations, he understood this mission was fraught with peril. Going alone offered no guarantees of success, but with the Black Cat Queen's expertise, their chances would improve considerably. Unexpectedly, the Black Cat Queen chuckled and shook her head in refusal. "Not interested. I've invested considerable effort into modifying this mech. If it malfunctions, the loss would be substantial." Zhang Yuan frowned slightly and queried, "If Eagle Outpost falls, the northern gate of the Emerald Stone base will be compromised, placing the entire base in a precarious position. The situation in the dreamy forest will become exceedingly dangerous." "I am well aware," she retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice as she waved her hand dismissively. "But one must possess self-awareness. Do you know who just fell at the front line?" "Who?" "White Emperor." She revealed an ID. "White Emperor? Is he piloting the Demon Slayer mech now?" Zhang Yuan's heart raced. He recognized the name. Indeed. No player currently engaged in dark explorations could be ignorant of the White Emperor, a future member of the Earth's Three Saints. He was the pilot of the legendary Mech Pengu Great Sage, a versatile pilot capable of bringing any mech to life and unleashing tremendous destructive power. Considering the timeline, he was currently piloting the Demon Slayer, a ferocious assault-type mech that had undergone extensive modifications, particularly with the Universal Control System, War God. The stealth capabilities of the Demon Slayer rivaled those of assassins, its defensive abilities matched those of defensive mechs, and its ranged attack power was on par with the elite mid-tier Hoei mech. As for close combat, the Demon Slayer excelled in that domain. To think such a formidable warrior as the White Emperor had fallen during a reconnaissance mission was no wonder that the Black Cat Queen hesitated to accept the task. She shrugged, stating, "He was piloting the Demon Slayer. If even he could not succeed, we should not overestimate our capabilities. The base has dispatched actual mech warriors to Eagle Outpost for reconnaissance. Let us just say this situation has surpassed our capacity as mercenaries." Zhang Yuan fell silent. Since his rebirth, he had been confident in his mech operating skills, believing them to be on par with any genius in existence. Yet, there were always prodigies in this world who possessed overwhelming talents, capable of shattering anyone's confidence. The White Emperor was one such individual. At merely 19 years of age, he could pilot the ferocious Demon Slayer in dark exploration mode, exerting combat prowess that could rival mid-tier mechs. The reality of the White Emperor's defeat weighed heavily on Zhang Yuan. Nevertheless, his resolve transcended that of ordinary individuals. In his previous life, he had nearly perished in the final battle yet managed to break through enemy lines and perish alongside the Black Rakshasa mech, an undeniable testament to his resilience. After a few moments of contemplation, he lifted his head and declared, "Ultimately, The outcome is determined by human effort. I am merely piloting an ordinary mech. If it falls, then so be it. Truly unaware of your own limitations, the Black Cat Queen remarked, turning her back on Zhang Yuan and walking away. Ding. Your modifications have been completed. Taking 15 minutes and 37 seconds. Modifications are now fully operational. Purchase energy until fully charged. Charging initiated. Expected duration, 27 seconds. Cost, 2 military points. Ammunition fully stocked. Commencing loading. Cost, for military points. Purchasing ultra-high energy ion dagger. Ultra-high energy ion dagger ready. Cost, 15 military points. To be honest, purchasing these items with military points was not as cost-effective as using currency, but monetary transactions would consume more time, an invaluable resource Zhang Yuan could not afford. Once everything was loaded, he checked the time. 4 more minutes had passed, leaving less than 2 hours before the Eagle Outpost's fall. Without hesitation, he departed the mech maintenance platform and swiftly made his way toward the Emerald Stone base's exterior. As he reached the entrance to the military supply warehouse, the Black Cat Queen's voice echoed again through the private channel. Are you truly intent on courting death? Zhang Yuan was aware of the unconventional tactics the demon faction employed to ambush mercenaries, yet he could not explain. Instead, he simply replied, as long as humanity endures, Earth shall prevail. The Black Cat Queen did not respond. When Zhang Yuan rushed to the entrance of the Emerald Stone base, he suddenly sensed a misty shadow beside him. Turning to look, he discovered that it was the 9 Lives Cat Demon Mecha, cloaked in optical invisibility. To his surprise, the Black Cat Queen had followed him. What are you staring at? I am merely an assassin-type mech. The defensive base offers me little advantage. Reconnaissance missions are my forte. Zhang Yuan chuckled as he subtly moved his limbs, causing the Fox Demon Mecha's engine to emit a barely audible rumble. Instantly, the mech accelerated significantly, darting into the dense forest like a wisp of smoke. This little fellow has quite the temper. The Black Cat Queen quickly picked up speed, silently trailing behind Zhang Yuan. In the live streaming room, the broadcast commenced, announcing the Demon Slayer Swordsman's high-level battlefield mission, reconnaissance of the Eagle Outpost. The audience, still present, perked up at this news. Sensing an exhilarating performance ahead, the Sword God's demeanor shifted. He had been casual moments ago, but now he exuded an aura of dread seriousness. The Sword God was now fully engaged. Oh, it seems the Sword God has gained a new ally. At the Emerald Stone Strategic Command, Major Wang Zhongyi received the same news at that moment. His gaze fixated on the 2 mechas racing through the forest, fists clenched. This time, we must succeed. The Eagle Outpost had gone dark, and with a change in base command, the response had inevitably slowed, creating a dire situation. The Emerald Stone base urgently required specific information regarding the Eagle Outpost. After some contemplation, Wang Zhongyi magnified the Black Cat Queen's perspective and centered it on the command screen, placing Zhang Yuan's view beside it as auxiliary. His reasoning was straightforward. Following the White Emperor's defeat, the Black Cat Queen emerged as the most formidable reconnaissance mech among mercenaries. In terms of combat prowess, even true mech warriors would struggle against her. In Wang Zhongyi's eyes, the Black Cat Queen carried the greatest hope for the Emerald Stone base. In the dreamlike forest, stop! Zhang Yuan suddenly commanded. The Fox Demon Mecha abruptly halted, transitioning from rapid motion to utter stillness in an instant, silently shifting to hide beside a cluster of bushes. The Black Cat Queen, taken aback, felt a sense of unease. Although she didn't comprehend the reason, she recognized Zhang Yuan's abilities and dared not underestimate him. In haste, she also took cover behind a large tree. What is happening? Zhang Yuan remained motionless, crouched beside the bushes. The forest camouflage began to take effect. 2 seconds later, the mech's exterior transformed into a deep purple, perfectly mimicking the hue of the bush leaves, rendering the Fox Demon Mecha nearly undetectable. He slowly aimed the magnetic railgun mounted on his right arm and explained in the squad channel. Look at the hillside across from us. What do you see? The Black Cat Queen squinted, initially failing to discern anything. Adjusting the focus of her holographic camera, she peered for over half a minute before gasping in surprise. It's a mercenary mech from Earth, its shell intact without any new damage. Wait, that's the cheetah. The pilot is skilled, going by the ID killer. There were no signs of battle around, and the cheetah appeared to be incapacitated. The only explanation for this was alarming. The Black Cat Queen instinctively switched to a private channel. Could it be that the demon clan interfered with the control signals of the Ethereum hyperlink? It seems so. Zhang Yuan replied in the private channel, activating the Fox Demon Mecha's Eagle Eye targeting system to survey the situation on the hillside. But how is this possible? The Demon Clan has mercenaries of their own. Wouldn't they fear collateral damage? The incredulity in the Black Cat Queen's voice was palpable. Earthlings utilized remote-controlled mechs to minimize battle losses, and the Demon Clan was no fool. They had developed similar remote control systems. Thus, on the frontline battlefield, it was often the remote-controlled mechs that engaged first. Only in the final moments of combat would true mech warriors enter the fray. The Ethereum signal, a unique form of communication, was notably stable and nearly impervious to spatial distance. In theory, it could not be disrupted, but nothing in life is absolute. While the Ethereum signal is difficult to jam, the receivers can be destroyed. If Zhang Yuan's deductions were correct, the Ethereum receiver within the Cheetah mech must have failed. He explained, "This is a crucial route to the Eagle outpost. If I am not mistaken, Demon Clan mercenaries are likely lying in wait on the hillside, armed with directional rhodium magnetic guns." Rhodium magnetic guns? What on earth are those? The Black Cat Queen was perplexed. This Demon Slayer swordsman seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge, yet she had never even heard of such a device. Beep. Target detected, the Eagle Eye system chimed. Zhang Yuan did not rush to engage. Instead, he shared the target's location and whispered to the Black Cat Queen, "Hold your horses. There should be more than one target. I'll do my utmost to locate them all." He continued, "From the early 20th century to the mid-21st, Earth's technological explosion was primarily rooted in electromagnetism, with iron as its main conductive metal, marking the Iron Magnetic Age. In the mid-21st century, Li Ziyuan discovered palladium magnetism, a novel force initially found in palladium, ushering in the Palladium Magnetic Age and leading to our current advancements. Rhodium magnetism should be the cornerstone of the next era's technology, with the Ethereum being one of its achievements. Do not take this too literally. The Black Cat Queen grasped his explanation, her tone growing grave. Are you implying that the Demon Clan's technology has once again surpassed ours? The disparity in combat efficacy between Earth's military forces and the Demon Clan stemmed fundamentally from technological lag. Earth mechs were generally a generation behind their demon counterparts, creating a chasm of peril. Countless Earth warriors had sacrificed their lives, striving to bridge this divide, barely maintaining a strategic balance between Earth and the Demon Clan. Zhang Yuan responded matter-of-factly, "On a theoretical level, we should be on the same tier as the Demon Clan. However, in practical applications, they are at least 20 years ahead of us. Our rhodium magnetic guns are likely still in the experimental phase, while they possess fully developed products." In terms of battlefield acumen, Zhang Yuan's understanding eclipsed that of the Black Cat Queen by magnitudes. He had witnessed too much, countless human geniuses and martyrs burning their lives for a cause, including his own past sacrifices. Now, the initial fervor had subdued, coalescing into an unwavering belief. As long as humanity endures, Earth shall prevail. Thus, he remained tranquil as a still lake. As they spoke, the Fox Demon Mecha's Eagle Eye system pinpointed yet another hidden target, which Zhang Yuan promptly shared with the Black Cat Queen. The directional explosion of the rhodium magnetic gun would likely radiate in a cone shape, affecting a broad area. The Demon Clan's stealth technology was superior to theirs, and he could not guarantee the discovery of all targets. For precaution, they needed to implement some basic defensive measures. What did you say? Defensive measures? How do we defend ourselves? The Black Cat Queen was taken aback once more. Isn't the Ethereum field capable of penetrating everything? She found Zhang Yuan increasingly enigmatic. Was he a mech warrior or a scientist? Zhang Yuan had already begun his preparations. He retrieved some specially brought metal wires from the storage compartment of the Fox Demon Mecha and commenced constructing a metallic net. As he worked, he explained, "These wires are made from cobalt rhodium alloy with a rhodium content of 0.5, typically used as high-temperature superconducting wires within mechs. They can also be employed to create an Ethereum protection net." Under Zhang Yuan's deft manipulation, the fingers of the Fox Spirit Mech moved with an indescribable elegance, appearing indistinguishable from human hands, devoid of any mechanical clumsiness. 3 minutes later, these cobalt rhodium alloys had been twisted into 2 metallic rings, each exceeding 3 meters in diameter, adorned with an array of bizarre metal coils that, at first glance, resembled magical runes from an enchanted realm. Once the alloy rings were assembled, Zhang Yuan cast one of them towards a large tree 10 meters away, then tossed the other metallic ring to the Black Cat Queen, instructing her to take cover within the net as he prepared to eliminate the target. Uncertain of the peculiar metallic ring's efficacy, The Black Cat Queen observed Zhang Yuan's serious demeanor and complied, stepping into the ring. The instant she crossed the threshold, a sharp zzz sound emanated from her virtual cockpit speakers, and the screen displayed a distinct ripple, as if the signal had been disrupted. She immediately remarked, "My screen just flickered. This has never happened before. This is the inevitable outcome. The metallic ring I crafted is known as the Zhang Yuan ring. A century ago, Professor Li Ziyuan predicted both its existence and its specific effects through rigorous scientific validation." Zhang Yuan replied casually, accustomed to such phenomena. In his previous life, when the demon race unleashed the rhodium magnetic guns, the mercenaries of Earth were initially taken aback, but soon everyone learned to construct simple Zhang Yuan rings, effectively nullifying the latest technological advancements of the demon race. However, this revelation struck the Black Cat Queen differently, and she expressed her admiration. "Could it be that you were an outstanding student in physics?" Despite being a mech warrior, she held great reverence for scientists. "Silence. Prepare for battle," Zhang Yuan commanded, his gaze fixed on the Hawkeye system as he began to adjust the trajectory of the large magnetic railgun. Notably, he opted against utilizing the Fox Spirit Mech's built-in arrow god targeting system, choosing instead to aim manually. The Black Cat Queen soon sensed something amiss. "Are you seriously going to shoot blindly?" she exclaimed through the squad channel, prompting a cacophony in the live stream. What does shooting blindly mean? It refers to relying solely on instinct without system corrections. Can you even hit anything like that? Zhang Yuan's response was devoid of emotion. The arrow god system emits a minimal amount of virtual particles while assisting in aiming, which could potentially alert the enemy. "We are 5 kilometers away. What if we miss?" Frustrated, the Black Cat Queen recognized that while some sharpshooters could execute short-range blind shots, attempting such a feat at 1,500 meters was a daunting challenge, as even the heart's rhythm could disrupt accuracy. Zhang Yuan remained unperturbed, his focus solely on the demonic target ahead. The audience in the live stream held their breath, wary of disturbing his concentration. Distance, 1,633 meters. Wind speed, 12 meters per second. Correction angle, 0.01. Now's the moment. Zhang Yuan gently pressed the trigger of the magnetic railgun. A resounding boom echoed through the valley as a brilliant white line surged forth from the forest, and moments later, a towering plume of blue flames erupted from the opposing hillside. Direct hit on the energy core. A flawless strike. With no time to celebrate, Zhang Yuan immediately began executing high-speed maneuvers, performing 23 operational commands within the span of 0.1 seconds. A deep, powerful vibration coursed through the Fox Spirit Mech as the engine's power reached its zenith, propelling the mech's relatively lightweight frame of less than 6 tons into a swift roll, akin to teleportation, landing within the protective confines of the Zhang Yuan ring. Barely half a second after he tumbled into the ring, the demon race's spiral laser cannon and rhodium magnetic gun struck simultaneously. The spiral laser cannon, designed for precision, targeted Zhang Yuan's previous hiding spot, but he had already evaded, leaving only a mound of dirt in its wake. In contrast, the rhodium magnetic gun unleashed a wide-area effect, its ultra-ether transmission speed defying imagination, rendering evasion impossible. Both the Black Cat Queen and Zhang Yuan's mech found themselves engulfed in the rhodium magnetic assault, as the screen in his virtual cockpit displayed numerous wave-like distortions, indicating excessive noise on the ultra-ether signal receiver. He realized that without the Zhang Yuan ring, the receiver would have been obliterated. Despite being light years away from the Pandora Dream Forest, the Black Cat Queen trembled at the extraordinary disturbance, acutely aware that without the protective metallic ring, her mech would share the fate of the fallen leopard on the hillside. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yuan did not remain stationary. He began to maneuver the mech in a slow circle. Due to the limitations of size, the demon race's rhodium magnetic gun lacked sufficient power to destroy the ultra-ether receiver on a long-range mech without sustaining fire for over 2 seconds. This presented Zhang Yuan with his opportunity to retaliate. "What are you doing?" the Black Cat Queen shouted, testing the direction of the rhodium magnetic strike. Zhang Yuan succinctly replied, continuing his rapid rotations. On his mech screen, a virtual intensity distribution map began to materialize. Ultra-ether wave peaks are aligning. Alignment successful. Enemy coordinates 455, 21, 356. With precise coordinates in hand, everything became manageable. With deft movements, Zhang Yuan knelt the Fox Spirit Mech, forming a stable triangular firing stance. He raised the large magnetic railgun and activated the Hawkeye system. After 0.8 seconds, he spotted the target, hidden behind a rock. its mech cloaked in perfect optical invisibility. The ultra-ether field emitted by the rhodium magnetic gun could penetrate most materials, rendering the rock ineffective as a shield. Had the enemy not activated the rhodium magnetic gun, exposing their position, it would have been nearly impossible for Zhang Yuan to detect their presence solely through the Hawkeye system. Unfortunately, discharging the gun revealed their concealment. This time, Zhang Yuan did not shoot blindly. With his location exposed and insufficient time for proper aim, he relied on the Arrow God system for trajectory correction. With the magnetic railgun aimed at the enemy mech's location, the Arrow God system began to optimize the shot's trajectory. After 0.3 seconds, Zhang Yuan felt a tingling sensation in his fingertips, indicating that the trajectory correction was complete. He decisively pulled the trigger. Boom. The large magnetic railgun unleashed its fury once more. The incandescent line resembling a divine sword pierced the rock, concealing the demon mech, striking the enemy behind it. Through the Hawkeye system, Zhang Yuan witnessed the enemy mech being propelled over 20 meters away, the rhodium magnetic gun flung from its grasp, and the front armor severely deformed. However, due to the rock's cushioning, the mech remained intact, and the enemy began to roll on the ground, preparing to retrieve their fallen weapon. Regrettably, the rock provided protection. Zhang Yuan sighed internally, but did not hesitate. With a flurry of swift maneuvers, the Fox Spirit mech rolled out of the Zhi Yuan ring, simultaneously reaching down to retrieve the ring from the ground. "I will resolve this," declared the Black Cat Queen, as the 9 Lives Cat demon mech leaped from the forest like a cheetah. In a mere 0.2 seconds, she had covered a distance of 100 meters. Her explosive power astonishing. Zhang Yuan caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye, but had no time for further contemplation. He arched his body, and the Fox Demon mech responded instantly, positioning its strongest defensive rear towards where he had previously stood. The enemy had 3 mechs, and his earlier cannon fire had exposed his location. A counterattack was imminent. The 3rd demon mech unleashed a high-energy proton cannon, striking relentlessly, offering no respite. The ferocity of the high-energy proton cannon was formidable. Although the concentrated proton stream did not directly hit Zhang Yuan's Fox Demon mech, the impact on the ground scattered protons that grazed the mech's defensive shell. The zzz sound echoed as numerous high-temperature molten metal grooves formed on the mech's armor, causing it to tremble violently as if on the verge of disintegration. After all, it was merely a standard-level mech. The armor was too thin. Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly. But without hesitation, he initiated a counterattack. He rolled the mech on the ground and steadied himself. Exactly 1.5 seconds had passed, and the large electromagnetic railgun had recharged. He lifted the arm, adjusting the barrel slightly. Supported by his exceptional combat awareness, the barrel of the railgun pointed almost directly at the distant demon long-range attack mech. With high precision, the Arrow God system significantly reduced optimization time, and approximately 0.1 seconds later, Zhang Yuan pulled the trigger once more. With a muffled bang, a brilliant white line shot forth, piercing through the opposing demon mech, which exploded into fragments, leaving only one remaining. During this time, Zhang Yuan kept a portion of his focus on the demon mech wielding the rhodium magnetic gun, which had now picked it up again. Grateful for having the Zhuan circle with him, he quickly positioned himself within its protective boundary. A powerful subethereal interference surged forth, yet it could not breach the defenses of the Zhuan circle. Just as Zhang Yuan prepared to retaliate, the subethereal interference abruptly ceased. He turned his gaze towards the hillside, where he saw the Black Cat Queen had crossed over a distance of more than 1,000 meters. Her left-hand dagger was plunged into the cockpit of the demon mech, while her right-hand dagger sliced the rhodium magnetic gun cleanly in half. The battle was concluded. Noticing Zhang Yuan's gaze, she withdrew her dagger, waved at him, and then activated her optical invisibility, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly. Indeed, the Black Cat Queen was extraordinarily powerful, and accompanying her to the Eagle Outpost was undoubtedly a wise choice. This battle primarily revolved around long-range exchanges. In the eyes of the Livestream audience, the demon's rhodium magnetic gun had been modified into a subethereal gun by the quantum superbrain, while Zhang Yuan's Zhuan Circle was dubbed the subethereal defense field. Although somewhat distorted, it did not hinder the viewers from experiencing the intense thrill of life-and-death combat on the battlefield. Wow, is this the advanced battlefield mode? The NPCs are terrifying. The Sword God's shots are incredibly precise. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, all lethal. That assassin is impressive during her dash. My eyes could barely keep up with her speed. This is merely an appetizer. How intense will it be when we reach the Eagle Outpost? This statement piqued the interest of all the viewers, leading to a flurry of donations and a rapid increase in the live audience count. At the Emerald Stone base, Major Wang Zhongyi's eyes were fixed on the screen as he issued orders. Immediately dispatch mech warriors to retrieve the broken rhodium magnetic gun. After years of warfare between Earth and the demons, despite heavy losses, Earth's technology had made remarkable advancements, largely thanks to their demonic adversaries. Yes, Commander. In the dreamlike forest, Zhang Yuan had reunited with the Black Cat Queen. To avoid being ambushed by the rhodium magnetic gun, both of them secured the Zhuan circle onto their mech exteriors. We are still 70 kilometers away from Eagle Outpost. At our current speed, we should arrive in approximately 25 minutes. The Black Cat Queen shared the map with Zhang Yuan, marking a red line. Follow this line, it's the shortest route. Zhang Yuan scrutinized the route, his fingers swiftly tapping the screen to generate an entirely new path. The demons were aware that this was the shortest route, and it would undoubtedly be rife with ambushes. Besides the threat of the rhodium magnetic gun, there were also powerful demon mercenaries waiting to intercept them. Although this new route was slightly longer, it was significantly safer. The Black Cat Queen pondered the route for a moment before nodding. I agree. Moreover, the demons possess advanced technology to detect subethereal signals. Our remote control of the mechs via subethereal signals will inevitably expose us. To successfully break through the demon blockade, we must advance at full speed, as swiftly as possible, ideally catching the demons off guard. That makes sense. Thus, you must keep close to me. The Black Cat Queen chuckled lightly, and with a subtle hum. The Nine Lives Cat Demon Mech's engine erupted with 80 power output, instantly propelling the mech forward, leaving Zhang Yuan's Fox Demon Mech behind. Zhang Yuan's engine power had surged to 90, and further significant enhancements were challenging. However, he could optimize his maneuvers and employ a special mobility technique to accelerate. In open and flat terrain, Zhang Yuan favored using silent snow treading for rapid dashes, but in the complex terrain of the forest, he preferred another mobility technique, the White Ape Leap. This technique stemmed from the mobility swordsmanship of the White Ape Sword. After triumphing in the Mech Combat League, he became somewhat arrogant but was humbled by his grandfather. He then sought out renowned masters and learned the White Ape Sword technique from a mid-tier Savage Army major. Though the major's physical condition limited him, his White Ape Sword was remarkably exquisite, even rivaling those used on apocalyptic-level mechs, particularly effective in dense forests. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuan doubled the frequency of his operations, and the Fox Demon Mech's engine power surged to 110. The mech's center of gravity slightly adjusted, and the leg suspension stiffened. Initiating the White Ape Leap, the engine emitted a delicate hum, and the agile Fox Demon adeptly utilized the terrain, leaping through the forest, increasing its speed by over 30. In the complex forest terrain, the Black Cat Queen focused intently on her path. 10 minutes later, believing she had left Zhang Yuan far behind, she prepared to slow down. However, upon glancing at the screen, she was surprised to see the Fox Demon Mech still trailing her closely, a mere 50 meters behind. The Black Cat Queen was momentarily speechless, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "If you were piloting the Nine Lives Cat Demon, your speed would be off the charts." The live stream chat erupted with amusement. "I've been woefully uninformed. Our Sword God can break the sound barrier. What is this speed in comparison? How dare you flaunt such speed in front of the Sword God after the Sword God used the Nine Lives Cat Demon to leave the Divine Guardians in the dust?" Zhang Yuan chuckled, ready to respond, when suddenly he noticed a flicker of light on the thermal detector in the corner of his eye. However, when he turned to inspect the detector closely, there were no irregularities present. If he were an ordinary soldier, he might have overlooked this. But Zhang Yuan was acutely aware of his own physical condition. He knew he was not imagining things. Something was amiss. He immediately slowed his pace, turning his body to silently hide behind a massive tree that could be embraced by 4 people. The petite Fox Demon Mech seamlessly blended into the tree, and he whispered, "Black Cat, be cautious. There might be an ambush nearby." Upon hearing this, Queen Black Cat promptly reduced her speed, fully activating her light interference device. And with a swift motion, she vanished without a trace, leaving even her teammate Zhang Yuan unaware of her precise location. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Yuan noticed faint ripples appearing on his screen, accompanied by a static noise. Rhodium magnetic gun. Indeed, someone is here. Both Black Cat and Zhang Yuan exclaimed in unison. Zhang Yuan began to slowly rotate the Fox Demon Mech, declaring, "I have pinpointed his location. I'm firing." A dull thud echoed as the incandescent beam traversed nearly 500 meters, striking something. "Hit!" Black Cat exclaimed with delight. No, it missed. Zhang Yuan observed through the eagle-eye system that something was indeed sent flying, but it was not mech debris. Squinting at the fragments, a sense of indescribable danger surged within him. It's a trap to lure us out. This is the work of a master. An idea flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind, and without hesitation, he maneuvered the mech to roll sideways. In the forest, Zhang Yuan rolled out without warning. Just as a faint purple beam surged from another part of the woods, striking the very spot he had just occupied, the scattering proton streams flew in all directions, causing the fox demon mech to tremble violently. But that was not all. Following the proton cannon were high-frequency spiral laser cannons. G. The bright spirals shot forth from the forest, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Yuan. A sense of acute crisis enveloped him, his pores prickling in alarm. Understanding that success hinged on a mere moment, Zhang Yuan cleared his mind, focusing intently. Mobility technique, white ape leap. His limbs danced with swift precision, executing a series of accurate maneuvers at an astonishing frequency, the delicate mech darting frantically through the trees, changing direction randomly every 0.15 seconds. With such erratic evasive movements, the mech's mainframe could not predict the fox demon's precise trajectory, thus rendering any preemptive attacks futile. The demonic laser fire trailed Zhang Yuan closely, perpetually missing by mere inches, unable to land a hit. This was a true dance of death, the fox demon mech performing amidst the hail of fire. The live-streaming audience collectively gasped, their eyes glued to the fox demon mech in the forest, each viewer wrapped in attention, fearful that a blink would cause them to miss a breathtaking moment. For 3 full seconds, Zhang Yuan evaded, changing direction nearly 30 times in a chaotic ballet, and finally, the demon's firepower began to wane, the frequency of shots decreasing slightly. Zhang Yuan sensed an opportunity. He divided his concentration, maintaining high-speed evasion while implementing additional maneuvers. Kacha! The rapid-fire laser cannon mounted on the left arm of the fox demon mech swiftly turned to the firing position. Shooting vector, 23, 325, 232. Target is undergoing high-speed erratic displacement, unable to accurately lock on. The numbers on the shooting vector fluctuated rapidly, never lingering longer than 0.2 seconds. Zhang Yuan realized that he too could not aim with precision. This opponent was formidable, not only displaying impeccable marksmanship, but also skillfully evading any counterattack. Upon detecting any movement from Zhang Yuan, the adversary immediately began evasive maneuvers. The erratic shifts every 0.2 seconds were not faster than Zhang Yuan, but they were sufficient to evade the mech's automatic targeting system. Left with no choice, Zhang Yuan relied on his honed shooting instincts, raising his mech arm to fire blindly. He sought not to hit, but to suppress the opponent's firepower, waiting for a critical opening. GGG. A flurry of blue-white lasers erupted from the forest. One shot every 0.3 seconds, chillingly precise. Each strike closely followed a blurred shadow moving in the opposing woods, nearly grazing the opponent's heels, the distance never exceeding 30 centimeters. If the adversary made even the slightest error, it would spell disaster. Under such relentless fire, the demon mech's spiral laser cannon fell silent, forced to evade Zhang Yuan's onslaught. The tide of battle had turned, yet Zhang Yuan was acutely aware that his situation had not improved. The forest's complex terrain could yield unforeseen circumstances, and the enemy might seize an opportunity to counterattack at any moment. There was no infallible random evasion technique. The opponent could very well be fortunate enough to land a hit on his fox demon mech. For seconds later, the demon mech indeed found its chance. Bang! A proton cannon fired fiercely at Zhang Yuan. Anticipating the attack, he rolled away and took cover behind a rock, just as the dense spiral lasers rained down once more, forcing him into frantic evasive maneuvers. In an instant, the forest was filled with chaotic gunfire, both the fox demon and demon mechs teetering on the brink of death. The pace of battle so rapid it was suffocating. The live audience swelled to 12 million, the holographic screens displaying the fierce exchange of fire in the woods, showcasing breathtaking evasive maneuvers that seemed to defy reason. Each shot appeared almost sentient, as the fox demon mech narrowly dodged the specter of death. The viewers were utterly engrossed, gasping in astonishment, immersed in this visual feast composed of lasers, proton streams, magnetic railgun projectiles, and steel mechs. Meanwhile, Queen Black Cat remained motionless, concealed in her spot. Though she longed to support Zhang Yuan in his fierce battle against the demon sniper, she felt a demon assassin mech lurking nearby. She sensed its proximity but could not discern its exact location. Neither party was willing to act recklessly in this shadowy standoff. At the Emerald Stone Strategic Command Center, Major Wang Zhongyi's gaze was fixed intently on the battle unfolding in the forest. Have we confirmed the identity of the Fox Demon's opponent? This demon long-range attack mech was undoubtedly a seasoned expert, possessing not only remarkable marksmanship, but also the ability to intercept Zhang Yuan's improvised path almost instantaneously. Such a figure could not possibly be a mere nobody. A soldier was quickly searching the database, and 3 seconds later, he provided the answer. Confirmed, it is the elite Hellfire mech, belonging to the demon mercenary Randys. He is one of the finest demon snipers in the Dream Forest, known as the Arrow of Doom. Indeed, it is he, Wang Zhongyi gasped, feeling parched. The Fox Demon was merely an ordinary mech. It was unlikely to withstand such a foe. Is there any support nearby? They had ventured too deep. Taking an indirect route, and the nearest combat personnel were still 30 kilometers away, at least 15 minutes from the battlefield, with no guarantee they would arrive in time. 15 minutes? Wang Zhongyi clenched his fists, his eyes twitching. Just then, the battlefield situation on the screen shifted dramatically. The previously motionless Nine Lives Cat Demon suddenly surged forward, its engine roaring to life as the entire mech lunged forward 15 meters, with its right arm's crystallized kryptonite dagger stabbing into the air ahead. In an instant, what was mere air transformed as the dagger was abruptly intercepted mid-flight. A deafening clang echoed, causing waves of air to ripple, as a dark crimson mech materialized before the Nine Lives Cat Demon. It was a highly modified succubus mech. With the appearance of the succubus, all restraint vanished. The roar of its engine thundered as its mechanical arms swung rapidly, driving the dagger relentlessly towards the vital points of the Nine Lives Cat Demon. The Black Cat Queen remained composed, parrying the strikes as the daggers clashed with remarkable frequency, producing a symphony of clang 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 amidst the darkened forest, where sparks erupted like fireworks. In the span of 2 seconds, the daggers collided 33 times. Finally, seizing a fleeting opportunity, the Black Cat Queen thrust her dagger forward, successfully breaking through the succubus's defense and aiming for its scanning device. Bravo! Major Wang Zhongyi couldn't help but applaud this exquisite display of close-quarters dagger combat. Yet, in the next moment, the battle took another unexpected turn. Just as the Nine Lives Cat Demon was about to strike its target, the succubus's body suddenly radiated a brilliant glow, revealing a flowing dark red energy field, an ultra-high energy force field, a rare and formidable modification at the elite rank. The emergence of this force field thwarted the Black Cat Queen's dagger, leaving her exposed and vulnerable. Seizing the moment, the succubus reversed its grip on the dagger and slashed towards the throat of the Nine Lives Cat Demon. The latter, with a swift backward lean, narrowly evaded the strike and propelled herself backward, leveraging the ground beneath her. The force field granted the succubus a significant advantage, making direct confrontation unwise. However, the energy consumption of the force field was immense, and it would soon require deactivation, presenting the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. The Black Cat Queen's mind raced as she formulated a tactical retreat to evade the enemy's onslaught. The succubus pursued closely, yet curiously. It did not seem to be in a hurry, lacking the ferocity of a life-or-death struggle. What was going on? Was this some sort of game? Amidst her confusion, the Black Cat Queen caught a glimpse of an anomaly in her peripheral vision, ripples in the air, likely caused by a light interference device. The realization struck her like lightning, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. There was another assassin. Just then, a mech emerged from the air behind her, a deep purple-red in color. Identical to the one pursuing her, a highly modified succubus mech. Upon its appearance, it spun its dagger and lunged towards the Black Cat Queen's back. Sandwiched between the two, the Black Cat Queen found herself in an inescapable predicament, overwhelmed by the dual assault. Damn it, it's the Dark Twins! Major Wang Zhongyi exclaimed in frustration. The Dark Twins comprised 2 elite succubus mechs piloted by twin demon sisters who had lived and trained together since childhood, their teamwork honed to an astonishing degree. Although both mechs were elite, their synergy allowed them to rival even the most formidable lower-tier warriors. It became evident that the Black Cat Queen's initial detection of the succubus was no accident. Her opponents had intentionally revealed themselves to lure her into the open. Once she revealed her position, even her formidable individual combat ability would be futile against the twin assault. If the Black Cat Queen's mech were to be destroyed, she would be left with only a standard-level Fox Demon mech. No matter how skilled the Demon Slayer was, it would be of little use. Sighing heavily, Major Wang Zhongyi prepared to avert his gaze from the screen, convinced that the Black Cat Queen's temporary reconnaissance team had met its demise. Yet, at that moment, The tide of battle shifted once more. The Fox Demon Mech seized an opportunity, concluding a round of evasive maneuvers. This time, however, its attack transformed. The mech twisted abruptly, its arms spinning in a sudden, unorthodox three-hit combo. Two high-frequency lasers followed by a large magnetic railgun shot forth almost simultaneously, racing across 300 meters to strike the Hellfire mech piloted by Randy's. This maneuver, known as the White Ape presents the fruit, was a signature technique of the White Ape swordsmanship. Zhang Yuan, with his extraordinary swordsmanship talent, had adapted this technique for ranged combat, transforming a melee skill into a deadly assault. The angles of these strikes were particularly devious, with the two lasers limiting Randy's evasion options while the magnetic railgun delivered a lethal blow. Faced with such an onslaught, Randy's realized that evasion was no longer possible. He was left with no choice but to minimize the damage. In a critical moment, the Hellfire mech accelerated, narrowly avoiding the railgun but unable to escape the laser fire, which seared a deep scorch mark on its right arm, severing a crucial energy conduit. The arm fell limp, unable to supply energy. To make matters worse, the right arm housed the most powerful proton cannon, which became useless with the arm's destruction. However, Zhang Yuan's assault was far from over. It was merely the beginning. With the Hellfire mech's right arm incapacitated, its balance faltered. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yuan skillfully maneuvered his mech to continue evading any potential counterattack while unleashing a barrage of high-frequency lasers. The lasers rained down upon the Hellfire mech, which, despite its attempts to dodge, ultimately succumbed. With a soft thud, the left leg of the mech was struck, causing it to lose balance and crash to the ground. The leg was broken, rendering the mech immobile, and the Hellfire mech's fate was sealed. Yet Zhang Yuan's assault did not wane. Instead, it intensified. He continued to evade while firing, unleashing two lasers that struck precisely at the energy core of the Hellfire mech. With a resounding explosion, the Hellfire mech erupted into a conflagration of blue flames. The tide of battle turned in mere seconds, an instant so brief that the Hellfire mech was annihilated, while the Fox Demon mech emerged largely unscathed, save for some scorch marks from the scattered proton fire. What? The Hellfire has been defeated. Major Wang Zhengyi's eyes widened in disbelief, almost popping from their sockets. It was inconceivable that a standard-level mech could triumph over an elite. In truth, not only he, but all those in the command center closely monitoring the battle war expressions of exhilaration and incredulity. Such an achievement on the battlefield was nothing short of legendary. In the live stream, a flood of donations surged onto the screen, accompanied by a chorus of admiration. I'm sweating bullets. That was too intense. Wait, I need to find my calming medicine. My heart can't take this. The advanced battlefield was indeed formidable, mirroring the real thing to an uncanny degree, sending shivers down spines. Hey, where has that ancient Pit's big spender been lately? Oh, probably dealing with his parents' mixed martial arts training. Yet, despite Zhang Yuan's victory, the situation had not improved. In fact, it had become dire. The 9 lives cat demon mech of the Black Cat Queen soon succumbed as well, rendered powerless against the assault of the Dark Twins. Demon Slayer, hold on. Your opponent is the Dark Twins. Stay strong. Both I and the White Emperor have backup mechs on standby. We will rush to your aid. The Black Cat Queen shouted in the squad channel, unwaveringly returning to the Emerald Stone base to activate the backup machine. At this stage of battle, the losses were insignificant. The only thing that mattered was one word: victory. Understood. Zhang Yuan's voice remained as calm as still water as he glanced at the lower left corner of the screen, which displayed current energy remaining 58. The energy was not abundant, and he was still over 50 kilometers away from the Eagle Watchtower, facing the formidable Dark Twins, renowned assassins of the Demon Clan from the Enchanted Forest. The situation was dire. The Black Cat Queen's mech was approximately 80 meters away from Zhang Yuan, having become incapacitated. Without hesitation, the Dark Twins activated their perfect optical camouflage, and the two exquisitely modified succubus mechs vanished into thin air. If Zhang Yuan remained stationary, within 2 seconds, his Fox Demon mech would undoubtedly be pierced by the Dark Twins' daggers. A sudden jolt of urgency surged through Zhang Yuan, with swift, precise movements. He cut off the energy supply to the silencer and high-frequency laser cannon, instead amplifying the energy for the large electromagnetic railgun, keeping it in a charged state, and pushed the engine output to 119, initiating the White Ape Leap. With a thunderous roar, the Fox Demon mech surged toward the direction of the Eagle Watchtower. His aim was not to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the Dark Twins, but to reach the Eagle Watchtower and gather intelligence on the battle situation surrounding it. That was his primary strategic objective. However, the Fox Demon Mech was merely a standard-grade machine, fundamentally inferior to elite mechs. Previously, he managed to keep pace with the Black Cat Queen largely because she had not exerted her full strength. Now, he had to contend with the Demon Clan's mechs, which would hold nothing back. Their attacks would be relentless. If both parties took a straight path, Zhang Yuan would have no chance of escape. Within 3 seconds, he would be caught by the Dark Twins and slain. Fortunately, he found himself in a complex mountainous terrain, and his mobility technique, the White Ape Leap, was ideally suited for such an environment. To the right stood a towering tree. The fox demon sped toward it, channeling power into its left leg, launching itself forcefully to the left. To the left lay a rocky outcrop. The fox demon landed lightly, rolling past it, almost brushing against the stone. Beyond the rock was a thicket of bushes. Without a second thought, the fox demon rolled through the underbrush, landing and pushing off again, its speed not only maintained but increasing. Bounding left and right, leaping up and down, the fox demon's trajectory became utterly unpredictable, resembling an exhilarating display of extreme parkour through the forest, exuding a delightful sense of fluid power. Seconds ticked by, and after 10 seconds, Zhang Yuan remained unscathed, sprinting through the woodland, while the hidden Dark Twins failed to find a single opportunity for a lethal strike. In the Machine God live broadcast room, viewers questioned whether a standard mech could escape from elite-grade mechs. Some wagered that the Sword God would surely destroy both succubi, while others argued that only one could be defeated. At the Emerald Stone base, as the Black Cat Queen's mech was destroyed, Major Wang Zhongyi had nearly given up hope. The Demon Slayer was indeed formidable, capable of using the Fox Demon Mech to overpower the long-renowned mercenary, the Arrow of Doom. Yet, even the mightiest had limits. The assassin-type mechs possessed strange speeds, capable of stealth and high attack power, naturally countering long-range attack mechs. With a level disparity of an entire tier and 2 assassin mechs in play, it seemed inevitable that the Fox Demon would be obliterated. Yet, 10 seconds passed, and the Fox Demon mech still danced across the screen, vibrant and alive, igniting a flicker of hope in Major Wang Zhongyi's heart. Demon Slayer, can you create a miracle as you did in the game? In truth, he was not alone. Many soldiers in the Strategic Command Center were riveted to the screen, their emotions entwined with the confrontation, for the Fox Demon mech represented the farthest advance, now less than 50 kilometers from the Eagle Watchtower. In the forest, Zhang Yuan felt a rush of exhilaration. Fear and tension were foreign to him. He navigated the obstacles with the Fox Demon mech, the wind howling in his ears, the engine roaring beneath him as trees loomed ahead, only to be swiftly left behind. In that moment, he felt as if he and the Fox Demon mech had become one, embodying a white ape leaping freely through the forest. In an almost instinctual maneuver, Zhang Yuan's mind drifted back to the past, when he spent 2 months alone in the woods to master the essence of the white ape sword technique. During those 2 months, he lived a primitive existence, entirely severed from civilization. Emerging from the forest, he demonstrated the white ape sword technique before his master, who, with a complex glimmer in his eyes, sighed and uttered, "You may go, there is nothing more I can teach you. Master, in my previous life, I spent 3 months surpassing you, yet I could never surpass myself. But now, my white ape agility has ascended to new heights." The greatest barrier to surpassing oneself had been physical limitations. Though his spirit yearned, his body faltered. Now, however, his body resembled the most flawless crystal, pure and unblemished. With a mere thought, his body responded instantaneously. The finesse of his movements transcended the limits of verbal description. His operational speed accelerated, yet precision remained impeccable. Each maneuver executed with textbook perfection. Under such sharp execution, the Fox Demon mech seemed to come alive, its already peak speed further enhanced. Previously, the Fox Demon's movements were fluid, but now they possessed an ineffable grace, evoking the image of a forest-dwelling ape. The live broadcast room erupted once more. What on earth is this maneuvering technique? Unparalleled, unmatched. The Sword God's skill is unfathomable. With such mobility, if the Sword God piloted a rampaging-grade mech, he would dominate the battlefield. A torrent of donations flooded in, instantly flooding the screen. At the Emerald Stone base, more and more spectators turned their attention to the central holographic screen, each person holding their breath, as glued to the Fox Demon mech that raced through the forest. Regardless of their affiliation to the combat analysis or tactical command departments, or their ability to pilot mechs, everyone felt a profound, soul-stirring impact emanating from this ordinary-grade machine. It was a display of artistry that transcended the ordinary, a manifestation of peak excellence, leaving every witness feeling a tinge of despair. For they knew they could scarcely hope to reach such heights in their lifetimes. Major Wang Zhengyi swallowed hard, after several seconds. He regained his composure and asked a nearby lieutenant, "Have the White Emperor and Black Cat Queen set off again?" The officer, occasionally glancing at the screen, responded somewhat absent-mindedly. "Both have departed. The White Emperor pilots the rampaging lower-grade Guan Yu, while the Black Cat Queen operates a standard version of the 9 Lives Cat Demon Mech. And they are racing toward the battlefield with all their might." "Good, that's good." Wang Zhongyi's gaze remained fixated on the screen, and he could not help but sigh inwardly. Such a pity. If only Zhang Yuan were piloting a Fury-class mech, or even an Elite Class 1. With his displayed mastery of mech maneuvers, a swift counterattack would surely render the Dark Twins ineffective. Yet, he was currently piloting only a standard class mech. Wang Zhongyi's eyes involuntarily drifted to the lower right corner of the screen, where the remaining energy of the Fox Demon Mech was displayed, 52. The energy was dwindling. He hoped for Zhang Yuan to conjure a miracle, but reason told him that such hope was but a fanciful wish. On the demon side, Landis and the Dark Twins were forming a team. Currently, Landis's Hellfire Mech had just been outmatched by a mere Fox Demon Mech, much to the chagrin of the Arrow of Misfortune. "Nami, Naylan, how goes your situation?" Landis inquired, his voice laced with gloom. "Indescribable, neither good nor bad," Nami, the elder sister, replied with gravity. Landis was taken aback. "What does that mean? It's merely a standard class Fox Demon, and you haven't dealt with it yet? Could it be that the Earthlings have summoned reinforcements?" Naylan interjected, "No reinforcements. However, the pilot of this Fox Demon is exceptionally skilled and moves at an astonishing speed. We are struggling to keep up. Is that true? Wait, I have a communication coming in." After a silence of several seconds, Landis suddenly announced, "Ladies, I have just received word that the White Emperor has re-entered the battlefield and is swiftly approaching your direction, piloting his modified mech, Guan Yu." "The White Emperor? Guan Yu?" Nami and Naylan exclaimed in unison. "Indeed, and this time they have devised a countermeasure against the rhodium magnetic cannon. To intercept successfully, a fierce battle is imminent. However, do not worry, Longmill has already logged in and will intercept the White Emperor." "The Ashen Ranger? Longmill? Who else could it be? This is becoming increasingly interesting. You too. Take down that Fox Demon swiftly. I shall return to the battlefield post-haste." The news from Longmill eased the tension for the two sisters, and Nami breathed a sigh of relief, smiling, "No problem." But her words were cut short as her voice abruptly changed. "Sister, be careful." In the Dreamland Forest, as Nami cried out, the Fox Demon Mech, which had been sprinting ahead, leapt across a ravine. In that moment, the mech's protective camouflage rendered it nearly transparent. Soaring gracefully through the air, it seemed as though it glided effortlessly rather than merely leaping. But that was not all. While suspended in midair, the right arm of the Fox Demon Mech began to pivot, and as it did, the magnetic railgun mounted on the arm emitted a bright, incandescent flame. The mech was charging up, ready to fire. The horror of the Fox Demon's mobile shooting technique had been recently experienced by Landis in his Hellfire Mech. Despite knowing that both he and his sister were perfectly cloaked, Nami hesitated to risk it. Without a moment's thought, she stepped forward, activating the force field to shield her sister Naylan. Naylan, too, did not dare to be careless, swiftly maneuvering her mech to hide behind her sister. Yet, unexpectedly, the Fox Demon Mech hoisted its massive magnetic railgun, maintaining it in a state of readiness without firing. With a soft thud, the Fox Demon landed on the soft grass across the ravine, its legs bending slightly as it pushed off the ground, effortlessly leaping over a thicket ahead. At the same time, it withdrew the massive magnetic railgun and resumed its rapid advance. Throughout this entire maneuver, the Fox Demon moved with fluid grace. Without a hint of hesitation, the magnetic railgun remained poised at the brink of activation, neither offensive nor defensive. This was the most infuriating aspect. As the Fox Demon once again widened the distance between them, Naylan grew frantic. "Sister, how are we to pursue?" Nami remained silent, and after several seconds, she spoke. "I have 45 energy remaining. Once it drops below 30, we must retreat." Her mech was equipped with a small force field generator, which was incredibly useful but consumed a significant amount of energy. After no more than 15 seconds of usage, during which they had sustained 13 hits, the energy had plummeted by 35. Coupled with the energy expended in battle and running, it had unknowingly fallen below half. More alarmingly, should their energy dip below 30. Any forced attack from the opponent using a large magnetic railgun would be potent enough to shatter the force field, inflicting devastating damage upon the succubus mech. Naylin could not help but clench her teeth. Sister, are we truly going to give up? If this gets out, how will we ever show our faces in Pandora again? The demon race was martial, and if it were to be known that elite-class assassins were unable to handle a standard-class ranged mech upon their return, the Dark Twins would no longer be seen as the hope of the demon race's future, but rather as a source of shame, even bringing disgrace upon their family. Reason told Nami that pursuing further was ill-advised, yet in this world, numerous factors influence a person's ultimate decision, and reason often is not the decisive one. After weighing her options, Nami whispered, "Continue the pursuit. We have 15 energy left. If the enemy makes a mistake during this time, we will attack. If not, we shall withdraw." "Understood, sister." The two witches accelerated once more, chasing after Zhang Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan instinctively leaped through the forest, remaining vigilant for any unusual movements behind him. Detecting a cloaked assassin mech requires attention to numerous elements: sound, abnormal heat radiation from the exhaust ports, and subtle disturbances in the force field surrounding the mech. All can betray the presence of an assassin mech. Naturally, where there is an offensive capability, there is also a countermeasure. The designers of assassin-type mechs have invested substantial effort into minimizing any factors that might expose their existence. In this regard, demon pilots possess a significant advantage, not due to superior skills, but because the technology integrated into their mechs far surpasses that of Earth's mechs. Objectively speaking, the likelihood of a standard-class Fox demon mech detecting an elite-class succubus mech with near-perfect modifications is virtually negligible. Yet, this does not render it impossible, especially when both assassin mechs are in full flight, increasing the chances of revealing vulnerabilities. The Fox Demon's compact sonar system had already detected a series of anomalous waveforms for the third time. These sound waves were exceedingly faint, inaudible to the human ear and only detectable by instruments. Coincidentally, the two previous detections occurred when Zhang Yuan had raised his magnetic railgun in a threatening manner. I have defeated that ranged attack mech, proving my strength. The Dark Twins must harbor significant concerns about me. If I am not mistaken, the moment I raised my cannon, those two witches must have gone into defensive mode. But where exactly are they? As a ranged attack mech, he also had his own advantages when facing the Dark Twins, primarily his magnetic railgun. Yet, he was not without weaknesses. The greatest weakness was indeed his magnetic railgun. Once fired, the immense recoil would disrupt his current balance and operation rhythm, depleting a substantial amount of energy from the mech. At this juncture, it was estimated that Zhang Yuan could fire the magnetic railgun no more than 5 times, provided the Fox Demon mech could reach the Eagle Watchtower. This meant he had a maximum of 5 opportunities. Glancing at the remaining distance, he noted that he was still 28 kilometers away from the Eagle Watchtower. At his current speed, if he pushed himself to the limit, he could reach his destination in just 7 minutes. Calculating the time elapsed since receiving the mission at Eagle Outpost, it has now been 1 hour and 40 minutes, leaving only 1 hour before the fall of the outpost. Time is of the essence. During this last stretch of 28 kilometers, I am certain to encounter other warriors of the demon race attempting to intercept me. If I become surrounded, it will be a dire situation, rendering my reconnaissance mission futile. Given the current circumstances, the only way to save Eagle Outpost is for the Emerald Stone Base to send reinforcements. However, before dispatching troops, they must first ascertain the situation at Eagle Outpost. Acting recklessly could prove perilous if the demons lay in ambush along the way, or if they wait for an opportune moment to strike the Emerald Stone. The human dominion established over the Dreaming Forest for 15 years could collapse entirely. These considerations flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind, leading him to the conclusion: I must resolve the troubles behind me, either shake them off or eliminate them. With the enemy concealed and myself in the open, evasion seemed nearly impossible. The only option was to destroy their mechas. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a dense white mist suddenly emerged from the woods ahead. This mist, a toxic miasma for humans, posed no threat to the mechas, which could traverse it safely. The mist was not only thick but also expansive, and crucially, it lay in a low-lying area with little wind, allowing for distinct contours and clear borders. An opportunity. Zhang Yuan silently acknowledged, his hands and feet rapidly executing commands. Upon reaching within 30 meters of the mist's edge, his mecha accelerated, darting into the white fog like an arrow. Once inside, Zhang Yuan's operational speed increased rather than decreased. He maximized the sonar, adjusting the screen to monitor the mist's boundary shape closely, while channeling energy into the large magnetic railgun and high-frequency laser cannon. All these maneuvers were completed in the blink of an eye. After 0.6 seconds, Zhang Yuan's gaze sharpened, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks as he detected a faint silhouette flickering at the mist's boundary. Simultaneously, the sonar picked up strange fluctuations in that direction. Found it. As he initiated these actions, the audience in the live stream jolted with excitement. Since being pursued by the Dark Twins, Zhang Yuan had been on the run, occasionally deploying the large magnetic railgun merely to intimidate his pursuers. However, upon entering the mist, the situation took a dramatic turn, and the mecha's aura shifted instantly. If he had previously been the prey, the Fox Demon Mecha had now transformed into the hunter. Many viewers, having watched several of his live streams, immediately sensed this change, erupting in exclamations. Here it comes. The Sword God strikes, and blood will surely flow. My heavens, his actions per second skyrocketed to 303, an inhuman feat. At the Emerald Stone Base Command Center, Major Wang Zhongyi closely monitored the scene, himself a mecha warrior operating an elite model. He perceived more information than an ordinary person. Observing Zhang Yuan's rapid maneuvers upon entering the mist, he quickly grasped Zhang Yuan's intentions. A golden opportunity. He clenched his fist, but was soon struck by a fleeting thought. If it were me, could I seize this moment? After a brief mental simulation, he realized he could not. The skill displayed by the Demon Slayer in that instant far exceeded his limits. He could only watch and admire, feeling powerless to replicate it. The others in the command room were equally transfixed by the holographic screen, including Colonel Li Ran, the highest commander of the base, who began to closely monitor the battle's progress. The reason was straightforward. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was the closest reconnaissance mecha to Eagle Outpost, just 25 kilometers away. In the dreaming forest, after entering the mist, Zhang Yuan did not remain stagnant. Doing so would undoubtedly arouse the Dark Twins' suspicions. He continued to advance at high speed. While moving forward, he turned the barrels of the rapid-fire electromagnetic cannon and the large magnetic railgun, targeting the elusive, rapidly shifting assassin mecha. The window for Zhang Yuan's attack was exceedingly brief, merely 0.4 seconds. 1 second later, as a faint mecha silhouette emerged at the mist's edge 40 meters away, Zhang Yuan's inner fire erupted explosively. His eyes sharpened, pupils becoming pinpoints as the motors whirred to life. Without awaiting the Arrow God system to correct the trajectory, there was no time. Zhang Yuan fired. 3 shots rang out in rapid succession. 3 blue-white beams of high-energy laser surged forth, scattering through the mist. By the time the lasers reached the succubus mecha, their power had diminished to less than half. Yet, it was still sufficient. All 3 laser blasts struck their target, rippling the air, as a succubus mecha emanating a purple-black glow materialized before him. The hidden assassin was revealed. Excellent. Major Wang Zhongyi clenched his fist tightly, the command center buzzing with excitement. Perfect. Powerful. Gun God. The livestream erupted in cheers. The most formidable aspect of the assassin mecha lay in its stealth. Once exposed to the light, its threat diminished significantly, losing almost all capability to counter long-range attacks. In truth, when facing the modified Fox Demon Mecha, the succubus stood little chance from 40 meters away. The revealed succubus was Name, the elder sister among the Dark Twins. She had not anticipated such a turn of events and instinctively activated her force field for protection. Zhang Yuan did not rush to attack, for he faced multiple adversaries. He needed to secure his own position first. He resumed his frenzied operations, his actions per second soaring once more. The white ape leaps. The Fox Demon Mecha soared upward like a great white ape, suddenly grasping a vine hanging from the trunk of a giant tree, pulling down with tremendous force. The vine, as thick as a wrist, snapped under the mechanical might, allowing the 5-ton mecha to ascend further, its right arm barely reaching the branch. The mecha's energy surged into its right arm, engines roaring as with a sharp crack. The nearly 15-centimeter thick branch broke, propelling the Fox Demon Mecha upward to a height of 35 meters. At this altitude, the dense mist dissipated, granting a clear view of the ground below. Here, he could attack without distraction, free from concern about another assassin mecha's ambush for at least a second. The Fox Demon Mecha, riding the momentum, continued to ascend. Suspended in midair, Zhang Yuan's arms began to rotate. The left arm's rapid-fire laser cannon and the right arm's large magnetic railgun aimed at the exposed succubus mecha below. Sister, be careful. He's above you. Na Lan, remaining undetected, saw Zhang Yuan's series of movements while still in her stealth state. However, Nam Mei was different. In the midst of upheaval, her senses already rattled. Her sister's warning startled her further. She could not comprehend why the fox demon mecha would be above her. Instinctively, she looked up, only to see a haze of mist. Still enveloped in fog, her vision was limited, and she could not fathom that the fox demon mecha could be at such a height, leading to a momentary failure to spot Zhang Yuan. Meanwhile, without hesitation, Zhang Yuan opened fire. Killing move. White ape presents fruit. The rapid-fire laser cannons erupted, beams raining down like a storm, piercing towards the succubus mecha hidden within the mist. Amidst the relentless onslaught from above, the succubus mech found itself bereft of any evasion space. Although the fog had diminished the potency of the laser cannons, the surface of the succubus mech trembled under repeated strikes, causing its energy reserves to plummet rapidly. "Sister!" Nalan cried out, hastening towards the position of the fox spirit mech. However, her eagerness proved to be her undoing. As she dashed beneath the fox spirit mech, she was ensnared by the branches and vines severed earlier by her adversary. These impediments fell from the sky, striking the succubus mech one after another. While the branches and vines were incapable of damaging the elite mech, they obscured her vision, hampered her movements, and revealed her position. Zhang Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the chaos below, but chose to ignore it for the moment. His mech had reached the apex of its ascent, momentarily pausing at the zenith. Now, the field of the succubus mech had been significantly weakened beneath him. No longer a deterrent, and his own state was remarkably stable. Zhang Yuan pivoted his right arm, the barrel of the large magnetic railgun glowing ominously, ready to unleash its fury. "Sister, duck!" Nalan shouted, her voice trembling with urgency, as she sensed the impending peril. This time, Nami heeded the warning. The bond between the sisters was profound, and with her wealth of battlefield experience, she wasted no time in activating her engine's power, executing the standard tactical maneuver of erratic direction changes to evade the long-range assault. This strike was undoubtedly from the large magnetic railgun. If she could evade this shot, her opponent's weapon would require 1.5 seconds to recharge, which would present her an opportunity. Nami's mind raced as she exerted every ounce of effort to dodge, changing direction every 0.19 seconds. Zhang Yuan looked down upon his adversary, a slight smile gracing his lips at the sight. Previously, during his confrontation with Hellfire, both parties had been on high alert, dodging while counterattacking in dire circumstances. Yet, Zhang Yuan had seized an opportunity that secured his victory. Now, suspended high above, with no immediate threats surrounding him, he could concentrate on his current opponent. The distance between them was merely 50 to 60 meters. Such erratic movements would prove futile against his firepower. He made minor adjustments to the barrel, calmly awaiting 0.1 seconds. At the very moment the succubus mech completed another evasive maneuver, Zhang Yuan decisively fired. A soft boom reverberated through the forest as a brilliant beam of incandescent light descended from above. The kinetic projectile, traveling at a staggering speed of 8,000 meters per second, hurtled through the air, colliding with a mech that shimmered with a purple-black luminescence. The two forces met with a spectacular explosion of sparks. A piercing sound of friction filled the air as the magnetic railgun shell penetrated the back of the succubus mech, subsequently scattering into countless high-velocity shrapnel that ravaged the internal structure of the mech. In an instant, the succubus mech erupted with a shower of high-speed debris. Its internal framework reduced to chaos, and the immense energy of the magnetic railgun propelled the mangled remnants of the mech several meters away. The decisive blow had been struck. All attempts at evasion became a mere farce, and every defense proved futile. At that moment, high above in the sky, the fox spirit mech stood as the arbiter of fate for all mortals. "Sister!" Nalan screamed in shock, frozen in disbelief. Her sister had always been her guardian, and together they had been an unstoppable force on the battlefield, leaving a trail of vanquished foes in their wake. The taste of failure was unfamiliar and bitter. Her sister was gone, and she was left wondering what to do next. She had forgotten that she was still in the midst of battle, facing yet another harbinger of fate. Before Zhang Yuan, even the slightest misstep would be magnified into a bitter harvest of death. Nalan's dazed state before him was tantamount to courting annihilation. Leveraging the recoil from the previous magnetic railgun shot, Zhang Yuan momentarily halted his descent, his mech gliding backward a short distance. He reached out, grasping a vine as thick as his arm, while simultaneously securing his other leg around the trunk of a large tree, stabilizing his mech. He then redirected the magnetic railgun. Waiting 1 second for the cooldown to complete before aiming at a clear spot on the ground, and firing decisively. Earlier, as the branches and vines descended, Zhang Yuan had discerned the presence of another succubus mech. A brilliant flash of white light surged forth, revealing a battered succubus mech on the ground. The dark twins have fallen. Zhang Yuan observed his remaining energy reserves, still at 32, sufficient for him to reach the Eagle outpost. With a soft thud, the fox spirit mech gracefully descended from the vines, accelerating swiftly, soon escaping the fog. Within that mist, the once dreaded succubus twins had been reduced to mere heaps of metal debris. Had he won? Major Wang Zhongyi wiped his face in disbelief. What? The demon slayer has defeated the dark twins? He still piloted the fox spirit mech? In the dreamlike forest, a platinum-glowing earth mech came to a sudden halt. It was the Guan Yu mech piloted by Bai Di. I am the sword god, invincible in battle. Who dares challenge me? In the live broadcast, someone bellowed in excitement, only for the channel to fall silent, no one daring to refute. The demon race, have you been defeated? As Landis entered the battlefield in his backup mech, he received the shocking news, his emotions surging, causing his hands and feet to tremble as his mech stumbled but eventually steadied itself. The sisters exchanged no words. They had become a disgrace to their family and a shame to the demon race. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, the advancing Rumble Mill received an order: abandon the White Emperor Guan Yu and immediately redirect to intercept the Fox Spirit Type 1 mech. Rumble Mill clicked his tongue in disbelief. Intercept the Fox Spirit? This is the most absurd command I've ever heard. Nevertheless, military orders are absolute, and he obediently changed course, racing towards the Eagle outpost at full speed. In the dreamlike forest, only 13 kilometers remained to the Eagle outpost, with energy dwindling to 26. Under the condition of maintaining mobility, this amount would suffice for only 2 shots from the large magnetic railgun. Although he was no longer being pursued, Zhang Yuan, apart from the camouflage of the forest environment, had not employed any other concealment measures. The path ahead was filled with demon mech warriors, having slain the dark twins. He was undoubtedly under close scrutiny from the demon race. They could detect the etheric signals, leaving him with no option to hide. The only way to break through was to accelerate and charge past before the enemy could set up an ambush. Zhang Yuan's thoughts were crystal clear, leading him to expend all energy reserves, converting every ounce of power from the engine into forward momentum. As he surged forward, he inquired of the mainframe, "How many rage points do I currently possess?" "Master, you have slain 3 elite mid-tier renowned warriors, earning 18 points, and 2 ordinary elite mid-tier opponents, earning 6 points. Your current rage point limit is 190, with 66 points available." Understood. Zhang Yuan calmed his mind and continued to sprint ahead. At the Emerald Stone base, the Strategic Command Center was abuzz with anticipation. All eyes glued to the holographic screen depicting the advancing Fox Spirit mech. Everything that had transpired indicated that this mech was the most promising reconnaissance warrior to reach the Eagle outpost. What did the analysis results indicate from the Fox Spirit mech? Colonel Li Ran inquired of the information analyst standing nearby. Based on the available data, it appears that the etheric communicator at the Eagle outpost has been destroyed, rendering other communication methods entirely ineffective. From the communication interference we've gathered, it seems the demon race has employed directional information interception technology within a 35-kilometer radius of the Eagle outpost. Directional information interception? Li Ran furrowed his brow in concern. Such technology necessitates the support of supercomputing centers, and past intelligence indicates that the demon clan lacks such facilities in Pandora. Even if they were to establish one now, the energy consumption would be staggering. According to current Earth technology estimates, a super quantum brain dedicated to calculations would expend enough energy in a single second to propel a Pangu-class interstellar mothership for 10 light years. Moreover, the information blackout has persisted for over 2 hours. What on earth are these wretched beings plotting? The more Li Ran pondered, the more alarmed he became. After a brief silence, he continued to inquire. The Fox Demon is now within 10 kilometers. Can we receive any information from the Eagle outpost? The information analyst shook his head. No, not a single bite. The surroundings remain a chaotic blur. Based on the current situation, the only way to ascertain what has transpired at the Eagle outpost is to actually reach there. Is that so? Colonel Li Ran gazed at the holographic screen displaying the Fox Demon mech. In the final 10 kilometers, is success attainable? Placing all hope on a standard mech filled him with an overwhelming sense of trepidation. At that moment, a soldier reported, "Commander, the White Emperor's Guan Yu has also reached a distance of 20 kilometers, while the Black Cat Queen is at 28 kilometers. The mention of the White Emperor and the Black Cat Queen sparked a glimmer of hope in Colonel Li Ran's eyes as he gestured. Bring them onto the screen. The Guan Yu was a fierce mid-tier mech, and the Black Cat Queen S9 Lives Cat Demon Standard model was an elite lower-tier mech. Both were renowned mercenaries with a plausible chance of breaking through the blockade to reach the Eagle outpost. Suddenly, Li Ran recalled another matter. What is the status of the reconnaissance warriors who previously deployed? These reconnaissance warriors were regular troops from the base. In the event of mercenary failure, the Emerald Stone base had no choice but to send in genuine mech warriors to the Eagle outpost. The situation appeared grim. The battlefield monitor reported, the mountains are densely populated with numerous Demon Clan mercenaries, their numbers exceeding 300. Our reconnaissance warriors number only 200, and upon entering the mountains, they encountered fierce resistance. The casualty rate has now reached 30%. These reconnaissance warriors were flesh and blood lives. It was hardly worth sacrificing such excellent soldiers to contend with the remotely controlled mercenaries of the Demon Clan. Li Ran took a deep breath and issued a series of commands. Increase the reward for scouting the Eagle outpost by 100. Each mech will be provided with free anti-rhodium magnetic gun defensive shields. Release the order for the reconnaissance warriors to retreat. Yes, Commander. While the Emerald Stone base underwent a series of adjustments, Zhang Yuan advanced another 3 kilometers, leaving less than 7 kilometers to the Eagle outpost. At this juncture, Zhang Yuan, who had been charging forward, suddenly altered his approach. The silencers installed on his mech began to operate at full capacity, slowing his pace and slightly adjusting his route to a more subdued path. On this route, the forest camouflage of the Fox Demon mech proved invaluable. From the screen, had it not been for the AI's specific calibration of the Fox Demon's presence, the onlookers would scarcely have noticed its existence. Why has the speed decreased? This was the question on everyone's mind. No one understood Zhang Yuan's reasoning. The only one privy to the answer was he himself. For communication convenience, the Eagle outpost was constructed atop a highland, with all trees cleared within a 3-kilometer radius. A layer of high-strength flooring covered the ground, and this 3-kilometer zone was also within the artillery coverage of the Eagle outpost. The Demon Clan's mechs could not approach within 3 kilometers of the outpost unless they deployed a large force for an assault. In previous analyses of the Eagle outpost ruins, many military analysts concluded that the Demon Clan had deployed at least 4,000 mech warriors in this battle, with over 2,800 equipped with various war machines to assault the outpost, while more than 1,200 were stationed between 3 to 7 kilometers from the outpost to intercept any stragglers from the Emerald Stone base. In the past, there were indeed warriors who managed to break through the Demon Clan mercenaries' blockade, but ultimately, they were all defeated by the true Demon Clan mech warriors, failing to ascertain the crucial troop distribution around the Eagle outpost. This ambiguity in intelligence led to indecision among the command hierarchy of the Emerald Stone base. After 3 hours had elapsed, a decision to deploy was finally made, but by then, the opportunity had slipped away. Now, I face either exceptionally powerful demon mercenaries or genuine demon mech warriors. The Fox Demon mech has limited energy, regardless of who arrives. I lack the capacity for direct confrontation. It was this apprehension that compelled Zhang Yuan to conceal his presence, not seeking to entirely evade the Demon Clan's surveillance, but rather to avoid being detected by adversaries at the first opportunity, thereby gaining the initiative in combat. Stealthily, he advanced 1 kilometer when a voice suddenly resonated through the team communication channel. Demon Slayer Swordsman? Demon Slayer Swordsman? Can you hear me? The familiar voice belonged to the Black Cat Queen. I'm here. What is the situation? Zhang Yuan replied. Yet, the next voice was not that of the Black Cat Queen, but that of a young man. Demon Slayer, this is the White Emperor. We have just intercepted a message indicating that the Ashen Ranger Longyur has arrived in your vicinity. You must exercise caution. The name White Emperor resonated with grandeur from past battlefields, a legendary figure that Zhang Yuan had only heard of. Upon hearing his voice, he instinctively paused, but soon regained his composure, recognizing that the past was behind him and that the present journey was just beginning. He calmed his mind. Understood, thank you. Zhang Yuan was not only familiar with the Ashen Ranger Longyur, but had also confronted him before. Longyur was a Demon Clan prodigy, unlike the noble-born Dilith. He hailed from humble beginnings and lacked the support of a prominent lineage. His proud demeanor resulted in a rather mediocre standing within the demon military. Even a decade later, he was merely a common battalion commander, possessing only a savage mid-tier physique. However, none of this could overshadow Longmuir's achievements in the art of mobile swordsmanship. In the demon clan, where swords are revered, many strong individuals practiced mobile sword techniques. While Dilif trained in the silent blade, Longmuir had developed his own technique. The Ashen Slash, which was potent enough to rank him 17th among the demon clan sword masters. Under normal circumstances, a renowned figure of this caliber would pose an insurmountable challenge for Zhang Yuan piloting the Fox Demon Mech. Not only would resistance be futile, but even evasion would be a luxury. Yet, Longmuir was an exception. Why? Because in the past, Zhang Yuan had faced him and emerged victorious, slaying him near the Hangastar Gate on the third satellite of the Ice Shining Star. Zhang Yuan was well acquainted with the Ashen Ranger's swordsmanship, and now, rather than seeking victory, escaping would not pose a significant challenge. With less than 6 kilometers remaining, it would be best to avoid an encounter with him. Speak of the devil. Zhang Yuan's thoughts had barely formed when a flickering high speed that appeared on the mech's screen. Warning, target approaching at high speed. Approximately 280 meters per second. Estimated collision in 5 seconds. The approaching speed, nearing that of sound, unmistakably signified the arrival of the Ashen Ranger Longmuir. Emerald Stone Base. Commander. The Ashen Ranger is closing in on the Demon Slayer's swordsman. The monitoring soldier suddenly shouted. Li Ran had already taken command of the mercenaries, and the soldier's words made his hand tremble slightly. He quickly raised his gaze to the screen, where he clearly saw the Ashen Ranger enveloped in a purplish-black energy field on the cockpit's detection display. Is the Fury phase imminent? How is the White Emperor faring? The White Emperor was merely 15 kilometers away from the Eagle outpost, and the distance between him and the Demon Slayer was only 9 kilometers. At the current speed, they would catch up to the Fox Demon Mech in 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Switch the main screen to the White Emperor's perspective. Li Ran commanded decisively. He needed immediate insight into the status of the White Emperor's Guan Yu mech. This Fury Phase mech was the most likely mercenary to break through the Demon Clan's blockade. Without exception. Understood, Commander. Several soldiers exclaimed in unison, my heavens. Look, the Ashen Ranger has appeared on the screen. Although they had largely given up hope on the Fox Demon, when the Fox Demon faced genuine adversity, Colonel Li Ran instinctively lifted his gaze. It wasn't just him. Major Wang Zhongyi and many other staff members also found themselves drawn to this ordinary-level mech that had been creating miracles. The audience in Zhang Yuan's live stream was far simpler. They were glued to the Fox Demon mech every moment, every second. When the Ashen Ranger of the Thunderbolt mech appeared on the Fox Demon screen, the viewers gasped collectively. Wow, such a rich purplish-black glow. This is definitely a medium-sized energy field. It must be a Fury-level mech. How terrifying is this advanced battlefield? Ordinary against Fury. Is it even fair? Look. The Sword God is followed by a Fury-level Earth mech. I suspect that guy has raised the game's difficulty. But what now? No one could provide an answer. To these viewers, the Demon Slayer had already become a myth. No one knew what kind of miracle this myth could conjure in the next moment. Since my debut, I have never faced defeat. Mere mortals, watch closely. One viewer boldly declared, and after he spoke, no one dared to refute him. In the dreamy forest, facing the charging Ashen Ranger, Zhang Yuan remained calm and composed. The trajectory of the Fox Demon mech showed no sign of deviation. The only action he took was to raise his right arm, where the large magnetic rail gun began to charge. The white-hot flames spiraled from the barrel, and the high-energy kinetic bullets were ready. At any moment in the near future, the magnetic railgun could unleash a torrent of furious projectiles. Longmuir, your Ashen Slash is indeed exquisite, and you are a true talent among the Demon Clan. However, your arrogance blinds you to the fact that the essence of battle cannot be grasped alone. Behind your genius lies a multitude of fatal flaws. The world's most powerful warriors possess not only extraordinary talent, but also a broad-mindedness that transcends mere self-cultivation. For instance, the White Emperor, before rising to fame, sought guidance from numerous masters. He treated every bit of advice with the utmost respect, honoring those who improved his skills, no matter how slight. The White Emperor had no singular specialty. All his maneuvers were exceptional techniques. Take Dilif, for example. It is said he studied under 9 masters, each for a minimum of 3 months and up to 3 years. He began training at the age of 9 and dedicated 20 years to perfecting his craft, achieving mastery at 29 with the creation of the Celestial Blade of Desolation. In contrast, Longmuir lacked this kind of mindset and breadth. In their previous encounter, although both were renowned Fury-level experts, Zhang Yuan defeated him in just 9 moves. As it was then, so it is now, Zhang Yuan had once again broken through, while Longmuir remained merely a mercenary, and the gap between them widened ever further. In the blink of an eye, The distance between the two mechs shrank to less than 80 meters. Had it not been for a rock obstructing Long Mir's path, he could have easily reached Zhang Yuan in less than half a second, striking him down with a single slash. Little fox demon. Just because you're equipped with a magnetic railgun doesn't make you formidable, Long Mir chuckled, his gaze fixated solely on the Earth's White Emperor, oblivious to the fact that the fox demon mech had just unleashed the Dark Twins. Of course, given his nature, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The Dark Twins were merely a pair of clever twins, hardly anything to be concerned about. Under his ashen slash, if they could survive 3 moves, it would be enough to bring them joy for a long while. Navigating around the rock, the terrain ahead was uneven, hindering full-speed charge, but it didn't matter. His mech could unleash a maximum power of 100 horsepower, making acceleration a simple task. The engine roared with a thunderous growl, and the Ashen Messenger mech's purplish-black glow intensified, almost transforming into a mass of purple-black flames. The ground beneath the Ashen Messenger cracked and sank over 30 centimeters under the immense power of the mech, leaving spiderweb-like fissures on the surface. The Ashen Ranger surged forward, cleaving through the air with a piercing whistle, and 2 seconds later, a massive explosion of air erupted around the mech, creating a ring of liquefied air. What the hell? This guy's insane. He dares to go supersonic on this terrain. How fierce. Why has the Sword God made a move yet? The live stream was ablaze with excitement, every viewer fixated on the unfolding clash. In the forest, the fox demon mech, seemingly oblivious to the charging Ashen Ranger, continued its mad dash. Just 30 meters ahead lay a dense thicket, with trees thick enough for multiple people to embrace, casting a dim light filled with intertwining vines. Given the agility of the fox demon mech, if it could breach the forest, there might still be a chance to escape. However, the formidable opponent loomed right before it. Did the fox demon have a chance? The Ashen Ranger closed in rapidly, 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters, until it reached a mere 3 meters. It took Long Mir just 3 seconds to cover that distance. During that brief moment, the fox demon mech, aside from raising the large magnetic railgun, kept charging forward, as if frozen in fear. Do you think you can blast me with that magnetic railgun? Huh? Do you take me for a mindless fool? Long Mir thought swiftly, his body never ceasing its operations. With a clang, the ashen blade was drawn. Blue-white high-energy ions rapidly climbing up the crystalline golden blade. The blade flashed, carving a mysterious arc through the air towards the fox demon mech. Simultaneously, the Ashen Ranger's body shifted outward, ever prepared to dodge the magnetic railgun's projectiles. While the bullets may not breach his energy field, their immense kinetic energy could disrupt his balance. In high-speed maneuvers, losing balance could lead to severe damage to the mech's components. In truth, given the structural strength of both mechs, the Ashen Messenger could have simply barreled through and smashed the fox demon mech to pieces. The reason for drawing the blade was merely to adhere to the principle of giving one's all in battle. Long Mir mused, with this slash, my opponent will surely be cleaved in two, and I shall rush past, turning the mech into mere fragments. The scene will undoubtedly be spectacular. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The seemingly dazed fox demon mech suddenly rotated its right arm slightly, raising the large magnetic railgun without even glancing, directly firing. The kinetic projectile roared forth at a staggering speed of 8,000 meters per second, hurtling towards Long Mir's Ashen Ranger. The shot was utterly unexpected, perfectly timed just as Long Mir was fully committed to his swing, leaving him little room to evade. The clash occurred within a mere breath, and at first glance, the fox demon's mech appeared not to have fired a shot, but rather unleashed a blade that aimed directly at Long Mir's vital point. It was executed with such swiftness, precision, and ferocity that evasion was utterly impossible. A deafening sound resonated as the magnetic railgun projectile struck the surface of the crystallized kryptonite blade held by the Ashen Ranger. This point was the weakest on the blade, and the angle of impact was rather peculiar, imparting a formidable rotational force to the weapon. Following this strike, Long Mir felt his mechanical arm tremble violently, and astonishingly, the kryptonite blade slipped from his grasp with a resounding clink, flying off into the distance. In the live broadcast, an exclamation of surprise erupted in unison. Meanwhile, applause resonated from the strategic command center, and the faces of all present were alight with exhilaration. Long Mir's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time since he had developed the Ashen Slash that his weapon had been intercepted mid-attack by a projectile. leaving him profoundly shaken. However, true to his genius, he quickly regained his composure, his mind racing. This shot is intriguing. It has disarmed my weapon. But my mech itself is a weapon. I shall crush you with my mech alone. He deftly maneuvered, and the Ashen Ranger mech lowered itself, charging forward like a rampaging bull towards the Fox Demon's mech. The Ashen Ranger not only boasted significantly superior structural integrity compared to the Fox Demon, but it was also shielded by a robust layer of force field protection. Should it connect, the Fox Demon would be easily shattered. The unfortunate circumstance was that the Fox Demon's large magnetic railgun had entered a 1.5-second cooldown, and it was merely 3 meters away from the Ashen Ranger. In the face of the Ashen Ranger's charge, the Fox Demon seemed to have no means of escape. Chapter 63. He is our ace. Zhang Yuan discerned Long Longmir's intentions with remarkable clarity. In truth, upon realizing Long Longmir's arrival, he had already envisioned the intricate details of the impending battle, and none of Long Longmir's maneuvers eluded his mental projections of the conflict. In other words, he had seen through the tactics of this demonic mercenary. With a faint smirk gracing his lips, Zhang Yuan executed his movements with swiftness and efficiency that surpassed Long Longmir's. The white ape leapt. In this fleeting moment, the tremendous recoil from the magnetic railgun shell harmonized perfectly with the explosive force of the engine, instantly providing the Fox Demon with over 1,800 horsepower of explosive power. This force propelled the 5-ton Fox Demon mech, resulting in an astonishing acceleration effect. While it could not rival the Furious-grade mechs, it was sufficient to evade the collision with the Ashen Ranger. The Fox Demon mech, resembling a willow swaying in the wind, narrowly dodged the oncoming Ashen Ranger's impact, before surging forward once more, darting into the dense forest like an arrow. A resounding roar from an engine echoed just half a meter behind him, belonging to the Ashen Ranger that had barely missed him. How could this be? Long Longmir's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His formidable Furious-grade mech had been outmaneuvered in close combat by an ordinary-grade mech. Who would believe such a tale? Despite the shock coursing through him, Long Longmir wasted no time in forcibly redirecting his trajectory to pursue the Fox Demon mech. However, the speed of his initial charge had been so great that by the time he completed his turn, 1 seconds had already elapsed. Even if the Fox Demon mech was slow, 1 seconds was ample time to cover a distance of over 30 meters. It had already entered the forest and hidden behind a towering ancient tree. This is disastrous. There is no straight path to charge. Long Longmir hesitated for a moment, and in that brief interval, the Fox Demon mech had vanished another 30 meters away, skillfully evading his line of sight as it deftly maneuvered through the trees. In a panic, Long Longmir disregarded his reservations and unleashed his engine's power in a straight pursuit. My absolute speed will outclass the Fox Demon mech. As long as I catch up, I will find an opportunity, he thought, employing his most adept maneuvering technique, the Path of Ashes. However, as he initiated movement and advanced merely 5 steps, a blinding white light suddenly flashed before him. A cold smile crept across his face. A magnetic railgun shell? Having suffered once, there was no way he would be struck again. With this thought, his actions became instinctive. The Ashen Ranger mech sidestepped with an unimaginable speed to evade the projectile. Long Longmir's evasion skills were undoubtedly solid, and his reaction time was commendable. Yet he remained oblivious to the caliber of opponent he faced. Just as he completed his dodge, he felt a tremendous force thrust against his mech's leg, accompanied by a resounding puff, the sound of a high-velocity shell striking the force field. At that moment, the Ashen Avenger had just begun its movement, and the massive force acted directly on its leg. Under the influence of this additional thrust, the Ashen Avenger lost its balance, spiraling out of control. With a cacophony of chaos, the Ashen Avenger rolled 4 times on the forest floor and spun a dozen times in the air before finally dissipating its momentum and crashing to the ground. Inside the mech, Long Longmir was thrown into disarray, his mind clouded, struggling to regain composure. Alert! The left leg of the mech has sustained severe damage and is inoperable. Alert! The mech's balance is critically compromised. Immediate repairs are required. Long Longmir was taken aback, glancing at the holographic screen of his mech, where he saw the left calf of the Ashen Ranger grotesquely twisted and deformed. It was utterly incapacitated. A mech in such a state could no longer pursue the Fox Demon mech, even if the adversaries were mere wealthy dilettantes piloting their toys. For a fleeting moment, Long Longmir felt despondent. How could I have made such a fundamental error? Am I truly unfit to operate a mech? Fortunately, his spirit was resilient. This discouraging thought was but a fleeting shadow, and moments later, He regained his composure, recalling his opponent's moves in detail, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. He had completely seen through my maneuvers. How can such a master exist in this world? In Zhang Yuan's live broadcast room, an eerie silence prevailed, yet the donation channel erupted in a frenzy, the audience struggling to articulate their overwhelming excitement. The screen scrolled for a full 3 minutes before anyone spoke. The cunning of the demons is matched by the prowess of the righteous. What a display. If NPCs possessed thoughts, that fellow would undoubtedly bear psychological scars. Haha. Look. The Swordmaster has breached the blockade. Oh no, the Eagle Outpost is doomed. The Strategic Command Center erupted in cheers, but soon their attention turned back to the Fox Demon, who was about to enter the Eagle Outpost. Half a minute later, the monitor officer reported loudly, "The demon-slaying swordsman has arrived at the Eagle Outpost. News from outside the outpost has arrived. There are 3 demonic mech battalions and a temporary base outside. I see the demonic commander. Identity verification in progress. It is Alicia, the hand of the butcher. Alicia, one of the elite guards of the Devil's Eight, piloting a mid-tier defensive mech, possesses extraordinary combat prowess and a history of remarkable achievements. She is known for her bloodthirsty nature and penchant for torturing captives. Commander, the energy of the Eagle Outpost grid shield is down to 23. It is expected to be breached in 10 minutes. The garrison is insufficient against the demons. Commander, if we deploy troops now, it will take at least an hour to arrive at the Eagle Outpost, and time is of the essence. The demonic forces should number over 500. To successfully repel them, our deployment must exceed 6,000, which constitutes 2/3 of the total force at the Emerald Stone base. 2/3 means that after reinforcements are dispatched, the Emerald Stone base will be left vulnerable. As this series of intelligence reports flooded in, the command center fell into a state of stunned silence. And Commander Li Ran's face turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The situation was painfully clear, although they had gathered intelligence. It was too late for the Emerald Stone base to provide support. The consequences of the Eagle Outpost's fall were simply unimaginable. What to do? This thought echoed in the minds of everyone in the command center. In the midst of this silence, a soldier spoke up. "Commander, the demon-slaying swordsman seems to have something to say. Wait, he has directly written the plan on the screen. Would you like to review it?" Li Ran nodded. "Send it over for me to see." The plan was quickly transmitted, and Li Ran perused it swiftly. After half a minute, he pondered. A diversion to rescue Zhao? This seems feasible, but can the Eagle Outpost withstand a full hour relying solely on mercenaries? Major Wang Zhengyi was also examining the document, murmuring, "Commander, this might be the most viable solution we have at present." Li Ran took a deep breath. "Then let us proceed with it." He then turned to Wang Zhengyi. "You need to arrange a completely new remote-controlled mech for the demon-slaying swordsman immediately. It must meet his specifications, at least an elite-level mech. Find a reliable player to pilot it to the Eagle Outpost. I will take care of it now." Wang Zhengyi nodded. Commander Li Ran added, "It is imperative that the mech reaches him. This demon-slaying swordsman's maneuvering skills are nearly perfect. He is a trump card in our arsenal and the key to victory in this war." "Understood, Commander," Wang Zhengyi responded emphatically. 2 minutes later, all players in the Dream Forest received the same quest: guard the Eagle Outpost. The task duration was set for 1 hour. Reward 1, 500 military rank points. Reward 2, 3 free energy refills for the base. This reward was nothing short of explosive. 500 military rank points were nearly sufficient to purchase a top-tier standard mech. Within 2 minutes, at least 700 players accepted the quest, each showcasing their unique abilities as they rushed toward the Eagle Outpost. In the temporary base of the Demon Clan, the commander received alarming news. "Commander, our blockade has been breached by the Earthlings." This revelation sent Alicia into a fit of rage. "What did you say? There are at least 500 warriors on the blockade line. Are they all fools?" Alicia's fury was palpable, and the surrounding demon officers remained silent, too fearful to provoke the commander's wrath. After a prolonged silence, Alicia inquired, "Who breached the blockade?" "It was that Fox Demon mech," a subordinate replied timidly. "What? Did Long Mir fail to intercept it?" "He did, but it was unsuccessful." Alicia's brow furrowed, a hint of gravity crossing her typically pale visage. "Where is that Fox Demon mech now?" "It is within the Eagle Outpost." Alicia felt a surge of anger rise within her. Struggling to contain her fury, she coldly issued a new command. "Damn it, those Earthlings have uncovered our plans. But we still have time. Relay my orders. Commence a fierce assault immediately, and we must capture the Eagle Outpost within half an hour." Chapter 64. The All-Seer's search at Eagle Outpost. A mechanical fox demon, standing less than 5 meters tall, strode purposefully through the base. Its exterior was marred by countless scorch marks, while the crevices of its surface were stuffed with shattered leaves and grass stems. The muzzle of its left arm's rapid-fire laser cannon exhibited slight signs of melting, and the large electromagnetic railgun on the right radiated waves of intense heat. Every detail silently narrated the fierce battles this mech had endured in the forest. 2 towering golden warrior mechs led the way for the fox demon mech, attracting innumerable gazes filled with astonishment, admiration, and reverence. After a lapse of 2 hours and 10 minutes since communications were lost with the outpost and the Emerald Stone base, this was the first mech to break through the interception and deliver news from the Emerald Stone base. No one expected the first to arrive would be an ordinary fox demon mech piloted by a mere player. As the Golden Warriors halted their steps, they parted to reveal a crimson-painted Fury-class mech ahead. This was the quintessential long-range attack mech Chang'e Type 3. Chang'e Type 3 Fury mid-range model, humanoid mech height, 5.8 meters weight, 7.9 tons maximum output power, 3,200 horsepower equipped with the Aero God version 3.0 auxiliary targeting system equipped with a medium force field generator special ability 1. Infinite energy. The mech carries a large anti-neutrino core. With an energy reserve of 200, special ability 2. Sunset Arrow. The mech undergoes a complete transformation, constructing a supersized electromagnetic railgun with unparalleled destructive power. This mech is a standard military model, emphasizing collaboration, with its long-range attack capabilities maximized to the extreme. However, its mobility and defensive capabilities are rather ordinary, necessitating the cooperation and protection of comrades on the battlefield to unleash its immense power. The pilot of the Chang'e was the outpost commander. Upon noticing the fox demon mech, he scrutinized it before inquiring, "Mercenary, you bring news from the Emerald Stone?" "Yes. I have established direct communication," Zhang Yuan replied. The communication link on the mech was activated, and the voice of the Emerald Stone base's commander resonated. "I am Lieutenant Colonel Li Ran, acting commander of the base. Major Su Lian, please listen carefully to my orders." Major Su Lian, piloting the Chang'e, immediately raised his arm in a military salute. "Yes, Commander." The two commanders then commenced a confidential exchange of tactical details. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan, who had traversed the forest with heightened tension, began to feel fatigued. Observing the current situation, he noted that in approximately 10 minutes, the force field would be breached by the demons, heralding an imminent battle. He resolved to seize this brief respite to request mech maintenance. However, just as he initiated the process, a notification from the Emerald Stone base appeared on the screen. "Ding. You have successfully completed the reconnaissance mission at Eagle Outpost and earned 200 military rank points. Ding. You have received a free maintenance privilege for the Fox Demon mech. Would you like to use it now?" Naturally, he opted to utilize it. As he pressed the confirmation button, he also heard the voice of the mainframe in his mind. "Master, piloting an ordinary upper-tier mech, you have successfully completed a reconnaissance mission in the Fury lower tier, earning 120 Fury points. Your current Fury point limit is 190, and you currently possess 186 points. Would you like to use them now?" Zhang Yuan felt quite pleased with these rewards, feeling justified in his exhausting journey. He checked his enhancement status. It was currently at ordinary level 5-1000, his physique barely reaching the ordinary lower-tier threshold. He had previously requested a refined upper-tier mech from the Emerald Stone base, but even with a 50 physical weakening from the game, it would be impossible to unleash the full potential of a refined upper-tier mech. He could only rely on burning Fury points at critical moments. After some contemplation, he inquired, "Mainframe, with my current physique, how many Fury points are consumed per second when piloting a refined upper-tier mech in dark mode?" "At least 10 points per second. Thus, the maximum explosive duration would only last 18.6 seconds, a brief window indeed. Is there an optimal enhancement plan? I recommend enhancing by 110 points, which would reduce the consumption to 3 points per second, extending the explosive duration to 25 seconds. Zhang Yuan was somewhat astonished. Refining requires 1,000 points. If I enhance by 110 points, the increase in physique is minimal, yet why is the consumption reduced by over threefold? Because the enhancement process first strengthens the brain and internal organs, followed by the limbs and superficial muscles. During the internal organ enhancement, although there is no significant increase in physical strength, your body's recovery ability, endurance, and resistance to damage will see substantial improvement, thus greatly lowering the consumption rate. The reduction in consumption during muscle enhancement, however, becomes less pronounced. The principle was somewhat complex, but Zhang Yuan grasped it. Without hesitation, he declared, "Use 110 fury points to begin enhancement." Commencing enhancement. With a resounding boom, a surge of heat erupted from within Zhang Yuan, coursing through his body like molten lava spreading beneath the Earth's crust. Unlike the previous breakthrough to ordinary-level physique, he felt the internal heat stronger than before. Yet he experienced no pain whatsoever. Instead, it was a most pleasant sensation. Had he not been in a virtual capsule, he would have relished the opportunity to practice some innate skills. After a brief moment, as the heat began to dissipate, Zhang Yuan felt a clarity of mind. The fatigue that had once weighed upon him completely vanished. He felt an indescribable lightness, brimming with vitality. While the commanders of the Emerald Stone Base and Eagle Outpost continued their tactical communication, Zhang Yuan, feeling bored, began to check his earnings from the Mech God live stream. How strange. Despite peak viewership reaching 18 million, the rewards amount to only over 8 million? Zhang Yuan mused. He perused the reward leaderboard, his brow slightly furrowing. Whereas I am the ancient pit. In previous streams, that young girl had consistently topped the charts, with rewards exceeding 2 million each time. Yet this time, she was nowhere to be found. Curious indeed. It was evident she had taken a keen interest in him, and given the close timing of their streams, her sudden absence was perplexing. Pondering this, Zhang Yuan clicked on I am the ancient pit in his friend's contact list to view her recent messages. Upon seeing the last entry, his brow furrowed again. Sensing something amiss, she had abruptly gone silent, as if her power source had been cut off. What could this mean? In modern society, household energy supply is exceptionally stable, and power outages do not occur without reason. The girl's situation stirred a sense of unease in Zhang Yuan. What if something had happened? He silently admonished himself. This girl clearly hailed from a wealthy family. Such individuals are often prime targets for interstellar kidnappers. And security in the galaxy has deteriorated in recent years. No, Zhang Yuan thought. He couldn't dwell on this any longer. With so few clues, any further speculation would be baseless. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Yuan pressed a communication number on a private channel. Approximately 10 seconds later, the call connected, and a soft voice emerged. The All-Seer S search, transparent pricing, fair to all. I require recent information about an individual. Her ID in the Mech God livestream is I am the ancient pit, and she is a young girl, approximately 14 years old. What is your fee? The communication fell silent on the other end, leaving Zhang Yuan to listen to the rhythmic clattering of keyboard strokes. In this age, it was rare to encounter someone who still insisted on typing, yet the sound brought him a sense of comfort. Qianlian, an enigmatic figure in the black market, was not well known, but those who were aware recognized him as a master within the Starlink network, claiming to see through the 3 realms and 5 elements. With no secrets in the cosmic sea. In his previous life, Zhang Yuan had fortuitously saved this individual's life, and in gratitude, Qianlian had assisted him on numerous occasions. As their interactions grew, and Zhang Yuan's interest in Starlink technology deepened, they became quite good friends, often sharing tales of their conquests within the network. After approximately 15 seconds, a voice echoed from the other end, 30 million. Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, the ancient giant pit was a formidable entity. Given this price, it was likely that the buyer was a core descendant of a prominent family. The pressing issue was that Zhang Yuan did not possess such a sum. After contemplating, he replied, "Brother, I don't have that much cash on hand. Would you be willing to trade instead?" The individual on the other end was succinct, reminiscent of their previous exchanges. "I know of a hidden vulnerability in the Demon Clan's Tianmon network. Are you interested?" This vulnerability was something Qianlian had revealed to him in a later life, and Zhang Yuan was now prepared to leverage it as currency. Certainly. The voice on the other end finally displayed a hint of enthusiasm. The technology of the Demon Clan surpassed that of Earth, and their Tianmon network boasted exceptionally robust security measures. Earth's hackers had long sought to infiltrate it, with a few achieving minor successes. Yet no one had ever managed to breach the core secrets of the Tianmon network. Zhang Yuan chuckled inwardly, recalling key points to relay to his counterpart. Although he missed some details, he was confident that Qianlian would be accommodating. Barely 3 seconds passed before Zhang Yuan distinctly heard Qianlian's breathing grow heavier. After 5 more seconds, he spoke. "This information is invaluable. I never take advantage of others. You shall first receive the preliminary intel, and afterward, I will devote myself to tracing the whereabouts of that young lady." As he spoke, Zhang Yuan received an email from Qianlian. Upon opening it, his expression sharpened in surprise. What a coincidence. The ancient giant pit was indeed Lin Bingqing's daughter, Lin Long. Chapter 65. How to engage. The messages from the 1,000-mile eye were not numerous. Zhang Yuan skimmed through them before finishing. After reading, he could not help but exhale deeply. The truth was as he had anticipated. There was a traitor within the Lin family, and this traitor held a prominent position, none other than Lin Rong's own uncle, Lin Bingyin. With the support of a high-ranking family insider, the kidnappers had effortlessly abducted Lin Rong from the Yunmings. It was also due to Lin Bingyin's covert collaboration that the kidnappers could successfully extract Lin Rong from Xianglin Star, eluding both the underworld and the righteous forces of the southern wilderness star domain. Now, more than 6 hours had passed, and Lin Rong's whereabouts had become entirely obscured. He could only communicate to the 1,000-mile eye, "I appreciate your assistance." The response was a simple, "I will do my best," followed by the disconnection of the communication. Zhang Yuan's emotions were still tumultuous, and after a full half-minute, he showed no signs of regaining composure. He could not help but gently tap his forehead, murmuring to himself, "Calm down. Remain composed. Do not let the sudden turn of events cloud your judgment." Originally, he intended to rescue Lin Bingqing's daughter. The current situation merely added another layer to Lin Bingqing's identity. His most rational course of action remained to join forces with Lin Bingqing and intercept the demon ships at the periphery of the Pandora star domain. Yes, there was no need to alter the plan. Lin Rong was merely a passerby he encountered on the Star Union network. There was no need for excessive concern. Zhang Yuan continually reassured himself. This reasoning proved effective, and after repeating it several times, the turmoil within him gradually subsided, restoring a sense of calm. Your remote-controlled mech has been fully charged. Your current control delay is 5 milliseconds. Please do not underestimate this delay in a real battlefield. Zhang Yuan's heart tightened. Indeed, he had encountered no formidable opponents along the way and had nearly forgotten about this critical flaw of control delay. A 5-millisecond delay might be negligible against fellow mercenaries, but it could be a decisive disadvantage against true mech warriors. In an era when remote control technology was so advanced, why were there still so many warriors personally controlling mechs on the battlefield? Besides the high reliability of direct control, another reason was the substantial advantages it conferred in mech operation. While the Ether sublink could provide real-time control, its bandwidth was severely limited due to physical constraints, resulting in a restricted volume of data transmission per second. Under such limited bandwidth, battlefield information relayed to players through the Ether sublink had to be significantly reduced, and the control signals sent to the mechs were subject to a degree of distortion, all of which could greatly affect the mech's combat capabilities. On the true battlefield, the combat prowess of real warriors, whose technical levels and ranks were comparable, was often 1.5 times greater than that of mercenaries. This disparity only widened at higher levels. For instance, in a fierce confrontation, a mercenary might be instantaneously annihilated upon encountering a regular soldier. His opponent was Alicia, one of the 8 guards of Dilifur, known for her brutal temperament, yet average skills. Yet she was undeniably a true mech warrior. His window for unleashing his full potential was limited to a mere 25 seconds, compounded by the 5-millisecond control delay, making the task of eliminating her exceedingly challenging. In his proposed plan, the Emerald Stone base would not rush to rescue the Eagle Watchtower, but instead immediately deploy troops eastward to raid the demon's most crucial palladium isotope mine, the Azure Lake Cavern, located within the Dream Forest. Since most of the demon forces were occupied at the Eagle Watchtower, the Emerald Stone Legion could advance without fear of interception, reaching the Azure Lake Cavern in just 35 minutes. The Azure Lake Cavern was a lucrative site, producing over 75 of the demon's palladium isotopes in the entire Dream Forest, making it a strategic asset if captured by the Earth forces. The losses to the demons would be incalculable. The demons could not afford to watch the mine fall. So as long as the Eagle Watchtower could withstand one wave of the demon assault, thwarting the commander's blitzkrieg strategy, there was a significant chance the demons would retreat to reinforce the Azure Lake mine. However, withstanding such an assault seemed nearly impossible. In his previous life, once the force field was breached, the demons had exterminated the entire garrison at the Watchtower within just 20 minutes. Therefore, the only way to endure this assault was to eliminate Alicia, temporarily disrupting the demon command structure. While modern armies would not collapse solely due to the loss of a commander, an officer would promptly assume command. The demons' morale would undoubtedly suffer, drastically reducing their efficiency in assault. And that would suffice. As he contemplated the details of his plan, a familiar voice, tinged with amusement, suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Hi, Demon Slayer. How are you holding up? It was the Black Cat Queen. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. Where are you now? Turn around. I am not far behind you by the defensive fortifications. And I'm not alone. White Emperor is here as well, along with over 30 others, all skilled fighters. We have taken on the task of guarding the Eagle Watchtower. Zhang Yuan turned to look behind the screen and indeed spotted a diverse group of mech warriors standing near a high wall made of high-strength composite materials. From their distinct mech modifications, it was clear they were all mercenaries. Among the mechs, Zhang Yuan's gaze immediately landed on a sky-blue mech standing over 9 meters tall, radiating a soft blue force field glow. Its weapon was a long-handled sword, and it stood silently amidst the mechs, with others naturally forming a circle around it, resembling stars encircling the moon. The proud Black Cat Queen stood beside White Emperor, her demeanor akin to that of a girl admiring her idol. White Emperor, is it? Zhang Yuan felt a wave of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had seen White Emperor from afar, then just as now, revered by all around him. Seemingly destined to be humanity's leader. Perhaps sensing Zhang Yuan's gaze, a young male voice chimed in over the communication. Demon Slayer, you truly possess exceptional skill. I came across that Ashen Ranger you had incapacitated. I effortlessly took his head. As White Emperor spoke, others joined in the communication. Demon Slayer, you are quite impressive. You managed to break through first with an ordinary mech. That Ji Yuan circle of yours is incredibly effective. The demons will surely be distraught this time. You will undoubtedly receive the credit. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly, responding calmly. The battle is not yet over. The Watchtower's defensive force field is on the brink of being breached. That will be the true trial. Upon hearing this, the communication fell silent for a moment, and after a while, someone replied, We're faring well, at most. We will lose one mech, but the soldiers at the Watchtower are truly fighting for their lives. With that, the communication lapsed into silence again. Zhang Yuan remained composed. Turning to White Emperor and the Black Cat Queen, my new mech is on its way. It should be an elite swordsman mech. At that point, I intend to launch a surprise attack on the Demon Commander Alicia. I need comrades. Who among you will join me? Demon Slayer, is that really necessary? Our task is merely to defend the Eagle Watchtower, a timid mercenary interjected. I lack the skill for such feats. I just wish to slay as many demon warriors as possible before my mech is destroyed. Isn't this a bit too ambitious? The demon commander is not a fool to simply be killed at will, came another voice. Zhang Yuan paid no heed to these murmurs, awaiting a response from the comrades he had chosen. After 5 seconds, White Emperor's voice broke the silence. What is your degree of certainty? Zhang Yuan replied, I have no certainty, but I will do my utmost. The voice of the Black Cat Queen resonated. Demon Slayer, I shall fight alongside you. The White Emperor appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon he chuckled. Indeed, the battlefield is ever-changing. Certainty is a rare luxury. I shall join my comrade, the Demon Slayer, in this endeavor. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding explosion echoed from above. The gathered crowd looked skyward to witness a colossal breach in the force field. Its edges ablaze with brilliant luminescence, reminiscent of flames, voraciously consuming the remnants of the force field. The Sentry's force field defenses had been breached. The true brutality of war lay before them. At that very moment, Zhang Yuan's recently interrupted Mech God live stream resumed. Every viewer subscribed to the stream received a notification. The Demon Slayer has gone live. Current mission, defend the Eagle Sentry. Instantly, over 10 million viewers flooded into Zhang Yuan's live stream. They were eager to witness the Sword God vanquish demons. Betting commenced, with wagers placed on the Sword God achieving the highest military rank in battle. I bet you a penny. I bet you won't even have a child. Quiet now. The broadcast has begun. Oh my, the regular army's strength is in a 3-to-1 ratio. How can we fight like this? Above the Eagle Sentry, rendered through quantum superbrain technology, was starkly displayed the military strength comparison between the Earth and the Demon Clan. Humans, regular army 1, 300, mercenaries 3, 700. Demons, regular army 4, 000, mercenaries 1, 500. Chapter 66. Archery as skillful as swordsmanship at Eagle Outpost. The moment the force field of the outpost dissipated, the defensive turrets of Eagle Outpost and the high-energy proton cannons of the demon race's temporary base erupted into a frenzy of mutual fire. The cacophony of booming blasts, shrieks, and explosions filled the air as torrents of superheated flames surged across the battlefield, giving rise to billowing clouds of ionized radiation. These clouds floated upwards, coalescing into a tempest of high-energy storm clouds. Crackling lightning brewed within these clouds, occasionally striking down, even directly targeting mechs on the ground. The temperature on the battlefield soared instantaneously, with the heat waves rolling through the air, reaching a staggering 300 degrees Celsius. This was the essence of true warfare, a realm of extreme heat, storms, and a relentless barrage of shrapnel that transformed the area into a veritable graveyard for the living. In such an arena, flesh and blood would be obliterated in an instant, leaving no room for survival. Only those encased in steel mechs could hope to endure the chaos. Yet, the protection of these mechs was not infallible. At every moment, misfortune befell some, as high-energy projectiles struck them down. For mercenaries, it was merely the destruction of their mechs, but for true mech warriors, the destruction of their machines exposed them to the brutalities of the battlefield. The air was filled with the chilling cries of the fallen, which, even after being dulled by the quantum superbrain's modifications, sent shivers down the spine when broadcasted in the Mech God livestream. Following this terrifying exchange of fire, both the defensive walls of Eagle Outpost and the demon race's temporary base lay in ruins, unable to impede the advance of the mech warriors any longer. It was time for a bloodbath. Demon mech warriors began their charge from 3 kilometers away toward Eagle Outpost, as the voice of Major Su Lian, the outpost commander, resonated in every warrior's communication line. Warriors, let the demon spawn taste our might. Zhang Yuan glanced at Bai Di and the Black Cat Queen. Preserve your strength for now. Await the arrival of my mech. Understood. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan maneuvered the Fox Demon mech to a high vantage point within the outpost, launching attacks on the advancing demon warriors from above. From his elevated position, he observed a multitude of demon mech warriors scattered across the 3 kilometers ahead, ghouls, white specters, bull demons, and spiders, among others. Though dispersed, they moved with a certain order amidst the chaos, with defensive types like the bull demon Type 1 and Type 2 leading the charge, wielding shields, followed closely by tigers and succubi, while ranged attackers like spiders and scorpions provided artillery support from behind. The heavy footsteps of the steel warriors echoed like distant thunder, causing the ground to tremble as pebbles danced beneath the force of their advance. Destructive power raced toward Eagle Outpost. Calm. Remain composed. Engage in ranged attacks. The commander's orders echoed through the communication channels, while vast amounts of battlefield data flooded Zhang Yuan's screen. For an untrained novice, such sights would induce dizziness and panic, with only a fraction of their full potential being realized amid the overwhelming tension. Yet, Zhang Yuan was unfazed. For him, this battle was but a minor skirmish. Even as conflict loomed, his mind remained as tranquil as still water. He swiftly scanned the screen, which displayed enemy data computed by the tactical quantum superbrain of Eagle Outpost. Currently, 722 demon mech warriors were observable, with 63 classified as ordinary, 36, 5 as elite, and 5 as berserk mechs. There were also 367 mercenaries, 99, 3 of whom were elite and 7 berserk. A chill ran through Zhang Yuan's heart. The majority were regular mech warriors, yet the proportion of elite units was alarmingly high, with at least 8 berserk mechs among them. The demon race had indeed invested heavily this time. In contrast, Eagle Outpost boasted only around 300 mech warriors, with just 25 being elite. The disparity in combat power was staggering, even with a continuous influx of human mercenaries from the Dreaming Forest. Bridging the vast gap in strength would prove challenging. Their only chance lay in swiftly eliminating Alicia. The sooner she was dispatched, the greater their likelihood of holding Eagle Outpost. Uncertain of the whereabouts of his elite mechs, Zhang Yuan resolved to focus on defense for now. Steeling himself, he adjusted the aim of his right arm as the large magnetic railgun began charging. I face true demon warriors, swift and deadly, while I contend with a 5-millisecond delay. I must compensate for this lead time. If his adversaries were of equal caliber, such a delay would be his fatal flaw, rendering defeat inevitable. Fortunately, in this battlefield, no formidable foes stood before him. Even Commander Alicia possessed only average skills. The barrel of the magnetic railgun swept across various targets, swiftly locking onto the fastest advancing elite tiger demon mech. His choice was deliberate. Defensive mechs, with weak offensive capabilities, would not yield to a single projectile, making it a waste to expend ammunition on them. Berserk mechs would also be impervious to his large railgun. Targeting them would be futile. Instead, the elite charge and assassin-type mechs had lower armor but formidable attack power, and taking them down would significantly weaken the demon forces. After observing the trajectory of the Tiger Demon's advance, Zhang Yuan abruptly fired. A soft thud echoed as a brilliant white line streaked across the battlefield. The tiger demon instinctively attempted to evade, but to no avail. The cockpit was struck with pinpoint accuracy, and the kinetic projectile instantly shattered the mech into fragments. 1. Zhang Yuan calmly counted, then shifted his aim to seek a second target. During this time, other ranged attackers unleashed their fury, particularly the base commander, Chang'e, who, shielded by 2 elite Goliath mechs, unleashed a torrent of fire upon the charging demon army. Though but a single mech, its firepower was equivalent to that of an entire base, as countless shells detonated among the demon warriors, forcing the vanguard to evade and hindering their charge. Other mech warriors continued to fire, and while numerous demon mechs were destroyed or damaged, the apparent casualty figures were deceptive. The hit rate for each warrior was not particularly high. Achieving 30 accuracy was commendable, and a destruction rate of 10 was already exceptional. However, Zhang Yuan was not included in this probability. 11, 12, 13, he mentally counted. Since the onset of battle, 30 seconds had elapsed, and he had fired 13 shots, each striking an elite demon mech. Even more astonishing, none of his shots were wasted. Any mech had either resulted in the pilot's immediate death or the detonation of the energy core, with not a single one surviving. On the battlefield, both sides maintained real-time statistics of their achievements, and Zhang Yuan's extraordinary performance quickly drew the attention of commanders on both sides. After unleashing a wave of fire upon the demon front lines, Major Su Lian took a moment to glance at the kill leaderboard, only to be taken aback. The top spot was held not by him, but by a mercenary known as the Demon Slayer, who had destroyed one more mech than he had. To his dismay, as he stood in stunned silence, the Demon Slayer's tally increased by yet another mech. No, 2. 3. Is it truly a 100 hit rate? After years of military service, Su Lian has never witnessed such terrifying marksmanship. The tactical command of the Eagle Outpost employs a quantum superbrain that optimizes the array of warriors on the battlefield based on their destructive capabilities. As the battle raged on, Zhang Yuan soon found himself flanked by 4 elite golden warriors. These formidable mechs served as his dedicated bodyguards, following him wherever he ventured, steadfastly brandishing their heavy force field shields, ever ready to deflect incoming projectiles. With such protection, Zhang Yuan felt emboldened to unleash his firepower without distraction. 17, 18, 19. Before long, the demon race realized something was amiss. They too possessed a tactical computation center, constantly scanning the battlefield to identify the most threatening targets, relaying this information to each demon warrior. Within half a minute, a glaring crimson dot appeared on the screens of their mechs, designating Zhang Yuan's Fox Demon mech as the target. Attention! Attention! The Death Sniper. With a hit rate of 100 and a destruction rate of 100, remain vigilant of its barrel direction and be prepared to evade with all your might. The consequence of this revelation was profound. Wherever Zhang Yuan aimed his magnetic railgun, swathes of demon warriors scattered in panic like startled birds, leaving a void in the wake of his targeting. However, an even more terrifying phenomenon unfolded. The evasive maneuvers of the demon mechs proved futile, as the Fox Demon mech consistently capitalized on every opportunity, obliterating an elite demon mech with each discharge of fire. 21, 22, 23. Zhang Yuan counted softly, undeterred by the cacophony of artillery and the screams surrounding him. He felt as if he had returned to the blood-soaked battlefields of his past life. In countless battles of yore, he had vanquished opponent after opponent. The number of demons who perished at his hands was incalculable, and many renowned warriors had fallen before him. The Hanga Gate, the South Wilderness Star Domain, the Star Sea Corridor, his footprints were etched across the endless expanse of the cosmos. It was not until the final confrontation in the Coluran Star Domain, where his brothers and comrades fell one by one, that he pushed forward with all his might, ultimately meeting his end alongside the apocalyptic Black Rakshasa mech. And all of these battles were fought for a singular belief: humanity shall not perish, Earth shall prevail. 27, 28. Zhang Yuan's mind was wholly immersed in the mechanics of combat, his concentration sharper than ever. Each magnetic railgun round he fired felt like a sword thrust. The White Ape Sword Technique, the 7-star Sword Technique, Willow Leaf Flurry, Hurricane Slash, God of War Slaughter, Heroic Sword. Countless sword techniques whirled in his mind, manifesting in his hands as radiant, incandescent blades of divine retribution. The solitary sword god, with a single strike, none could withstand. Amidst this efficient slaughter, a tempest once again swept through the live broadcast. Strange, although it was evident he wielded a magnetic railgun. Why did it feel as though the Sword God were performing a dance of blades? After playing heroes for so long, it was only upon witnessing the Sword God's stream that one truly understood what it meant to be a master. The sword aura surged forth. Truly the Sword God. Alas, there can only be one Sword God, and there are far too many demons. This guard battle would inevitably end in defeat. Demon Commander Alicia had also taken note of the Fox Demon Mech. Where's our sniper? Why has that Fox not been destroyed yet? Commander. The Fox Demon Mech is protected by 5 defensive mechs, their defense impenetrable, and their positions are in constant flux, making it impossible to strike. Alicia's fury surged. Damn it. Accelerate the charge. Rush in and eliminate him. The demon warriors charged with increasing fervor, their vanguard now less than 1,200 meters from the Eagle outpost, led by 5 rampaging mechs. More alarming still was the fact that these rampaging mechs were all defensive types, and as they surged forward, they resembled a moving fortress of steel. In the scale of such a battle, no matter how formidable an individual's combat prowess, or how efficient their slaughter, it ultimately could not alter the tide of war. As the demon warriors advanced relentlessly, the situation at the Eagle outpost swiftly descended into the abyss of darkness. Chapter 67. The Final Moments. With just 500 meters remaining, the demonic mech warriors were on the verge of breaching the Eagle outpost. At this moment, over 500 demonic soldiers occupied the battlefield, while the combined forces of regular mech warriors and arriving mercenaries within the Eagle outpost barely numbered 800. Even more dire was the stark disparity in the number of advanced mechs, with the count favoring the enemy by several times and a staggering difference of 7 in the category of Berserk-class mechs. The outcome of this battle was all but predetermined. Defeat for the Eagle outpost was inevitable, with only the duration of resistance in question. In the communication link, the voice of the White Emperor resonated. The demon forces are overwhelming. Damo, when will your mech arrive? The White Emperor's voice, typically calm and composed, now betrayed a hint of anxiety, perceptible only to Zhang Yuan. After all, the current White Emperor was merely a 19-year-old mercenary, far from attaining the legendary prowess of the future war god piloting the Pangu Great Sage. Zhang Yuan glanced at the small map in the lower right corner of the screen, where a flickering white indicated the new mech assigned to him by the commander of the Emerald Stone base. The mech was racing towards the Eagle outpost at approximately 100 meters per second, with an estimated time of arrival in 3 minutes over a distance of 18 kilometers. 3 minutes remaining. Understood, the White Emperor acknowledged, and Zhang Yuan observed his mech positioning itself at the front line, raising a long-handled sword in preparation for the impending assault by the demonic forces. White Emperor, Black Cat, conserve your strength. I will provide support from the rear. Understood. Got it. At that moment, a thunderous bang echoed as a 30-centimeter thick, deep blue beam shot over Zhang Yuan's head, piercing into the ranks of the demonic vanguard. It was the special technique of Major Su Lian, commander of the outpost, piloting the Chong E3 mech, the Sunset Arrow, amidst the roaring engines. The leading Berserk-class demonic warriors narrowly evaded the arrow's deadly trajectory, but the soldiers behind them lacked such agility. A series of explosive sounds erupted as fireballs ignited across the open ground before the outpost, resulting in at least 20 mechs being obliterated in an instant. The demonic charge was momentarily halted, exposing significant vulnerabilities in their previously flawless formation. Seizing the opportunity, the outpost commander bellowed over the communications, "Charge." The roar of engines erupted like thunder in the clouds, as mercenary mech warriors surged from the ruins of the Eagle outpost. Leading the charge was none other than the White Emperor, piloting the Berserk-class mech, Guan Yu. Zhang Yuan, operating a long-range mech, deftly navigated through the debris, maintaining at least a 200-meter distance from his adversaries. His attacks never ceased, and with the proximity of his foes, his rapid-fire laser cannon became instrumental. 36, 38, 41. He counted, each mech he destroyed being an elite-class unit, significantly enhancing his kill efficiency thanks to the rapid-fire laser cannon. While firing, Zhang Yuan remained vigilant, monitoring the status of his teammates, the White Emperor and Black Cat Queen. Should either of them encounter peril, he would immediately provide long-range support. 43, 44, 46. To Zhang Yuan, the demonic warriors transformed from formidable foes into mere numbers. Meanwhile, on the screens of the demonic forces, Zhang Yuan's Fox Spirit mech was heavily marked by their command center, the color shifting from glaring crimson to a terrifying red-black. Attention! Attention! Death Sniper! The countermeasure suggested remote fire suppression with a recommended participation of 8. 9. 11. Under the battlefield coordination of the Demonic Command Center. An increasing number of demonic long-range mechs joined the fire suppression effort, intensifying the pressure Zhang Yuan felt. The force field shield of a Golden Warrior mech before him finally depleted, leading to a concentrated bombardment that resulted in its destruction. With Zhang Yuan hearing the agonizing cries of the warriors engulfed in flames. Under the relentless barrage, Zhang Yuan's offensive capabilities were significantly compromised, compelling him to adopt evasive maneuvers. While the accuracy of his strikes began to wane, 48, 49, 50, he continued to tally his kills. Despite being suppressed and experiencing a decline in precision, his lethality remained astonishing, with an elite-class mech still being destroyed every 5 seconds. For a mere ordinary-class mercenary mech to annihilate over 50 elite-class demonic warriors was nothing short of staggering. At this point, Zhang Yuan had become a thorn in the side of the demonic forces, an adversary that could not be overlooked. Suddenly, a deafening roar filled the air as a berserk-class defensive mech charged recklessly towards Zhang Yuan. This was the classic demonic defensive mech, the Lava Giant. Lava Giant, berserk class, demonic humanoid mech height, 12 meters weight, 32 tons maximum output power, 4. 100 horsepower equipped with medium, force field generator features high-intensity iridium alloy armor special technique 1. Wild charge special technique 2. Lava armor now. This Lava Giant unleashed its wild charge against Zhang Yuan. With a resounding crash, the two Golden Warriors in front of Zhang Yuan unleashed their full power. But the immense difference in propulsion and mech structural integrity sent them flying like mere playthings, their bodies visibly deformed. The Lava Giant's charge remained unabated, swiftly closing the distance between itself and Zhang Yuan. The ground within the Eagle Outpost was remarkably even, and besides the Golden Warriors, there were virtually no obstructions between Zhang Yuan and the Lava Giant. There was no escape. Viewers in the live stream gasped in shock, seeing the petite fox spirit mech as a helpless girl and the Lava Giant as a hulking brute, seemingly poised to crush her in an instant. Yet, Zhang Yuan did not flee. With a swift roll, he evaded a barrage of fire, and as he stood upright, his right arm's large magnetic rail cannon was already in position. With a thunderous bang, a bright white beam erupted from the cannon, striking the leg of the Lava Giant. Despite the Lava Giant's substantial weight and its iridium alloy armor, the shot merely caused it to pause momentarily without inflicting any damage. But that was enough. Behind Zhang Yuan, the Chang'e-3 Sunset Arrow was once again primed. As Zhang Yuan launched his attack, the Quantum Superbrain had already notified Commander Su Lian. With a resounding boom, a deep blue light flashed, striking the Lava Giant mech directly. While the magnetic rail cannon proved ineffective against the giant, the power of the Sunset Arrow was formidable, capable of overwhelming even the remarkable defenses of the Lava Giant, which was shattered into fragments, leaving a gaping hole nearly 1 meter wide and half a meter deep in its chest, revealing a demon pilot bleeding purple blood within. This marked the first fall of a berserk-class mech on the battlefield. However, this localized advantage could not amend the overall dire circumstances. Approximately 3 seconds after the Lava Giant's demise, the White Emperor's voice echoed again. Damo, the casualty rate at the outpost has exceeded 40. We may be out of time. Zhang Yuan swiftly cast a glance at the damage statistics displayed on the screen. Indeed, in less than 2 minutes, the Eagle Outpost had lost nearly 700 mechs, leaving just over 1,000 mech warriors, while the Demon faction had only suffered the loss of 350 mechs, retaining nearly 150. Rather than narrowing, the gap in combat power had widened. Zhang Yuan surveyed the positions of the white dots on the minimap. Only 5 kilometers remained, with an estimated time of 50 seconds, sufficiently close. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuan remarked, "It's about time. My Fox Spirit Mech's energy is nearly depleted. I'll draw the enemy's attention." With that, he charged forth from behind the Golden Warrior. The tactical Quantum Superbrain immediately issued a warning. "Please, Demon Slayer, cease all dangerous actions and return to the protection zone." Ignoring the Superbrain's alert, Zhang Yuan pressed on. His charge did not go unnoticed. The Demon Commander, Alicia, recognized the threat. To date, 57 elite mechs had fallen to this seemingly insignificant Fox Spirit, a tremendous humiliation. Eliminating it was imperative for her vengeance. First squad, second squad, third squad, all snipers, focus your fire on the Fox Spirit mech. All warriors in the vicinity, prioritize attacking the Fox Spirit. Understood, Commander. The demon warriors answered in unison. Since the onset of battle, a grim specter of a sniper had loomed over their screens, casting a shadow of fear upon each soldier, who dreaded being targeted by this harbinger of death. Now that this entity had boldly advanced, they resolved that if they did not strike now, when would they? In the live broadcast room, viewers pondered, what is the sword god up to? Is he preparing to switch mechs? The fox spirit has run out of energy. Look, he is replacing his mech. Wait, what? It's a ferocious lower-tier mech, the Abyssal Blade 2. 5. The specifications are absolutely mesmerizing. Is the sword god returning to the fray? How thrilling. Chapter 68. Yu and the God of War 36 seconds. Zhang Yuan piloted the Fox Demon Mecha into the fray, enduring a relentless barrage of sniper fire and attacks from demonic warriors along the way for a full 36 seconds. After this duration, the energy of the Fox Demon Mecha dwindled to less than 0.1, causing it to lose mobility. It was ultimately struck by a spiral laser cannon from a spider mech, followed swiftly by a proton stream that shattered it into fragments. The demon warriors collectively exhaled in relief. This accursed death marksman was finally vanquished, and the Damocles sword that loomed over them was finally lifted. Charge forth, annihilate the Earthlings. The demon warriors roared, as nearly 3,000 mechs surged towards the Eagle outpost, like a tidal wave. In their wake, Earth mechs crumbled under the onslaught, their numbers plummeting like an avalanche. The commander of the outpost unleashed the Chang'e Type 3 once more, obliterating 30 demon mechs in a single strike. Yet this time, the demon mechs only momentarily faltered in their advance. Have we secured the mecha? The White Emperor shouted, his composure slipping in the face of overwhelming odds. He wildly swung his long-handled kryptonite warblade, each slash either shattering a demon mech or forcing it back, preventing anyone from nearing the Guan Yu mech. Yet the sheer number of demon warriors was overwhelming. They pressed on relentlessly, and the White Emperor felt his strength waning. He knew he could not hold out much longer. A voice crackled back to him, cold as ancient ice. I have acquired the Yu, Fury level, Bluish Swordmaster Type 2. 5 modified version height, 7 meters weight, 11 tons maximum power output, 8685 horsepower equipped with reverse rotation field generator, demonic product, equipped with crystallized kryptonite greatsword, demonic product, integrated with Sword God version 3. 0 Systems Special Technique 1. Overload Boost Special Technique 2. Phantom Thrust. The bluish Swordmaster mech had been drastically altered by its former owner. Its exterior was painted in a cold black with silver patterns, and a metal mask depicting an angry expression adorned its head. Coupled with the demonic field generator, it emitted a purple-black glow, resembling a great demon god. As a swordmaster, this mech was exceptionally well modified, particularly with the 5-meter-long crystallized kryptonite greatsword, truly a mech destroyer. The former owner must have invested over 100 million in its modifications. However, Zhang Yuan found it amusing that the mech's core restricted its power output to a mere 10 of its full capacity, equivalent to that of a standard mid-tier model. Clearly, the former owner was wealthy and likely had some special connections to acquire such a battlefield deity, but alas, his skill was insufficient to unleash the mech's true potential. It was akin to driving a Ferrari to buy groceries, wealthy, but reckless. Disengaging the power lock, Zhang Yuan gently maneuvered this battlefield beast, communicating, I will enter the fray in 10 seconds, and I will activate my latent potential, granting me approximately 25 seconds of combat time. 25 seconds? The White Emperor gasped. Feeling desperate, that should suffice. Black Cat Queen, are you prepared? Zhang Yuan inquired. I have been waiting in the shadows for you. Came the trembling voice of the Black Cat Queen, not from fear, but from the thrill of impending battle. Then, I shall advance. 200 meters ahead lay the battlefield. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and softly declared, activate Fury Points. As his Fury Points ignited, he felt a tremor course through his body. As if an endless reservoir of strength surged within him, an unmistakable sign of the special phenomenon triggered by burning Fury Points. Yu, great sword. Perfect. I possess a style of swordsmanship that suits this mech. Drawing the crystallized kryptonite greatsword, he waved it lightly, quickly acclimating to its weight and dimensions. Numerous sword techniques emerged in his mind, each designed to maximize the sword's devastating power. Heroic sword techniques, Azura sword arts, dominant blade. Each style whirled rapidly in his thoughts before settling on the phrase God of War slaughter. Swordsmanship, God of War slaughter. To slay all living beings. To vanquish gods and demons alike, such is the essence of the God of War. Zhang Yuan had exchanged this technique with a rival from the Mech Combat League, trading his prized bamboo sword for it. He recalled the rival, Wang Xuanzhong, whose style was domineering and wild, employing grand and magnificent sword techniques infused with intricate nuances. Despite giving Zhang Yuan considerable trouble, he ultimately fell to Zhang Yuan's bamboo sword, not due to inferior technique, but rather because of Zhang Yuan's superior skill and battlefield mentality. Afterward, Zhang Yuan sought him out for a technique exchange, and they maintained a friendship of sorts. Alas, fate is cruel. 3 years later, Wang Xuanzhong perished on the interstellar battlefield. Brother Wang, I shall borrow your technique today. He was untroubled by the thought of being recognized by the current Wang Xuanzhong. The god of war's slaughter had been altered significantly in his hands, its fury tempered with finesse and intricacy. The original god of war's slaughter unleashed devastation akin to a volcanic eruption, while Zhang Yuan's rendition exuded the might of an immovable mountain. They had transformed into two entirely distinct sword techniques. In Zhang Yuan's livestream, he announced, "The sword god is about to enter the battlefield. Oh my, I'm so excited I can hardly hold it in. What do I do? My hands are shaking. I've switched to first-person view. It feels as though I am controlling Qiyu. There is only one streamer. Don't elevate him too highly, or you'll surely be disappointed later. Get lost, Dasabai. I am the second disciple of the sword god. My master is invincible and unbeatable." Meanwhile, as Zhang Yuan prepared to enter the battlefield, the demon forces were strategizing their own maneuvers. The regular mech warriors, previously stationed in the woods to intercept Earth mercenaries, had all redeployed to the battlefield. The demon mercenaries were summoned back at a rapid pace. The sole objective of the demons was to seize the Eagle outpost as swiftly as possible. "Alicia, I will grant you 20 minutes. If you cannot capture it in that time, retreat immediately to reinforce the Azure Mine." The order rang out from Delifer. "Understood, my lord. I will complete the task." Alicia replied earnestly, "Do not let me down." With that, Delifer severed the communication. Alicia promptly transmitted orders. All mercenaries, upon entering the battlefield, will receive 10 military merits for each Earth mercenary killed, 15 for slaying a formal mech warrior, and 40 for eliminating a renowned powerhouse. A bonus of 60 military merits awaits anyone who can slay the Earth mercenary White Emperor. If you manage to kill the commander, you will earn 100 military merits. Such unprecedented rewards spurred the demon mercenaries to hasten their advance into the fray. The Hellfire, Dark Twins, and Longmire, previously vanquished by Zhang Yuan, all re-entered the battlefield in their backup mechs. Longmire's backup mech was also a Fury level, and upon entering the battlefield, his gaze fixated on the White Emperor. The White Emperor, surrounded and beleaguered, maintained his composure, demonstrating remarkable resilience, as his mech bore not a single scratch despite the onslaught. Longmire chuckled as he charged towards the White Emperor. "White Emperor, the 60 military merits are mine." As he had just activated, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a flicker of violet-black light in his peripheral vision, as if a mech had surged forth from the forest. "Ah, that violet-black glow must belong to my clan's berserker mech. Its speed is astonishing. I don't believe I have encountered this one before. Who could it be? Wait, that's not right. It's a terrestrial hybrid." Chapter 69, Tactical Initiation, Decapitation. I am the Demon Slayer Swordsman. I have returned. Upon entering the battlefield, Zhang Yuan immediately activated the communication system for the entire army and issued this message. "Ding. You have been integrated into the tactical command system. Please proceed to assist the White Emperor." The tactical quantum superbrain commanded Zhang Yuan. Without further prompting, he was already sprinting towards the White Emperor. To eliminate the demon commander Alicia, it was not only necessary to confront her directly, but also to breach the countless demon warriors attempting to intercept him. This endeavor demanded not only unparalleled combat prowess, but also required the pilot to possess enduring stamina and the mecha to unleash boundless energy. Zhang Yuan had his berserk points, which might aid him, yet his Qiyu mecha had its limitations, making solo success improbable. However, with the White Emperor and the Black Cat Queen by his side, the likelihood of triumph, though still slim, became a flicker of hope. The White Emperor also spotted Zhang Yuan's Qiyu mecha, and a surge of determination coursed through him. With a thunderous roar, he executed a flurry of rapid maneuvers, causing the previously defensive Guan Yu mecha to erupt into action. In an instant, his long-handled Krypton Gold War blade struck out 13 times, creating a dense array of blade light around him. Melee sword technique, battle in 8 directions. With a cacophony of metallic slicing sounds, the 5 mechas encircling the White Emperor were swiftly cleaved in half, clearing the space around him. Seizing this opportunity, the White Emperor activated his mobility technique, galloping forward. The Guan Yu mecha's engine roared like thunder as the long-handled Krypton gold blade swung wildly ahead, propelling the mecha into a rapid charge. With this charge, no mecha could withstand a single blow from the Guan Yu, rendering him an unstoppable force. From above, one could witness the Guan Yu mecha slicing through the ranks of demon mechas like a ship cutting through waves, creating a scene of extraordinary grandeur. Previously, the Guan Yu had shown only average performance, appearing somewhat lackluster and lacking the aura of a berserk-grade mecha. Yet now, it resembled a formidable ancient Tyrannosaurus, exuding the essence of an apex predator. Goodness, that Guan Yu mecha is also a god-tier expert. Indeed, the battlefield is truly teeming with formidable warriors. Such ferocity, such explosive power. The Demon Command Center promptly identified the erupting Guan Yu and began to strategize countermeasures. Within a second, 3 berserk-grade mechas charged from 3 directions toward the Guan Yu. Among them, 2 were defensive-type bull demon mechas, advancing to the front with shields raised and their field energy maximized, resembling turtles retreating into their shells. The third was an assassin-type mecha, the Tiger Demon, lurking behind the defensive mechas, poised to strike with lethal precision. Worse yet, the operators of these 3 mechas were formal demon warriors, their true selves residing within the mechas, granting them superior control over the battlefield compared to mercenary pilots, while also allowing for more agile and real-time responses. Now, with a 3-1 advantage, they had a significant upper hand. The White Emperor's Guan Yu was successfully intercepted, unable to break through for the moment. Meanwhile, Long Mir received orders from the command center. Intercept the Chi Yu mecha to create opportunities for other warriors. The demon military's command was as imposing as a mountain. Long Mir cast a resentful glance at the White Emperor before turning to intercept Zhang Yuan. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall slay you next time. He activated his engine's power and charged towards Zhang Yuan's Chi Yu. Zhang Yuan also noticed Long Mir, recognizing a standard berserk lower-tier demon mecha, the Blood Demon. However, unlike the typical sword, this Blood Demon wielded a crystallized Krypton gold long knife. After observing for a moment, Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. So it's you, Long Mir. At Zhang Yuan's level, regardless of the mecha his opponent piloted, he could easily discern their identity by their operational habits and displayed maneuvers. While Long Mir had indeed switched mechas, his execution remained unchanged, allowing Zhang Yuan to immediately identify him. He did not evade but charged head-on. The demon mechas along the way, likely alerted by the command center, retreated in advance, denying Zhang Yuan opportunities for easy kills and allowing his charge to proceed smoothly. 1 second later, the Chi Yu and the Blood Demon collided. In that instant, the Blood Demon mecha sidestepped slightly and unleashed its signature move, Ashen Slash. At the moment of striking, Long Mir suddenly felt a pang of doubt as he noticed the Chi Yu mecha executing a series of subtle maneuvers he couldn't comprehend. What is happening? Why do I feel a sense of unease? In the blink of an eye, Long Mir found his blade cutting through nothing but air. His opponent had evaded him. This is bad. As that thought flashed through his mind, a deep purple flash appeared on his screen, followed by a darkened display. Beep. Your mecha has been completely destroyed. Long Mir trembled, his mind foggy, staring blankly at the chaotic virtual cockpit screen. What just happened? What is the situation? Was I just eliminated in an instant? Experiencing 2 severe setbacks in a single day, Long Mir's confidence took a heavy blow. Am I truly unfit to pilot a mecha? He pondered. On Zhang Yuan's side, he heard the voice of the mainframe resonate in his mind. Master has eliminated a standard berserk lower-tier mecha, Blood Demon Type 1, earning 2 berserk points. 2 points? Excellent. That adds over half a second to my explosive time. Zhang Yuan felt a rush of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room erupted with excitement. 1 sword to settle the score. What a thrill. It feels like the Sword God has just slayed a mere chicken. I looked at that Demon Warrior's NPC template. It's at least a high-tier elite. How could he be so weak? It's not that he is weak, but rather that the Sword God is too powerful. He is capable of eliminating super elites with ease. On the other side, as Zhang Yuan took down Long Mir, the Demon Warriors received an urgent notification from the command center. Target, Chi Yu Swordsman. Danger level, 5 stars. Recommendation, defensive mechas retreat and prioritize long-range strikes. Simultaneously, the Demon Warriors mecha screens prominently displayed the rapidly moving Chi Yu mecha, marked heavily and radiating a black-red aura of danger. In light of this tactical recalibration, wherever Zhang Yuan went. The demon mechas withdrew, as if he were a magnet repelling similar polarities. Concurrently, the remote attacks against him multiplied 7 or 8-fold, with high-energy proton streams, spiral laser cannons, and ultra-high-speed kinetic projectiles pouring down like a torrential rain. Zhang Yuan had long been mentally prepared for such an onslaught. In his previous life, he had faced concentrated strikes tenfold more terrifying than this, giving him considerable experience in countering such assaults. Mobility technique, snow without trace. War Goddess steps, War God transformation. With a series of almost superhuman maneuvers, the 11-ton Chiyu mecha seemed to possess divine strength, entirely disregarding inertia. The towering mecha darted left and right, accelerating and decelerating unpredictably, occasionally executing rapid, teleport-like bursts of speed. Countless projectiles followed in pursuit of the Chiyu mecha, attempting to pin him down on the battlefield. Yet, it consistently evaded the majority of attacks by mere fractions of an inch. For those unavoidable strikes, it resorted to utilizing the field to absorb the glancing blows instead. Terrifyingly, these absorbed attacks not only failed to damage the mecha, but instead provided propulsion for the Chiyu mecha's maneuvers. The duration of this evasive maneuver lasted approximately 2-3 seconds. Within this time frame, Zhang Yuan executed a change of direction and speed every 0.11 seconds, totaling about 22 maneuvers, with a maximum peak overload of 637 G. Even with a 50 attenuation in the dark exploration mode, the overload approached a staggering 320 G, nearly reaching the level of a standard berserk mode. The time was fleeting. Apart from the sound of gasps in the live stream, exclamations like "ah, what the," and "oh my" filled the air. After 2-3 seconds, Zhang Yuan dashed like a tempest, reaching within 10 meters of the White Emperor mech. At that moment, the White Emperor found himself in a somewhat precarious position, cornered by 3 berserk-level mech warriors. While the lurking tiger demon mech seized the opportunity, preparing to pounce from the shadows. At this instant, Major Su Lian, commander of the Eagle Outpost, was besieged by over 20 demon mechs, comprising both formal warriors and mercenaries, including 2 berserk-level mechs. He was in dire straits, at risk of being struck down at any moment. The Eagle Outpost's mech warriors were reduced to fewer than 500, with mercenaries numbering less than 1,000. And a cloud of despair loomed over every Earth warrior. Unbeknownst to each other, Zhang Yuan and the White Emperor exchanged a glance through their mech scanners, comprehending each other's intentions in that fleeting moment. In the next instant, Zhang Yuan resolutely unleashed his ultimate attack, God of War Slaughter, annihilate all living beings. The crystalline golden sword in Chi Yu's grasp emitted a bone-chilling resonance as energy surged into its blade, radiating a captivating purple luminescence. Suddenly, the sword became ethereal, transforming into a semi-transparent form surrounded by overlapping sword shadows. Simultaneously, the White Emperor let out a fierce roar, reaching the pinnacle of his operational prowess. Mech Blade Technique, Azure Dragon's Roar. In the next instant, the long-handled golden battle knife in Guan Yu's mech whirled with incredible speed, cutting through the air and conjuring numerous azure knife shadows. To the untrained eye, it appeared as if an azure dragon was soaring and roaring through the sky. This dragon, with its claws bared, lunged toward the 2 berserk-level mechs blocking the White Emperor's path. The 2 masters unleashed their full might, executing their ultimate techniques with terrifying power. The azure dragon's knife shadows and the ethereal sword enveloped the 3 berserk-level mechs, resulting in a cacophony of metallic shattering sounds. In a mere 0.2 seconds, several fragments of mech debris scattered in all directions. Both the Tiger Demon and the 2 defensive Bull Demon Type 2 mechs were slain simultaneously. Zhang Yuan and the White Emperor exchanged another glance, a successful collaboration forming an unspoken bond of combat synergy. Without hesitation, they unleashed their full potential, one on the left, the other on the right, one in front, the other behind. Zhang Yuan took the lead, while the White Emperor provided support, transforming into a frenzied whirlwind barreling toward the demon commander. The tactical quantum superbrain of the Eagle Outpost instantly discerned their strategic intent, and Major Su Lian recognized the pivotal nature of this moment. He bellowed over the communication line, "Coordinate fully with the Demon Slayer and the White Emperor." Simultaneously, the quantum superbrain formulated detailed tactical arrangements, dispatching commands to every Earth mech warrior on the battlefield. All warriors took their positions, activating the strategy, decapitation. Chapter 70. Have we failed? The Demon Clan's computing center is extraordinarily powerful, yet it lacks a tangible core. Instead, it employs distributed computing, drawing its computational resources from every mech's mainframe on the battlefield. In essence, each demon mech serves as its own core. This aspect is reminiscent of the quantum superbrain stationed at Eagle Outpost. Consequently, while tactical command intelligence plays a crucial role in the heat of battle, it cannot be targeted for destruction. The true means of achieving victory and creating a significant impact on the battlefield lies in eliminating the battlefield commander. When the tactical quantum superbrain initiated the decapitation protocol, merely 3 seconds elapsed before the demon clan's computing center discerned the intentions of the Earth warriors. A warning blared. The enemy has activated the decapitation tactic. The primary mechs executing this tactic were identified as Qiyu and Guanyu on the screens of all the demon warriors. These two mechs were marked with blazing red flames, rendering their presence impossible to overlook. Upon receiving this alert, Demon Commander Alicia was not alarmed, but rather delighted. Laughing heartily, "The Earthlings are cornered," she commanded. "Initiate counter-decapitation. Eliminate the Earth Commander within 10 seconds." Alicia was flanked by 2 Berserk-level defensive mechs, and nearly 3,000 demon mech warriors were deployed across the battlefield. Qiyu and Guanyu were still over 1,800 meters away from her. The notion that these two mechs could breach multiple layers of interception to reach her side was utterly fanciful. The Chang'e Type 3 mech unleashed its special technique, the Sunset Arrow, a massive pale purple beam sweeping horizontally across the battlefield, instantly clearing a fiery path nearly a kilometer long, radiating intense heat waves. "Advance, warriors!" Major Su Lian roared, having long since cast aside any thoughts of life and death. With a resounding crash, Qiyu smashed through a demon mech, leading the charge onto the fiery path, fragments of mech debris scattering as the ground shimmered with swirling heat waves. In that moment, the Qiyu mech emanated a purple-black glow, resembling an ancient demonic deity in its ferocity. Following closely, the White Emperor wielded his long-handled battle blade without pause. Each swing resulted in the explosive destruction of a demon mech. A defensive bull demon mech charged forward recklessly, intent on halting the two. Zhang Yuan executed a decisive strike, his sword slicing through the bull demon's heavy armor, forcibly intercepting it with overwhelming power, sparks flying as a gaping wound was carved into the bull demon's chassis. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan disregarded the bull demon, as another sword demon surged in from the side, necessitating his attention. Just when the bull demon thought it had evaded demise, the White Emperor lunged forward, delivering a lethal blow that cleaved through the gash Zhang Yuan had inflicted, reducing the heavily armored bull demon to ruins. In seamless coordination, the 2 Berserk-level mechs advanced, treating the demon mechs as mere obstacles, leaving a trail of shattered demon mech parts in their wake. Within 5 seconds, the duo raced 300 meters along the fiery path, deeply penetrating the ranks of demon mechs. Alicia, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm and immediately issued orders. "Snipers, intensify your fire. At all costs, destroy them." However, 2 seconds after issuing the command, Alicia sensed something amiss, as the sniper's firepower had not significantly increased. Detected Earth Assassin Mercenaries, number 143. Average level, elite mid-tier. A multitude of Earth Assassins materialized within the demon sniper position, led by the formidable Black Cat Queen, who piloted the 9 Lives Cat demon mech. Although her mech was merely in the lower elite tier and operated remotely, it was insufficient to contend with true mech warriors on her own. Yet, astonishingly, she had persuaded over 140 mercenary assassins to stealthily approach the positions of the demon long-range attack mechs. At this critical moment, these mercenaries obliterated over 260 long-range attack mechs, accounting for more than 65 of the surviving demon mechs. "The demon assassins have discovered us. There are too many of them. I fear we cannot escape. Now it falls upon you too." The Black Cat Queen's voice resonated through the comms. "Thank you," Zhang Yuan replied, his voice steady as still water, devoid of even a hint of breathlessness. Had one not witnessed the Qiyu mech racing across the battlefield, they might have believed him to be leisurely enjoying tea at home. While the Qiyu mech instilled terror akin to a god of war, its pilot exuded an eerie calm, as if he were merely taking a stroll in the park. Both mercenaries and regular soldiers felt a twinge of gratitude. What a terrifying individual. We are fortunate he fights for Earth. In contrast, the White Emperor struggled to keep pace with Zhang Yuan, mirroring his every move, a feat of extraordinary performance. Within the virtual cockpit, he was breathless and drenched in sweat. Throughout the battle, he had made 3 critical errors. The first error was mitigated by Major Su Lian's timely intervention with a high-energy rail cannon. The second occurred when a mercenary, desperately charging to his side, shielded him from a lethal strike with their mech. The third misstep arose when Zhang Yuan suddenly turned, eliminating an assassin mech just as it breached his defensive perimeter. White Emperor, only 300 meters remaining. Can you hold on? Zhang Yuan's calm voice broke through the din, unwavering. I can manage. Huh. White Emperor replied, astonished by Zhang Yuan's stamina, but the critical moment of battle left him no time for contemplation. Zhang Yuan felt a measure of relief. 13 seconds had passed, and his rage points had burned through 39 points. The silver lining was that his rampage had resulted in the destruction of 35 mechs, and with the substantial gains from controlling the Fox Demon mech. His rage points had surged by 42 points. The reason for the 42 points was that each kill on the battlefield had been aided by allies. Even with the Fox Demon sniper, his accuracy was contingent upon the opponent's heightened tension amid the chaos. Thus, each demon mech he destroyed yielded fewer rage points. 42 rage points equated to 14 seconds. Combined with the previous 25 seconds, this totaled 39 seconds. Having consumed 13 seconds, he possessed 26 seconds of explosive potential remaining. Gazing ahead, 230 meters lay between him and the demon commander Alicia, who was now flanked by a throng of demon mech warriors, over 500 in number, all frantically charging towards Zhang Yuan without regard for their own lives. The demon warriors had sensed the power of Zhang Yuan and the White Emperor, and their focus intensified. Zhang Yuan could palpably feel the pressure mounting. The challenge of breaching the final 230 meters was now at least double that of the preceding 500 meters. My warriors, stop them. Alicia stood firm, refusing to budge, embodying the dignity of a battlefield commander. In this tense standoff, Zhang Yuan and the White Emperor spent 5 seconds advancing another 150 meters, leaving only 80 meters to go. Zhang Yuan could even see the faint glow emanating from the scanner atop Alicia's mech. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of pressure from behind. A glance over his shoulder revealed that the White Emperor had become ensnared in a tight encirclement, surrounded by countless mech warriors. His maneuvers plagued by errors as he struggled to escape the onslaught. Zhang Yuan found himself unable to turn back to rescue, for he was encircled by an innumerable horde of demonic warriors, and at every moment, he faced the peril of being obliterated. Demon Slayer, allow me to escort you on your final journey. The voice of the White Emperor resonated, followed by a thunderous explosion as his Guan Yu mech self-destructed. A tremendous shockwave surged forth, momentarily clearing the surrounding demonic warriors, significantly alleviating the pressure on Zhang Yuan's back. Now he stood alone, surrounded by a formidable array of demonic warriors. The audience in the live stream beheld this scene, their hearts brimming with uncertainty. Could he break through? Was failure inevitable? Success must be achieved. Yet, in the next instant, over 20 million viewers witnessed a multitude of demonic warriors surging towards the Chi Yu mech from all directions. Akin to the sea engulfing a drowning soul, it was evident to all that he was in a dire predicament. While the Chi Yu mech might endure for a few seconds longer, a breakthrough was utterly impossible, and this assassination plan had undeniably failed. Was it truly over? A profound silence enveloped the livestream. Chapter 71. The God of War's Triple Slaughter. As countless demonic mechs surged toward him, Zhang Yuan's mind was clearer than ever before. My God of War slaughtering sword technique can defeat thousands. Even surrounded, I can forcibly break through. These words echoed in his mind, spoken by Wang Xuanzhong in his previous life, whose pride was unmistakable. Regrettably, though his sword technique possessed such formidable power, he himself had not mastered the realm of defeating thousands, leading to his demise on the interstellar battlefield, reportedly due to his reckless bravery in the face of overwhelming odds. Sword techniques were akin to magnetic railguns. Some wielded them, becoming deadly snipers on the battlefield, while others, despite possessing them, could neither harm nor save themselves. In his past life, although Zhang Yuan's swordsmanship reached its zenith, his physical prowess was woefully inadequate, compounded by numerous hidden injuries that rendered him incapable of executing the explosive, intricate maneuvers with perfect control. Yet now, he was shielded by the protection of fury. His body was as flawless as crystal. With a solid foundation fused with his grandmaster-level swordsmanship, he was poised to unleash unimaginable power. At this moment, the nearest demonic warrior was merely 2 meters away, a raging bull demon 2 mech, its ion war axe raised high, ready to strike. If Zhang Yuan allowed it to target him, the Chi Yu mech could very well be cleaved in two. It was time to make a move. God of War slaughter. Slaughter all living beings. In an instant, Zhang Yuan's operational speed reached unprecedented heights. His reflexes surged to inhuman levels. The crystalline golden sword emitted a melodious chime, then began to blur, transforming into a cascade of ethereal, beautiful sword shadows that spread outward like blooming lotuses. A series of metallic cutting sounds erupted simultaneously, akin to thunderclaps, as the aerial view revealed the circle of demonic mechs surrounding Zhang Yuan being struck by an unseen force, causing them to stagger backward. One moment, the demonic warriors were like a tidal wave threatening to engulf him. The next, he surged forth like a resilient reef, forcing the tide to recede. Such was the power of one man. The scene was breathtaking beyond compare, igniting the live stream with fervent excitement. Well, the God of War has descended. How is this possible? Yet, Zhang Yuan's explosive display was far from over. Rather, it was merely the beginning. The attack that slaughtered all living beings had only temporarily repelled the demonic mechs surrounding Qiyu. Without a follow-up strike, it would amount to nothing. His target was the demonic commander, Alicia. Slaying a few more mechs would not sway the outcome of the battle. In the next moment, Zhang Yuan unleashed another lethal blow from the God of War slaughter. God of War slaughter. Slaughter the gods and demons. With unyielding speed, he executed a flurry of actions: 50 extreme overload propulsion, minimal field energy distribution, maximal power output, engine power allocation, and optimization of mech balance. After an intricate series of maneuvers, a terrifying killing move was revealed. Slaughter all living beings, slaughter the gods and demons. Suddenly, the crystalline golden sword shifted from ethereal to tangible, radiating a translucent brilliance that resembled the most exquisite gem, captivating all who beheld it. In the following instant, the sword split into 9, manifesting 9 translucent golden swords that appeared as solid as reality itself. Simultaneously, the Qiyu mech activated its special technique, Phantom Lunge. High-energy ions erupted from the mech's vector thrusters, propelling the Qiyu mech forward, its radiant sword transforming into a dazzling ribbon of light. The harsh sounds of metal slicing through the air resounded once more as the Qiyu mech carved a path through the demonic mechs, each struck down, leaving behind a trail of wreckage. The Phantom Lunge executed 3 bursts within 0.5 seconds, with the Qiyu mech charging 3 times, navigating 2 sharp turns amidst the chaotic battlefield. After 0.5 seconds, Zhang Yuan, piloting the Qiyu mech, miraculously broke through the encirclement of demonic warriors, leaving their ranks in disarray, unable to halt his advance. The audience in the live stream was enthralled. Such dazzling swordsmanship, such flawless maneuvers. How could they exist in this world? At this moment, the Qiyu mech approached the demonic commander, Alicia. Behind him trailed hundreds of mechs, but they would require at least a second to catch up, leaving only 3 mechs before him, 2 defensive types and a bull demon 2 mech, alongside a lava giant. Behind them stood Commander Alicia, piloting a modified blood armor slayer, ranked in the elite mid-tier. Stop him! Alicia shouted to her 2 guards, her voice sharp and trembling. Faced with the Qiyu mech, she could no longer maintain her composure. The 2 defensive mechs raised their shields, while the bull demon swung its massive axe toward Zhang Yuan. As fellow raging lower-tier mechs, the defensive types had greater power output due to their larger size and engine capacity, making direct confrontation perilous for the charging warrior mechs. A hit from a defensive mech would spell certain death. Typically, charging warriors would evade such attacks, capitalizing on their agility. However, this time, Zhang Yuan did not evade, not from a lack of desire, but due to the absence of time or space to do so. With demonic warriors closing in from behind and flanking him on both sides, his only option was to confront them head-on, with a mere second to act. If Alicia survived that second, the assassination plan would undoubtedly fail. The God of War slaughter sword technique had a third killing move. God of War third slaughter. Slaughter all under heaven. The essence of this move was encapsulated in 4 words. The heavy sword has no edge. As the killing move was unleashed, the sword that had previously appeared nimble and light suddenly felt dense, as though ensnared in thick, viscous glue. Yet, the audience quickly realized that despite its seemingly slow pace, this sword strike was incomprehensibly swift, rendering the bull demon and lava giant's movements akin to a sluggish tenfold slow-motion replay. The crystalline golden sword struck the bull demon first, bursting forth in flames as it effortlessly pierced through the mid-tier defense field, entering the cockpit of the bull demon mech before slicing through from behind. Incredible! The bull demon, known for its formidable defense, was cleaved in two by a single strike. But it did not end there. The slaughter all under heaven move was an invincible sword technique, relentless in its destruction. Behind the bull demon stood Commander Alicia. The crystalline golden sword, having passed through the bull demon, showed no signs of slowing as it aimed straight for Alicia's blood armor slayer. Ah! Alicia shrieked, yet she did not retreat, drawing her blade to meet the oncoming strike. Though she acknowledged she was no match for Qiyu, she believed she could withstand a few blows, buying time to allow her mechs to regroup. Her reasoning was not without merit. Such calculations were indeed logical. However, she overlooked one crucial fact. Zhang Yuan's operational prowess far exceeded her expectations. As the swords clashed, no stalemate ensued. Alicia's weapon was sent flying from her grasp, not merely due to raw power, but from an overwhelming display of skill. Zhang Yuan's maneuver, seemingly clumsy, is in fact a manifestation of profound ingenuity. The force imbued within the sword swirls continuously like a vortex, effortlessly neutralizing the strength of Alicia's battle blade upon collision, and then returning that dissipated energy back. Under the dual force, it would be nothing short of a miracle for Alicia to maintain her grip on the battle blade. As the weapon slipped from her grasp, the crystallized kryptonite greatsword advanced with an illusion of slowness yet astounding speed. In that fleeting moment before her strike, Alicia found herself unable to adjust her stance after losing hold of the blade. Approximately 0.2 seconds later, the tip of the crystallized kryptonite greatsword penetrated the interior of Alicia's blood-armored slaughterer mech, igniting sparks as it entered from the left side. After burrowing about 70 centimeters, it sliced out from the right. At the moment of extraction, the sword tip was already coated in copious amounts of mech coolant, lubricant, and deep purple remnants of flesh and blood. Due to the high temperature of the environment, the blood upon the fragments began to boil and emit smoke. Success! An overwhelming surge of exhilaration flooded the heart of the sentry commander, Su Lian. His Chang'e 3 mech lay in ruins, yet thanks to the valiant protection of his soldiers, he found himself still alive. In the annals of modern high-temperature battlefields, no living soul has survived after being struck by a mech greatsword upon their fragile flesh since records began. Chapter 72. A bountiful harvest. Moments after the announcement from the Demon Clan's command center, a series of urgent warnings echoed. Warning! Warning! Commander deceased. Vice Commander Hayes has assumed command. Warning! Warning! The executioner is surrounded. Engage with full force. The demon warriors were driven to the brink of madness upon learning that their commander, heavily guarded, had been forcibly slain by 2 mercenaries from Earth, a humiliation beyond measure. An overwhelming tide of demon warriors surged back, determined to annihilate Zhang Yuan's mech, each soldier vowing to obliterate the Earth mech at all costs. Meanwhile, the Earth warriors felt a sudden alleviation of pressure. Their mech screens lit up with a message. Decapitation tactic successful. Chaos among the demons. Counterattack initiated. Upon receiving this news, the surviving warriors at the Eagle Outpost could not help but marvel. Is it truly successful? Has this demon slayer proven so formidable? Against thousands of demon warriors, the two had managed to break through, and even when encircled, they seized a fleeting opportunity to slay the demon commander. Such combat prowess was simply astonishing. As the demons descended into chaos, the morale of the Earth warriors soared. Though outnumbered, they began their counteroffensive. The live stream from the Mech God platform erupted in excitement. Can you believe this? A perfect warrior. Such agile swordsmanship could hardly exist among mortals. On the front lines, after dispatching Alicia, Zhang Yuan quickly glanced at his mech screen, which was flashing with alarms. Alert! Alert! Engine temperature exceeds 2,900 degrees. Please reduce power output to protect the engine. After relentless engagement, the Qiyu mech had reached its physical limits, leaving it incapable of further movement. Yet the dire situation was compounded by the fact that it was entirely surrounded by demon mechs. Zhang Yuan found himself at an impasse and called out over the comms. Hey, any brothers out there with a mech key? I need to borrow one. I promised to return it post-battle. No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of voices erupted over the comms. Use mine. My mech is top tier and very effective. Mine. I'm equipped with a mid-tier mech, and my weapon is a sword. Take mine. My Hoi is the best long-range assault mech in the base. Having proven his mettle with a stunning decapitation, Zhang Yuan boasted a tally of 97 mech kills, surpassing Major Su Lian, the commander of the Eagle Outpost, by 6. The lethality he wielded was sufficient to sway the tide of battle. Ultimately, Zhang Yuan opted for a long-range assault mech. After an explosive engagement, fatigue set in, but the long-range mech operated with relative ease while maintaining its destructive capability. The Qiyu mech was soon destroyed, but that was inconsequential. Zhang Yuan commandeered a borrowed Hui mech, transforming into a deadly sniper from the rear lines. In a matter of moments, 8 defensive mechs clustered around the Hui, their sole purpose to protect it and allow its operator to unleash a torrent of firepower. After a brief respite, the White Emperor regained some strength and also acquired a mech to re-enter the fray. Other elite warriors followed suit, each securing a mech. The seemingly hopeless battle began to tilt, almost miraculously, toward Earth's side. 10 minutes later, the tide had shifted from an overwhelming demon advance to a stalemate. Although the demon mech warriors still held a significant advantage, their morale had plummeted, lacking the initial fervor of annihilation. Conversely, the Earth forces, despite being fewer in number, had not only slain the enemy commander, but also had elite warriors bolstering their ranks. With the balance of power gradually shifting, every soldier was imbued with hope for victory. It is noteworthy that during this 10-minute standoff, Zhang Yuan, piloting the Hui mech, obliterated an astounding 117 enemy mechs, earning him the title of the Reaper of Lives on the battlefield. The White Emperor also claimed over 30 mech kills, while other mech warriors rallied, significantly increasing the demon casualties. 3 minutes later, the number of demon mech warriors dwindled to below 2,000, while Earth's forces swelled to 1,800, with 1,400 being reinforcements from Earth. The situation was clear. If this continued, the demon warriors could face total annihilation. 2 minutes later, the demons unexpectedly began to retreat. Under the tactical guidance of their command center, their withdrawal was methodical, retreating while attacking. Within half a minute, the majority of the demons had retreated into the mountains. Exhausted, the human warriors pursued as far as the forest's edge, leaving behind hundreds of demon mechs before ceasing their chase. Amidst the smoke of battle, Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of relief as the voice of the White Emperor echoed through the calms. "We have won." The Black Cat Queen echoed, "Indeed. We have triumphed." Zhang Yuan remained silent. His journey from the Emerald Stone base to the Eagle Outpost, where he had forcibly broken through enemy lines to achieve decapitation, had drained him of energy. Though physically unscathed, his mind felt foggy. Standing still in his mech, he closed his eyes for half a minute, gradually regaining some clarity. In his mind, the mainframe's voice resonated. "Master has completed the task of guarding the Eagle Outpost, playing a pivotal role in battle, earning 200 Fury points. Master has achieved the decapitation accomplishment, increasing the Fury points cap by 70. Current Fury points, 227, maximum cap, 260. This reward was commendable, and Zhang Yuan felt satisfied. After a moment of contemplation, he communicated in his mind. "Enhance my physique with 200 Fury points." "Confirm enhancement?" "Confirm." A warm surge erupted deep within him, coursing through his organs and focusing on the surface muscles and bones, eliciting a pleasant tingling sensation. Previously, he had enhanced himself by 115 points. With this 200 points, his total enhancement reached 315 out of 1,000, nearing the threshold of the average mid-tier level. He could distinctly feel that his body was vastly stronger than when he had first reached the ordinary lower tier, without employing Fury points for protection. He should now be capable of operating an elite lower-tier long-range control mech unscathed. As he underwent this physical enhancement, Zhang Yuan heard the mech's mainframe announce, "The Demon Slayer has completed the task of guarding the Eagle Outpost, earning 500 military rank points. The Demon Slayer has destroyed 214 demon mechs, including 209 elite mechs, for Berserk mechs, and 1 demon commander, earning 619 military rank points. The Demon Slayer has been awarded the Courage Medal by the Emerald Stone base, a base privilege medal, allowing the purchase of special modifications and redeemable for 500 military rank points." Calculating all of this, Zhang Yuan's total military rank points had astonishingly reached 1819. With 500 points available for special modifications, equivalent to over 54 million in currency, a staggering sum indeed. He glanced at the live stream, which had generated over 8 million, a respectable amount, but when compared to the military rank points, it seemed rather trivial. However, for Zhang Yuan, these earnings were merely supplementary. His primary aim was to capture the attention of the base commander, and it appeared he had succeeded. Suddenly, the concerned voice of the Black Cat Queen broke through the calms. "Demon Slayer, why are you silent? Are you feeling all right?" The voice of the White Emperor resonated. "Demon Slayer, you previously claimed that your burst could only last for 25 seconds. Yet I just observed you sustaining it for at least 37 seconds. Are you all right, my brother?" Zhang Yuan smiled and replied, "I'm fine, I can hold on. Although I do feel a bit faint." The White Emperor sighed in relief and chuckled. That's good to hear. Demon Slayer, your swordsmanship is truly remarkable. I wish to seek your guidance. You're most welcome, replied the Black Cat Queen, somewhat bashfully. I won't say seek guidance since your mobility surpasses mine by a great deal. I wish to become your disciple. Haha, there's no need for that. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly, and I shall do my utmost to provide answers. Really? The Black Cat Queen's eyes sparkled, and she continued, then I must become your disciple. I cannot take advantage of you. Allow me to present my token of respect. As soon as the Black Cat Queen finished her sentence, Zhang Yuan received a notification. Your account has received a deposit of 50 million star coins. Please check. My hero account has only this amount of star coins at present. I will replenish it later. Zhang Yuan accepted the funds without hesitation, saying, then I shall graciously accept. After exchanging a few more words, the three agreed upon their next meeting time and subsequently logged off to rest. Once Zhang Yuan disconnected from the game, he did not hastily exit the virtual cabin. Instead, he pondered how to ensure his protection moving forward. Previously, he merely live-streamed gameplay, and despite demonstrating exceptional prowess, he rarely drew the attention of the demon race. However, now he had entered the real battlefield, disrupted the demon's plans, and even slain a demon commander. At this moment, he had undoubtedly caught the demon's eye. He must devise a means of self-preservation. The demons could very likely pinpoint my real location while I am engaged in the game, and then obliterate my physical form. To play safely, I must forge a shield on the Star Alliance network. Although he lacked the technical prowess to create such a shield, he knew someone who could, Qianlian. It seemed he would need to seek that individual's assistance once more. Zhang Yuan began dialing Qianlian's communication line when suddenly, another call came in from an unfamiliar number. Not a private communication account, but rather from a hero game account. Who could this be? Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of curiosity. Upon answering, a somewhat somber middle-aged male voice emerged. Is this Demon Slayer? I am Colonel Li Ranzhong, the temporary commander of the Emerald Stone Base. Oh, is there something you need? A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Yuan. Colonel Li paused for several seconds before delivering the grim news. Unfortunately, the plan to seize the Blue Lake mine has failed. Chapter 73. The counterattack plan. The failure of the Azure Lake initiative left Zhang Yuan perplexed for two primary reasons. Firstly, regarding the timing. The mecha warriors from the Emerald Stone Base should have just arrived at the Azure Lake shore. Was it too soon to concede without engaging in battle? Secondly, concerning the disparity in military strength, the Legion dispatched from the Emerald Stone Base comprised over 3,000 regular fighters, while the demonic garrison at the Azure Lake mine numbered at most 1,000, with additional forces drawn from the Eagle Outpost plan not exceeding 600. With a five-fold advantage in numbers, even considering the defensive benefits the Azure Lake mine might offer, it seemed plausible that victory could be secured swiftly. In summary, Zhang Yuan felt a profound disappointment in the combat capabilities of the Emerald Stone Base's Legion, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns, recognizing that as a non-military individual, he lacked the authority to critique. He waited in silence for an explanation from the opposing side, should they choose to provide one. Perhaps sensing his disappointment, Colonel Li Ran spoke up. On our way, we encountered Dilly Fu, who personally led 300 blood-armored slayers and 2,000 mercenaries to intercept us in the forest. Dilly Fu is exceedingly formidable. Major Wang Zhengyi was killed on the spot. Morale is quite low. Upon hearing the name Dilly Fu, Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly. With Dilly Fu personally involved in the battle, he felt there was little he could say. Had it been an ordinary individual unacquainted with the horrors of warfare, they might have scoffed at Colonel Li's account, deriding him as inept for being intimidated by the adversary. However, Zhang Yuan was among the few who truly understood the terror that Dilly Fu represented. At this juncture, Dilly Fu had not yet reached his zenith. But he was undeniably a genius. On the battlefield, he could transform into the very embodiment of war itself. Only those who faced him could grasp the depth of his menace. In a future era, when Dilly Fu ascended to become the Destruction Demon King, known as the Blade of Annihilation, merely his name could sap the morale of Earth's military by half. Should he appear in person, their resolve might crumble entirely. The Blade of Annihilation would turn the tides of the cosmos, instilling dread in countless souls, rendering Dilly Fu an unfathomable terror. At this stage, the only mecha warrior within the dreamlike forest capable of posing even a modicum of threat to Dilly Fu was likely General Lin Bingqing. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yuan feigned ignorance, asking, "What about General Lin Bingqing?" At that moment, he recalled his scant impressions of Colonel Li. Oddly, he had little recollection of this temporary commander. He vaguely remembered encountering his name in the Pandora dossier, albeit briefly, suggesting he was merely a minor character in the grand narrative. On the other side, Li Ran hesitated. She encountered some unforeseen circumstances and cannot personally command the battle at this time. Thus, I am temporarily assuming command of the Emerald Stone base. Zhang Yuan refrained from probing further. Recognizing the sensitivity surrounding the base commander's affairs, it was not prudent to inquire. He had already tasked Qianlian with locating Lin Long, and with only a day having passed, there was no immediate urgency. With that thought, Zhang Yuan inquired, "Did you need to see me for something specific?" This sudden assault by Dili Fu on the Eagle Outpost has resulted in significant losses, yet it has also unveiled the demonic ambitions towards the dreamlike forest. The Federation military currently has a clandestine strike plan that requires the involvement of formidable mercenaries. This endeavor serves a dual purpose: to retaliate against the demonic forces and to secure additional time for military reinforcement in the dreamlike forest. After considering the plan, Zhang Yuan queried, "Please elaborate on the specifics." "We intend to launch a surprise attack on the Dark Valley in the north of the dreamlike forest. We have received intelligence indicating that Dili Fu has established a supercomputer center deep within the valley. If we can successfully destroy it, it will undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the demonic forces' combat capabilities." Zhang Yuan hesitated, "But as a mercenary, my use of the ether link to control mechas would expose my presence. The demonic forces have developed rhodium magnetic guns, indicating their advanced research into etheric fields, rendering mercenaries ill-suited for such deep infiltration until a countermeasure is found on Earth. Throughout the operation, we will employ concentrated ether signal interference. In a short time, the demons should be unable to discern the truth from deception." "Very well. Who else will be involved apart from myself?" "White Emperor, Black Cat Queen. The three of you will be the primary operatives, with additional support personnel to ensure your successful infiltration." Zhang Yuan responded, "That sounds acceptable. What is the timeline for the operation?" "The sooner, the better. When do you expect to recover?" "In about 24 hours, I suppose." For reasons unknown, a sense of unease washed over Zhang Yuan, prompting him to stretch the truth slightly, granting himself more time. "All right, it's settled then." As the communication ended, Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the source of his unease. After a moment of reflection, he identified the cause. The somber tone of Li Ran's voice left a lingering impression, making him question the character of this individual. In military circles, many individuals bore a melancholic disposition. Some were inherently so, while others had been shaped by the brutal realities of warfare, resulting in psychological distortions. Such personalities were common in the army, and Zhang Yuan did not suspect Colonel Li Ran would be any different. After a series of intense battles throughout the day, Zhang Yuan found himself mentally exhausted. He exited the virtual pod and returned to his luxurious quarters, indulging in a lavish meal before refreshing himself. He then reclined onto the soft, inviting bed, and within a minute, succumbed to the embrace of sweet slumber. In the depths of the Azure Lake mine, the demonic Dili Fu stood within the force field, intently examining the images transmitted by the holographic scanner. As a young male demon, Dili Fu shared the pale skin, crimson eyes, and pointed ears characteristic of his kind. However, unlike ordinary demons, his pallor shimmered with a silvery luminescence, and his eyes sparkled like translucent red agate. Coupled with his tall and robust physique and an expression of earnest seriousness, he could even be perceived as possessing a certain aesthetic appeal, even by human standards. Within the demon ranks, Dili Fu was widely acknowledged as a strikingly handsome figure and a recognized military prodigy. The holographic images before him revealed the Earth's Mecha Legion retreating in an orderly fashion, yet, from the staggered steps of many soldiers, Dili Fu astutely sensed their diminished morale. These mecha warriors posed no threat to the Azure Lake mine, rendering them inconsequential. His gaze momentarily lingered on them, but his mind was preoccupied with a name he had recently heard. The Demon Slayer, piloting a mercenary mecha, had broken through encirclements to eliminate Alicia in a single battle. He had single-handedly dispatched over 200 elite warriors. A Fox Spirit mecha had triumphed against the Dark Twins in a 2-on-1 confrontation during a live broadcast on Mecha God. Over 20 million viewers had tuned in. Yet, no information could be found about him on the human networks, as all inquiries were thwarted by a mysterious force. These revelations, gathered at Dili Fu's behest, were each enough to send shockwaves through anyone who heard them, indicating that this demon slayer was likely a peak warrior deliberately cultivated by those earthlings. "General, your plan has been set in motion." A demon soldier approached, regarding Dili Fu with reverence. When is the operation scheduled? In 13 hours, the Demon Slayer, White Emperor, and Black Cat Queen will infiltrate the Dark Valley to assault our computer center. Our hacking legion and supercomputer facility are fully prepared. At that time, once the data link of those mercenaries appears, we shall be able to trace the true identity of the Demon Slayer immediately. Ah, splendid. It seems I must prepare as well. He has witnessed the battle between the Demon Slayer and the virtual Delafar in the game Heroes, and upon witnessing it, a potent desire for combat surged within him. It has been quite some time since anyone has ignited such an intense yearning for conquest within him. Demon Slayer, tomorrow, I shall see just how formidable you truly are. For the sake of fairness and safety, he will not pilot the mech directly, but will instead opt for remote control. He intends to engage this Demon Slayer in a true confrontation on the battlefield. Chapter 74. News of Lin Long. A series of communication alerts echoed from Zhang Yuan's personal wristwatch. He was in a state of drowsiness and, in a daze, pressed the communication button, inquiring, "Hello? Are you resting?" A nonchalant voice responded from the other end. It was Qianlian. Zhang Yuan instantly awoke, sitting upright on the soft bed. Glancing at the time, realizing he had unknowingly slept for 4.5 hours. A sense of alarm surged within him. Zhang Yuan, this won't do. One is born from hardship and perishes in comfort. If this continues, trouble is inevitable. He pinched his brow firmly, completely rousing himself. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he asked, "Is there any news about Lin Long?" "There are leads. I've sent you the information. Please check it." As Qianlian spoke, Zhang Yuan heard a ding from his personal computer, indicating a new message awaiting his attention. He opened it to find a holographic file and began to scrutinize its contents. The file was brief, and 5 minutes later, he queried, "Are these clues authentic? I cannot guarantee it. However, I have meticulously filtered them, and there is a 90% chance they are genuine. There are 3 critical leads here, each with a 90% validity rate. Does this imply that Lin Long has at least a 60% chance of being in South City? Indeed. If my deductions are accurate, the kidnappers likely put Lin Long into suspended animation to evade detection. This method is quite unorthodox and may lead to the unintended death of the suspended individual." Zhang Yuan's heart sank at this revelation. A dreadful thought struck him. Did Dili Fu intend to use Lin Long against General Lin Bingqing? To achieve this, he did not necessarily require Lin Long to be alive. Even if Lin Long were merely a corpse, it could inflict immense psychological damage on General Lin Bingqing. If that were the case, the kidnappers would have no obligation to ensure Lin Long's safety. Her survival would be ideal, but even in death, her body could fetch a high price. This realization unsettled Zhang Yuan. General Lin Bingqing was the most formidable mech warrior in the Dream Forest. If Lin Long were to die, it would effectively incapacitate her. Everything that had transpired in his previous life had proven this point. Worse still, due to the incident at Eagle Outpost, the Earth's military had begun deploying more forces to the Dream Forest. To ensure the effectiveness of his plan, Dili Fu would undoubtedly initiate his scheme before the Earth completed its troop reinforcements, compelling the kidnappers to deliver Lin Long sooner. Consequently, the kidnappers would be even less inclined to regard Lin Long's life as paramount. In other words, from this moment on, Lin Long was in constant peril. If immediate action was not taken, any future opportunity to save her could slip away, and it was even possible that the opportunity to save her had already vanished. Even if Lin Long were to die, it was imperative that the kidnappers did not deliver her body to Pandora. General Lin Bingqing must never witness her daughter's remains. In an instant, Zhang Yuan grasped the gravity of the situation and replied to Qianlian, "Can you investigate further leads? I am still searching. Reliable information will be relayed to you promptly. Thank you." It was merely a transaction. Qianlian then ended the call. Zhang Yuan immediately pressed the communication button beside his bed. Seconds later, a gentle feminine voice responded, "Sir, how may I assist you?" "I need to speak with the captain of the spaceship." "Certainly. I will contact the captain right away." After approximately 10 seconds, the voice of the interstellar ship's captain came through. "Mr. Zhang Yuan, I am here. I need to alter the course to South City in the South Wilderness region. How long will it take?" South City is just 100 light years away. At our current velocity, we can arrive in 6 hours. What if we travel at full speed?" Zhang Yuan inquired further. "Sir, traveling at full speed is unsafe and would cause significant damage to the ship, violating our company's safety regulations. I cannot agree to your request. What is the cost of this spaceship?" Zhang Yuan interrupted him. "Approximately 27 million, I believe." The captain's voice was hesitant, unsure of Zhang Yuan's intentions. Zhang Yuan checked his account balance, which stood at around 18 million. Additionally, He had over 1,000 military rank points. After some contemplation, he decided to convert all military rank points, except for his courage medal, into cash, bringing his total to nearly 50 million. He then contacted the Earth United Airlines, offering a premium of 2 million to purchase the ship named Shepherd Dog. Subsequently, he reviewed the employee files on the ship and transferred 4 million to the captain. He then stated, "Now, this spaceship belongs to me privately. If you agree to proceed at full speed to South City, the 4 million in your account will be immediately unlocked. You will undertake this journey, correct?" The captain was momentarily speechless, glancing at the funds in his account, which equated to 10 years' worth of salary. Even after sharing profits with the other crew members, he would still retain at least 2 million. Considering that the ship was now the property of the other party, he thought it best to let them operate it as they wished. "Boss, I will accelerate the ship immediately. We will arrive in 2 hours. "Excellent." After ending the communication with the ship's captain, Zhang Yuan dialed the number for Old Ding's repair shop. 5 seconds later, the call connected promptly. "Young man, I heard about the Pandora incident. You've become a hero." Old Ding's robust voice boomed. Zhang Yuan cut straight to the chase. "I need a genuine, ordinary-grade mech, delivered to South City. I also require that spatial folding button from the ancient ruins of Star C, Corridor 235 in your private collection, also sent to South City within 2 hours. Name your price." "Wow, have you been to my house? How do you know I have a spatial folding button?" This was the prized possession of his repair shop, far superior to the spatial folding rings currently possessed by the Earth's military. "How much?" Zhang Yuan pressed again. "I won't sell it for any price." Old Ding shouted angrily. Feeling deeply unsettled by the feeling of having his secrets exposed, Zhang Yuan remained calm. "You have a son and a daughter. Your daughter has been learning to repair mechs from you and is now an indispensable modification technician in your shop. As for your son, he is determined to pursue martial arts and has been accepted into Kalulan Military Academy, specializing in mech combat. You are not fond of him being on the battlefield, but alas, he is now of age." Upon hearing this, Old Ding had calmed considerably. He felt an increasing sense of the depth of the young man's character. "What exactly do you want to say? I warn you, do not entertain any thoughts about my son or daughter, or I will ensure that we are at odds for life." "Do not be alarmed." Zhang Yuan's tone was soothing. "What do you think of my mech operating skills?" "Exceptional," Old Ding replied, having heard about the remarkable achievements of the Fox Demon mech and the Chiyu mech. As an engineer, he could readily discern the level of expertise in mech piloting. "If you can provide me with that button, I will record a battlefield survival technique for you. You may not need it, but your son will surely benefit from it in the future, perhaps even saving his life. Do you believe me?" Zhang Yuan heard Old